Chapter 308, The Winds of the Nine Nether and the Abyss of the Nine Nether. So, you are indeed the sole enlightened soul from the original narrative. Xiao Yan gazed at the young beauty before him, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. It is said that in the entirety of the original story, you are the only one who looks down upon me. Yet, the more you disdain me, the more exhilarated I become. Under Xiao Yan's mischievous gaze, Feng Qing'er frowned and cast an irritable glance his way, replying indeed. Excellent, excellent. Xiao Yan nodded in satisfaction at Feng Qing'er. Turning to the side, he acknowledged the presence of the Thunder Sovereign with a pleased nod, saying, "Ah, old Lei, I am already quite gratified by your personal visit. To think you would even bring your disciple along such sincerity truly warms my heart." Upon hearing his tone, the Thunder Sovereign's expression stiffened, his mouth twitching slightly, while Feng Qing'er behind him appeared even more displeased. A hint of discontent crossed her beautiful face as she coldly remarked, "Master Xiao Yan, you are a person of some stature. I hope you will conduct yourself with more decorum." At this juncture, the Thunder Sovereign finally spoke up. "Ahem, Master Xiao Yan, you must be mistaken. I brought my disciple merely to broaden her horizons, not as a token of apology." The Thunder Sovereign felt exasperated. He had long heard tales of this young man's lecherous nature. Yet this was beyond the pale. Were it not for the formidable power backing Xiao Yan, he would have taken the opportunity to teach him a lesson, despite Xiao Yan having already achieved the rank of Dozun. To the Thunder Sovereign's words, Xiao Yan showed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, he burst into laughter, saying, "Of course, I understand that you would never part with your treasure disciple, old Lei. I was merely jesting. After all, in the Dou continent, who does not know that I, Xiao Yan, am a paragon of virtue?" Indeed, indeed, the Thunder Sovereign's lips twitched again, managing a hollow smile, while Feng Qing'er beside him no longer bothered to feign indifference. She simply rolled her eyes and scoffed lightly. Were it not for the repeated warnings from the Thunder Sovereign and Huang Xian to avoid provoking Xiao Yan, she would have already lost her composure. For Feng Qing'er, who grew up in the Tian Yao Phoenix clan and was groomed to be the future leader of the Feng Lei Pavilion, she had seldom encountered anyone bold enough to tease her in such a manner. Xiao Yan, observing Feng Qing'er's demeanor, paid it no mind whatsoever. Today you treat me with indifference, yet in the future, the Tian Yao Phoenix clan may very well wish to bind you to my bed." Xiao Yan mused with a wicked sense of humor. "Are you not proud? It seems I am in need of a steed beneath me." However, when these words escaped his lips, they seemed somewhat perverse. Thus, Xiao Yan finally composed his expression, glanced at the esteemed Lei, and calmly seated himself in a chair, stating, "Old Lei, the fact that you have come in person to apologize pleases me greatly. Yet, I trust you have not arrived empty-handed." As he spoke, his gaze swept over the members of the Han family present. In an instant, Lei Zun realized Xiao Yan's implication. "Ah, Xiao Yan, you underestimate me," he replied, surveying the gathered members of the Han family. With a wave of his hand, several beams of light emerged from his spatial ring. These luminescent figures included several translucent jade vials and 4 scrolls. Here are 3 breaking sect pills, 5 imperial pills, and 2 scrolls of earth tier techniques, Lei Zun declared with a smile, gesturing towards the items enveloped in radiance. Upon hearing the level and value of these items, the previously composed members of the Han family instantly froze in astonishment, their breaths growing hurried and erratic. For Xiao Yan, the worth of these items might not be particularly significant. However, for the Han family, it represented an immense fortune. It is important to note that each of these items transcends ordinary wealth and could substantially enhance the strength of the Han family in a short time, be it through the earth tier techniques or the pills. "Not too shabby," Xiao Yan remarked, his expression betraying no hint of surprise, as he had previously offered even more in the capital of Jiaoma. Nonetheless, what Lei Zun presented was not insignificant. At the very least, he had fulfilled his obligations satisfactorily, prompting Xiao Yan to nod slightly in acknowledgement. Observing Xiao Yan's nod without much emotional fluctuation, Lei Zun silently contemplated. This Xiao Yan truly embodies the essence of a noble scion, possessing an intimidating lineage. It seemed evident that these offerings did not impress him. However, Lei Zun harbored his own clever schemes. Having resolved to ingratiate himself with this young master of the Xiao clan, he knew he must present something truly enticing. With this thought in mind, a smile graced Lei Zun's face. "I have heard that you, young Master Xiao Yan, are an alchemist with a keen interest in Ioa. I happen to possess some information regarding such flames. I wonder if you would be interested." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan's once listless eyes finally sparkled with intrigue. "You possess information about Ioa?" Seeing Xiao Yan's expression, Lei Zun felt a surge of joy within, realizing that his gamble had paid off indeed. Xiao Yan was captivated by the prospect of Ioa. My esteemed ancestor of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, Lei Zun, once possessed a flame known as the Wind Fury Dragon Flame. Lei Zun began slowly. Regrettably, this flame vanished with the demise of our ancestor. Damn it, Xiao Yan's face displayed a look of displeasure, and he even contemplated rising to deliver a resounding slap. Was the old man toying with him? Noticing Xiao Yan's expression, the Thunder Elder smiled faintly and remarked, however, within the relics left by the ancestor, there exists a piece of information regarding a flame even more formidable than the Wind Fury Dragon Flame. This flame is none other than the 9th rank fire on the Ioa, the 9 Netherwind Flame. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise finally flickered across Xiao Yan's visage. Although he currently possessed 5 Ioa, their rankings were rather low. Even when these 5 flames were fused together, their power could not rival the top 5 on the Ioa, at best reaching the 8th or 9th position. The reason was that these 5 Ioa were ranked lower on the Ioa, whereas the Wind Fury Dragon Flame, despite being merely 10th, was still among the top 10, inherently more potent than the other flames. Given Xiao Yan's present strength, the assistance derived from lower ranked Ioa was increasingly negligible. If he were to devour the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts once more, it would likely only enhance his power by a single star. Thus, would you, dear brother Lei, be willing to part with this precious information regarding the 9 Netherwind Flame? As Xiao Yan spoke, his address shifted. Observing Xiao Yan's demeanor, the Thunder Elder felt a sense of certainty and privately rejoiced at having made the right gamble. With a subtle flourish of his hand, an ancient scroll materialized within his grasp. The location of the 9 Netherwind Flame lies within the 9 Nether Abyss of the southwest continent. The specific information can be found on this map, which I present to you, young Master Xiao Yan, as a token of goodwill. The Thunder Elder smiled gently. Goodwill indeed. Brother Lei, you shall henceforth be regarded as a friend of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan accepted the scroll with a smile, already elevating the Thunder Elder to the ranks of esteemed figures such as the Heavenly Fire Sovereign and the illustrious UMO of the Underworld Serpent Clan. It seemed that the path of flattery indeed held potential for advancement, unlike the original narrative, where the Thunder Elder had misaligned himself. This time, he had aligned himself correctly. The 9 Netherwind Flame must be born in the endless depths of the extreme inlands, where the cold winds howl throughout the year. This Ioa takes shape in the most violent regions of wind energy. The peculiar sound emanates from this flame when it reaches the ears of mortals. It instills a sense of unusual agitation, capable of stirring emotional fluctuations. Gradually, information about the 9 Netherwind Flame surfaced in Xiao Yan's mind. Among the known data in the central state, only the Yao clan possessed a 9 Netherwind Flame. Even the Yi Gagu, created by Xiao Xian, only housed a sample of a 9 Netherwind Flames. Offspring. Flames ranked within the top 10 could not be forged under ordinary circumstances. Little did he expect that the Foam Lei Pavilion harbored such intelligence regarding the 9 Netherwind Flame. Moreover, the location of the 9 Netherwind Flame, astonishingly, lies within the southwest continent. Thus, a journey to the southwest continent would enable me to acquire 2 types of Ioa simultaneously. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan felt a subtle surge of excitement within his heart. With the 9 Netherwind Flame and the Nether Poison Fire at his disposal, the prospect of devouring the 3,000 Flame would potentially render his ascent to the Dozun realm less obstructed. As he pondered, the spatial ring in his palm stirred slightly. Young master, the voice of UMO resonated softly in Xiao Yan's ear. What is it? Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. It had been quite some time since UMO had proactively reached out to him since becoming his subordinate. The 9 Nether Abyss is the site of the fallen ancestor of the 9 Nether of Serpent Clan. UMO's words sent ripples through Xiao Yan's previously tranquil demeanor, akin to a boulder cast into still waters. In truth, whether it be ancient races or the bloodlines of these formidable magical beasts, each lineage boasts an ancestor of imperial caliber. Be it the 7-colored devouring python, the 9 Nether Earth Serpent, or the now even more potent Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan, and the Primordial Dragon, all have ancestral figures comparable to Dou-level super magical beasts. Only with such unparalleled beings in their lineage can their descendants possess the remarkable bloodline talents necessary for challenging opponents beyond their rank, thus facilitating their rise to higher tiers of magical beasts. Humans share a similar fate within the ancient races. Those with pure Dou-D bloodlines possess a greater probability of ascending to higher strengths, and the augmentation effects derived from bloodline power amplify in accordance with the purity of that bloodline. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of imperial-level powerhouses. The ancestor of the 9 Nether Earth Serpent Clan, recorded in the history of the Xiao clan as the Nine Nether ancestor, was a formidable beast comparable to a Dou level powerhouse from the ancient era. The Nine Nether Abyss, being the very site of a Dou's demise, transformed into a daunting peril in Xiao Yan's eyes, as it marked the resting place of an imperial figure. Nonetheless, given the connection to regardless of the dangers that the Nine Nether Abyss may present, Xiao Yan resolved to delve deeper into its mysteries. After solidifying his determination, he exchanged a few pleasantries with the Thunder Elder before rising to bid farewell. With Xiao Yan's friendship secured, the Thunder Elder left the Han family estate, beaming with joy alongside Feng Qing heir. Son-in-law, you should quickly put these items away, Han Qi remarked, casting a longing glance at the pills and techniques laid out on the table. Such seemingly inconspicuous items, in the past, would have been enough to incite a storm of bloodshed in Tianbei City. There's no need for that. Let these items serve as a betrothal gift for you, heir, Xiao Yan replied with a cheerful smile, taking Han Yu's delicate hand in his own, his gaze, intentionally betraying a hint of remorse. Han Yu's fleeting hint of jealousy, instigated by Feng Qing, dissipated into thin air, replaced instead by a gaze brimming with affection. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, a smile graced Han Qi's face. My dear, you has truly found herself a commendable husband. What is there to hold back? If things go awry, you may even find yourself entangled with our little daughter, Xiao Yan replied, a gentle smile illuminating his features. However, he felt he could not be overly forward with Han Shui. Lest he appear beastly yet, he contemplated that a life of embracing both sides might not be too distant a reality. Within the Wind Thunder North Pavilion, the pavilion master, Fei Tian, dutifully served tea to the revered Lei Zun. Master, how did the matter unfold? Fei Tian cast a glance at Lei Zun, noticing the latter seemed in good spirits, and thus cautiously inquired. Quite well, that Xiao Yan is indeed a dragon among men. Such talent is truly extraordinary, Lei Zun remarked, taking a sip of tea and sighing in admiration. Regardless of how extraordinary, he is merely a dandy, a second-generation benefactor relying on familial connections, interjected Feng Qing with a haughty snort. Observing her demeanor, Lei Zun furrowed his brows in response. Why, dear girl, you too have relied on your family background to attain your current standing. Some matters are best not spoken of too lightly. Feng Qing, undeterred, retorted with defiance. Even if his background is formidable, it is merely his talent for alchemy that is exceptional. Should we engage in battle, I would not necessarily be defeated by him. At her proclamation, Lei Zun could not help but spew tea from his mouth in surprise. You spoiled child, you truly have been indulged, he remarked, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he observed the bewildered expression on Feng Qing's face. Do you not realize that Xiao Yan has already ascended to the rank of Dou Zun? Even I would have no assurance of victory against him. Feng Qing's typically proud and beautiful visage abruptly stiffened, her body frozen as if struck by lightning. Chapter 309. Return to Danta. The mere mention of Dou Zun struck her heart like a bolt of thunder, leaving her delicate, beautiful visage slightly pale. Master, you jest. Do you not? Feng Qing gazed at the Thunder Elder with disbelief. Hailing from the celestial demon phoenix clan, she had encountered countless prodigies. Yet the fact that Xiao Yan was merely 18 years old and already a Dou Zun seemed exceedingly outrageous. It is worth noting that even the most exceptional talents of her generation within the celestial demon phoenix clan had only just begun to touch the realm of Dou Zun at that tender age. Even among other ancient races, while there were whispers of more extraordinary heirs than those from her clan, it was rare for anyone to reach the Dou Zun level by 18. Why would I deceive you? I have long advised you, my dear girl, to temper your pride. After all, there are always those more extraordinary than oneself, the Thunder Elder remarked, slightly displeased as he pursed his lips. Yet, he could hardly blame Feng Qing, after all. Even he had considered the most astonishing genius he knew to have achieved Dou Zun at 18 to be utterly remarkable. Such talent, even of that caliber, held the potential to aspire towards the legendary realm of Dou Sheng. Most of these prodigies hailed from ancient races, and even those who did not were prized by great powers, supported by such formidable resources, barring any untimely demise. Becoming a Dou Zun was virtually assured. However, for them, reaching the realm of Dou Sheng was no longer a trivial feat with her innate gifts. Feng Qing would likely find it exceedingly challenging to attain the pinnacle of Dou Zun without exceptional opportunities. Even those with talents surpassing hers would still face tremendous difficulties in aspiring to become a saint. The Dou Sheng realm stood as an insurmountable chasm. Crossing it would elevate one to the apex of this continent's power. Yet as centuries pass, even the mightiest would eventually fade with time. With Xiao Yan's innate talent, becoming a Dou Sheng did not seem an insurmountable challenge. Upon receiving the Thunder Elder's affirmation, Feng Qing'er's complexion paled further, her violet eyes finally revealing astonishment. In that moment, the figure of Xiao Yan, clad in black, loomed in her heart like an unconquerable mountain. Sigh, this girl is far too proud. Perhaps it is not a bad thing for a true prodigy to emerge and humble her a bit. The Thunder Elder gently shook his head, leisurely sipping his tea. Deep down, he felt a sense of joy. Feng Qing, having been born into the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan, and having enjoyed a smooth path within the younger generation of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, was now finally faced with someone who could challenge her. Strength, after all, is merely an external manifestation. True power lies within the heart. A true stronghold is one who steadfastly follows their path, undeterred by countless failures, bravely forging ahead through adversity. Observing the seemingly favorable demeanor of the esteemed Lord Lei, the ever-cautious Fei Tian finally ventured to inquire, "Master, how shall we deal with Hong Chun and his clan, the Hong family?" Hong Chun. The previously relaxed brow of Lord Lei furrowed slightly. This predicament, after all, was instigated by him, was it not? Eliminate him. Just as Lord Lei was about to speak, a flicker of insight suddenly illuminated his mind. Were it not for Hong Chun, I would not have forged a fortuitous bond with the young master of the Xiao clan. In this light, perhaps misfortune has yielded unexpected fortune. It seems the fault does not lie solely with the Hong family, but extends to me, the master of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Upon further reflection, a bead of cold sweat unexpectedly appeared on Lord Lei's forehead. The Wind and Thunder Pavilion has stood as a premier force in the Central State for many years, having long grown accustomed to its own arrogance and dominance. Save for a few powers, even more formidable, it has always been the Wind and Thunder Pavilion that has asserted itself. When has it ever faced opposition? This time, they narrowly escaped calamity due to Xiao Yan's good nature. Should they encounter another such ancient clan heir and find themselves on the wrong end of a confrontation, the Wind and Thunder Pavilion could face utter destruction. In this world, few possess the capability to threaten the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Yet that does not imply there are none. In an instant, Lord Lei felt a breakthrough in his long-immersed state of mind. It is through reverence that there exists room for growth. With this thought, he turned once more to the Northern Pavilion's master, Fei Tian. Expel Hong Li from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Furthermore, the members of the Hong family, in their arrogance, shall be punished. All those above the spirit dual level must labor in the Wind and Thunder Mountain range for 10 years. After a decade, should they awaken to enlightenment, they may return. Fei Tian, who had been standing behind Lord Lei, was momentarily taken aback. Is this it? Had it not been for his master's past temperament, such an affront would likely have ignited a volcanic fury, resulting in the annihilation of the entire Hong family. Why, today, is the master exhibiting such mercy? Seemingly discerning Fei Tian's confusion, Lord Lei merely smiled and refrained from elaborating. Instead, he cheerfully declared, in 7 days, summon all non-essential high-ranking members of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion above the spirit dual level to convene at the Eastern Pavilion. We have been excessively dominant for too long. This is not a favorable state. Excessive rigidity may lead to fracture. Should we encounter another formidable force, it could spell our doom. Your insight is profound, master. Fei Tian replied respectfully. Spare me the flattery. I am well aware that since you ascended to the Northern Pavilion's leadership, you have wielded considerable power. However, this habit truly requires reform. With a gentle smile, Lord Lei departed the Northern Pavilion, accompanied by Feng Qing'er, leaving Fei Tian standing in a state of bewilderment. 3 days later, upon receiving the news from the Feng Lei North Pavilion, Hong Li's perpetually somber countenance finally revealed a smile that was both sorrowful and fortunate. Heaven has not forsaken the Hong family. Very well, it is time for me to depart. Outside the territory of the Han family, Xiao Yan glanced at Han Yu, whose eyes were slightly reddened, and remarked, "When will you return?" Han Yu still donned a pristine white robe, her 3,000 silvery strands cascading down like a snow lotus or a resplendent silver moon. However, at this moment, her face was etched with reluctance. Whether it be a brief year or several, the impending separation weighed heavily upon her. Xiao Yan smiled softly as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Yet a tinge of melancholy lingered in his heart. This expedition to the southwestern continent was fraught with peril. He could only ponder whether Xiao Xian truly allowed him to dance on the precipice of life and death. If so, this illustrious scion of the Xiao clan might very well meet an untimely demise. Yet, such thoughts were not meant for anyone else's ears. Then I shall wait for you here, Han Yu sniffled, gazing at Xiao Yan with a bittersweet expression. What are you waiting for here? With a faint smile, Xiao Yan remarked, let us head to the Starfall Pavilion. With its resources at your disposal, your cultivation will undoubtedly proceed more smoothly. As the woman of this young master, you ought to possess at least the prowess of a dozong. Upon hearing these words, the members of the Han family behind Han, you could not help but roll their eyes. In the city of Tianbei, a Douzong expert was a figure of immense influence, yet in Xiao Yan's words, it seemed as commonplace as cabbage. As for Han Yu's few close friends, their eyes glistened with envy, casting glances at Xiao Yan that seemed to wish to devour him whole. I understand. I shall devote myself to my training, Han Yu said, forcing a smile despite her reluctance. That is more like it, Xiao Yan replied with a chuckle, then glanced at the petite beauty standing in harmony with Han Yu. When you go, be sure to bring Shui Er along as well. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Han Shui, who had been somewhat lost in thought, displayed a hint of astonishment. After locking eyes with Xiao Yan, her fair visage flushed a deep crimson. Sister, brother-in-law, isn't that inappropriate? Han Shui stammered. What is inappropriate? Your and Yu Heir's talents already qualify you for membership in the Starfall Pavilion. With such abundant resources, it would be a waste not to utilize them. Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly, while Han Shui's cheeks grew even more flushed. Focus on your cultivation. I shall take my leave now. With a gentle pat on Han Shui's head, Xiao Yan finally placed a tender kiss on Han Yu's smooth cheek before turning to step into the spatial wormhole. It was only after that portal gradually sealed itself that the myriad expressions of the Han family members returned to tranquility, in sync with the wormhole's slow closure. These past few days have indeed been surreal. Han Yu's second uncle, Han Tian, could not help but sigh. Indeed, it has been exceedingly dreamlike, Han Shi added, shaking his head in disbelief. The shock brought forth by Xiao Yan is truly overwhelming. The identity of the deputy master of the Starfall Pavilion, the personal apology from the master of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, and even the revelation of his cultivation level upon departure, suggesting he is a Douzong powerhouse, all contribute to an immense influx of information that sends shivers down Han Shi's spine. This is all due to his precious daughter. Contemplating this, a hint of pride surfaces on Han Shi's face. He is no longer the beleaguered head of the Han family he was 10 days ago. Soon, he will bear a new title, Lord of Tianbei City. Our Han family is on the verge of rising. A wicked smile finally graces Han Shi's face. Shui, why are you crying here? Han Yu, tall and graceful, enters the courtyard of Han Shui. I don't know, Han Shui replies, her nose red as she gazes at her sister, feeling an indescribable sense of oppression within. Are you missing your brother-in-law? A complex smile crosses Han Yu's face. I am not. Sister, don't speak nonsense. How could I be that kind of person? Han Shui's delicate features stiffen, tears still glistening in her eyes. Hee. Having followed me since childhood, I can tell what you're thinking with just a glance. Han Yu chuckles gently, tenderly ruffling Han Shui's hair. Though it's rare on the Duki continent for sisters to share a husband, it does happen. If you truly like him, there's no need to hide it. Sister. Han Shui opens her mouth but finds herself at a loss for words, her mind flashing back to some inappropriate scenes she had inadvertently witnessed a few days prior. Sister. Does doing that really enhance one's cultivation? Han Shui asks, her curiosity getting the better of her. Which kind of thing? Han Yu is momentarily taken aback, a flush rising from her neck to her ears. You little rascal, just wait until I get my hands on you. In the St. Dan City, within a secluded estate under the Dan Tower, Xian Yi sits regally on the steps, quietly observing two disciples as they diligently refine pills. Having reached a venerable age of over 100 years, she remains youthful by the standards of Douzong powerhouses, her impeccable maintenance rendering her akin to a stunning woman in her 30s. After an exchange of alchemical techniques with a certain unnamed elder, her already captivating aura has grown even more remarkable. Many disciples of the Dan Tower find themselves irresistibly drawn to her presence. Not far from her, two youthful maidens, though still somewhat inexperienced, are quietly concocting a new pill before the medicinal cauldron. One is clad in a red chi pao, exuding an alluring charm with her captivating phoenix eyes, while the other, dressed in a pale purple gown, possesses a serene demeanor, her peach blossom eyes intently focused on the budding pill within the cauldron. Her delicate face slightly pale. At that moment, a faint spatial fluctuation rippled across the sky, its presence exceedingly subtle, as though it sought to evade detection. Yet, for Xian Yi, whose cultivation had long ascended to the realm of 9-star Douzong, such a feeble attempt at concealment was rather inept. To intrude while her disciple was engrossed in alchemy, was this a death wish? A glimmer of murderous intent surfaced in her otherwise tranquil eyes. After all, she was one of the three titans of the Pill Tower, not merely an exquisitely adorned beauty. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, she extended her slender hand, intending to exert control over half of the Holy Pill City's spatial domain. However, when her formidable soul power enveloped the area not far ahead, her previously calm expression froze abruptly, followed by an incredulous gaze directed skyward. There, amidst the heavens, stood a striking young man clad in a black robe. Smiling down at her, his finger raised in a gesture of silence. Xiao Yan. as she beheld the youthful figure suspended in the sky. Disbelief washed over Xian Yi's face. It seemed entirely reasonable for Xiao Yan to traverse the void, given that he had previously attained the rank of a high-level Dou Huang. With his innate talent, a rise to Dou Zone within 2 years was hardly surprising. Yet, the aura he emanated now was that of a Dou Zun. How could this be? Even Xian Yi found herself momentarily at a loss. At that instant of confusion, 2 distinct sounds of pill resonance echoed from the cauldron in the courtyard. With the emergence of 2 6th-grade pills, Chao Ying and Dan Shen finally extricated themselves from their fervent state of alchemy. However, what greeted them was not the familiar serenity that once adorned their teacher's face, but rather a look of bewilderment. Following her gaze, they turned to the sky and beheld the silhouette of a figure clad in black. Staring at that familiar visage, adorned with a radiant smile, both young women felt their bodies tense up. Chapter 310, Departure. Has he truly returned? Gazing upon that increasingly mature and handsome face, the phoenix eyes of Chao Ying and the peach blossom eyes of Dan Chun flushed crimson in an instant. In the past, Xiao Yan had merely flirted at the Pill Tower, inadvertently capturing the hearts of these 2 youthful maidens. Over the past 2 years, while their alchemical skills had significantly advanced, making them stand out among the many disciples of the Pill Tower, they often found themselves lost in thought during solitary moments. The spirited and eccentric Chao Ying was somewhat better off, yet the more introverted Dan Shen frequently found herself gazing at the night sky in silence. Observing the dazed expressions of her 2 students, Xian Yi occasionally felt compelled to retrieve Xiao Yan and administer a stern lecture. Yet, she understood that Xiao Yan was not someone she could truly educate, prompting her to frequently visit the Starfall Pavilion to mentor the elder medicinal alchemist instead. If she could not manage the younger, how could she possibly contend with the elder? In other words, Old Medicine has achieved the remarkable feat of breaking through to the semi-saint level over the years. Otherwise, he would likely have succumbed to the relentless pressure of Xian Yi. Indeed, high above in the sky, Xiao Yan observed the 2 uniquely styled girls with flushed, beautiful eyes. With a smile, he clapped his hands while gracefully descending through the space. After 2 years apart, both of you have become 6th-tier alchemists, and even your cultivation has ascended a level. Xiao Yan beamed at the 2 of them. Although the girls' talents in cultivation could not be deemed exceptional, they were nonetheless impressive compared to the most brilliant geniuses of the Duki continent. In the time they had been apart, Chao Ying had already made significant strides, entering the early stages of Dou Huang, while Dan Shun was nearing the pinnacle of Dou Wang. Such talent would barely qualify as commendable within the Xiao clan, especially considering that both of them were merely 17 years old. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Dan Shun and Chao Ying exchanged glances, finally realizing that the figure before them was the rogue they had long yearned for. With this thought, they hesitated no longer and, amidst soft sobs, playfully struck at Xiao Yan's arm. However, the young prince was not one to be easily trifled with. He swiftly grasped their delicate, fair wrists and boldly pulled them into his embrace. Not only has his strength increased, but he has also grown. Enjoying the unique sensation in his arms, Xiao Yan nodded in satisfaction. Just then, Xian Yi, standing nearby, could no longer stifle a gentle cough. Xiao Yan, do you believe it appropriate to tease my disciples in front of me? At the sound of her cough, Chao Ying and Dan Shun both shuddered slightly, quickly flushing as they extricated themselves from Xiao Yan's embrace. Seeing the girl's bashful demeanor, Xiao Yan couldn't help but chuckle softly. He then clasped his hands together in a slight bow towards Xian Yi, saying, "Mistress, it has been a long time." The term mistress finally loosened Xian Yi's previously tense expression, and a gentle smile graced her face as she regarded her juniors. Very well, very well. I shall not intrude upon the youthful merriment of you 2. Enjoy yourselves." With that, she vanished from sight. Once Xian Yi returned to her chamber, the warmth of her smile slowly faded, replaced by the astonished expression she had previously suppressed. How could this be? This young lad had only been away for 2 years. Within such a brief span, even if a Dou Sheng had bestowed enlightenment upon him, such rapid advancement was implausible. If Xiao Yan had merely attained the cultivation level of Dou Zone, Xian Yi would have deemed it entirely reasonable. After all, he was an exceedingly valued genius within the Xiao clan. Even reaching a high-level Dou Zone would only cause her mild astonishment, given that he was a prodigy of the Xiao clan. As one of the 3 titans of the Danta, a figure whose status in the Duki continent is nearly equivalent to that of a Dou Saint. Xian Yi's knowledge and perspective are undoubtedly far superior to those of the mere Lord of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. She has encountered numerous prodigies from ancient races. To achieve the rank of Dou Zone by the age of 18 is indeed a remarkable talent, albeit not entirely unheard of. However, to ascend to Dou Zun at such a tender age is utterly preposterous. Moreover, merely 2 years prior, Xiao Yan was just a Dou Huang. How could he have progressed from Dou Huang to Dou Zun in such a brief span of time? At this moment, A thought suddenly surged within Xian Yi's mind. If he has indeed broken through to the realm of Dou Zun, with his formidable soul power and the assistance of the Xiao clan, could it be that this young man has already stepped into the realm of spiritual enlightenment? Contemplating this, Xian Yi felt as if her heart was gripped by an invisible hand. My heavens, an 8th-tier alchemist under the age of 18? Even the reincarnation of the Medicine Emperor would not possess such extraordinary prowess. What a prodigy! It took her quite some time to calm her racing heart. No wonder the Xiao clan would send 2 semi-saints as guardians. With such a genius, as long as he does not meet an untimely demise, he will undoubtedly become one of the pinnacle existences in this realm, even if he does not ascend to the rank of Dou Di. I can hardly fathom how this young man has cultivated. When I next encounter that old fellow, I shall certainly press him for answers. Xian Yi sighed softly, her mind already devising ways to confront the old alchemist. Meanwhile, in a nearby courtyard, Xiao Yan lounged comfortably in a chair, flanked by 2 lovely companions. Over the course of 2 years, the once troublesome and potentially disastrous Xiao Ying has blossomed into a nearly ripe fruit of beauty, her enchanting allure rivaling that of Kai Lin. You still deign to return? Xiao Ying cast a playful glance at Xiao Yan, her tone nonchalant as she remarked. You have no idea. Some people sit on the eaves every night, lost in thoughts of you. As her words fell, a faint blush appeared on the serene face of Dan Chen beside her. Oh, is that so? Xiao Yan turned to gaze at the blushing Dan Chen, a smile gracing his lips. No, not at all. Dan Chen shyly shook her head, though the fleeting glances in her charming eyes betrayed her. Look at you. Speaking with such uncertainty. With a mischievous grin, Xiao Yan playfully leaned in and planted a kiss on her slightly pale, yet beautiful face. Instantly, Dan Chen's fair complexion turned a bright crimson. You little girl, sigh? Observing Dan Chen's flustered demeanor, Xiao Ying shook her head in exasperation, yet before long, Xiao Yan had also bestowed a playful kiss upon her cheek. Xiao Ying's face flushed slightly, though she displayed considerably more boldness than Dan Chen. Her delicate phoenix eyes shimmered with a spirit of challenge as she gazed at Xiao Yan, excitement evident in her voice. I hope your alchemical skills have not stagnated over the past 2 years. Otherwise, I may soon surpass you, she declared with a hint of anticipation. Given her innate talent, she believed that within a year or 2, she could achieve the rank of 7th-tier alchemist. While she may not possess the extraordinary prowess of Xiao Yan in his early days, she would nonetheless be regarded as a remarkable talent in the illustrious history of the Pill Tower. In due course, she yearned for a contest with Xiao Yan to see who could ascend to 8th tier first. However, Xiao Yan, sensing her enthusiasm, felt reluctant to dampen her spirits. I am currently at the peak of 7th tier. It will be some time before I reach 8th tier, he replied. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ying momentarily hesitated. Then with a slight pout of defiance, remarked, I don't believe it. Clearly, she was somewhat disheartened. If he continued at this pace, wouldn't he have already attained 8th tier by the time she reached 7th tier? That was the dragon spirit pill I just concocted, comparable in difficulty to the royal extreme pill. If you can produce it without a cauldron, I might consider your claims, she pointed out, indicating the pill nestled within the cauldron. In truth, she felt a bit exasperated. A 6th tier pill was indeed a significant accomplishment, even for an ordinary peak 7th tier alchemist, who would still rely on a cauldron for stability, and even then, the risk of failure loomed. I shall not. Xiao Yan shook his head. Unless you agree to serve me tonight. Why should I undertake such laborious work otherwise? Xiao Ying's cheeks flushed a deeper shade upon hearing his words. Yet, true to her nature, she leaned closer to Xiao Yan, her lips parting slightly as she spoke with a hint of allure. If Master Xiao Yan can accomplish that, then serving you is certainly not a problem. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Yan felt an overwhelming urge to take decisive action against her playful provocation. I can too. A timid voice emerged from the side. Turning his head in bewilderment, he saw Dan Chen, her face flushed yet earnest in her gaze. Was that intentional or accidental? Xiao Yan scrutinized her seriously. It was intentional, the young girl confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. Very well, since that is the case, I shall have both of you charming nymphs face justice today. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Xiao Yan summoned the remaining medicinal materials from Xiao Ying. In the next moment, a vibrant flame erupted from his mouth, transforming into a resplendent, multicolored fire lotus that gently burned in midair. Though the temperature radiating from the fire lotus was not particularly high, the 2 adept alchemists recognized the unusual distortion of space above it and understood that this extraordinary fire was anything but ordinary. Why has your extraordinary flame changed color? And its potency seems greatly enhanced. Xiao Ying gasped in astonishment. You might want to contemplate how to serve me well tonight. Xiao Yan replied with a mischievous glint in his eye. Xiao Yan, with a smile, playfully patted her backside. With a mere wave of his hand, 2 serpentine dragons of black and white emerged, gently carrying an array of medicinal herbs. slowly refining them above the fire lotus. Having practiced the 5 rounds of leaving fire technique and the manipulation of flame art, Xiao Yan's mastery over the had reached an extraordinarily formidable level, rivaling even that of the esteemed medicine elder. Where an ordinary alchemist would require at least 7 days to concoct a pill, Xiao Yan completed the process in merely 1 night. As the 2 dragons returned, laden with the essence of the herbs, to the fire lotus, which gradually closed, Xiao Ying's exquisite visage was left in a state of bewilderment, mirrored by the astonishment on Dan Shen's face beside her. Such mastery of fire control was nearing that of their teacher, Xianyi. The following day, as the slanting rays of the sun bathed the courtyard in a captivating orange hue, the fire lotus bud finally began to unfurl. With the enchanting fragrance of the pill wafting through the air, both Chao Ying and Dan Shun were imbued with expressions of admiration. In the present day, even if Xiao Yan claimed to have achieved the rank of an 8th-tier alchemist, the 2 young women would readily believe him. Indeed, Xiao Yan had indeed reached that level. With his current prowess, after a few more years of refinement, he might even approach the stature of the medicine elder. As night fell, the noble son of the Xiao clan found himself in the embrace of fragrant beauties, yet he refrained from taking the next step. To Xiao Yan, it felt as though these 2 had not yet reached that level of intimacy. Thus, despite his restless heart, he chose to maintain his virtue. However, while he could uphold his integrity, it did not imply that Xiao Ying would let him off easily. A seductress is a seductress, despite not crossing that threshold. She employed alternative methods to bring the noble son to his knees. The next day, Xiao Yan hosted a banquet for his former classmates from the Dan Tower Academy. After 2 years apart, some had returned to their respective clans, while others had ascended a tier in their cultivation. With age, their responsibilities had multiplied, yet at the banquet, Xiao Yan once again encountered a young lad, Shihao. The boy who once fed the elders had transformed into a robust youth of 14 or 15. Not only had his alchemical skills seen considerable improvement, but Shihao's cultivation had also soared. In the brief span of 2 years, he had progressed from a Dou master to a Dou spirit. The one aspect that remained unchanged was his insatiable appetite. Even more astonishing was his physique, seemingly nurtured by the heavens themselves. Without the aid of any techniques or martial skills, he could engage in hand-to-hand combat with opponents of equal standing, and even contend against those of higher ranks. This was reminiscent of the supreme battle body from ancient times. Having delved deeply into the mysteries of that era, Xiao Yan finally discerned what set this lad apart. In ancient times, it is rumored that the first generation of the Stone Clan's Battle Emperor was a supreme battle body. The supreme battle body is not a singular type. Rather, each variant is a naturally born combat machine, capable of contending even with the geniuses of ancient races. If all potential were to be fully harnessed, its innate talent and combat prowess could rival the divine bloodlines of ancient races. However, it remains uncertain whether Shihao belongs to the most formidable supreme battle body. Nevertheless, Xiao Yan's current focus lies primarily on his aspiration to attain saintly status. Once he achieves the rank of a battle saint, he may be able to assist Shihao in thoroughly unearthing the might of this supreme battle body. After lingering at the Alchemist Tower for another 3 days, Xiao Yan, amidst the reluctance of Chao Ying and Dan Shun, and the farewells of Shihao and others, once again tore through the spatial wormhole and stepped inside. Chapter 311. The Southwestern Continent, Poison Dragon Sect. The Duki continent sprawls vast and wide, stretching countless miles from north to south. Without the aid of spatial wormholes, even a battle venerable would require innumerable thoughts to traverse the continent by mere flight. Moreover, within it lie countless perilous regions, where even a battle venerable could face the danger of demise. Aside from the prosperous central state and the empire-laden northwestern continent, the resource-rich southeastern continent and the lush northeastern continent are equally immense. However, regardless of any remote continent, none can compare to the southwestern continent, which harbors countless towering mountains. Shrouded in an ineffable mystery, this land, delineated by an array of undulating peaks, conceals myriad secrets of the Duki continent, earning the southwestern continent the title of the most intricate and chaotic region. In comparison, the Black Corner domain may only be regarded as a trivial corner. Dark clouds are swept up by the raging winds, and torrents of rain pour down upon the dense forests as if they were free-flowing. As a bolt of lightning cleaves the sky, a ripple stirs in the depths of the rainforest. Subsequently, a spatial passage, approximately a zhang in width, mysteriously materializes in the sky. As this passage appears, a young man clad in black emerges, followed by 2 middle-aged men, also dressed in black. One is robust and imposing, while the other is slightly smaller but bears the insignia of a 5th-grade alchemist on his chest. These 2 are none other than the city lord of Black Seal and the 5th-grade alchemist, Liao Du, who have long coveted the relics of the poison saint. As for the young man in front, who could it be but Xiao Yan? Is this truly the southwestern continent? Observing the boundless expanse of the mountainous rainforest before him, a look of curiosity graces Xiao Yan's face. An invisible layer of Duqi envelopes him like a delicate membrane, shielding him from the deluge, no matter how torrential. As his spiritual force gently sweeps across a 100-mile radius, astonishment fills his gaze. Indeed, this is the southwestern continent. Within a radius of merely 100 miles, Xiao Yan sensed the lurking presence of hundreds of magical beasts. If that were all, it would be bearable. However, he discerned that nearly half of these creatures possessed some toxic attributes. What astonished Xiao Yan even more was the astonishing complexity and diversity of the myriad insects and creatures inhabiting this woodland, many of which were also imbued with venom. No wonder it is said that the southwest continent is a sanctuary for poison masters. The sheer number of toxic insects in this wondrous realm is truly remarkable. With a faint sigh, Xiao Yan mused that had this journey not been fraught with peril, he would have gladly brought the little medicine fairy along. As he contemplated this, a scene unfolded in his mind through the power of his soul, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. To his surprise, upon arriving at the southwest continent, he encountered such turmoil. This land is indeed chaotic. A faint smile played at the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth as he soared towards a particular direction. Behind him, the Black Seal City Lord and Liao Du exchanged glances before hastily following suit. The three figures transformed into streaks of light, slicing through the rain, and moments later, they descended upon a mountain stronghold. This stronghold, nestled against the mountainside, was home to a considerable population. This is a defining characteristic of the southwest continent. Due to the abundance of forests, most residents reside in tribes perched on the hillsides, forming power structures centered around familial clans. In such terrain, locating an open expanse to establish a city demands formidable strength. Any force capable of founding a city in the southwest continent must be backed by at least one Dou Huang-level powerhouse. Hurry up and deliver this month's venom, otherwise, I shall slaughter your tribe. In the stronghold, a troop mounted on enormous toads impatiently regarded the kneeling villagers before them. My lord, we have truly only managed to gather this much poison this month. The demands from the upper sect have been relentless these past 2 years. We have exerted every effort to collect it. The torrential rain pelted the ground, creating numerous puddles, as a group of villagers, drenched like drowned rats, knelt in the muddy earth. You insolent fools, if you cannot provide the poison, then pay with your lives. The middle-aged man at the forefront bellowed, striking the village chief with a resounding slap that sent him sprawling. This man possessed the cultivation of Dou Ling, while the village chief, merely a Dou Shi, stood no chance against him. These scoundrels of the Poison Dragon sect are truly overstepping their bounds. Upon witnessing the village chief being struck down, the villagers' faces contorted with sorrow and anger, yet none dared to rise in defiance. The strongest individual in this village was at best a peak Dou Shi, leaving them virtually powerless against the Dou Ling expert. Go, capture 10 young and beautiful ones to take back for the enjoyment of the sect elders. The leader of the Poison Dragon sect's team let out a sinister chuckle, and his subordinates laughed even more heartily. With the elders having exhausted their use, it was now their turn to indulge. At this thought, the disciples gleefully leaped down from the toad. In stark contrast to their wanton malevolence, the faces of the villagers were filled with despair, and the beautiful women displayed expressions of sheer terror. Sometimes, lacking sufficient strength, beauty may not be a blessing. Stop! A furious shout erupted from the crowd, followed by a young boy stepping forward. Do you not fear retribution for your actions? Don't say anything, dog boy, don't. A middle-aged man beside the youth tugged at his sleeve. You are the hope of our village. As long as you survive, we still have hope. Yet, his words failed to quell the anger radiating from the boy, who continued to glare coldly at the members of the Poison Dragon sect. This was the fervor of youth. Though aware of the dangers, he still dared to step forward. Ironically, such boldness would later be deemed impulsive in adulthood. Retribution? The middle-aged man scoffed, a hint of disbelief crossing his face. A 16-year-old fighter? I never expected such a prodigy to emerge from this humble Wushan village. It's fortunate you stepped forward, otherwise, once you become a Dou Wang-level powerhouse, you could truly become a threat to my Poison Dragon sect. As for retribution, who fears the consequences of wrongdoing? Since I dare to commit evil, I am fully aware of the potential repercussions. In these vast southern mountains, which powerful figure does not have blood on their hands? However, since I have discovered you today, I must eliminate you first to prevent you from becoming my retribution in the future. With a menacing grin, the middle-aged man brandished a massive machete and advanced towards the boy. The prospect of claiming the soul of a genius beneath his blade was a delightful thought. As he approached, the boy's face turned pale with a mixture of fear and anger. Only when faced with the threat of death did he truly grasp the enormity of the danger. Well said. Just then, a round of applause echoed behind the man, causing him to tense and turn. Behind him, 3 figures clad in black had appeared out of nowhere, led by a youth who was not much older than the boy. Although he sensed no aura from the young man, the absence of any trace of rain on his attire immediately put him on high alert. The presence of Liao Dou, a 5th-grade alchemist, standing behind Xiao Yan made his pupils constrict. Even through the rain, the emblem was striking. "Esteemed sir, I am a member of the Poison Dragon Sect. May I inquire as to your purpose for being here?" The middle-aged man swallowed hard, instinctively invoking his backing. "Poison Dragon Sect?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan furrowed his brows slightly and turned to Liao Dou behind him, inquiring, "Are you familiar with this force?" "Understood." Liao Dou respectfully nodded and said, "My lord." The Poison Dragon Sect is a second-rate faction in the southwest continent, with its ancestral figure being a Dou Zone powerhouse. It is also said that within this sect resides an ancient venomous serpent, a 7th-tier magical beast. Is that so? Xiao Yan's eyes gleamed with intrigue. It just so happens that reviving the revered heavenly fire requires the flesh of a Dou Zone strongman. I had been too preoccupied to gather what I needed. But upon arriving in the southwest continent, it seems the body of that specter, UMO, has already been prepared for me. This Poison Dragon Sect must have quite a notorious reputation, I presume? Xiao Yan cast a glance at Liao Dou. The Poison Dragon Sect is an affiliate of the Holy Demon Sect, which ranks among the foremost demonic forces on the southwestern continent. To describe this sect as notorious would be an understatement. Liao Dou obediently stated, yet his countenance bore a hint of gravity as he remarked, "My lord, although the Holy Demon Sect is rife with malevolence, its power is indeed formidable, positioning it as one of the strongest sects beneath the Gu Saint Sect." The strongest sects beneath the Gu Saint Sect? Xiao Yan stroked his chin, a flicker of interest gracing his countenance. This indicated that within the ranks of the Demon Saint Sect, no formidable fighters of the Dou Shen caliber resided. If that were indeed the case, it would serve as a suitable opportunity for him to hone his skills. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan regarded the middle-aged man with a glimmer of appreciation. "You are quite remarkable. In my time away, you are the first to possess the awareness of wrongdoing." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, a hint of joy illuminated the middle-aged man's face as he hastily bowed, saying, "Thank you for your kind words, my lord. If you do not find these villagers beneath you, please feel free to select the 2 most beautiful among them for your enjoyment." "No need." Xiao Yan replied with a smile, shaking his head gently. "What I mean is, since you have attained such awareness, when retribution arrives, you should not be surprised, correct?" At this, the middle-aged man's pupils constricted slightly, his body tensing instantaneously, just as he prepared to raise his large blade. The perceptive lord of Black Seal City stepped forward with alacrity. In the next moment, his hand struck the middle-aged man's head with a speed akin to lightning, resulting in the instant obliteration of a Dou Ling expert's skull. The splattered blood was expertly contained by the Lord of Black Seal's Dou Qi, not allowing a single drop to breach the 3 feet in front of Xiao Yan. The rain washed away the blood, rapidly mingling it with the surrounding mud, leaving all present astonished, gazing incredulously at the trio. A figure they deemed a significant powerhouse, a Dou Ling expert, had been effortlessly dispatched, deprived of any chance to struggle. Who exactly were these 3 formidable beings, particularly the young man among them? With this realization, the villagers' faces were etched with reverence, while the disciples of the Poison Dragon Sect were now engulfed in sheer terror. The actions of the Lord of Black Seal City have made it evident that he intends to strike with lethal force. The leaders, devoid of any means to resist, find themselves bereft of even the slightest chance to flee. "My lord, these individuals have made a gesture across their throats toward Xiao Yan." "Indeed." Xiao Yan nodded with a smile, recognizing that the Lord of Black Seal City, seasoned in the ways of the world, possessed remarkable skills in reading the room. Were it not for the multitude of formidable allies at Xiao Yan's command, he might have considered taking him on as a subordinate. Upon receiving Xiao Yan's nod, the Lord of Black Seal City let out a cold smirk, then transformed into a shadowy figure, darting through the encampment with remarkable agility. In a mere 5 breaths, he returned to Xiao Yan's side, his right hand stained with blood, yet his body bore no other trace of his actions. After completing his task, he nonchalantly cleansed the blood with his and silently resumed his position behind Xiao Yan, as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential errand. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Poison Dragon Sect, once boasting and instilling despair in the villagers of Wushan Village, now lay scattered as mere lifeless corpses, their brains reduced to pulp. "Thank you, my lord." Moments later, a group of dazed villagers finally regained their senses and began to bow before Xiao Yan. "Do not stand on ceremony," Xiao Yan remarked with a faint smile, waving his sleeve, causing them to rise once more. He was not inherently virtuous, and thus found resonance with the words of the middle-aged man. Those who commit malevolent acts must be prepared to face retribution. However, his malevolence was not born of sheer malice. When he lacked the power to intervene, he might choose silence. When capable but not overwhelmingly strong, he would weigh the pros and cons or observe with a dispassionate gaze. Now, however, he possessed the strength to crush his adversaries. The decision of life or death rested solely on a mere thought. The disciples of the Poison Dragon sect, due to their considerable superiority over these villagers, could plunder at will, and Xiao Yan, far surpassing them in strength, could extinguish their lives merely out of disdain. Having prepared to devour, one must also be ready to be devoured. Lord, save us. Lord, please. As the villagers grasped their fortunate escape from calamity, the old village chief, whose face was swollen from blows, wept as he approached Xiao Yan. My lord, you have slain so many from the Poison Dragon sect. If you leave now, our village will surely be razed to the ground by them. The old chief had been held by the Lord of Black Seal City not far from Xiao Yan, but his cries cast a pall over the previously jubilant villagers. Understood, Xiao Yan responded with a measured nod, then declared, rest assured. The Poison Dragon sect shall no longer exist on the southwest continent. With that, he soared into the sky alongside the Lord of Black Seal City and Liao Du, leaving the villagers in a state of bewilderment. This was the true essence of strength. As he beheld the dark-clad figure traversing the rain-soaked sky, a flame of ambition ignited in the eyes of a young boy named Go-Wa. Chapter 312. The Resurrection of the Celestial Fire Sovereign. The Poison Dragon sect, nestled atop the grandest peak within 1,000 miles, is said to be home to a venomous serpent with the bloodline of an ancient dragon. When this serpent is provoked, even formidable Dozong experts are compelled to retreat. Beyond the notoriety of this serpent, the sect is also presided over by a human poison master known as the Poison Dragon Taoist, a former disciple of the Holy Demon sect. He arrived at Poison Dragon Mountain possessing the strength of a Dou Huan. After establishing the Poison Dragon sect, leveraging the influence of the Holy Demon sect and the might of the serpent, he swiftly dominated hundreds of mountain ranges within mere decades. Consequently, the Poison Dragon sect emerged as the sovereign of the surrounding area. In its early days, the sect primarily focused on collecting toxic substances and venoms to aid the Poison Dragon Taoist and the serpent in their cultivation. However, as the Poison Dragon Taoist ascended to the realm of Dozong, the sect's power intensified once more. Yet, as the saying goes, a crooked beam leads to a warped roof. The upper echelons of the Poison Dragon sect were far from virtuous, resulting in their disciples engaging in nefarious acts, causing immense suffering to the nearby tribes and villages over the years. Such occurrences, however, are all too common in the isolated and tumultuous regions of the southwest continent, where law and compassion are seldom upheld. In this chaotic domain, brute strength reigns supreme over all principles, especially within the territory of the Holy Demon sect, where bloodshed and malevolence seem to be the prevailing themes. Yet, as the middle-aged man aptly remarked, those who engage in wickedness must inevitably confront their retribution. When a spatial fluctuation manifested in the skies near Poison Dragon Mountain, the once hopeful Poison Dragon sect was greeted with its impending despair. Is this truly the Poison Dragon sect? As the spatial rift appeared, Xiao Yan's tall figure emerged with deliberate grace. At the foot of Poison Dragon Mountain lies a city of considerable size. Only powers of this caliber are entitled to establish such settlements in the southwest continent. However, even within this city, Xiao Yan sensed no semblance of peace or tranquility. Instead, an aura of violence and oppression permeated the atmosphere. This southwest continent is even more terrifying than I had imagined. Xiao Yan's brow furrowed. In the northwest continent, even in the chaotic Black Corner region, one would not dare to engage in battle within a city. For what value would such a settlement hold otherwise? Yet, the southwest continent is a stark contrast. I can only hope that not the entirety of the southwest is thus. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes as he unleashed his formidable soul power, enveloping the entirety of the Poison Dragon sect. However, as his soul energy scanned the area, a series of repugnant scenes bizarrely unfolded in his mind. Slaughter, bloodshed, and silver torrents merely represent the most ordinary scenes in this place. Xiao Yan even beheld a pool of venomous liquid, wherein lay several human figures, their bodies immersed to the point of turning a ghastly shade of purple. These individuals were thoroughly saturated with poison, clinging to the faintest breath of life. A clear indication of an exceedingly dreadful secret technique. Those who had been refined by this pool of toxic water could scarcely imagine the grim fate that awaited them. This locale resembled a veritable hell on earth. Visions of torment flooded Xiao Yan's mind, evoking memories of the once bloodied Spring God City. In comparison to the massacre that had ravaged Spring God City, the Poison Dragon sect was hardly a sanctuary. The palpable resentment and sins here were on the verge of taking form. In Xiao Yan's previous understanding, such a scenario was almost inconceivable. After all, the resentment of one or two individuals would dissipate with the passing of their masters. even if a trace of stubborn bitterness lingered. It would ultimately fade into the ether over time. Yet, the resentment within the Poison Dragon sect had, over the years, nearly coalesced into a tangible essence, leaving one to ponder the multitude of souls that had suffered and perished here. Such a den of chaos and sin held no justification for existence. Gazing down upon the guilt-ridden Poison Dragon sect, Xiao Yan let out a cold snort. In the next moment, a massive hand of flame, stretching over 100 feet, materialized above the sect. The scorching heat emanating from the fiery appendage caused the very fabric of space to quiver, and mere moments after its appearance, an elderly man clad in a colorful robe soared forth from the depths of the mountain. Alongside him, a formidable figure with 2 prominent horns also emerged, followed closely by over 10 silhouettes from within the Poison Dragon sect. These individuals were all powerful figures above the Dou Wang level, representing the true elite of the sect. Yet now they appeared uniformly alarmed. "Senior, I am the Poison Dragon Taoist. Pray tell, what grievance does our Poison Dragon sect hold against you?" "I am willing to offer my sincerest apologies," the Poison Dragon Taoist stammered, his expression twitching at the sight of the colossal hand. Recognizing that his adversary was a Dou Zun-level powerhouse, despite having the backing of a formidable force like the Sacred Demon Sect, a Dou Zun was ultimately one of the most supreme beings in the Southwest continent, an entity far beyond his capacity to provoke. "You have not offended me," Xiao Yan replied, a particularly cold smile creeping upon his lips as he observed the awe-stricken faces of the Poison Dragon sect members. "It is merely that I find you all distasteful. Today, your sect is doomed. I, the young master, shall bring about its annihilation." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the expressions of the Poison Dragon sect members shifted drastically. They had previously anticipated various motives behind Xiao Yan's arrival, even contemplating numerous means to defuse the situation. Yet, they could never have fathomed that he harbored the simplest yet most intractable justification for his actions, with a Dou Zun seeking conflict. How could they possibly hope to escape unscathed? As this thought crossed his mind, the leader of the Poison Dragon sect, the Poison Dragon Taoist, slowly opened his mouth with a grim demeanor. "Do not presume that our Poison Dragon sect possesses only this level of strength. Surely you are aware that we are backed by the Holy Demon sect? Furthermore, the individual behind me, Brother Poison Dragon, is also a formidable force among the Evil Dragon clan. Behind these 2 factions stand not just one, but multiple venerable beings." Upon hearing such intimidation, a cold smile deepened on Xiao Yan's face. "Regardless of how many Dou Zun experts you have behind you, even if there exists a Dou Sheng among you, today you shall meet your demise. If you possess the means to treat the lives of others as mere resources, you must also be prepared to become resources for my own ends." With that, he hesitated no longer. The colossal hand of fire in the sky surged downwards with great force towards the many powerful figures of the Poison Dragon sect. "Bastard!" Witnessing Xiao Yan take action without a second thought, the Poison Dragon Taoist cursed angrily, transforming into a streak of light in an attempt to flee. Yet, against the current might of Xiao Yan, how could he hope to resist? Suddenly, a finger from the fiery hand split off, morphing into a dazzling spectrum of colors, swiftly pursuing him with unmatched speed. The Poison Dragon Taoist's expression changed drastically as he hastily summoned his vibrant poisonous Dou Qi for defense. However, this thick layer of Dou Qi proved as fragile as mere parchment before Xiao Yan's extraordinary flames. The fiery brilliance effortlessly pierced through the layers of Dou Qi, maintaining its velocity, and directly penetrated the center of the Poison Dragon Taoist's brow. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fell from the sky, unwilling to accept his fate. The fragment of his escaping soul barely drifted a short distance before being struck again by the fiery brilliance. With a silent scream, the once feared Poison Dragon Taoist perished, leaving no trace behind. Roar! Just as the Poison Dragon Taoist fell, a thunderous roar erupted. In the blink of an eye, a towering figure behind him transformed into a nearly 100-foot-long flower-scaled poison serpent, fleeing into the distance. "A mere serpent dares to escape?" Xiao Yan scoffed. And in the next instant, the fiery hand lunged fiercely toward the poison serpent. The serpent's strength was evidently superior to that of the Poison Dragon Taoist, but alas, it was still merely a 7th-tier magical beast. The fiery hand, moving swifter still, traversed 1,000 feet in the blink of an eye, seizing the poison serpent within its grasp. The once dreaded poison serpent now seemed no more than a slippery eel in Xiao Yan's grip. "Spare me. You cannot kill me. My ancestor of the Evil Dragon clan is a semi-holy powerhouse. If you slay me, you will not have a good end." The flames atop the hand blazed fiercely, inflicting unbearable agony upon the poison serpent, which howled in distress. "A semi-holy? The Evil Dragon clan?" A hint of astonishment flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes. Yet, he showed no hesitation, as his palm clenched in the air, the fiery hand in the sky suddenly constricted tightly. With a series of bone-cracking sounds resonating throughout the heavens and the earth, the once vibrant poison serpent suddenly collapsed, its body going limp. At that moment, the very soul within it was extinguished, consumed by the fallen heart flame, reduced to nothingness. In an instant, two formidable beings, comparable to the Dou Zone level, had perished. The evil dragon clan. Could it be that such a force lurked within the southwestern continent? One could only ponder whether this clan bore any relation to the ancient void dragon lineage. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Xiao Yan's gaze. Yet as his eyes swept over the airborne Dou Wang and Dou Huang, a chill returned to his expression. Compared to the high-ranking members of the Poison Dragon sect, the elders of the Magic Flame Valley could barely be considered virtuous. These individuals had transcended the realm of wickedness, approaching utter moral decay. Suddenly, the fiery hand in the sky morphed once more, transforming into a dozen streams of flame that swiftly returned. "Please spare us, esteemed senior. Have mercy," cried several high-ranking officials of the Poison Dragon sect, but their pleas were cut short, engulfed by the flames. With Xiao Yan's current cultivation and the potency of 5 fused, these Dou Wang and Dou Huang could not endure even a fleeting moment before being reduced to ash. Yet, even after these acts, Xiao Yan showed no sign of cessation. If the Magic Flame Valley represented a band of marauders, then the Poison Dragon sect had devolved into an organization utterly devoid of humanity. Unseen flames surged from Xiao Yan's palm, the fallen heart flame blazing fiercely. Finally, that enormous hand dissipated, had it descended upon them. The Poison Dragon sect would have met its end that day. Surviving this calamity, they breathed a sigh of relief. In a storeroom, a Dou Ling steward had just fastened his trousers when he cast a glance at a tattered woman in the corner, tears streaming down her face, and a flicker of desire ignited within him. Once that powerful figure departs, I shall enjoy you thoroughly. Yet, scarcely had this thought formed in his mind when a sudden heaviness gripped his chest, followed by an agonizing heat igniting within. What was happening? The steward's complexion turned increasingly crimson, his clothing beginning to smolder. Boom. In an instant, his form erupted without a splash of blood, leaving only a cloud of ash swirling in the air. Such scenes unfolded throughout the entirety of the Poison Dragon sect. Even within the city at the foot of Poison Dragon Mountain, numerous individuals suddenly turned red-faced, only to bizarrely explode into a flurry of ash. Among them were those who were not even disciples of the Poison Dragon sect. Their actions had rendered them beyond the scope of humanity in Xiao Yan's eyes. On this day, nearly 90% of the disciples of the Poison Dragon sect were turned to ash, while many others escaped from the ensuing calamity. Within a span of mere days, news of the Poison Dragon sect's annihilation spread across the vast expanse surrounding it. They reveled in laughter, extolling the virtues of the nameless Dou Zun powerhouse. Meanwhile, this very figure had retreated to a secluded mountain range, having expelled the Lord of Black Seal City and Liao due to protect them. It was only then that Xiao Yan waved his hand, and in the next moment, the corpses of the Poison Dragon Taoist and the venomous serpent materialized within the valley. As these two lifeless forms appeared, the spatial ring belonging to the Heavenly Fire Sovereign on Xiao Yan's finger began to tremble gently. A faint smile graced Xiao Yan's lips as a small, obsidian tower manifested in his palm. Soon, the Heavenly Fire Sovereign and the shadowy figure of UMO drifted forth, their faces lighting up with surprise upon beholding the two corpses before them. "Young master, what is this? You two old fellows have accompanied me for so long. It is time for your revival." Xiao Yan's slight smile set the two elders' souls quivering with excitement. Having been deceased for nearly a millennium, they had never anticipated the day they might return to life. Xiao Yan, however, remained relatively composed, as their revival did not directly concern him. Now that he had arrived in the southwest continent, it was advantageous to have two formidable allies by his side. The Lord of Black Seal City, despite possessing keen insight, was simply too weak. In battles against high-level adversaries, even a mere aftershock could spell doom for him. With such thoughts in mind, Xiao Yan gestured, and the corpse of the Poison Dragon Taoist levitated into the air. He opened his mouth and exhaled, enveloping the body in a resplendent, multicolored flame. "Old Yao, lend me a fragment of your soul power." Xiao Yan's expression grew serious as he tossed a pre-prepared yin-yang soul pill to the revered Tianhua. He then commenced the alchemical process. "The young master has arrived," Tianhua exclaimed, his excitement nearly propelling him into action. Yet he managed to maintain his composure and promptly extended a fragment of his soul power to Xiao Yan. Grasping the tendril of soul energy, Xiao Yan's demeanor became increasingly earnest as he instructed, "Consume the yin-yang soul pill, and when I give the signal, you must leap in immediately." Chapter 313, The Holy Demon Sect. Understood, Tianhua nodded eagerly. Then without hesitation, he placed the pill into his mouth. Observing Tianhua's swift ingestion of the pill, Xiao Yan quickly retrieved a jade vial from his spatial ring. With a firm grip, he shattered the vial, and a torrent of blood surged forth. Comprised of the essence he had previously collected from various 7th-tier magical beasts. Although a 7th-tier poisonous serpent lay nearby, its remains were reserved for reviving UMO. Thus Xiao Yan could not extract too much essence from it. Nonetheless, to ensure Tianhua's strength would be restored as swiftly as possible, Xiao Yan acted without reservation, summoning a small vial of purple blood from his spatial ring. After the small vial shattered, a cascade of purple blood floated gently in the air, its energy far more abundant than that of a large mass of 7th-tier beast essence. This essence of purple blood belonged to the 9th-tier beast, the purple sky demon python. Even after a mere rudimentary refinement, its energy remained remarkably potent. With a flick of his finger, Xiao Yan directed the purple blood to merge with the substantial mass of beast essence, which then descended upon the lifeless body. Upon contact, the blood began to corrode the corpse, producing a hissing sound. Yet, both Xiao Yan and the Heavenly Fire Elder maintained their composure. Drawing from their previous experience with Yun Pation, they remained unflustered. As the terrifying heat of the seared the body, the initially disintegrating blood began to amalgamate with the rotting flesh. With the infusion of this essence, the once pallid and decayed flesh regained a semblance of vitality. After roughly the duration of a stick of incense, the eyes of the poison dragon Taoist suddenly sprang open. However, within those eyes, which should have been lifeless, there flickered a spark of life reminiscent of the Heavenly Fire Elder. Now Lao Yao, jump in, Xiao Yan commanded, his voice firm. The Heavenly Fire Elder, who had been waiting patiently, felt a surge of determination upon hearing this and transformed into a flash of light, diving into the corpse. As his soul merged with the lifeless body, a peculiar black-red ripple emanated from his brow, aiding in the gradual fusion of his soul with the physical form. Lao Yao, the rest is up to you. You must endure, Xiao Yan remarked, glancing at the contorted visage of the Heavenly Fire Elder, currently engulfed in the searing flames of. If you fail to withstand this, not only will the resurrection be thwarted, but your soul will also suffer grave injury. The Heavenly Fire Elder remained silent, yet a resolute expression adorned his face. Observing this determination, Xiao Yan refrained from further comments. The Elder's journey from a mere wandering cultivator to the realm of Dou Zong attested to his remarkable talent and willpower. For him, overcoming this challenge was not insurmountable. In this moment, all Xiao Yan could do was adjust the intensity of the, aiming to alleviate some of his suffering. This arduous process continued for 3 full days, during which a formidable aura began to manifest in the canyon, instilling fear in both the Black Seal City Lord and Liao. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with awe as they regarded Xiao Yan. This young master not only possessed formidable strength and a powerful background, but his methods were equally enigmatic. In a mere 3 days, he had gradually facilitated the resurrection of a Dou Zong expert. Moments later, an immense aura surged forth like a torrential flood, sweeping through the valley and the surrounding mountain peaks with remarkable swiftness. In an instant, all living beings within a 100-mile radius trembled in response. With a chilling cackle, the old man proclaimed, "At last, I have returned." His voice erupted from the valley, resonating like thunder from the heavens, causing those already quaking in fear to prostrate themselves upon the ground. Above, a bearded elder hovered in midair, laughing maniacally, his voice shattering the surrounding clouds and causing the very fabric of space to ripple. After a quarter of an hour filled with fervent excitement, the celestial fire sovereign gradually regained his composure. Upon reuniting with Xiao Yan, he clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and bowed deeply. "The grace of your revival, young master, shall be etched in my memory for eternity. Should you require anything, I would willingly face death 1,000 times over." "Do not speak so gravely," Xiao Yan replied with a gentle wave of his hand, a faint smile gracing his features. With the revival of the celestial fire sovereign, Xiao Yan finally had a reliable ally at his side. While not as formidable as the legendary duo of Wen and Wu, he was certainly an improvement over the likes of the Black Seal City Lord, who could hardly triumph over anyone. With the celestial fire sovereign present, Xiao Yan could rest assured that he would not need to intervene against those below the Dou Zun rank. Moreover, in the event of extraordinary circumstances, the celestial fire sovereign might provide Xiao Yan with unexpected assistance. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan's gaze shifted to Umo, who, having witnessed the entire revival process, was even more exhilarated. He had long since abandoned the notion of death, and his resurrection conditions were far more stringent. He required the corpse of a serpent or dragon beast rather than a human body. Thus, his revival would likely prove considerably more challenging than that of the celestial fire sovereign or Yun Pation. Fortunately, Xiao Yan had gathered ample experience, suggesting that his own resurrection would not be excessively arduous. Ignoring Yumo's excitement, Xiao Yan first settled down to meditate for an hour. then reopened his eyes as a yin-yang soul pill was placed into Yu Mo's hands. He slowly turned his gaze toward the corpse of the venomous serpent. The valley maintained a certain tranquility, with only the significant commotion of the celestial fire sovereign's revival disturbing the peace. Meanwhile, outside, considerable turmoil was brewing. Xiao Yan's recent expedition had nearly obliterated the entire Poison Dragon sect, apart from a handful of disciples and some residents in Poison Dragon City. Many had been reduced to ashes by the fallen heart flame. In the aftermath of the Poison Dragon sect's destruction, numerous factions, large and small, within the jurisdiction of the Holy Demon sect were stirred into chaos. Whispers spread about the near-total annihilation of the Poison Dragon sect. Who could possibly possess the audacity to carry out such a ruthless act? Did they not fear the repercussions from the Holy Demon sect? It is rumored that that individual is also a formidable Dou expert. Both the Poison Dragon Taoist and the ancient Poison Dragon fell victim to a single strike, demonstrating the terrifying prowess of a Dou. Yet, what does it matter if one is a Dou? Once targeted by the Holy Demon sect, escape from death becomes nearly impossible. You may not be aware, but this sect has claimed the lives of several Dou experts over the years. Who knows? I only hope that this significant figure does not annihilate the Poison Dragon sect before seeking revenge upon us. It is truly unexpected that in such a place as the Southern Wilderness, there exist individuals who act in the name of so-called justice. Various factions under the Holy Demon sect began to communicate among themselves. Among those who can thrive under this sect's influence, 9 out of 10 are nefarious forces, and the remaining one is hardly virtuous. Upon hearing that the Poison Dragon sect was eradicated by a righteous person, they were filled with trepidation, fearing that the Dou expert might, on a whim, turn their sights upon them as well. Meanwhile, deep within the vast mountains of the southwest continent, far surpassing the Poison Dragon Mountain, faint voices of conversation echoed. Are you all aware of the events surrounding the Poison Dragon sect? An emaciated elder, with sunken eyes, sat at the head of the Grand Hall, surveying the 4 individuals flanking him. The aura emanating from these 4 revealed them to be Dou level experts. While the elder himself was the leader of the Holy Demon sect, an even more powerful Dou. The gathering of 5 Dou level experts underscored the formidable strength of the Holy Demon sect. A demonic sect second only to the Gu Saint sect in the southwest continent, clearly not a mere name without substance. Understood, a robust and muscular man nodded, excitement flickering in his eyes. I wonder which foolhardy Dou dared to cause a ruckus within our territory. It seems we may yet indulge in the flesh and blood of a Dou. At this, a glimmer of anticipation shone in the man's gaze. The Holy Demon sect's techniques were bloody and sinister, and consuming living flesh was trivial for them. The flesh of a Dou represented a significant boon. Hearing the robust man's remarks, the others displayed grim, bloodthirsty smiles. However, the sudden emergence of this Dou expert posed a conundrum. Our network had been unable to ascertain the individual's cultivation level or background. If they were merely a novice Dou, it would be manageable. But if they were a high-level Dou, the situation would become exceedingly complicated. For capturing a high-level Dou demands a considerable price. At that moment, another elder slowly spoke. Though a cruel glimmer flickered in his gaze, he exhibited greater caution. Encountering an unknown high-level Dou could lead to an unpredictable outcome. It remains uncertain who would be the hunter and who would be the hunted. If this individual dares to act after learning of the Holy Demon sect's reputation, they must possess some form of assurance. Within the Sacred Demon sect, although there are 5 formidable Dou warriors, only the sect leader ranks as a high-level Dou, while the others merely possess the strength of 4 stars at most. Moreover, those who attain the high ranks of Dou often find themselves in communication with saint-level experts. If their backing includes a saint, it could spell considerable trouble. While the members exchanged glances, a man clad in blood-red garments slowly spoke. According to intelligence from scouts sent to the Poison Dragon sect, although the strength of the Dou warrior remains undetermined, it is known that he possesses, and seemingly more than one type at that. Upon hearing this, the eyes of several Dou warriors narrowed slightly. A Dou with? That could prove to be quite troublesome. The techniques of the Sacred Demon sect are enigmatic and chilling, typically securing an advantage against ordinary foes. However, when confronted with those who wield, they find themselves at a disadvantage, unable to maintain their usual upper hand, unless one possesses a significant realm superiority. The members of the Sacred Demon sect are particularly averse to engaging with those who command, a being endowed with, indeed, a formidable opponent. After this remark, a burly man furrowed his brow slightly. The moment he heard of the opponents, he lost all desire to engage, unless the sect leader intervenes personally. Even a mere initial level Dou would prove to be exceedingly troublesome. Upon receiving this news, even the sect leader of the Sacred Demon sect displayed a hint of concern. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, The already dim hall suddenly plunged into deeper darkness, as if the very light were being devoured. In the next moment, a peculiar dark figure slowly materialized upon the floor, ultimately transforming into a shadowy silhouette. This figure was composed of an eerie, black mist, with only a pair of blood-red eyes causing a tremor of unease among the Dou Zun experts present. Master, Master. Upon witnessing the dark apparition, all present, including the sect leader, fell to their knees in reverence. Yet another. The shadowy figure paid no heed to their supplications, its blood-red eyes glinting with a chilling malice. Eliminate him, and obliterate his as well. The dark figure snorted coldly before vanishing once more. Once the apparition dissipated, the members of the sacred demon sect collectively exhaled in relief. Since it was the Master's command, this individual must be eliminated without fail. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in the eyes of the sect leader. However, it is imperative to first ascertain the truth of the opponent's strength. Otherwise, a hasty attack may alert them. After a moment of contemplation, he turned his gaze toward the man in the blood-red robe. Blood Shadow among us. Your agility is the most elusive and swift. Even if you cannot defeat him, escaping should not pose a challenge. You shall be the first to investigate the situation. Yes, sect leader. The man in the blood robe nodded in acknowledgement, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. Once he departed, the lord of the holy demon sect surveyed the surroundings and spoke in a calm tone. Everything is prepared. Since the master has issued the command, we shall strike once we ascertain the opponent's true strength. 7 days later, the Blood Shadow Sovereign, having conducted a series of investigations, finally discerned the direction of Xiao Yan's concealed valley. This region was eerily silent. However, a smile unexpectedly graced his lips, for within his spiritual perception, a presence was slowly awakening in the distance. The Blood Shadow Sovereign left several traces of blood shadow in the sky and appeared above the valley where Xiao Yan resided. Just as his figure materialized, a formidable and untamed aura rapidly enveloped a 100-mile radius around him. A 3-star Dou Zun. The Blood Shadow Sovereign's eyes narrowed slightly. And just then, a fire attribute energy attack tore through space toward him. Another 3-star Dou Zun. The Blood Shadow Sovereign's expression shifted. Although he was merely a 2-star Dou Zun, he possessed the ability to flee even from an invisible Dou Zun. With a swift movement, he evaded the attack. Could this person be the powerful wielder of? As he gazed in the direction of the attack, he was met with the cold stare of an old man with a white beard. It was not him. The wielder of was said to be a young man. Suddenly, the Blood Shadow Sovereign felt a shiver run down his spine. The first presence he sensed was undeniably that of a magical beast, while the second was emanating from the white-bearded Dou Zun before him. If that were the case, then from where did this young wielder of emerge? When had 3 such mysterious Dou Zun experts suddenly appeared in the southwestern continent? While he contemplated this, he noticed the old man flying toward him, with a rugged-looking middle-aged man following closely behind. This is bad. Just as the Blood Shadow Sovereign contemplated changing direction to flee, he saw a young man clad in black step forth from the void. Since you're here, why the hurry to leave? The young man in black said with a grin. Upon seeing this black-clad youth, the Blood Shadow Sovereign's expression changed once more. The aura emanating from this young man also reached the level of a 2-star Dou Zun. Thus, within this small valley, 3 Dou Zun experts had inexplicably appeared. When had so many Dou Zun experts suddenly manifested in the southwestern continent? Gazing at the 3 before him, the Blood Shadow Sovereign swallowed hard. In any location, a Dou Zun expert was a rare gem. The presence of even one could establish a premier force. The sudden emergence of 3 Dou Zun experts could swiftly forge a new top-tier power overnight. My dear friend, I chanced upon the resurgence of a formidable aura in this place and, curious, came to investigate, harboring no ill intentions. The Blood Shadow Sovereign gazed at the young man clad in black before him, a look of apology gracing his features. Upon beholding Xiao Yan, he was certain that this black-clad youth was indeed the mastermind behind the eradication of the Poison Dragon sect. Had the opponent merely been a trifling second-tier Dou Zun, he would not have claimed he could easily subdue him, yet he would have felt confident in his own freedom of movement. However, when encircled by 3 Dou Zun experts, he felt a surge of trepidation. Who could predict if any among them possessed means to counter him? Yet, in response to his smile, Xiao Yan merely returned a faint grin before slowly articulating, I have annihilated the Poison Dragon sect under your holy demon sect. Are you not here for revenge? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the once amiable visage of the Blood Shadow Sovereign momentarily froze, yet he harbored no intent to engage in combat. To confront 3 adversaries alone would not favor him. Contemplating this, the Blood Shadow Sovereign resolved that retreat was the wisest strategy. He would return to the holy demon sect, rally the 5 revered ones, and then deal with these individuals at his leisure. I never expected you to be aware of the relationship between the Poison Dragon Sect and my Holy Demon Sect, he said with a forced chuckle. The Poison Dragon Sect, lacking in discernment, dared to provoke you, a second-rate force, and thus deserved its fate. We would never jeopardize our standing over such a trivial sect. Xiao Yan, however, merely smirked at the Blood Shadow Sovereign's recognition of the situation. Do you know why the Poison Dragon Sect incurred my wrath? How could I possibly know? The Blood Shadow Sovereign cursed inwardly, though his face maintained a smile. I am unaware. In truth, they had committed no grave transgressions. Xiao Yan, still smiling, replied. I simply found them displeasing. What sort of devilish reasoning is that? The Blood Shadow Sovereign, momentarily taken aback, felt a surge of indignation. His own sect demanded justification for any conflict initiated, yet this individual had so flippantly eradicated an entire sect on the basis of mere annoyance. It was utterly preposterous. Who, then, was the true villain? Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Yan preempted him, stating, Today, I find your appearance rather displeasing as well. You. The Blood Shadow Sovereign was enraged. He was accustomed to dominating others, yet today, someone dared to confront him. Since you are aware of my affiliation with the Holy Demon Sect, do you not grasp the extent of our power? He retorted darkly. I concede that the 3 Dou experts are indeed formidable, yet over the years, many Dou have perished at the hands of my Holy Demon Sect, far more than just 3. That is a valid point, Xiao Yan replied with a slight smile. Thus, it is imperative that I keep you here to diminish a portion of the Holy Demon Sect's strength. The Blood Shadow Sovereign's expression shifted once more. Moreover, the martial arts you possess exude a familiar essence. The once jovial gaze of Xiao Yan turned icy in an instant. This must be the aura of the extraterrestrial malevolence. Upon hearing this, the expression of the Blood Shadow Sovereign underwent a dramatic transformation. Previously, no matter how Xiao Yan threatened him, he remained indifferent, believing he could always escape even if he faltered in combat. However, upon the utterance of Xiao Yan's words, the Blood Shadow Sovereign could no longer maintain his composure. How do you know? Who exactly are you? The Blood Shadow Sovereign gazed at Xiao Yan in disbelief, for this was a fundamental secret of the Holy Demon Sect. How could the opponent be privy to it? Who am I? Merely someone intent on eliminating you. Xiao Yan let out a cold chuckle and with a swift gesture commanded. Charge forth, eliminate him. With a snap of his fingers, the spectators, the Heavenly Fire Sovereign, and the Spectral Ink erupted into sinister laughter, their eyes glinting with malevolence as they regarded the Blood Shadow Sovereign. I concede that I am no match for you, yet should I desire to flee, I doubt you could pursue me effectively. Observing that the opposition had commenced their attack, the Blood Shadow Sovereign hesitated no longer. With a flick of his movement, he transformed into a streak of crimson light, darting toward the distant horizon. Caw, 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 seeking to escape? The resurrected Heavenly Fire Sovereign sneered, forming a seal with his hands. Spatial confinement. In the blink of an eye, the very space enveloped by the Heavenly Fire Sovereign's spiritual power became instantaneously frozen. The once swift figure of the Blood Shadow Sovereign slowed considerably, turning back with an expression of disbelief toward the Heavenly Fire Sovereign. How could your mastery of spatial power be so adept? Caw, caw, caw. That is none of your concern. The Heavenly Fire Sovereign smiled slightly and quickly closed the distance. In his prime, he had been merely a step away from becoming a high-ranking Dou, though his current strength had only recovered to that of a 3-star Dou. His proficiency in manipulating space surpassed even that of a 4-star Dou. As the Heavenly Fire Sovereign approached, the Blood Shadow Sovereign's countenance shifted, and with a wave of his hand, he conjured a massive blood-red handprint nearly 100 feet wide, aimed at the Heavenly Fire Sovereign. A bloody handprint. Do you dare to embarrass yourself before me with such trivial techniques? The Heavenly Fire Sovereign scoffed, responding with an even larger handprint. Let us see the might of my Heavenly Fire handprint. The two colossal hands collided, unleashing a terrifying tempest that caused even the previously solidified space to quiver. At that moment, a shadow materialized behind the Blood Shadow Sovereign, its palm cloaked in a sinister, pitch-black energy that morphed into claws, viciously slashing toward him. Cold sweat cascaded down the Blood Shadow Sovereign's brow as he hastily summoned his Dou Qi to counter the strike, but the urgency rendered his response inadequate, leaving him pale and shaken. This is dire. These two adversaries possess strength that surpasses my own by a considerable margin. Engaging them head-on would surely spell my doom. In the heart of the Blood Shadow Sovereign, a tremor coursed through him, compelling an immediate resolution. With a swift transformation of hand seals, layers of crimson flames enveloped his form, and in the next moment, he transformed into a streak of blood light, darting into the distance. This time, however, his speed surged to a remarkable tenfold increase, rendering even the spatial confinement of the Flame's Sovereign as a mere whisper of an obstruction. This is dire. This fellow possesses an escape technique. The expression of the flame sovereign shifted. If he allowed this individual to flee, it would be a disgrace, as it marked his first display of power before Xiao Yan. Yet, such escape techniques were exceedingly rare, demanding a sacrifice of one's own essence. Their efficacy was so profound that even at his peak, he would have to exert himself fully to pursue, let alone in his current state. In the midst of his musings, Xiao Yan, witnessing this scene from afar, revealed a hint of amusement in his gaze. The speed of this escape technique was indeed impressive. With a slight smile, he summoned arcs of silver lightning, vanishing in an instant. A slender bolt of lightning abruptly illuminated the sky, and Xiao Yan appeared before the Blood Shadow Sovereign. How is this possible? You cannot be faster than me. The Blood Shadow Sovereign, who had just begun to feel a sense of survival, was confronted by the sudden appearance of the young man in black. Even if you were swifter, in the state of employing an escape technique, my strength should compel even a 3-star Dou Zun to retreat. How could a 2-star Dou Zun like you obstruct my path? With a sinister grin, the Blood Shadow Sovereign unleashed a ferocious blood-red palm strike towards Xiao Yan. In his estimation, even if he could not vanquish Xiao Yan with this attack, inflicting injury was an assured outcome. Yet, in the next instant, he beheld Xiao Yan's right leg soaring high, transforming into a whip-like strike aimed at him. Overestimating yourself. The Blood Shadow Sovereign scoffed, only to see vibrant, multicolored flames igniting around his leg, surging through the blood palm strike. As two 2-star Dou Zun clashed, the moment Xiao Yan's leg made contact with the Blood Shadow Sovereign's hand, the latter's expression shifted dramatically. A wave of excruciating pain surged through his right arm, and the once speedy body was swiftly propelled back to the center of the battlefield. This is impossible. We are both 2-star Dou Zun. How could he be this formidable? The Blood Shadow Sovereign coughed up blood, his right arm slightly deformed, having been shattered by the kick, while Xiao Yan remained unfazed. Despite being of the same rank, the sheer terrifying force of that kick surpassed what even a typical 3-star Dou Zun could muster. The depth of this individual's Dou Qi was unprecedented within the same realm, and it seemed as though a tremendous power dwelled within his very flesh. Realizing this, the Blood Shadow Sovereign found no time to ponder the reasons behind Xiao Yan's overwhelming strength. He could only acknowledge that despite being equal in rank, his most prized speed paled in comparison to that of the young man before him. This filled him with a profound sense of despair. He was no match for the young man in black alone, let alone with 2 formidable 3-star Dou Zun backing him. Don't look at me, keep attacking him. Xiao Yan glanced at the Elder of Heavenly Fire and UMO, both of whom quickly regained their composure. Shame etched on their faces as they unleashed their lethal techniques in unison. Should the Blood Shadow Sovereign manage to escape once more, they would have no face left to continue following Xiao Yan. With this thought in mind, the Elder of Heavenly Fire and UMO intensified their assaults, each strike a high-level Earth-tier Dou technique, causing the already injured Blood Shadow Sovereign to become increasingly flustered. Yet, no matter how he struggled, the relentless assault from 2 significantly stronger opponents proved utterly futile. Even when he attempted to activate a secret technique to flee, the Elder of Heavenly Fire ensnared him within the 5-wheel leaving fire array. You are going too far, the Blood Shadow Sovereign roared, his eyes blood-red and his demeanor frantic. If you kill me, are you not afraid of retribution from the Sacred Demon Sect? Retribution? What level of the Sacred Demon Sect dares to retaliate against us? UMO cackled, landing another blow that caused the Blood Shadow Sovereign to spit blood. You think a mere high-level Dou Zun can frolic freely? Upon hearing this, the Blood Shadow Sovereign finally comprehended the audacity of the trio before him. In our Sacred Demon Sect, a demon saint lies concealed. If you slay me, he will not spare you. Realizing that invoking the name of the sect leader was ineffective, he resorted to invoking the fearsome reputation of the demon saint. Upon hearing those 2 words, the expressions of the Elder of Heavenly Fire and UMO subtly shifted, their gazes instinctively darting towards Xiao Yan. A demon saint, you say? Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened slightly. Indeed, it appeared that the Sacred Demon Sect harbored a being comparable to a saint-level otherworldly demon. However, with this revelation, the need to eliminate him became even more pressing. With a cold smirk, Xiao Yan raised his hand and commanded, "Kill him, but leave the body intact. A Dou Zun's corpse is quite valuable, after all." Ever since the expedition to Spring God City, Xiao Yan harbored an intense loathing for those otherworldly demons. Not only would he deal with the Blood Shadow Sovereign, but in due time, he would also seek to slay that demon saint once he grew stronger. It was a pity that the esteemed heir of the Xiao clan now regarded a mere Dou Zun's corpse as a coveted prize. Upon receiving Xiao Yan's directive, the Elder of Heavenly Fire and UMO executed their strikes with even greater ferocity, causing the Blood Shadow Sovereign to spew blood incessantly. You would not even spare my corpse. The Blood Shadow Sovereign bellowed in rage, sorrow and fury mingling in his expression. In the past, He had treated others as mere resources for cultivation, yet now he found himself targeted, with even his corpse deemed worthy of pursuit. Who truly embodies the path of darkness here? I would rather die than allow you to profit from my demise, he roared. His face flushed with anger as terrifying energy surged from within him. However, before he could initiate self-detonation, a gnarled hand, stained with blood, pierced through his chest. Ha ha ha, you think you can self-destruct? How naive. The Lord of Celestial Fire emitted a devilish laugh, followed by the crushing of his heart. In the next moment, a dark, scaled hand struck the head of the Blood Shadow Lord, ensnaring his soul with an unusual, sinister force, extracting it from his being. Although the Yomi Python clan does not possess the soul techniques of the Soul clan, they inherently hold certain restraining powers over ordinary souls. At this moment, the lifeless Blood Shadow Lord was utterly defenseless, his soul being forcibly drawn out. Young master, we have eliminated this foe. After vanquishing the Blood Shadow Lord, the Lord of Celestial Fire and Yumo flew before Xiao Yan. Well done. Xiao Yan smiled faintly. I am humbled, truly humbled. The Lord of Celestial Fire replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Had it not been for the young master's intervention, we would have been unable to capture him. It matters not, as long as we have apprehended him. With a smile, Xiao Yan tossed the corpse of the Blood Shadow Lord into his spatial ring, simultaneously sending the soul into the Hall of Souls. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the Grand Hall of the Holy Demon Sect, an oil lamp that had been burning brightly flickered violently before suddenly diminishing. Moments later, the flame extinguished, leaving 4 powerful Dou Zun members within the hall with drastically changed expressions. Blood Shadow is dead. How is that possible? Blood Shadow's speed is unparalleled. Among us, only the Sect Master could have caught him. The demise of the Blood Shadow Lord plunged the high-ranking members of the Holy Demon Sect into a brief silence. After all, in their minds, even if Blood Shadow were not a match for that Dou Zun powerhouse, it should have been no problem for him to escape. In other words, even if he could not flee, he could at least invoke the name of the Holy Demon Sect, and surely that would afford him some measure of protection. However, to their astonishment, the Dou Zun powerhouse showed no regard for their sect's reputation, effortlessly killing a respected lord. The realization darkened their expressions. It felt as though they were being slapped across the face by the very situation itself. Given the opponent's strength, it seemed that only their sect master could stand a chance against such a formidable foe. After all, the fact that Blood Shadow could not escape indicated that the opponent's power was likely not far from that of a high-level Dou Zun. Sect Master, what should we do next? A lean elder squinted, directing his gaze at the sect master of the Holy Demon Sect. What to do? The sect master's face was grim. He yearned to rush forth and slay Xiao Yan, but he had no clear understanding of the opponent's strength. If he acted rashly and failed, it would be a tremendous disgrace, and it would leave the Holy Demon Sect with a powerful adversary. Just as the sect master was lost in thought, a chilling, malevolent voice echoed once more throughout the Grand Hall. Go and kill him. It is imperative that he must be slain. All of you go, everyone. Upon hearing this command, a tremor passed through the bodies of all present, who then promptly bowed in unison towards a singular direction. Yes, master. Young master, where shall we venture next? In the vast expanse of the valley, the esteemed Lord of Heavenly Fire and UMO stood beside Xiao Yan, resembling 2 formidable guardians. While they may not possess the power to confront anyone as the dual saints of literature and martial arts could, they were nonetheless 2 venerable Dou Zun masters. In the absence of higher-ranking Dou Zun, or even semi-saints, they were indeed formidable. In stark contrast were the Lord of Black Seal and Liao Du. Ever since the resurrection of the Lord of Heavenly Fire and UMO, their demeanor had become increasingly humble and cautious. Previously, they served only Xiao Yan. Now, they found themselves attending to 3 individuals. Although they were all mere subordinates, a Dou Zun was still a Dou Zun. Nevertheless, they bore no ill will, as the opportunity to serve a Dou Zun master was once a source of pride, and perhaps, on a fortunate day, a few casual words from him could grant them the chance to ascend to Dou Zong. Their next course of action was to seek out the Nether Poison Fire. Xiao Yan's mind stirred slightly. Since reaching the realm of Dou Zun, his progression had not been as rapid as it had been during his days in the Xiao clan. Months had passed since he absorbed the Sea Heart Flame, yet he had yet to break through to the 3-star Dou Zun level. At this stage of cultivation, aside from rare opportunities not commonly found within the Xiao clan, only a unique fire could facilitate his swift advancement. Though the Nether Poison Fire was not ranked highly, it was more than sufficient to help him attain the 3-star Dou Zun level. More importantly, once he absorbed the Nether Poison Fire, his burning technique could genuinely evolve from a quasi-heavenly level to a heavenly level technique. At that juncture, Xiao Yan's combat prowess would ascend to a new echelon. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze towards Liao Du. Since you are aware of the relics of the Nether Poison Saint, lead us there. Yes, young master. Liao Du nodded eagerly. However, when his eyes met those of the Lord of Black Seal, he discerned a shared excitement within their gazes. Although the Nether Poison Saint was a Dou Saint, he had long since passed, and with 3 Dou Zun masters working in concert, navigating through the relics of the Nether Poison Saint should pose no significant challenge. At that moment, even a mere sip from the remnants of that Dou Saint could yield boundless benefits for them. Thus, with Liao Du's enthusiasm, Xiao Yan and his entourage embarked on a brief journey across the southwestern continent. During the nearly half-month trek, they finally encountered the mysteries and wonders of the southwestern lands. Compared to the relatively barren northwestern continent and the bountiful central plains, the myriad mountains of the southwestern region contributed to its enigmatic allure, perhaps due to various historical reasons. Many once mighty figures and clans, after their decline, chose to seclude themselves in the southwestern continent, with numerous powerful beings having perished in this realm. Consequently, many seemingly inconspicuous peaks in the southwestern continent often conceal mysterious spaces, most of which are in a state of disrepair. Yet even a revered Dou Zun would find danger lurking within should they inadvertently wander in. Were it not for possessing a rather commendable map, the journey of the group would have required significantly more effort. Amidst their travels, within a certain enigmatic space nestled among the mountains of the southwestern continent, a grand obsidian palace loomed majestically. It was said that the esteemed descendant of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan, had arrived in the southwestern continent. Within the hall, the Bone Spectre Saint sat before the Soul Palace Master, Soul Wuyo, his aged, skeletal visage illuminated by a glimmer of excitement in his green eyes. Hee. It is rumored that during his travels, he was accompanied by 2 semi-holy warriors. Should they be vanquished, the Xiao clan would surely feel profound anguish. Moreover, it is said that the Soul Bull met its demise because of this young man. With this thought, the green flames in Bone Spectre's eyes grew ever more sinister. This Xiao Yan, however, must not be slain just yet. As Bone Spectre rubbed his hands together in delight, Soul Wuyo, seated across from him, gently shook his head. Master, why is that? Bone Spectre's initially jubilant expression suddenly darkened, and a flicker of anger flashed in his gaze directed at Soul Wuyo. Have you forgotten our clan's 1,000-year blood feud? Of course not, Soul Wuyo replied with a cold laugh, yet his countenance turned grave. The 1,000-year blood feud is but one aspect. The overarching plan spanning a millennium is of paramount importance. Do you not desire the resurrection of our clan leader? Upon hearing the words resurrection of the clan leader, Bone Spectre's vengeful demeanor shifted to one of wild elation and excitement. Are you implying that the clan leader you speak of is at this juncture? The Dou Saint-level powerhouse trembled slightly with anticipation. Only one individual in the extensive history of the Soul Clan could be referred to as clan leader by the 4-star Dou Saint, Soul Wuyo, the Soul Clan leader. The Soul Emperor. A millennium ago, one of the supreme beings of this realm, the undisputed sovereign of the Soul Clan. Indeed, the seed has awakened. It is time to bring the clan leader forth from the heavenly tomb. A faint smile graced Soul Wuyo's lips, further igniting Bone Spectre's fervor. However, the heavenly tomb is a forbidden ground within ancient clans. It would not have been an easy endeavor even at the height of our clan's power to breach it, let alone now, in our diminished state. After a moment of exhilaration, Bone Spectre finally regained his composure, regarding Soul Wuyo with a look of uncertainty. Indeed, given the current strength of my clan, attempting to forcefully breach the tomb of heaven would be akin to chasing phantoms. However, this matter does not require our concern. At this time, it is naturally the responsibility of the lineage of the Saintess. You need only execute the tasks at hand when I call upon you. A faint smile graced the lips of Hun Wui, his countenance bearing an air of mystery. In that case, I shall patiently await the auspicious news from the Hall Master and the Saintess. Upon hearing this, Guyu ceased her inquiries, smiling as she offered a slight bow to Hun Wui before vanishing into thin air. The clan leader is to be resurrected. Our Soul Clan shall rise again. Guyu, now having ascended to the status of a saint, radiated joy akin to that of a child, her aged visage blooming with delight. Shortly after Guyu's disappearance, Hun Wui directed his gaze towards a certain space nearby, his previously cheerful demeanor replaced by a flicker of confusion and dissatisfaction. What connection does the clan leader's resurrection plan have with that young man from the Xiao clan? Hun Shui, you must provide me with an explanation. Why did you prevent me from eliminating him? A chilling laughter resonated from the depths of the space, and soon a woman clad in an exquisite black robe slowly emerged. She possessed a statuesque and voluptuous figure, exuding an air of nobility and sanctity. Despite the passage of millennia, time had left no mark upon her stunning visage. This was a regal beauty, once the saintess of the Soul Clan, Xiao Xiaobei's former lover, Hun Shui. Do you truly believe the Xiao clan cannot locate our concealed realm in this small soul world? As Hun Shui appeared, A cold smile graced her mature and alluring face. The immense aura she emanated seemed even stronger than that of Han Wui. Upon hearing her taunts, Han Wui's expression shifted. That Xiao Yan is a peerless hero capable of defeating even the clan leader, if he truly sought to hunt us down. Do you think this small soul world could offer us concealment? Ignoring Han Wui's displeased countenance, Han Shui continued. Xiao Yan is a descendant highly regarded by Xiao Xian within the Xiao clan. If you were to slay him in the southwest continent, not only would the clan leader's resurrection be jeopardized, but the very legacy of the Soul clan could vanish entirely. Han Wui's expression darkened further. He sought to counter her argument, but found his words to be insufficiently compelling. Indeed, even a figure as formidable as the clan leader had fallen before the enemy's might. Should Xiao Xian be incensed, the remnants of the Soul clan could be effortlessly obliterated. Are you suggesting that all of this was intentionally orchestrated by Xiao Xian? After a moment of contemplation, Han Wui spoke slowly. The machinations of such a figure are beyond our comprehension. Upon hearing this, a hint of perplexity crossed Han Shui's face. Perhaps, allowing the clan leader to resurrect is part of this formidable individual's scheme. At this, Han Wui lapsed into a brief silence before turning his gaze back to Han Shui and inquired, I am curious, with our current meager strength, how can we possibly extract the clan leader from the tomb of heaven? This matter also pertains to the young lad named Xiao Yan. Upon hearing this, Han Shui once again offered a faint smile. So it is that Xiao Yan? Han Wuya was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Miao Miao has already had some interaction with this lad. In due time, I shall devise a means for him to escort Miao Miao into the heavenly tomb. Han Shui smiled lightly, then vanished once more into the fabric of space. After her departure, Han Wuya could only lament. After all, she is the old flame of the esteemed Xiao, yet she has failed to extract anything of value from the Xiao clan. No sooner had he spoken than the once tranquil space abruptly collapsed, a terrifying energy swirling chaotically around him, though it left the surrounding entities unscathed. After a brief pause, a dark fist imprint manifested upon Han Wuya's left eye as he returned to the grand hall. Just then, a voice echoed, I shall break your 3 legs. Han Shui's cold snort resounded, prompting a wry smile from Han Wuya. Has her cultivation truly reached the threshold of the invisible Dou Saint? Half a month later, Xiao Yan and his companions finally arrived at an expansive marshland. Is this the place where you initially discovered the remnants of the Nether Poison Saint? Xiao Yan inquired. Casting a glance at Liao Du, indeed, my lord. Liao Du obediently nodded, explaining. This area is the Nether Poison Marsh, situated within the territory of the Poison Saint sect. That sect was established by the Nether Poison Saint himself. Although the saint has long since perished, the sect, inheriting his legacy, remains one of the foremost powers on the southwest continent, boasting at least 2 Dou Zun strongholds. However, it is curious that the Nether Poison Saint did not pass on the Nether Poison fire within the sect. Upon hearing Liao Du's words, Xiao Yan nodded thoughtfully. The influence of the Poison Saint sect is not significantly less than that of the Holy Demon sect. However, in the absence of a saint-level powerhouse, Xiao Yan naturally felt less concerned. Of course, it would be best if no conflict arose. Lead the way, Xiao Yan commanded with a wave of his hand, prompting Liao Du to unfurl his Dou Qi wings and soar along the route etched in his memory. The Nether Poison Marsh was thick with poisonous miasma, suffused with a faint purple hue. Just inhaling this noxious air could cause a Dou master to perish instantly. The marsh teemed with countless toxic substances, and Xiao Yan could even sense a 7th-tier magical beast slumbering in the distance. Previously, Liao Du had relied on the pills in his possession to navigate safely, but now, under Xiao Yan's protection, he moved unhindered. After approximately the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Liao Du finally located a small patch of dry land and gently landed. On this land lay the skeletal remains of a human, the very Dou Huang who had been slain by Liao Du using the Nether Poison Fire Crystal. A couple of poison fire crystals might not pose a threat, but the crystals Liao Du had extracted back then filled half a spatial ring. Regrettably, the battle with this fighter emperor nearly exhausted all of one's resources. Young master, this is the place. Liao Du pointed to the seemingly unremarkable space before them, casually unleashing a surge of fighting spirit. The once tranquil space exhibited a faint ripple, followed by a slow rotation, ultimately revealing a black hole of substantial size. Is this truly the location? Xiao Yan's gaze flickered slightly, just as he intended to probe further, when a melodious sound akin to silver bells echoed from nearby. Hee, I never expected there to be such treasures here. I shall strike it rich. Upon hearing this voice, both the Lord of Black Seal City and Liao Du underwent a drastic change in demeanor, while Xiao Yan and the others, including the Lord of Heavenly Fire, remained unfazed. Not long after entering the Nether Poison Marsh, Xiao Yan's formidable spiritual power had already detected several human figures. After all, The abundant toxins in the nether poison marsh were exceptionally conducive to the cultivation of poison masters, and many fighters on the southwestern continent dabbled in the art of poison as well. Nevertheless, even amidst this, 3 Dou zone powerhouses were conspicuously prominent. As the purple mist dispersed in the distance, 3 figures gradually emerged into the view of Xiao Yan and his companions. Leading them was a tall woman clad in a flowing black robe. The moment Xiao Yan beheld her, his eyes involuntarily gleamed with interest. This woman, in addition to her strikingly tall stature, possessed an eccentric charm. Despite her well-defined curves, her appearance exuded an air of rebelliousness. Her hair, a blend of purple and green, cascaded to her shoulders, showcasing a playful curl, much like the hint of mischief reflected in her violet eyes. With a delicate nose and rosy lips, she epitomized playful elegance. By mere standards of beauty and form, she certainly met the criteria for an imperial consort. Behind her trailed 2 elderly women, their ages apparent, radiating the aura of high-level Dou zone cultivation. Remarkably, the young woman herself seemed to tread upon the air, clearly having attained the same level of mastery. Given her youthful appearance, likely around 20 years of age, her accomplishments were indeed indicative of a prodigious talent. Hey kid, this place has caught my eye. If you know what's good for you, vacate immediately and leave this treasure trove for me. In the southwestern continent, upon hearing the name Xiao Yan, you should know to steer clear. The moment the girl stepped out of the mist, she boldly proclaimed. At her words, the 2 elderly women and Liao Dou's expressions shifted significantly. My lord, this girl's background seems quite troublesome, Liao Dou whispered to Xiao Yan, casting a furtive glance. Oh, what do you mean? Xiao Yan's peculiar smile faltered slightly as he turned to Liao Dou at the outset. He contemplated addressing the side effects after subduing the infernal poison fire. The young lady in question was none other than Xiao Yan, the youngest daughter of the current patriarch of the Dou sect. Liao Dou cast a wary glance at the distant maiden. The sect leader, Luya, was renowned as the foremost individual beneath the saints on the southwest continent, and the Dou sect still housed living Douxing powerhouses. Furthermore, this girl's mother was the current mistress of the formidable Mandala Mountain Manor, herself a formidable Dou zone expert. I see, Xiao Yan remarked, a glimmer of realization illuminating his eyes as he regarded the girl in the distance with intrigue. Not only was the Dou sect influential, but the Mandala Mountain Manor was also a significant power on the southwest continent, perhaps slightly weaker than the Holy Demon sect, yet no less formidable than the Poison Saint sect. It seemed this young lady was indeed a second-generation fighter. No wonder she exhibited such audacity. Her presence on the southwest continent nearly rivaled his own past prominence in Zhongzhou. Meanwhile, the 2 elderly women accompanying Xiao Yan exchanged uneasy glances, one of them unable to restrain herself from tugging at Xiao Yan's garment, her expression fraught with concern. Miss, you must tread carefully, she cautioned. What is there to be cautious about? The girl replied nonchalantly. Miss, those 3 powerful figures walking on air are not just Dou zone, the elder urged, her anxiety intensifying upon seeing Xiao Yan's indifference. Those 3 are Dou zone experts. If they choose to dismiss our presence as a jest due to our association with the Dou sect, we might be fortunate. But should they encounter a volatile mood, this young lady of the Dou sect may find herself in grave peril. What did you say? Xiao Yan's eyes, previously narrowed in mischievous delight, widened comically, adding to her charm. The 3 before us are all Dou zone experts. We cannot afford to provoke them, the elder reiterated in hushed tones. 3 Dou zone experts? Xiao Yan suddenly felt her mind whirl. Given her family background on the southwest continent, she could typically address most renowned Dou zone experts as uncles or aunts. So how was it that 3 unfamiliar Dou zone experts appeared today? Especially the young, handsome man positioned at the center, who seemed even younger than herself. Impossible. This old fellow must be feigning youth, she thought inwardly, although a sweet smile crept onto her whimsical face. Hee, esteemed seniors. I was merely concerned you might find yourselves bored, so I sought to entertain you with a jest, she exclaimed, swiftly turning to the 2 elderly women, whispering. We must depart quickly, Mrs. Wise. The 2 elders nodded vigorously, their earlier bravado dissipated as they hurriedly turned to leave. However, a faint voice belonging to Xiao Yan gradually emanated from the distance. Since you have arrived, why not linger a while longer? As his words fell, the previously tranquil space before the 3 transformed into an impenetrable hardness, utterly beyond their capacity to escape. Senior, feeling the iron-like solidity of the surroundings, the 3 individuals' expressions shifted, particularly the 2 elder women, who hastily exclaimed, We are from the Dou sect. We beseech you, esteemed senior, to show mercy. I am aware of your affiliation with the Dou sect. Xiao Yan's name holds some renown in the southwest continent. Xiao Yan replied with a slight smile. Appearing before the trio with a single step, his gaze harboring a hint of mischief as it settled on Xiao Yan. The lascivious expression caused her complexion to pale, a stark contrast to her usual playful demeanor. What are your intentions? My father is the sect leader of the Guxing sect, and my mother is the master of the Mandala Mountain Manor. If you harbor ill intentions towards me, even a Dou Zun expert would not escape unscathed. Oh, your words only heighten my excitement. Xiao Yan's lips curled into a devilish smirk as he reached out toward the girl's smooth visage. In response, the two elder women reacted swiftly, enveloping Xiao Yan with their Dou Qi, their expressions alarmed. Quite loyal, I see, Xiao Yan remarked with a faint smile. But the mischievousness on his face abruptly vanished. Casting a casual glance at the three, he continued, since you are here, let us explore this relic together. This place is a treasure left behind by the Dou Saint, and I believe the treasures within would pique your interest as well. Upon hearing the mention of the Dou Saint's relic, the expressions of the three shifted once more, yet a hint of a pitiful smile appeared on the girl's face. See, can I refuse to go? Ah, as expected of a young lady from a prestigious sect, able to resist the allure of the Dou Saint's relic, Xiao Yan thought, though he maintained a subtle smile. Of course you cannot. If you leave, who will assist this emperor in dispelling the side effects? Those two old women behind you. Xiao Yan found himself oddly intrigued by the girl, as most of the women in his harem were obedient and gentle. Despite their diverse personalities, they generally exuded a serene demeanor. Even the queen possessed a distinct gravitas. Introducing such a lively character would surely enliven the atmosphere. All right, fine. At Xiao Yan's unyielding rejection, the girl nodded pitifully. However, just as Xiao Yan turned away, a golden silkworm suddenly shot forth from her sleeve towards him. Miss No? The two elder women's faces drained of color. In the next moment, the golden silkworm, which had been soaring with remarkable speed, abruptly slowed, and Xiao Yan spun around. A dazzling, multicolored flame igniting in his palm. The silkworm flew directly into his grasp, emitting a piercing cry of agony immediately thereafter. My golden silkworm. Xiao Yan's delicate face revealed a trace of concern and anxiety as she gazed at Xiao Yan, her pallor accentuated by distress. You must release it at once. The creature in his grasp was none other than the legendary absolute Saint Golden Silkworm. As Xiao Yan observed the golden silkworm writhing in agony amidst the flames, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. The Gu Saint sect truly upheld its reputation as a formidable faction in the southwestern continent. Renowned for its mastery of insect manipulation, possessing such an ancient and extraordinary species. The absolute Saint Golden Silkworm, aptly named, is a formidable insect from ancient times, whose combat prowess pales in comparison to magical beasts of the same rank, yet its venom is exceedingly fearsome. The life cycle of this silkworm necessitates the hatching from the corpse of a Dou Zong expert, subsequently consuming the corpse's venom from a Dou Zun expert for evolution, and ultimately devouring the marrow of a Dou Xing expert to reach its full potential. Once fully matured, the venom of the absolute Saint Golden Silkworm can even pose a threat to Dou Xing experts. A swarm of these silkworms collectively attacking could spell doom for even the mightiest of Dou Shangs, hence the name Absolute Saint Golden Silkworm. Another dreadful capability of this silkworm is its corrosive effect on Dou Qi, exemplified by the one in Xiao Yan's possession. For those below the rank of Dou Zun, evasion is nearly the only option, as the resistance of Dou Qi is nearly ineffective against it, and its toxin can incapacitate even a peak Dou Zone within the span of an hour. This is the first and last warning, young lady. With one hand, he pressed down on the two elderly women, rendering them breathless, while with the other, he grasped the girl's alabaster chin, sneering, should there be a next time. This silkworm may remain unharmed, but you shall meet your demise. Though her chin was pinched painfully, Xiao Yan's eyes expressed a rare defiance as she glared at Xiao Yan, her gaze glistening with unshed tears. For now, I shall seal your cultivation as punishment. With a flick of his finger, 5 flames coalesced at his fingertips, forming a miniature 5-wheeled departure fire array, which transformed into radiant light and entered the bodies of the 3 individuals. In an instant, their cultivation vanished, and their bodies plummeted downward. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Yan enveloped the 3 and propelled them toward the entrance of the Poisoned Saint's ruins. Fortunately, although their powers were sealed, they still possessed some resistance to the surrounding toxic miasma. Old Yao, from where did you acquire this 5-wheeled departure fire technique? It proves remarkably effective, Xiao Yan inquired, casting a glance at the Heavenly Fire Sovereign after they landed. Since mastering the 5-wheeled departure fire technique, he had increasingly regarded this fire control method as extraordinary, not only for its immense power, but also as a remarkable formation. The strength capable of creating such a technique must be formidable indeed. Young master, to be candid, I acquired this technique from a powerful individual I defeated in the southeastern continent. The precise origins, I must confess, remain unclear to me. The Heavenly Fire Sovereign replied with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan chose not to dwell on the matter further, redirecting his attention to the Poison Saint's ruins. Esteemed sir, allow me to guide you, Liao Du humbly offered upon witnessing Xiao Yan's expression. Indeed, quite perceptive. Xiao Yan replied with a subtle smile. His trust in Liao Du was not absolute. One could never be certain of the lurking dangers within the Poison Saint's relics. Even a fallen Dou Saint should not be underestimated. After Liao Du ventured inside, the Lord of Black Seal City, gritting his teeth, volunteered to scout ahead. To gain even a modicum of Xiao Yan's favor meant that he could savor the rewards once he entered. Once both Liao Du and the Lord of Black Seal City had entered, Xiao Yan hesitated no longer. Accompanied by the Heavenly Fire Sovereign, UMO, and the trailing Lu Shuyan, he strode directly into the ominous black void. A peculiar distortion of spatial waves enveloped him, revealing a dazzling crystalline realm before his eyes. Within this seemingly infinite expanse, translucent purple crystals carpeted the ground, each encasing a swirling gray-purple flame, as if still flickering from a recent blaze. Above, the sky intermittently released plumes of the same gray-purple fire. The aura emitted by these flames compelled both Liao Du and the Lord of Black Seal City to hastily consume a medicinal pill. The toxic miasma in this place was potent. Even a Dou Ling could not withstand its effects for more than half an hour, and prolonged exposure could inflict dire harm upon a Dou Huang. Such was the enigmatic nature of the infernal poison fire, which, despite its ranking of 20th among exotic fires, proved to be as troublesome as the fallen heart flame. Xiao Yan snapped his fingers, conjuring 3 vibrant fire shields to protect the now slightly ashen Lu Shuyan and the others, and urged Liao Du to advance. Although the toxicity was pervasive, it also gave rise to many precious toxic herbs. Naturally, these herbs were of little concern to Liao Du, let alone Xiao Yan. After traversing several miles, a butterfly-like toxic herb finally appeared before them, the Zhu Huang Dai. The Lord of Black Seal City revealed a flicker of apprehension in his gaze. A mere bite from this herb would result in instant death. Its potency was such that it was deemed fatal for any below the Dou Zone level. Yet, its value was exorbitantly high, categorizing it as an exceptionally rare medicinal material. However, Xiao Yan's attention was drawn not to the Zhu Huang Dai, but to a magnificent sight beside it. There danced a colossal gray-purple flame butterfly, soaring gracefully. Sir, it is a poison fire beast, Liao Du remarked, his expression turning grave. Chapter 317, Scavenging for Treasures. A poison fire beast? Upon hearing this, the group exchanged puzzled glances, except for Xiao Yan and the Heavenly Fire Sovereign, who bore expressions of enlightened understanding. The so-called poison fire beast is akin to the fire spirit conjured by the 5 wheels of departure flame, formed from the ethereal poison fires scattered throughout this space, coalescing under a faint trace of spiritual energy. Although this poison fire beast possesses considerable power, its intelligence is rather rudimentary, only slightly surpassing that of an ordinary puppet. However, from another perspective, the quantity of the ethereal poison fire dispersed in this space is indeed substantial. It is understandable, for the ethereal poison saint is a formidable figure at the Dou Saint level. While the Yin-Yang evil saint was able to induce the evolution of the Yin-Yang twin flames with his Dou Saint prowess, the ethereal poison saint, though perhaps incapable of such feats, must have merged profoundly with the ethereal poison fire, rendering it quite formidable. At the Dou Saint level, one can even nurture foreign flames, which speaks to the terrifying nature of such powerful beings. After dispelling the chaotic thoughts within, Xiao Yan finally focused his gaze upon the butterfly-shaped poison fire beast. This creature, merely a manifestation of the ethereal poison fire, could only be deemed as possessing the combat prowess of a Dou Huang. Its lethal properties, however, instill immense fear in those below the Dou Zone level. Yet, for Xiao Yan, it was nothing more than that. He opened his mouth, and an overwhelming suction force erupted forth. This force bore no effect on other substances, only acting upon the ethereal poison fire. Sensing the impending danger, the purple-gray flame butterfly desperately took flight, attempting to escape. However, with Xiao Yan's current cultivation, how could such a diminutive poison fire beast hope to evade his grasp? One by one, strands of purple-gray flames were drawn from the flaming butterfly and flowed into Xiao Yan's mouth. The speed of this fiery exodus quickened, ultimately transforming into a torrent that cascaded into him. The flame butterfly struggled fiercely but was utterly powerless to resist. Within a mere quarter of an hour, it had completely vanished from this realm. After devouring all the foreign flames within the poison fire beast, a faint purple hue appeared upon Xiao Yan's countenance. Yet, soon after, the ethereal poison fire within him was consumed and refined by the 5 kinds of foreign flames. With a soft burp, Xiao Yan exhaled a mist of purple-black vapor, his face betraying a hint of delight. It seemed that within this poison fire beast, not only existed foreign flames, but also some pure energy. Likely the distilled Dou Qi that had escaped from the ethereal poison saint upon his demise. Although refining this fire beast only yielded a slight enhancement in Xiao Yan's cultivation. Perhaps with cumulative effort, he could ascend to the realm of a 3-star Dou Zun merely through the refinement of fire beasts. It's a gift for you. With a surge of suction from his palm, the golden butterfly landed in his hand. It's a gift for you. Xiao Yan casually tossed the poisonous herb to Liao Du. Thank you, my lord. Liao Du's gaze revealed a flicker of fervor. The value of this golden yellow butterfly was sufficient to rival that of a primary ingredient in a 6th-grade elixir. Although it was not precious enough to send his heart racing, it was merely the beginning. Who could fathom how many such invaluable herbs lay hidden within this space? Simultaneously, the glances cast by Liao Du and the others towards Xiao Yan grew increasingly filled with reverence. The toxicity of the nether poison fire was such that even a high-ranking poison master would hesitate to consume it, yet Xiao Yan effortlessly devoured it, especially for Liao Du. The reason he had left this place so quickly before was due to his inability to withstand these poisonous fire beasts. Ignoring the odd stares of his companions, Xiao Yan pressed onward with the group. As a sight of a fallen Dou saint, the energy of heaven and earth here was exceedingly rich, though the overwhelming toxicity rendered it unsuitable for cultivation. Nonetheless, the treasures birthed within such an environment were abundant. Many exceedingly rare poisonous herbs from the outside world were found scattered throughout, and paradoxically, this toxic milieu also nurtured some extraordinarily precious antidotal medicines. As they delved deeper, Xiao Yan noticed that the potency of the fire beasts grew in tandem with the rarity of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures nearby. However, despite the formidable strength of these fire beasts, they posed no threat to Xiao Yan. Each time he encountered a fire beast, he would simply open his mouth and swallow it whole, subsequently refining it, which not only enhanced his, but also propelled his cultivation forward. Although a single Dou Huang level fire beast merely saved him several days of arduous training, after consuming dozens, Xiao Yan finally sensed that his cultivation had reached the threshold of a 3-star Dou Zun. These fire beasts are treasures. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Xiao Yan's eyes as he rapidly swept through the space, collecting fire beasts. Each beast not only contributed to a slight increase in his cultivation, but also yielded a commendable treasure, predominantly medicinal herbs, though he also encountered a few other items. However, these were of little interest to him, and he generously bestowed them upon Liao Du and the Lord of Black Ink City, acknowledging their significant contributions. Upon receiving these treasures, the corners of the mouths of the Lord of Black Ink City and Liao Du uncontrollably curled into smiles. Indeed, this journey was not in vain. The spoils amassed thus far surpassed their lifetime accumulation. Hey, I'm exhausted. Just as Xiao Yan continued forward with enthusiasm, Lu Shuyan beside him could no longer contain her protest. I'm not Hey, I'm Xiao Yan, he replied, turning to look at the girl. Lu Shuyan's expression was one of distress. Her cultivation had been significantly sealed by Xiao Yan, making it arduous for her to keep pace with the group. Even more tormenting was the incessant stream of treasures falling into the hands of Xiao Yan and his companions, which only exacerbated the discomfort of Miss Lu Shuyan, the noble daughter of the Guxing sect. While these treasures may not have been of great value to her, witnessing others fervently collecting riches while she could only watch in envy stirred a sense of urgency within her. Moreover, as the quantity of these treasures reached a certain threshold, even Lu Shuyan could not suppress her desire. Did you not promise to take us along in this exploration? Is it not possible to share the spoils after acquiring so many treasures? Lu Shuyan pouted, her expression tinged with discontent. However, Xiao Yan merely responded with a cold smile to her complaints. Had you not ambushed me with the absolute holy golden silkworm, you might have already acquired some treasures by now. Unfortunately, you are rather unwise, my dear. I no longer intend to treat you as a beautiful companion. Instead, I shall regard you as a furnace. Upon hearing the term furnace, Lu Shuyan's once defiant visage turned pale as she gasped. You dare to do such things to me? My father will never let you off. From this day forth, there will be no place for you in the entire southern wilderness. Huh? Do you truly believe that the Guxing sect is invincible? Xiao Yan chuckled wickedly. Let alone my disregard for your esteemed sect, even if I were to fear it. As long as you three perish here, who would know it was I who did it? At that moment, he bore the countenance of a true villain, causing Lu Shuyan to tremble in fear, her legs nearly giving way beneath her. The two elderly women accompanying her, meanwhile, turned pale and pleaded with Xiao Yan, my lord. We beseech you to show mercy. If you spare us today, we shall certainly repay you with great gifts in the future. Xiao Yan remained silent, casting a glance at Lu Shuyan before turning to continue his flight forward. Is the Guxing sect truly that formidable? At this juncture, Yuemo, who was following behind Xiao Yan, cast a slow glance at Lu Shuyan and the two elders. They possessed merely a Dou Sheng, before our young master. They are not but provincial gentry. If the power backing our young master were to unleash its wrath, the entire southwestern continent would face a thorough cleansing. With that, he turned away, hastening to catch up with Xiao Yan. Meanwhile, Lu Xian and the two elderly women exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting their disbelief. This Dou Zun expert had referred to Xiao Yan as young master? What was Xiao Yan's true identity that commanded such respect from a Dou Zun? Miss, these individuals may very well be from the Central State, one of the elderly women remarked with a sigh. In the Central State, even the Dan Tower might be the only force capable of rivaling our Guxing sect, unless they hail from those ancient races. As Lu Xian spoke, her delicate face suddenly changed once more. It seemed that among the ancient races, there indeed existed a venerable clan with the surname Xiao. Upon this realization, the young lady, who had always acted with impunity in the southwestern continent, displayed a trace of sorrowful pallor. Mama, it appears I have encountered a formidable obstacle this time. Ignoring her emotional turmoil, the three individuals continued onward, while Xiao Yan pressed ahead. Were it not for Lu Xian's undeniable beauty, he would have already dealt with the trio. To dare to ambush the heir of the Xiao clan was a grave offense punishable by death. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Xiao Yan's gaze fell upon a gigantic fire beast in the distance. Compared to the previous Dou Huang-level fire beasts, this one was significantly larger, and beneath it, a purple pill spun slowly. This was a poison pill. Xiao Yan's eyes brightened. The pill before him was a 7th-grade elixir, imbued with a terrifying venom that even Dou Zun-level experts would hesitate to consume. It was precisely because it was a poison pill that it could survive in such an environment. Were it an ordinary 7th-grade elixir, its energy would have long been corroded by the fearsome toxic gas. After all, even a 7th-grade pill appeared trivial in the face of time's relentless power. Judging by the state of this space, it was clear that the fall of the Nether Poison Saint had occurred many years ago. This poison pill was a tremendous boon for the little healing fairy. Xiao Yan gazed at the pill with a smile, extending his hand as a massive hand of flame coalesced from the air, directly seizing the fire beast of comparable strength to a Dou Zone. The fire beast roared, seemingly attempting to resist, yet it was no match for Xiao Yan. With a firm grip, he crushed the beast, absorbing its essence along with the nether poison fire into his body. Truly, this fire beast was formidable, its energy purity tenfold that of a Dou Huang. Should he consume 10 more such fire beasts, he might very well break through to the 3-star Dou Zun level. Xiao Yan licked his lips, excitement evident on his countenance. He casually stored the poison pill in his spatial ring for future use by the little healing fairy and proceeded towards his next target. A Dou Zone level fire beast not only contained abundant pure energy, but also guarded treasures of even greater value. Its worth could rival that of a 7th-grade elixir, if not more, with some items fetching terrifying prices in the hundreds of thousands or even millions of gold coins in the outside world. However, at this level, currency held little significance, and many powerful individuals had begun to exchange goods directly. Boom. Another fire beast was effortlessly crushed by Xiao Yan, the energy surging within him bringing immense satisfaction. He was but a step away from the 3-star Dou Zun. Xiao Yan collected the antidote herb guarded by the poison beast and continued onward. As the crowd soared several dozen miles into the sky once again, a formidable tremor manifested within their perception. This surge had reached the pinnacle of Dou Zone. Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he took a stride, appearing before a fiery ape. By devouring this beast, he could truly ascend to the realm of Dou Zun, a smile creeping across his face. However, when he noticed a spatial crystal orb beside the fiery ape, a subtle ripple crossed his features, prompting an exclamation from the venerable Tianhua behind him. Fuling Qingdan. Before them, a sphere of spatial energy gradually coalesced in midair, resembling a crystalline orb. At its center, a green elixir emitted a faint glow, though it did not appear particularly stunning. The sight rendered Tianhua's face flushed with excitement. The Fuling Qingdan was known to aid in the restoration of strength. Who could have anticipated such a rapid recovery upon revival? Were it not for the presence of numerous juniors, Tianhua would have burst into laughter. It was truly unexpected that the Nether Poison Saint possessed a method to preserve an 8th-grade elixir. Xiao Yan's gaze shifted slightly, and he immediately made his move. His flaming hand reformed with an added sense of gravity. After all, this fire beast had attained the combat strength of Dou Zong's zenith. Yet, despite its prowess, it stood no chance against Xiao Yan's true might. The 100-foot flaming hand descended, and the ape was instantly reduced to swirling violet-gray flames. By consuming this fiery ape, Xiao Yan's strength would reach the level of a 3-star Dou Zun. Excitement glimmered in his eyes as he opened his mouth, ready to draw in the toxic flames. However, at that moment, an aged voice caused his expression to shift. "Young friend, are you not afraid of burning your mouth by consuming so much?" As the words fell, the entire space momentarily froze, the violet-gray flames of heaven and earth becoming more animated. Suddenly, everyone felt an extraordinarily terrifying aura. This presence could only belong to a formidable Dou Shang, though it was not as potent as during their peak. The question loomed, had the nether poison saint perished or not? Upon sensing this aura, Xiao Yan's expression altered, yet it did not remain changed for long. He soon beheld the violet-gray flames swirling not far away, coalescing into a fiery silhouette in midair. The humanoid flame lacked a distinct visage, but its contours and aura suggested it resembled a dignified middle-aged man. Little one, should you absorb all these, you may inadvertently stir up great troubles, the fiery figure remarked, its flames flickering ominously as it fixed its gaze upon Xiao Yan. It seems that you possess an extraordinarily potent, mysterious flame. At this point, the voice of the fiery apparition appeared to grow somewhat agitated. This individual seems to harbor particular thoughts regarding the mysterious flames. A glimmer of vigilance brewed in Xiao Yan's eyes as he cupped his fists in a respectful salute. Addressing the apparition with deference, "Might I inquire if you are the esteemed poison saint of the netherworld?" The fiery figure shifted slightly, and there was a subtle hint of excitement in its response to Xiao Yan. "Indeed, young friend, may I have the privilege of observing the mysterious flame in your possession? Why is this old fellow so intrigued by my mysterious flame?" Xiao Yan's gaze flickered, yet he ultimately revealed a resplendent seven-colored flame at his fingertips. His mysterious flame had long since merged with his being. Even if he were to perish, he could still trigger a self-detonation of the flame, let alone a fallen Dou Shang who might not truly pose a threat to him. Moreover, Xiao Yan still possessed the life-saving talisman gifted by Xiao Lin, which emboldened him to showcase his flame to the other party. At the moment the apparition beheld this flame, it stirred slightly. "Oh, what an intriguing, mysterious flame. It does not seem to belong to those listed in the flame ranking. Could it be that a new mysterious flame has emerged in the world? No. This flame carries the aura of the seven-colored demon saint. You have acquired the 10,000 beast spirit flame of the seven-colored demon saint. This mysterious flame is a new entity formed from the fusion of various flames." The voice of the poison saint of the netherworld resonated with astonishment and excitement. "Senior, do you know of the seven-colored demon saint?" Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly turned his thoughts to establishing a connection, as he truly wished to avoid enmity with this figure unless absolutely necessary. Indeed, the poison saint of the netherworld responded with a faint smile, then continued. "What is your relationship with the seven-colored demon saint? I sense a trace of the sky-devouring python's lineage within you." Xiao Yan remained silent for a moment before slowly replying. "My wife is a descendant of the seven-colored demon saint." "Ah, so that is the case." The poison saint of the netherworld smiled lightly, and then stated, "The seven-colored demon saint once offered me guidance. I regard them as a mentor of sorts." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had not anticipated that the poison saint of the netherworld held such a connection to the seven-colored demon saint. If that were the case, this journey might proceed more smoothly. Just as he was contemplating this, he noticed the poison saint of the netherworld drawing closer with an impatient demeanor. "Time is of the essence. Since you possess such a powerful, mysterious flame, come swiftly to assist me in completing this final step." Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, casting a wary glance at the poison saint of the netherworld. "What step?" The poison saint of the netherworld paused, delivering a solemn declaration, "To exorcise demons and vanquish evil." Xiao Yan's expression hardened slightly. Listening to the voice of the spectral poison saint, one could not help but perceive him as a paragon of righteousness, a stark contrast to such a sinister title. However, upon hearing the phrase exorcising demons, a glimmer of suspicion flickered in Xiao Yan's gaze as he glanced at the spectral poison saint. Could the demons he referred to be related to those malevolent entities from beyond the heavens? Contemplating this, Xiao Yan ceased his reluctance and subtly gestured to the companions behind him, following in the wake of the saint. Soon, the group arrived at the heart of this space, traversing a path lined with numerous rare treasures, albeit guarded by fiery beasts. Without the nod of the three Dozun powerhouses led by Xiao Yan, they found themselves utterly helpless against these fiery guardians. Yet, as they delved deeper and reached the site of the spectral poison saint's demise, the spectacle before them dulled their desire for the treasures, replaced by an overwhelming sense of shock. Before them lay a serpentine ridge extending over 1,000 feet, shrouded in violet-gray flames, appearing as a colossal dragon of fire. Upon closer inspection, however, it became evident that this was not a dragon but the vast remains of a gigantic serpentine demonic beast. Was this yet another corpse of a ninth-tier serpent demon? A flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Yan's eyes, but as he scrutinized further, his expression shifted, his brows furrowing slightly. Within the skeletal remains of the serpentine creature, an almost imperceptible dark aura lingered. Although it lacked the crimson fur covering seen on the yin-yang evil saint, Xiao Yan, having encountered it before, instantly recognized this as the essence of the celestial malevolent beings. Had this beast been tainted? His gaze shifted towards the skull of the beast, whereupon the massive cranium sat a human skeleton, engulfed in violet-gray flames, seated in a meditative posture with hands positioned in unison. A long sword of violet-gray fire deeply embedded in the skull, above which hovered an enigmatic formation. Within the skull, a dark, serpentine mist, approximately a yard long, swirled languidly, its red eyes glinting with a sinister aura, further solidifying Xiao Yan's conviction that this was indeed a beast corrupted by the celestial malevolent race. The power of these entities from beyond the heavens is truly terrifying. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yan felt his pupils involuntarily constrict. The circumstances he had encountered thus far undoubtedly indicated the formidable strength of the celestial malevolent race, with some among them likely rivaling the might of Dou Emperors. As Xiao Yan pondered this, he noticed that the figure of UMO behind him trembled slightly. His gaze towards the colossal serpent's remains filled with dread. The aura emanating from this beast's corpse was eerily reminiscent of that belonging to the 9 nether underworld python tribe. Upon hearing Yumo's exclamation, Xiao Yan's pupils constricted once more, for he is none other than the 9 nether earth serpent. The voice of the nether poisoned saint echoed softly, and from the immense skull, an ethereal figure materialized. In these years, my residual power has scarcely allowed me to project even a shadow. As he spoke, his gaze turned to Yumo, imbued with a hint of mockery. You possess a trace of the bloodline of the 9 nether earth serpent. Do you not know the unspeakable history of your lineage from ancient times? Yumo paused for a moment, then forced a bitter smile and shook his head. Our nether magic serpent clan is merely a subordinate faction of the 9 nether earth serpent. How could we possibly be privy to such secrets? The nether poisoned saint sneered, then shifted his gaze towards Xiao Yan, his demeanor softening slightly. Since you have obtained the 10,000 beast spirit fire, you must be aware of the reason behind the fall of the colorful demon saint. Are you referring to the fallen clans? Xiao Yan was taken aback, and the pieces of the puzzle rapidly assembled in his mind. Indeed, the coldness returned to the nether poisoned saint's visage as he glanced disdainfully at the massive serpent bones beneath him. The ancestor of the 9 nether earth serpent, the 9 nether saint ancestor, was a demon emperor on par with the Dou Emperor. It is truly astonishing that among his descendants, there exists a traitor who allied with the malevolent beings from beyond. At these words, Xiao Yan's gaze grew icy. So, these fallen clans are comprised of traitors who once sided with the malevolent beings from beyond? Precisely, the nether poisoned saint nodded slightly. The fallen clans include not only magical beasts but also numerous humans and members of other races who have allied with the malevolent beings from beyond. The serpent beneath us is merely one among many. And where are these fallen clans now? Xiao Yan's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. If he could ascertain their whereabouts, he could rally a great army to eradicate those vile beings upon his return to the Xiao clan. With the current strength of the Xiao clan, even if those traitors were formidable, they would stand no chance against the Dou Emperor's might. I do not know. The nether poisoned saint's words nearly caused Xiao Yan to spit blood in frustration. Do not be hasty. The top-tier powerhouses of the fallen clans have been decimated by the purifying Lotus Demon Saint and the Yellow Spring Demon Saint. They should no longer pose a fundamental threat to the continent, the nether poisoned saint remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, even Xiao Yan felt a flicker of realization. Once, the colorful sky-swallowing Python clan had battled these fallen clans for over 10 millennia, nearly leading to the extinction of their lineage. Subsequently, after the purging by the 2 unparalleled powerhouses, the fallen clans had suffered significant losses. Thus, it was evident that they were indeed quite formidable. Young friend, cease your idle musings and swiftly assist me in vanquishing this monstrous beast, the nether poisoned saint gently urged, casting his gaze upon the 10-foot-long demonic serpent at Xiao Yan's feet, filled with anticipation, cackling with malevolence. The adversary has endured suppression for nearly a millennium without being wholly obliterated. However, with the emergence of an even more formidable otherworldly flame, your demise is now imminent. Upon hearing the words of the nether demon saint, Xiao Yan's expression shifted subtly, and without further hesitation, he approached the colossal remains. Both he and the nether poisoned saint harbored a profound disdain for these extraterrestrial malevolents and their fallen kin. Thus, seizing any opportunity to vanquish them was an obligation Xiao Yan was eager to fulfill. How may I assist you, esteemed senior? Xiao Yan inquired, his eyes narrowing slightly. With his newly fused flame, which amalgamated 5 distinct otherworldly fires, he was now undeniably equal to the likes of the 3,000 flame fire and even the red lotus karmic fire. At this level, such flames posed a tangible threat, even to the mightiest of Dou saint warriors. Moreover, the restraining efficacy of the otherworldly flames against these infernal beings was exceedingly potent. Shortly, I shall release a portion of energy, unleashing some demonic essence. You need only incinerate it with your flames, the Nether Poison Saint said, a hint of amusement gracing his visage. This essence belongs to a 9th-tier magical beast, though tainted, if thoroughly refined. The essence of its soul would be immensely beneficial to you. Xiao Yan paused, a flicker of astonishment illuminating his features. Although the 9 Nether Dark Python had been corrupted, its life essence remained fundamentally distinct from that of the extraterrestrial fiends. Should he successfully extract even a fragment of its purity, it would undoubtedly enhance his own soul. Yet, this endeavor carried an inherent peril. Very well, esteemed senior, Xiao Yan affirmed, no longer hesitating. He opened his mouth, releasing a dazzling, multicolored flame that coalesced into a fire lotus, approximately a foot in diameter, suspended in the air. Although diminutive, the terrifying heat radiating from the fire lotus warped the very fabric of the surrounding space. Excellent. The Nether Poison Saint was evidently pleased with the potency of this otherworldly flame. He gestured with his ethereal form towards the serpent's head, causing the demonic essence to tremble before unleashing a resonant roar. Abruptly, a foot-long stream of demonic energy was forcibly extracted. Young friend, be prepared. This essence is perilous, the Nether Poison Saint declared, disregarding the serpent's anguished cries as he employed spatial forces to transfer the demonic essence into Xiao Yan's fire lotus. Let us proceed. Xiao Yan's demeanor was serious yet resolute. The fire lotus enveloped the demonic essence, igniting with a terrifying temperature. The essence emitted a silent roar, causing the fire lotus to quiver slightly. However, the extraction performed by the Nether Poison Saint was impeccably timed. Despite its fierce struggles, the essence remained trapped within Xiao Yan's grasp. Refine it for me, Xiao Yan commanded with a contemptuous snort. The otherworldly flames crackling with an ominous heat as they began to incinerate the essence, producing hissing sounds. With each clash, a fraction of the demonic essence was consumed. Yet Xiao Yan's flames diminished slightly as well. Nevertheless, the essence was akin to water without roots, while Xiao Yan's flames were inexhaustible. A full day had elapsed, and even with Xiao Yan's current prowess, he felt a twinge of fatigue. Fortunately, the burning art had attained a quasi-divine tier. For merely refining this strand of demonic energy would have otherwise exhausted his entire fighting spirit. However, the demonic energy had been utterly vanquished. With a faint muffled sound, the last vestige of demonic energy was incinerated by the extraordinary flames, replaced by a glimmering essence that danced delicately within the fire lotus. The essence of a Dou Sheng's soul. The weariness on Xiao Yan's face faded, replaced by a flicker of fervor. Chapter 319, Late Stage of the Spirit Realm. Gazing at the solitary point of pure essence before him, Xiao Yan's eyes glimmered with intensity. The soul power of a Dou Sheng is tremendously formidable. Even the most ordinary Dou Sheng possesses a soul strength that far surpasses that of a typical 8th-tier alchemist. Though they may not have reached the celestial realm, they are nonetheless vastly superior to the peak of the spirit realm. Though this essence was but a mere wisp, it represented the very quintessence of a Dou Sheng's soul power. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan hesitated no longer. A vortex of soul energy began to swirl at his brow, and the faint light surged forth from the fire lotus, resembling a luminescent mayfly as it settled into his brow. The instant the glimmering light made contact, an extraordinarily pure soul power surged into Xiao Yan's being. Though this soul power appeared slight, its purity was astonishing. In an instant, it enveloped Xiao Yan's previously weary soul as if it were basking in a warm spring. Soon, the fatigue within his soul dissipated rapidly, replaced by a profound sense of fullness. Yet, this was not the end. Under the nurturing influence of this pure essence, Xiao Yan's soul power gradually expanded. At this level of the spirit realm, cultivating the soul can often prove far more challenging than harnessing fighting spirit. Even with Xiao Yan's exceptional talent, transitioning from the spirit realm to the celestial realm could require decades of arduous effort. However, this seemingly feeble glimmer was tantamount to 10 days or more of relentless training. Ah, the soul power of a Dou Sheng, truly remarkable. Xiao Yan, exhilarated, licked his lips and took an hour to adjust his cultivation to its peak state before slowly reopening his eyes to face the Nether Poison Saint. Again, excellent. The Nether Poison Saint beamed with delight upon witnessing this spectacle. After acquiring the power of the otherworldly fiends, the fallen race's vitality had become exceedingly terrifying. Without the aid of high-tier extraordinary flames, a practitioner of comparable strength would likely require the assistance of a grand formation and thousands of years of refinement to utterly extinguish their opponent. The Nether Poison Saint was uncertain whether he could endure for such a duration, but witnessing the remarkable effects of Xiao Yan's extraordinary flames filled him with excitement. Thus, with a wave of his hand, the dark poison sage conjured forth a strand of black, demonic energy, approximately a foot in length, which fell into Xiao Yan's fire lotus. The malevolent essence within him was once more drawn forth, causing the demon python to writhe violently, its crimson eyes ablaze with fervor. Yet, despite its frantic struggles, it remained powerless against the spatial confines of the skull. Each gesture of the dark poison sage sent ripples across the grand formation in the sky, quickly followed by its suppression once again. Upon receiving this demonic energy, Xiao Yan promptly incinerated it with his exotic fire. Though this malevolent essence was remarkably resilient, it ultimately proved to be insubstantial, akin to water without roots. Under the relentless refinement of Xiao Yan's exotic fire, it was once again reduced to nothingness, with a strand of soul essence absorbed by him. In this manner, each extinguished strand of demonic energy gifted him a fragment of soul essence. After resting for an hour, he resumed the process of refining the next strand of demonic energy with the fire lotus. As time flowed steadily by, Xiao Yan's soul power burgeoned, and with its increasing strength, his speed in refining the demonic essence accelerated, while the demon python grew increasingly feeble. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, the Lord of Black Seal City and Liao Du returned to harvest medicinal herbs from this place. The abundance of poisonous plants and antidote materials held little value for Dou Zun and Dou Sheng. Yet for these two, it was a different story. As they filled an entire spatial ring with their haul, the Lord of Black Seal City and Liao Du exchanged glances, both reflecting unrestrained joy. Ha ha ha, we have struck gold. Lu Shuyan had intended to bring along the two old women to search for herbs, but was met with Xiao Yan's merciless refusal. With his command in place, Tianhua Zun and Yumo ensured that the three of them would not wander a single step. Scoundrel! Lu Shuyan gritted her silver teeth, fuming as she glared at Xiao Yan's retreating figure. Yet amidst her fury, a flicker of curiosity danced in her eyes. According to the two old geezers, was his true age indeed as he appeared? Contemplating this, incredulity colored Lu Shuyan's gaze. He must be around my age at most. How could he possess such formidable power? He was nothing short of a monster. A Dou Zun at merely 20 years of age, such a notion was almost unfathomable. To think she was considered a paragon of the younger generation on the southwest continent for becoming a Dou Zong at 20, while her father achieved Dou Zun at 40. Hailed as a once-in-a-thousand-years talent following the ancestor of the Gusheng sect. Yet, in the presence of Xiao Yan, both seemed almost laughable. However, Xiao Yan remained blissfully unaware of her thoughts. At this moment, his eyes were closed, his expression serene and tranquil, yet amidst this tranquility, a tremor-inducing essence of soul power gradually emanated from within him. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yan's soul power had transcended the mid-stage of the spirit realm, advancing toward its late stage. At this moment, the once pitch-black demon python had dimmed considerably. Despite its desperate struggles, it was evident to any discerning observer that the force behind its thrashing was dwindling. After a month of relentless incineration by Xiao Yan, the power of this fallen demon saint had finally reached its nadir. It was nearly time. Sensing the demon python's aura weakening to a mere whisper, the nether poison saint revealed a hint of satisfaction in his smile. If a millennium had not sufficed to extinguish your power, you might have escaped this fate. However, it is tragically decreed that you, the traitor, shall be obliterated here. With a subtle smile, the nether poison saint manipulated his ethereal soul form, causing the surrounding space to churn as if boiling water. Ultimately, all spatial energies converged with the formation above, sealing the demon python within a diminutive crystal sphere. Young friend, it is time for the final refinement. Make your move. The nether poison saint commanded, casting the now ethereal demon python before Xiao Yan. Very well. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Yan hesitated no longer. As he shifted the seal in his palm, the originally vibrant and colorful fire lotus suddenly dispersed, transforming into 5 fiery spirits that spiraled through the air. The moment these 5 fiery spirits manifested, everyone present, except for Xiao Yan, the heavenly fire sovereign, and Yumo, wore expressions of bewilderment. 5 types of, how is this possible? What manner of creature is this? Staring at the unfolding spectacle, even Yumo's countenance reflected confusion, not to mention Lu Shuyan and the others. The rarity of cannot be overstated. This individual possessed 5 distinct types, and how he managed to fuse them into a single entity was unfathomable. It is well known that it is notoriously volatile, and even a Dou Saint would find it challenging to perfectly merge 2 types. Yet this individual had successfully integrated 5. As Xiao Yan unveiled all 5 simultaneously, the struggling soul of the demon python intensified its thrashing. Nevertheless, its efforts were in vain. Xiao Yan altered the seal once more, reconstituting the 5-wheel fire formation. In an instant, the terrifying heat began to melt the very fabric of space itself. Were it not for the nether poison saint's assistance in stabilizing the area, this space would have likely been reduced to ashes in no time. Nether poison saint, what do you seek? What benefit do you gain from my death that is worth risking your own life to confront me? In the face of life and death, the demon python finally emitted a piercing shriek. Betrayers of the Dou continent deserve nothing less than death. The nether poison saint stood serenely in the void, a look of unrestrained delight gracing his features. In the next moment, the terrifying flames of the five-wheeled fire array were unleashed upon the soul of the monstrous python. Such a dreadful temperature would cause even a peak Dou saint to tread carefully, let alone a soul in such a feeble state. Get away from me, the python screeched, expelling its last remnants of demonic energy in a desperate attempt to resist the searing flames. The clash between thee and the demonic energy produced a cacophony of terrifying sounds. Yet in this confrontation, Xiao Yan, assisted by the Yomi poison saint, swiftly seized the initiative. As time ticked away, 3 days later, when a hint of exhaustion appeared on Xiao Yan's face, the final trace of demonic energy was finally consumed, leaving behind a nearly transparent black serpent's body. Spare me, spare me. I am willing to become your servant. Sensing the impending threat of death, the monstrous python finally pleaded for mercy, but Xiao Yan remained unmoved. A remnant soul of a Dou saint dares to wish to be my servant? Xiao Yan scoffed, as the fallen heart flame took the lead, merging 4 types of before transforming into a resplendent 7-colored fire python that lunged at the foe. In mere moments, the python's soul was torn into fragments and devoured by the fallen heart flame, as the flames continued to burn, expelling numerous impurities. After approximately another day, an inexplicable aura gradually spread, bringing a sense of ease to all present. It is done. Xiao Yan's gaze shifted as he withdrew all into his body. And in the wake of their dissipation, a droplet of crystal-clear liquid, the size of a soybean, hovered in the air. This seemingly inconspicuous droplet was, in fact, a soul essence refined from the remnant soul of a Dou saint. Has the 9-nether demonic python finally been slain here? Observing the droplet in the void, the Yomi poison saint's face bore a hint of realization and relief, culminating in a wild laughter that echoed throughout the space. At that moment, however, Xiao Yan offered the soul liquid to the Yomi poison saint. If you consume this soul essence, I believe your soul can be restored. At this juncture, Xiao Yan was not overly contemplative. He simply found the Yomi poison saint quite agreeable, indeed a noteworthy figure. Naturally, as Xiao Yan's strength advanced further in the future, he would require aids of the Dou saint caliber. Haha, no need for that. To Xiao Yan's surprise, the Yomi poison saint chuckled and shook his head. In my battle with the 9-nether demonic python back in the day, my strength was slightly inferior to his. The fact that I was able to slay him here cost me my true spirit. Now, I am more akin to a mere memory. Hearing this, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, but his gaze towards the Yomi poison saint was imbued with respect. You are indeed a heroic figure. At this moment, Xiao Yan could not help but marvel. There is nothing commendable. It is merely an act of vengeance. The nether poison saint chuckled indifferently. My earlier years could well be described as those of a quintessential villain, engaging in countless acts of arson, murder, and plunder for the sake of mastering poison techniques. Yet, it was only when my kin and friends fell victim to the depraved evil clan that I realized, in the end, it was all for naught. Subsequently, I encountered the Rainbow Demon Saint, who guided me to finally step into the sacred realm, only to hear of his demise in a bloody battle against the fallen evil clan. A hint of nostalgia and melancholy surfaced on the nether poison saint's face. Now, all has returned to dust. It is all in the past. Upon hearing the nether poison saint's words, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a sense of bewilderment. Let us dispense with superfluous words. Given that you possess 5 unique flames, I presume you have intentions regarding the nether poison fire as well. The nether poison saint smiled slightly and said, let us hasten to refine that drop of soul essence, and then you may receive my nether poison fire. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan gently touched his nose and then slightly clasped his fists, stating, in that case, I shall not feign politeness any longer. With that, a force erupted from his brow, drawing the drop of soul essence into his mind's center. As this soul essence entered Xiao Yan's brow, his soul power, already in the mid-stage of the spirit realm, surged dramatically once more. The pure soul power, after undergoing a simple tempering by the unique flames, transformed into Xiao Yan's own soul energy, causing his soul strength to soar as if propelled by a rocket. After 7 days had passed, when Xiao Yan opened his eyes again, an immense soul power erupted into a terrifying, formless storm that rampaged throughout the space. In an instant, apart from the 2 Dozun, everyone else felt a wave of dizziness. At that moment, Xiao Yan's gaze slowly opened, and a brilliant light shot forth, piercing through the space and leaving behind 2 black holes. It was only after a brief moment that the space gradually closed again. Is this the sensation of being in the late stage of the spirit realm? A slight smile curled at the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth. Observing Xiao Yan's breakthrough in Soul Realm, the Nether Poison Saint also revealed a faint smile. With a slight lift of his palm, he transformed it into a claw and gently grasped the void. In the next instant, all the Nether Poison fire and flame beasts scattered throughout the space surged toward the Nether Poison Saint like a torrent of purplish-gray flames. Accompanying them were the treasures guarded by these flame beasts. Soon, a small mountain of treasures amassed before Xiao Yan. At the forefront of this collection was a fist-sized ball of purplish-gray flame. Gazing at this small yet terrifyingly powerful flame, Xiao Yan's eyes gradually brightened. Chapter 320. The True Scriptures of Calamity, Refining the Poison Fire. Nether Poison Fire. Upon witnessing the ethereal flame, a flicker of satisfaction graced Xiao Yan's countenance. Although, given his current prowess, the specter of the underworld poison fire, ranked merely 20th on the list of extraordinary flames, could not provide a significant enhancement. It remained his finest supplement compared to other celestial treasures. As Xiao Yan gazed at the underworld poison fire behind him, the heavenly fire sovereign and Yumo stared hungrily at the treasure trove before them, which had amassed into a small mountain. The collection, numbering in the hundreds, grew increasingly valuable as it ascended. At the pinnacle of this small mountain lay treasures that even the heavenly fire sovereign and Yumo found difficult to resist: 7 8th-grade elixirs and dozens of earthly-level techniques, alongside various toxic herbs that would instill fear even in the hearts of Dozong experts. Yet, beyond these noxious plants, what truly unsettled Xiao Yan was the singular 9-leaf poison herb perched at the very top. This herb appeared remarkably ordinary, bearing merely 9 fiery patterned leaves, indistinguishable from common weeds. However, Xiao Yan was acutely aware that this was a lethal toxin that even Dosheng experts dared not consume. The 9 transformation poison saint herb. Xiao Yan spoke softly. I did not expect you to recognize the 9 transformation poison saint herb. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's exclamation, the underworld poison saint's face registered surprise, only to be followed by incredulous admiration as he considered Xiao Yan's immense spiritual power. It is truly unfathomable how one so young has attained such heights in both martial prowess and alchemy. Talent is always somewhat exceptional. Xiao Yan replied with a subtle smile. How infuriating. He has outshone us all. Lu Shuyan seethed, biting her silver teeth at Xiao Yan's demeanor. Yet, she could not help but concede that his talent was indeed terrifying. So much so that she had never imagined human potential could reach such phenomenal levels before meeting him. As her thoughts swirled, her gaze suddenly landed on a slothful creature lounging atop the distant mountain. It was a fat, white silkworm, lazily reclining on a toxic herb, which was potent enough to lethally poison even a Dozong expert, yet it was casually munching on it as if it were mere sustenance. The heavenly poison goo. Lu Shuyan's eyes lit up instantly. The heavenly poison goo was a premium goo worm of the same echelon as the absolute Saint Golden Silkworm. For others, it was merely a rare and wondrous insect, but for Lu Shuyan, hailing from the Goo Saint sect, the heavenly poison goo was an invaluable treasure. With this heavenly poison goo, my combat prowess could undoubtedly increase by 30%, and with both the heavenly poison goo and the absolute Saint Golden Silkworm at my disposal, my ascension to Dozong may soon follow. Lu Shuyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiao Yan, could you possibly grant me the heavenly poison goo? Upon hearing the voice of Lu Shuyan, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, before directing his gaze towards the plump, round silkworm. Of course, he replied with a gentle smile. As long as you grant this young master your company, everything is negotiable. The sweet smile that had adorned Lu Shuyan's face suddenly froze. I can exchange something for you. Wealth? Elixirs or techniques? Anything, she said, her tone tinged with reluctance. Do you believe this young master lacks such trifles? Xiao Yan scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Shuyan. You, she gasped, momentarily speechless, yet her heart simmered with defiance, and her mind began to entertain other thoughts. Dream on if you think I would serve you, she huffed, turning away from Xiao Yan, though her beautiful eyes darted around, revealing her unspoken thoughts. Disregarding Lu Shuyan, Xiao Yan's foremost desire was to refine the infernal poison fire. He scanned the pile of treasures before him, and with a swift motion, a deep azure elixir landed in his palm. The elixir was entirely adorned with intricate patterns and radiated a soft azure halo. Upon seeing it, the gaze of the flame sovereign grew fervently intense. Old Yao, this is for you. Xiao Yan casually tossed the elixir to the flame sovereign. Thank you, young master. As the deep azure elixir fell into the flame sovereign's hands, he was overwhelmed with a tumult of emotions. After being trapped in the magma for millennia, he had thought his fate sealed. Who could have imagined he would witness a day of revival? Yet, before the joy of revival could fully envelop him, a priceless elixir had been bestowed upon him. In the blink of an eye, he could return to his former glory. Young master's kindness leaves me at a loss for how to repay, the Flame Sovereign said, bowing slightly to Xiao Yan. There is no need for such formality. If you serve me well in the future, perhaps the opportunity to attain sanctity will not elude you. Xiao Yan replied with a slight smile, reigniting a fervor in the Flame Sovereign's heart. Sanctity. Those two resounding words echoed in his mind, reigniting ambitions that had been dulled by centuries of magma confinement. Congratulations, Brother Yao, UMO remarked, casting an envious glance at the Flame Sovereign. No need to congratulate him. You two have your own opportunities, Xiao Yan said, glancing at UMO, causing him to shiver with anticipation. What does the young master mean? UMO asked, excitement lighting his eyes, though he remained uncertain about where his opportunity lay. The corpse of the 9 Nether Earth Serpent, having endured a millennium of suppression, has lost the majority of its malevolent energy, with only a remnant essence remaining within its demonic soul. The residual malevolence within its skeletal frame is now exceedingly scarce, posing no threat to you. Xiao Yan gestured towards the massive skeleton before him, akin to a mountain. UMO was momentarily taken aback, but soon a glimmer of excitement illuminated his face. The 9 Nether Earth Serpent, along with the 9-colored devouring serpent and the ancient celestial serpent, represents the pinnacle of serpentine evolution. If he could absorb the remaining essence within this skeleton, it might not only enhance his strength, but also offer hope for the evolution of his bloodline. Although the 9 Nether Earth Serpent has perished for a millennium, even a mere fragment of its power would likely suffice to satiate UMO. Contemplating this, UMO's gaze towards Xiao Yan grew increasingly loyal. Young master, your grace is immense. Enough, you two, go about your own tasks. I must hasten to refine the nether poison fire, Xiao Yan dismissed with a wave of his hand, urging them to attend to their duties. Once the heavenly fire sovereign swallowed the Fuling Qing Dan and UMO burrowed into the skeleton of the 9 Nether Earth Serpent, Xiao Yan redirected his attention to the pile resembling a small mountain. Just as he prepared to collect these items into his spatial ring, his gaze lingered momentarily on a particular scroll. The 7-colored poison cannon? A look of bewilderment crossed Xiao Yan's face as he glanced toward the distant nether poison sovereign, questioning. Elder, what connection do you have with this 7-colored poison cannon? This is the very cannon practiced by the little medicinal sage. This 7-colored poison cannon is my creation. Is there a problem? The nether poison sovereign replied, somewhat perplexed. You created the 7-colored poison cannon? Xiao Yan suddenly felt that the Dou Qi continent was not as vast as he once believed. It is nothing serious. I merely have a wife who also practices the 7-colored poison cannon, and she possesses the calamity poison body, Xiao Yan explained, which caused the eyes of the nether poison sovereign to brighten with intrigue. If she possesses the calamity poison body, I happen to have a treasure I can bestow upon you, the nether poison sovereign declared, his gaze fervent. What treasure? Xiao Yan inquired, curiosity piqued. The fact that a Dou saint would exhibit such enthusiasm indicated that this treasure must be extraordinarily valuable, likely on par with heavenly tier techniques. The calamity true cannon. The nether poison sovereign smiled slightly, a gleam of pride flickering in his eyes. I fortuitously acquired this technique in a hidden cave long ago. Its exact rank remains unclear, but based on my estimations, its value should rival that of a mid-tier heavenly technique. Mid-tier heavenly technique? Upon hearing this, even Xiao Yan's expression displayed a hint of astonishment. A mid-tier heavenly technique is an exceedingly precious core secret, even among the ancient 7 clans. The stock within the Xiao clan barely exceeds a mere 100. Indeed, I am uncertain of the true level of this technique. The phantom poison sage observed the astonishment etched upon Xiao Yan's face, a flicker of pride illuminating his expression. Though I possess only the first half of the technique, it has nonetheless enabled my cultivation to reach a level where even Dou saints feel they have yet to attain their limits. The phantom poison sage chuckled, remarking, however, this technique is most suited for one with a natural poison body of calamity. If cultivated by such an individual, its might would surely be magnified. At this moment, it was Xiao Yan who found himself utterly bewildered. Was it not said that without an appropriate method to control the poison body of calamity, one would merely erupt upon reaching the Dou zone level? The few fortunate souls might barely manage to step across the threshold of Dou zone. I am uncertain. The phantom poison sage shrugged. In this vast world, wonders abound. Who can claim to fully understand the relics of antiquity? Perhaps, in ancient times, there were formidable beings who ascended to emperor status through the poison body of calamity. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan was plunged into a brief silence. This was the first time since leaving the Xiao clan that he experienced the true might of antiquity. In today's Duqi continent, a single individual like Xiao Xian could suppress the entire realm, yet in ancient times, numerous Dou emperors shone brilliantly. Nevertheless, even among these powerful figures, confronting the malevolent beings from beyond the heavens exacted a grievous toll. To this day, remnants of those sinister entities linger in this realm. Contemplating this, A weighty pressure settled upon Xiao Yan's heart. This is the essence of the true canon of calamity, even with my prowess. I can only replicate the first 2 volumes of the upper half. To cultivate the first 3 volumes, I must rely on this essence. The phantom poison sage lightly gestured, and an ancient jade slip fell into Xiao Yan's hands. Remember, this essence has already been studied twice. It may only be learned a 3rd time now, he advised. In response, Xiao Yan cautiously stored the jade slip within his spatial ring. I shall express my gratitude on behalf of my family, he said, bowing respectfully to the phantom poison sage once more. There is no need for such formality. When you become a formidable figure among the Dou saints, do assist me in vanquishing a few of the fallen evil races, the phantom poison sage replied with a slight smile, waving his hand. Now, hurry and refine the phantom poison fire. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan hesitated no longer. After securing all his treasures, he turned his gaze toward the swirling purple-gray flame. In that case, I shall not hold back. With that declaration, Xiao Yan's expression hardened with determination, and a torrent of Dou Qi surged from his right hand, reaching directly for the essence of the phantom poison fire. With his current cultivation, dealing with a flame ranked merely 20th was no longer in need of external assistance. Relying solely on his formidable Dou Qi and adeptness in refining, he could successfully subdue this extraordinary fire. Before long, a mass of purple-gray magma, reminiscent of the heavenly poison goo, was grasped firmly in Xiao Yan's hand. Sensing the imminent danger, the flame seed struggled with a hint of sorrow. Yet Xiao Yan's gaze remained tranquil. He slowly parted his lips, raising the fiery seed into the air. I shall commence now. A faint smile graced Xiao Yan's lips as the purple-gray flame seed was liberated from its confines, descending directly into his mouth and subsequently traveling down his throat into his abdomen. Thus, Xiao Yan embarked once more on the process of refining the extraordinary fire. However, this time, his visage oscillated between shades of blue and purple. The true ferocity of the nether poison fire lay not in its searing heat, but in the potent venom it harbored. Fortunately, with 5 types of extraordinary fire safeguarding him, the toxicity only brought about temporary discomfort. That fellow actually has a wife. Humph. I knew he couldn't be a good person. From a distance, Lu Shuyan let out an indignant snort upon witnessing this scene, though a trace of unacknowledged disappointment flickered in her eyes. As Xiao Yan, the heavenly fire sovereign, and UMO simultaneously entered seclusion, the once boisterous space fell once again into a silence that had endured for nearly a millennium. Yet, few noticed that as the nether poison fire was gradually refined by Xiao Yan, the previously sturdy space began to manifest cracks. With the emergence of these subtle fissures, the aura of the poison saint's realm began to seep into the outside world. Over time, this mysterious space finally came into view of the surrounding realm. In just over half a month's time, a youth clad in a rainbow-hued robe appeared outside the poison saint's realm. This individual was none other than the current leader of the poison saint sect, the Rainbow Boy. Also stirred by this occurrence were several high-ranking members of the Holy Demon sect who had been tracking Xiao Yan. Unbeknownst to them, the once tranquil nether poison marsh began to bubble with activity. Chapter 321, A Surge in Power. Amidst the boundless marsh enveloped in violet mist, countless serpents and insects, imbued with terrifying toxicity, roamed about. This place was a paradise for poison cultivators, yet a hell for many others. Today, with the arrival of the Rainbow Boy in this marsh, the usually lively serpents and insects obediently recoiled, retreating into the depths of the marsh, fearful to emerge. It was the leader of the Poison Saint sect, the Rainbow Boy. Even before the Rainbow Boy's appearance, many poison cultivators had already gathered here, the strongest among them having reached the Dou Zone level. However, upon witnessing the Rainbow Boy, they all respectfully bowed and made way for him. Although the Nether Poison Saint had made remarkable contributions in slaying the otherworldly evil, it did not imply that he was a benevolent soul. On the contrary, the Nether Poison Saint was notorious for his ruthless nature in the southwestern continent, and as his descendant, the Rainbow Boy was equally infamous for his ferocity. Faced with the formidable figure of the Dou Zone, the onlookers wisely chose to retreat. The space around them had begun to fracture, and it would not be long before the hidden legacy within would be revealed. The 7-color youth cast a glance at the distant, faintly discernible fissures in the pitch-black space, from which emanated a purer poison than that of the Nether Poison. If all went as anticipated, it was here that the Nether Poison Saint, who founded the Poison Holy Sect a millennium ago, had met his demise. According to the previous sect master, the Nether Poison Saint had single-handedly developed the 7-color poison scripture. However, this was not the most potent technique he possessed. The truly formidable art was a mysterious method known as the True Scripture of Calamity. It was said that this scripture was the key to the Nether Poison Saint's ascension to Dou Sheng. Should I acquire this technique, I would surely be on the brink of reaching the pinnacle of Dou Zone, if not attaining sainthood altogether. A flicker of excitement crossed the seven-color youth's eyes. While the seven-color poison scripture was an art created by the nether poisoned saint, even its utmost mastery could only elevate one to the level of Dozun. Since entering the Dozun realm, the youth's progress had been excruciatingly slow. Now, as a 6-star Dozun, he felt acutely aware of his limitations. Decades had passed without the slightest growth in his cultivation. This time, I must obtain a more advanced technique. A resolute determination flashed in the seven-color youth's gaze. But suddenly he sensed a series of disturbances emanating from the distant space. Who goes there? He scoffed coldly. Yet his pupils constricted in shock as he beheld 4 figures emerge from the void. The leader of the Holy Demon Sect. Why have you all come out in full force? No, one is missing. As he faced the 4 Dozun experts, the youth's expression turned wary. Among them, the Holy Demon Sect leader alone could overpower him, and while the other 3 might not possess such formidable strength individually, their combined might alongside the leader posed a significant threat to his life. Ah, it is the seven-color youth. Do not misunderstand. We have come to the territory of your poison holy sect merely to apprehend a criminal sought by the Holy Demon Sect, the leader said, a disingenuous smile gracing his features. It was evident to all that his smile was a mere fade. None were truly virtuous, and the seven-color youth was well aware of their intentions. Yet, at this moment, he dared not expel them. Although the poison holy sect boasted 2 Dozun masters, they paled in comparison to the Holy Demon Sect. Even in a desperate struggle, the most they could hope for would be a Pyrrhic victory. In light of this, I could perhaps lend my assistance to your Holy Demon Sect. The seven-color youth maintained a smile, but inwardly he had resolved that once this space fractured, he would seize the most precious treasures with his knowledge of the nether poison saint. As for the rest, he would have to reluctantly let go, at least for the time being. As long as he can obtain the legendary evil scripture, he will naturally have ample opportunities to reclaim his honor, whether he becomes a semi-saint or even a fighting saint in the future. It is truly unexpected that the quest for that mysterious Dozun has led to such fortuitous circumstances. Observing the appearance of this space, it might well be a legacy left behind by a powerful Dou saint. At this moment, the leader of the Sacred Demon Sect also wore a smile. For such unexpected joy is indeed rare. Just as both individuals harbored their own ulterior motives within the space of the underworld poison saint, the purple-black hue occasionally appearing on Xiao Yan's face had gradually diminished. This signifies that the underworld poison fire has begun to genuinely refine him. 3 days later, the heavenly fire respect suddenly opened his eyes, and a more formidable aura emerged from his being. At the moment this aura manifested, a fiery beam surged upward, almost piercing through his crown. Yet this terrifying energy was instantly subdued by the heavenly fire respect. His gaze swept across the surroundings and landed on Xiao Yan not far away. Thankfully, he had not disturbed the young master. The heavenly fire respect exhaled deeply, and a smile akin to a blooming chrysanthemum graced his aged face. He chuckled, my strength has already returned to the pinnacle of 4 stars. With this thought, his gaze shifted to the enormous skeletal frame beside him. Within that colossal skeleton resided a massive black python, easily over 100 feet long, coiled within. This was the true form of Yumo, the underworld demon serpent. It was seen with its gaping maw, drawing forth wisps of aura resembling jade from the skeleton. With each intake, the massive skeleton visibly turned grayer. As those auras flowed into Yumo's mouth, the vibrant hues on its dark scales became even more pronounced. It seems this creature is also poised for significant advancement. The heavenly fire respect smiled faintly before resuming his role as protector. Time passed once again, and after half a month, the fissures in this space multiplied and widened, allowing glimpses of the external world. This place had become increasingly unstable. The heavenly fire respect furrowed his brow as he gazed at the underworld poisoned saint above, noticing that the latter's form had grown even more ethereal. However, just as the heavenly fire respect was lost in thought, Xiao Yan, who had maintained a tranquil demeanor, finally opened his eyes. As he did so, the previously calm space erupted into violent turbulence. Through the fissures in the sky, one could see that the external atmosphere had turned overcast, and at that moment, Yumo, having absorbed the essence of the 9 underworld earth demon python, cautiously looked towards the sky. This is the calamity thunder. In the present moment, the gathered crowd gazed perplexedly at the ominous clouds, save for Xiao Yan, whose countenance bore a hint of a smile. After devouring the netherworld poison fire, the burning art had finally surmounted its final threshold, achieving a true evolution to the celestial level. Although it was merely of the lower tier, its power surpassed that of the quasi-celestial stage by several folds. When compared to the higher tier of the earth level, it was exponentially stronger. With Xiao Yan's current soul power and immense Dou Qi, he could barely conjure a 5-colored fire lotus, or even a 6-colored one. The might of the 6-colored fire lotus. even when juxtaposed against the lesser ranked of the six paths, was formidable enough to pose a genuine threat to Dou saints. Breakthrough, Xiao Yan murmured softly within, and in the next instant, his aura surged skyward with the rapidity of a rocket. In the blink of an eye, he ascended from the peak of the 2-star level to the 3-star tier, maintaining his momentum unabated as he sped towards the 4-star level, only gradually decelerating upon reaching the pinnacle of the 3-star stage. Witnessing this spectacle, the likes of the Black Mark City Lord, Liao Du, and Lu Shuiyan were left utterly astounded. Indeed, given his current prowess, it was already remarkable that the netherworld poison fire could aid him in elevating by a star. As he felt the pace of his internal Dou Chi's enhancement begin to slow, a wry smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. However, within this netherworld poison fire resided a wealth of pure Dou Chi belonging to the netherworld poison saint. Even after undergoing several cycles of transformation, the quantity remained impressively substantial. Refine for me, Xiao Yan chuckled softly, and in the next moment, a mass of pure energy hidden within was swiftly refined, ultimately coalescing into a torrent of Dou Chi that flowed into his dantian. This energy was already exceptionally pure, and after a simple refining process by it transformed into the refined Dou Chi of the burning art in just one circulation of the cycle. In an instant, Xiao Yan's aura, which had begun to stagnate at the pinnacle of the 3-star level, surged once more with resounding vigor, rapidly enhancing yet again. This astonishing growth persisted until he reached the late stage of the 4-star Dou Zun, at which point his overwhelming aura eclipsed even that of the distant Heavenly Fire Sovereign. Though both were 4-star Dou Zun, the Heavenly Fire Sovereign's cultivation, albeit slightly superior to Xiao Yan's, could not match the ferocity instilled by Xiao Yan's burning art Dou Chi, which was potent enough to rival that of an ordinary 5-star Dou Zun. As Xiao Yan broke through, the ominous clouds beyond the spatial realm unleashed a colossal thunderbolt, measuring hundreds of feet in length. This terrifying lightning instantaneously shattered the space, now devoid of the netherworld poison saint's control, hurtling directly towards Xiao Yan. However, he remained undaunted, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. Come forth. Just the opportunity one need to test the power of this new. As his words fell, the within Xiao Yan began to bubble with fervor. Burn for me. Xiao Yan parted his lips, and a colossal pillar of flame, composed of extraordinary fire no less formidable than the silver lightning, erupted from his mouth. With a thunderous roar, the pillar of unusual fire collided with the silver lightning, generating a terrifying surge of energy that even caused the Heavenly Fire Sovereign to change color slightly. As for Lu Shuiyan and the others, they were rendered pale with fear. Such dreadful power was something she had only witnessed her father wield. The violent energy waves surged through space like relentless tides, shattering the already ravaged realm into countless fragments. When the tumultuous energy finally dissipated, nearly half of the original poison saint's domain lay in ruins. At this moment, the enormous lightning that even a 5-star Dou Zun would fear had vanished from the sky. How formidable! Witnessing this scene, even the nether poison saint could not help but exhale a soft sigh. With your talents and this remarkable technique, once you reach Dou Sheng, you will inevitably become a nemesis to those fallen evil clans. Thus, I can depart with peace of mind. As he spoke, his soul form began to fade increasingly, nearing complete obliteration. Senior, gazing at this sight, even Xiao Yan could not restrain himself from calling out. Do not dwell on it. Death is an experience all must endure. Go, and should you have the opportunity, slay a few more of those fallen evil clans for me. The nether poison saint chuckled one last time before completely dissipating into the ether. Xiao Yan remained silent for a moment before once again bowing in respect towards the direction where the nether poison saint had vanished. The man's indifferent attitude towards life and death was worthy of Xiao Yan's renewed reverence. Moments after the nether poison saint's disappearance, several powerful auras, belonging to Dou Zun levels, began to seep through the shattered heavens. This aura bore a resemblance to that of the Blood Shadow Sovereign. Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. Upon looking up, he beheld 5 Dou Zun experts standing in the sky. It's you. You are the one who killed Blood Shadow. In the sky, the Holy Demon Sect Master's eyes lit up upon spotting Xiao Yan. The sight of Blood Shadow's demise was infused with the essence of extraordinary fire, undoubtedly pointing to this individual. However, he had not anticipated that this person was not only here, but perhaps also possessed the legacy treasures of a Dou Sheng. With this thought, a glimmer of excitement appeared on the face of the Holy Demon Sect Master. What a delightful turn of events. He automatically disregarded Xiao Yan's 4-star Dou Zun strength. A mere 4-star Dou Zun, even with the aid of extraordinary fire, would find it nearly impossible to bridge the gap of 3-star levels to contend with himself, a 7-star Dou Zun. Yet, just as he prepared to see Xiao Yan, the colorful youth beside him suddenly spoke. Friend, have you encountered my ancestor, the nether poison saint? The Nether Poison Saint is your ancestor? Xiao Yan was taken aback for a moment and replied, Are you a descendant of the Nether Poison Saint? Indeed, I am the contemporary sovereign of the Poison Sacred Sect. Might you be fortunate enough to inherit the teachings of my esteemed ancestor? The radiant child smiled and remarked, You do not appear to be a practitioner of poison. As long as you hand over my ancestor's true scripture of calamity, I can assist you in evading the impending disaster. Upon hearing the radiant child's words, the expression of the members of the Sacred Demon Sect darkened significantly. Radiant, should you wish to aid this young man, you must consider the consequences for yourself. The sect master of the Sacred Demon observed coldly. Once I have deceitfully procured the true scripture of calamity, I shall not concern myself with your fates. The radiant child smirked inwardly, maintaining a gentle demeanor as he attempted to speak further with Xiao Yan, only to hear him slowly respond. Indeed, I possess a copy of the true scripture of calamity. However, I cannot relinquish it to you. Out of respect for your lineage as a descendant of the Poison Saint, I do not wish to bully you. I suggest you depart. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the radiant child's countenance darkened, his gaze toward Xiao Yan laced with a hint of murderous intent. It seems you have chosen to reject my goodwill. Chapter 322, Slaying the Sect Master of the Sacred Demon, Part 1. For the radiant child, acquiring the true scripture of calamity was imperative, regardless of the unfolding circumstances. What he had not anticipated was Xiao Yan's unwavering resolve. Observing his aura, he appeared to be merely a 4-star Dozun. Could it be that with such limited strength, even with the 2 4-star Dozun behind him, he would stand little chance against the onslaught of 6 Dozun experts? As for Xiao Yan and the Lord of Black Seal City, they were not even regarded as combatants. Sect Master of the Sacred Demon. Since this young man is so ungrateful, I propose we join forces to eliminate these 3. After their demise, aside from the ancient scroll this young man possesses, I shall gladly relinquish the rest. What say you? Seeing that Xiao Yan refused to surrender the true scripture of calamity, the radiant child's gaze swiftly shifted to the sect master of the Sacred Demon. The expression on the face of the radiant sect master changes remarkably fast. Upon hearing this, the sect master of the Sacred Demon could not help but smile slightly, yet he readily acquiesced. Since Sect Master Radiant is so generous, we shall honor your request. What a scoundrel! Observing the smug expression of the sect master, the radiant child inwardly cursed, though his exterior betrayed no sign of discontent. Just moments ago, you so easily switched allegiances, and now you dare ask for my assistance? Truly a delusion. The sect master of the Sacred Demon turned his head, gazing toward Xiao Yan, while contemplating whether, after vanquishing Xiao Yan, he should eliminate the radiant child as well. Should the radiant child fall here, the Poison Sacred Sect would be left with but a low-tier Dozun, and thus would lose its claim to such expansive territory. The Sacred Demon Sect would acquire a most substantial landhold. What piqued the curiosity of the Lord of the Holy Demon Sect even more was the ancient scroll clutched by the cloaked youth. What kind of treasure could it be that the radiant child was willing to relinquish all his wealth? Could it possibly be a heavenly technique of unparalleled mastery? If so, the Holy Demon Sect would indeed strike it rich today. Contemplating this, a brilliant light flickered in the Lord's eyes as he cast a cold glance at Xiao Yan from a distance, snorting disdainfully. You audacious brat. First you obliterate the forces under the Holy Demon Sect, and then you slay one of our esteemed elders. How dare you? He continued. If I do not vanquish you here today, how can the Holy Demon Sect maintain its standing in the southwestern continent? With that, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he waved his hand commanding, attack. Yes. Upon hearing his orders, the 3 Dozong experts behind the Lord swiftly dispersed, their murderous intent palpable as they gazed at Xiao Yan and his companions. Within that menace, there lingered a hint of insatiable greed. Given the peculiar and ruthless techniques of the Holy Demon Sect, these 3 would make excellent prey. Devouring them would be tremendously beneficial. However, before they could make a move, Xiao Yan was already smiling at the Lord of the Holy Demon Sect. If you do not come seeking me, it will not be long before I come seeking you. I am quite curious about the celestial malevolence concealed within your sect that has been nurtured to such a level. Upon hearing the term celestial malevolence, the Lord's previously impassive face suddenly morphed, his gaze towards Xiao Yan brimming with intensified malice. This boy poses a grave threat. He must not escape. Escape? Xiao Yan suddenly laughed. Today, my strength has just reached a new pinnacle, and you have come at the perfect time for me to hone my skills. He then glanced at the radiant child beside him, speaking lightly. Your ancestor of the Poison Saint Sect dedicated his life to battling the fallen evil clans. In a sense, the Holy Demon Sect embodies a form of fallen evil itself. Will you truly choose to stand with them? The radiant child scoffed. If you surrender the relic of my ancestor from the Poison Saint Sect, I might consider refraining from making a move. That was it. There was nothing left to discuss. Xiao Yan shrugged helplessly. The radiant child was no saint, and he, too, was a ruthless individual. What was in the mouth of the esteemed young master was certainly not meant to be relinquished. In that case, it seems I shall practice my skills on you. Old Yao, do you have any issues restraining this child? Xiao Yan turned to look at the venerable Tianhua and UMO behind him. Defeating him was impossible, but holding him off for a few hours should pose no challenge. Tianhua smiled slightly. The radiant child's strength surpassed his peak. Yet after absorbing the remnants of the 9 Nether Earth Serpent, UMO had made significant progress, attaining the level of a 4-star Dou Zone. Both individuals are ancient beings who have survived for millennia, and together, they present a challenge that the colorful youth finds insurmountable in the short term. With this in mind, Xiao Yan turned his gaze towards the holy demon sect leader, a fervent battle spirit igniting within his eyes. Given his current prowess, without resorting to the 5-color fire lotus, the holy demon sect leader serves as a rather appealing target. Once I eliminate you, I shall also eradicate the otherworldly demon lurking behind you. With a cold smirk, Xiao Yan suddenly vanished amidst the miasma of the poisonous netherworld, only to reappear before a formidable foe from the holy demon sect. The expression of the adversary shifted dramatically, mirroring the astonishment of the onlookers from a distance. Xiao Yan's speed was such that, apart from the holy demon sect leader, none could comprehend how he had materialized before his opponent. Even more astonishing was the fact that, in the face of 4 Dou Zun powerhouses, it was Xiao Yan who initiated the confrontation. 8 Extremes Collapse, Iron Mountain Crash. As the Dou Zun expert gazed on in horror, Xiao Yan's footfalls fractured the very fabric of space, his terrifying might akin to a 5-star Dou Zun combined with formidable physical strength. As he collided shoulder first into the chest of his adversary, boom, the sound resonated through the heavens and earth like a massive bell. Yet the bell struck bore a grim fate. Despite his utmost efforts to defend against Xiao Yan, the 2-star Dou Zun's prowess paled in comparison to that of Xiao Yan. With a single strike, the opponent expelled a torrent of internal organs, which flew through the violet mist like cannonballs, leaving a long trail in their wake. Had it not been for the strength of the Dou Zun's soul, that blow alone would have sufficed to slay him. Even so, he was left grievously wounded. How formidable! Witnessing this scene, the expressions of all present were tinged with trepidation. A 2-star Dou Zun had been grievously injured with but a single maneuver. Even the colorful youth dared not presume he could surpass Xiao Yan's feat in contrast to him. The holy demon sect leader harbored deep concerns regarding the opponent's speed. Such terrifying swiftness was beyond even his capabilities. Should Xiao Yan choose to flee, the leader knew he would be unable to pursue. If this lad intends to escape, I shall slay his companions one by one. I refuse to believe there is not a single one among them he holds dear. Contemplating this, his gaze caught sight of Xiao Yan, who had transformed once more into a streak of lightning, this time hurtling directly towards him. This lad is truly arrogant. The holy demon sect leader's face bore a hint of exhilaration. Even if Xiao Yan possessed strength comparable to a 6-star Dou Zun, once they engaged in close combat, the opportunity to ensnare him would arise. With this thought, he summoned the full force of his potent Dou Qi, awaiting Xiao Yan's approach to deliver a lethal strike. As Xiao Yan's figure drew nearer, he could not help but notice a slight contraction in his gaze towards the direction of Xiao Yan's right hand. In his palm, which was previously empty, a 4-colored fire lotus had unexpectedly manifested, slightly larger than a palm. The fire lotus spun gently within his grasp, radiant and exquisitely beautiful. However, the occasional flicker of energy emanating from it caused even the leader of the sacred demon sect to experience a momentary tremor of apprehension. To deal with you, the 5-colored fire lotus would indeed be somewhat excessive. The 4-colored one suffices perfectly. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan had traversed the distance and stood before the leader of the sacred demon sect. With his current prowess, combined with the evolved heavenly grade technique of the burning formula, conjuring a 4-colored fire lotus was no longer the arduous task it once was. In mere moments, the fiery orb took shape in Xiao Yan's hand, and his aura only slightly diminished in intensity. This fire lotus is a gift for you. As the 4-colored fire lotus descended before the pallid-faced leader of the sacred demon sect, Xiao Yan began to retreat. What in the world is this? The leader's expression shifted dramatically, his black fighting energy surging forth, coalescing into a suit of pitch-black armor in an instant. Yet, still feeling uneasy, he layered his defenses. However, the fire lotus had already begun to explode in the sky. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the entire nether poison marsh shuddered violently. In the next moment, a colossal mushroom cloud composed of vibrant flames effortlessly evaporated the surrounding toxic miasma, sweeping outward with terrifying heat. The fearsome firestorm incinerated everything within a 1,000-foot radius to nothingness. Mist evaporated instantaneously, and even the marsh below cracked and then melted into a layer of molten lava under the oppressive heat. Beyond the inferno, the temperature soared to a dreadfully high degree, overwhelming the very air itself. Lord Xiao Yan's power is truly terrifying. Liao Du, hiding thousands of feet away, wiped the sweat from his brow, while Lu Xuyan, though not rendered utterly helpless by the searing heat, was filled with astonishment in her beautiful eyes. This individual is indeed a monster. Her previous displeasure towards Xiao Yan had transformed into a mixture of shock and myriad strange emotions. Regardless of the circumstances, one could not deny the undeniable strength of this individual. For the first time since her birth, Lu Xuyan felt an intense sense of defeat and admiration towards a peer. It was clear, this individual was far from the easy opponent they had anticipated. Gazing upon that terrifying mushroom cloud, even the two members of the sacred demon sect were struck with alarm. Yet before they could fully process their shock, they witnessed Xiao Yan's figure cutting through the firestorm, pursuing the burly man of the sacred demon sect. Alas, I have become his target. The burly man's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to flee. However, before he could take more than a few steps, he sensed a powerful gust of wind approaching from behind. Thud! A formidable elbow struck fiercely at the back of his heart, instantly reducing his spine and heart to a pulp. Had it not been for the strength of a Dozun's soul, his corporeal body would have perished in that moment. Such overwhelming power. As the burly man was sent flying by Xiao Yan, he felt a surge of relief at having narrowly escaped, only to be confronted by an intense, searing heat emanating from behind him. When he could no longer resist the urge to glance back, he beheld a terrifying formation of 5 ethereal flames in the sky, unleashing a torrent of colorful fire pillars that surged towards him. It was over. A grim expression crept across the burly man's face as the next moment, the 7 colored beams penetrated his body. Following a chorus of anguished cries, the only remnants in the world were the charred, blackened space scorched by the otherworldly flames and a few insubstantial ashes. How could this individual be so fearsome? As a 4-star Dozun, how could he possess such extraordinary strength? Witnessing this scene, the last remaining elder of the Demon Saint sect was struck with dread. With the sect master's fate still uncertain, the only target left for the cloaked youth was himself. In an instant, the fear of death, which had not surfaced in his heart for centuries, engulfed him anew. What should I do? What should I do? His gaze shifted and caught sight of Lu Xuyan and her companions not far away. There was no other choice. He had to take them hostage. For with this individual's strength, his demise was inevitable. The elder's thoughts raced as he transformed into a streak of black light, hurtling towards Lu Xuyan. In his view, Lu Xuyan's beauty was exceptional. She could very well be the consort of that formidable warrior. Although the speed of a 2-star Dozun was nowhere near Xiao Yan's, it was not that they were too slow, but rather that Xiao Yan was extraordinarily swift. In the blink of an eye, the elder appeared before Lu Xuyan and her companions. Miss. The 2 elderly women beside Lu Xuyan turned pale, hastily summoning all their strength to fend off the elder. Yet, the disparity between a Dozong and a Dozun was insurmountable. With just a casual motion, the elder sent the 2 women spewing blood and hurtling backward. What do you want? My father is the sect master of the Gusheng sect. Lu Xian's expression shifted slightly as the absolute Saint Golden Silkworm flew from her palm, only to be effortlessly swatted aside by the elder. So, you are the daughter of the Gusheng sect's master. Your worth to that young man must be even greater. The elder, upon hearing this, felt a surge of elation. When faced with his own mortality, who cared about her father's identity? Behave and become my hostage. The elder grinned wickedly, just as he prepared to seize Lu Xuyan. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. In the next moment, a slender hand, drenched in blood, pierced through his chest. In that palm, a black heart continued to pulsate slowly. Chapter 323, Slaying the Holy Demon Sect Leader, Part 2. The elder, who had initially gazed with eyes alight with excitement, suddenly widened them in disbelief, his expression akin to that of a stunned bull. However, Xiao Yan, standing behind him, paid no heed to the elder's astonishment. With a firm grip of his long fingers, the black heart erupted with a resounding pop. Had it not been for the layer of protective fighting energy surrounding Lu Xuyan, the blood would have splattered upon her. Impossible. How could he be so swift? As he witnessed his heart being crushed by Xiao Yan, the elder's eyes brimmed with profound resentment and confusion, emotions that were now utterly futile. I refuse to accept this. How could I meet my end so easily? Even in death, I shall take a few with me. The elder's heart screamed in madness, and in the next moment, he summoned the remnants of his fighting energy, attempting to ignite an explosion within himself. Although the destruction of his heart constituted a grievous injury for a Dozun, for beings whose souls could roam freely through heaven and earth, there remained a flicker of resistance. Swiftly, the Dozun's fighting energy surged forth like a wild stallion, brewing a tempest of terrifying energy within him. While it may not rival the 4-color Fire Lotus, it was assuredly more potent than the 3-color Fire Lotus. Yet, what did this signify to Xiao Yan? He merely sneered coldly, raising his left hand to strike the elder's crown fiercely. With a crack, the sound of shattering bone echoed. Yet this was merely a corporeal injury. At that moment, Xiao Yan's formidable soul power, having reached the pinnacle of the spirit realm, surged into the elder's mind like a raging tide. In an instant, it was not only the elder's brain that was shattered, but also his soul's power. The vast majority of Dou Zun's soul powers paled in comparison to that of an ordinary spirit realm cultivator, let alone when faced with Xiao Yan's peak prowess. Indeed, if he were not an alchemist, few beneath the Dou Shang could match his soul power. Even among 8th-grade alchemists, Xiao Yan's soul strength ranked prominently, with only the likes of the 3 heads of the Dan Tower potentially surpassing him. As for those who had entered the celestial realm, such as Yao Lao, they were not included in this comparison. I refuse to accept this. A fierce unwillingness flickered in the elder's eyes, his lips trembling slightly before his gaze dimmed entirely. A mere 2-star Dou Zun dared to act so arrogantly. With a casual flick, Xiao Yan discarded the elder's corpse aside, flames erupting from his palm to incinerate the bloodstains into nothingness. His long, fair hands gleamed like white jade, even more radiant than a woman's delicate skin. So powerful. At that moment, Lu Shuyan's pale visage regained a hint of normalcy. So handsome. A thought involuntarily surged within Lu Shuyan's heart, and she promptly shook her head vigorously. Her complexion flushed with embarrassment. How could I ever harbor feelings for such a scoundrel? Yet, it must be said, his appearance just now was undeniably striking. Another thought emerged in Lu Shuyan's mind, causing her fair cheeks to redden even further. The effortless manner in which Xiao Yan had slain a Dou Zun expert, akin to dispatching a mere chicken, was indelibly etched in her memory. Moreover, Xiao Yan's inherent handsomeness, coupled with a subtle yet alluring charm that exuded both playfulness and flirtation, compelled even the proud daughter of the Guxing sect to concede that Xiao Yan's current visage was indeed mesmerizing. Even her father, in his youth, could not have surpassed such brilliance. It was truly perplexing how long this fellow would take to ascend to the saint tier. What a prodigy he was, Lu Shuyan mused internally. Have you been poisoned? Your face is as red as a monkey's backside. Just as Lu Shuyan was lost in her thoughts, Xiao Yan's voice resonated in her ears. Startled, she turned to see a handsome face, adorned with a mischievous grin, drawing perilously close to her own. You are the one who has been poisoned. Your face resembles that of a monkey's. Lu Shuyan retorted, pouting in indignation, only to feel a sudden sharp pain in her rear. Glancing over her shoulder, she discovered that this rogue had smacked her backside. Daring to discuss the young master, I see you are courting trouble. Xiao Yan chuckled wickedly. Just as Lu Shuyan was about to unleash her fury when the once diminished flame storm in the distance abruptly stirred. In the next moment, an immense wave of black Dou Qi swiftly dispersed the flames, replaced by an inky black mist. From the depths of that black fog, an aged figure gradually emerged. Kid, you are truly formidable. The master of the Holy Demon sect now appeared tattered and worn, his skin marred and darkened, his aura significantly weakened. However, it seemed his injuries were not severe, as no grave signs of wounding were evident. Indeed, he was a peak Dou Zun expert. Even the 4-color Fire Lotus posed no substantial threat to him. Gazing at the master of the Holy Demon sect, Xiao Yan remained remarkably composed. Such an outcome had long been anticipated. After all, the 4 types of within his 4-color Fire Lotus were not ranked particularly high, and their potency had diminished in lethality against an expert of the Dou Zun tier. As the master of the Holy Demon sect emerged, his gaze swept across, only to darken with hostility, his old eyes suddenly gleaming a blood-red hue. Although the 4-color Fire Lotus had failed to inflict mortal wounds, it had caused him considerable discomfort. Thus, after enduring that attack, he had utilized his cultivation technique to recover for a brief 10 breaths. However, in that fleeting span, 2 of his 3 subordinate Dou Zun experts had met their demise, with the remaining 1 grievously injured. It is no wonder that the Lord of the Sacred Demon has specifically summoned us to collectively eliminate you. It appears your threat is indeed formidable. However, today your menace shall come to an end. I shall assuredly slay you here. With that declaration, the leader of the Sacred Demon sect ceased to linger, unleashing a terrifying aura that shattered the surrounding space, propelling himself towards Xiao Yan with astonishing speed. Ha ha ha, old man. Do you truly believe that I possess only this level of prowess? Observing the Sacred Demon leader's flustered demeanor, Xiao Yan let out a cold laugh, transforming his body into a streak of lightning. Both combatants reached unparalleled speeds, bridging the vast distance in the blink of an eye. Die! The Sacred Demon leader bellowed, channeling his entire energy to strike fiercely at Xiao Yan. Yet, in the face of this onslaught, Xiao Yan remained unfazed, equally summoning his full power. His energy, comparable to that of a 5-star Dou Zun, surged like a mighty river under the influence of the burning technique. 8 extremes collapse. The two formidable energies collided, causing the molten layer formed in the marsh below to erupt violently, while the space itself fractured like fragile glass. In the aftermath of their clash, Xiao Yan was forced to retreat 100 paces, while the sacred demon leader staggered back only 3 steps. Ha ha ha, as expected of a peak 7-star Dozun. Such strength brings me immense joy in battle. Despite being pushed back, Xiao Yan appeared utterly unconcerned, his face illuminated with excitement. Meanwhile, the sacred demon leader's expression shifted subtly. That exchange had nearly drained his full strength. Typically, even a 5-star Dozun would have been left bloodied. Yet, Xiao Yan, aside from retreating a short distance, bore no injuries. What manner of monster is this? How can a 4-star Dozun possess such power? The sacred demon leader cursed inwardly. Nevertheless, Xiao Yan remained indifferent to his thoughts, as he swiftly formed seals with his hands. In the next moment, flames erupted from his consciousness, and his aura began to surge dramatically. Heavenly fire transformation, Xiao Yan exclaimed, as his energy, having reached the late stage of 4 stars, soared rapidly to the initial stage of 5 stars, then to the late stage of 5 stars, and in an instant, ascended to the early stage of 6 stars. This spectacle startled the sacred demon leader, causing his eyelids to twitch in alarm. Old man, let us continue. Xiao Yan grinned menacingly, as he dashed forward with the terrifying strength of an early 6-star Dozun, coupled with his formidable physical power, striking fiercely at the sacred demon leader. Even if your strength reaches 6 stars, you are no match for me. The sacred demon leader retorted with a cold snort, engaging Xiao Yan once more. However, this time, Xiao Yan only staggered back a few steps. How is this possible? How can you be this strong? The sacred demon leader's face was a mixture of shock and fury. After the transformation of the heavenly fire triad, Xiao Yan's strength was no longer vastly different from his own. With the formidable might of the burning technique and his terrifying physical prowess, Xiao Yan's power was sufficient to rival that of a 7-star Dozun. The two continuously clashed high in the sky, each collision shattering vast expanses of space. Yet, the more they fought, the more alarmed the holy demon sect master became. For not only had Xiao Yan approached his level of strength, but he also unleashed an array of advanced combat techniques. It was not just that. The potency of his was exceedingly formidable, posing a significant restraint to the sect master's own techniques. After numerous encounters, the sect master even realized that he was subtly being suppressed by his opponent. How can a mere 4-star Dozun possess such strength? The sect master seethed with fury. Meanwhile, the rainbow boy, observing this scene from a distance, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. At this rate, how will I obtain the true scriptures of calamity? With a swift step forward, he sought to assist the holy demon sect master. However, a massive serpentine tail lashed out violently toward him. After repelling the tail, he was met with an enormous fiery seal. Your adversary is the two of us, the heavenly fire elder sneered. You truly lack discernment. How dare you oppose our young master? Have you not considered the consequences of offending him? The rainbow boy paused momentarily, his gaze lingering on Xiao Yan's youthful visage, then glanced at the 2 Dozun adversaries he faced, falling into silence. Their words seemed to carry considerable weight. Meanwhile, from a distance, Lu Shuyan watched Xiao Yan, who was overpowering the holy demon sect master, with exhilaration and excitement. This was the holy demon sect master, a figure who had few rivals across the entire southwestern continent, save for her father. Yet, this individual was being forced into a defensive position by Xiao Yan. As she gazed at Xiao Yan's formidable figure, her heart inexplicably raced. Damn it! After another strike, the holy demon sect master stumbled back, his blood-red eyes fixated on Xiao Yan. The power of the allowed Xiao Yan to subtly suppress him, pushing the sect master to the brink of despair. Of the 4 who had emerged, only 1.5 remained, and even he, the strongest among them, was being overwhelmed. Since becoming the holy demon sect master, he had never felt so stifled. You must die today, he roared, then pointed slightly at the corpse of the elder. Bang! Instantly, the elder's corpse transformed into a cloud of black mist, which rapidly surged into the sect master's body. Following this, he pointed in another direction. Master, no, spare me. The cries of the already severely injured Dozun echoed, but were abruptly silenced by another loud bang, as yet another stream of black mist entered the sect master's form. Since you are aware of the malevolent entities lurking behind me, allow me to unveil the true might of the demon saints. A sinister grin spread across the face of the holy demon sect master, and in the next instant, his form began to swell rapidly, his aura surging as he shattered the confines of the 8-star Dozun realm. He grew to an imposing stature of 10 feet, dark scales erupting across his body, and a torrent of inky black Dou Qi surged forth from within him. Soon, a colossal figure, towering 100 feet high, emerged within the abyssal poison marsh. Its appearance nearly identical to that of the Holy Demon Sect Master, resembling a grotesque humanoid beast. Holy Demon Body. Annihilating Spirit Demon Light. The voice of the Holy Demon Sect Master resonated from this Dou Qi embodiment as a massive beam of demonic light, imbued with terrifying power, shot toward Xiao Yan. Has he finally revealed his trump card? Is this all there is? Observing the gigantic Holy Demon Body in the sky, Xiao Yan scoffed, gently tapping his finger against his forehead. Buzz. Like ripples on water, a profound and mystical pattern materialized upon his brow. Following the emergence of this emblem, Xiao Yan's aura surged once more, effortlessly reaching the level of 7-star Dou Zun amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. The Xiao clan's emblem. What annihilating spirit demon light. With a cold snort, 6 distinct flames appeared before Xiao Yan, swirling gently in front of him, silently eroding the once fearsome annihilating spirit demon light until it vanished completely. In the spirit of reciprocity, a slight smile graced Xiao Yan's lips as the 6 flames darted forth like ethereal sprites, encircling the towering holy demon body. Recently, I devised a new technique to combat the malevolent entities from beyond. Let us see how it fares in practice. Under the gaze of the Holy Demon Sect Master, who was filled with trepidation, Xiao Yan's hands began to weave intricate seals, and the 6 flames began to dance rapidly through the air, leaving trails of fiery light that wove through the atmosphere like threads in a tapestry. Begone! The Holy Demon Sect Master roared, his demonic energy surging. Yet he could not disperse these flames. Soon, the outline of a massive cauldron composed entirely of flame began to coalesce in the sky. This technique is derived from my understanding of the Yin-Yang Rebirth Cauldron and the 5 wheels of separation fire. A brilliant light shone in Xiao Yan's eyes. It is named the Rebirth Demon Refining Cauldron. In the vastness of the void, 6 unique and wondrous flames streaked across the sky, leaving behind dazzling trails, ultimately coalescing into a gigantic cauldron with a diameter of over 100 feet. Settle, Xiao Yan commanded, as the flaming cauldron inverted, unleashing a terrifying pressure that bore down upon the Holy Demon Sect Master's massive form. Begone! The Holy Demon Sect Master bellowed, his fist, imbued with the devastating force capable of obliterating even a novice Dou Zun, struck fiercely against the flaming cauldron. Yet, atop the colossal cauldron, the 6 flames revolved, effortlessly dissipating the formidable power contained within. This technique bore the uniqueness of the 7-color Fire Lotus Soul skill, originally conceived during the fierce clash between Xiao Yan and Han Feng. Damn it! How can this wretched cauldron be so resilient? The Holy Demon Sect Master's expression shifted, and his hands moved with even greater swiftness, unleashing torrents of fighting spirit imbued with terrifying might towards the fiery giant cauldron. However, regardless of the strength or speed of his assaults, even when pushed to their utmost limits, they merely stirred ripples of flame upon the cauldron's surface, having no effect whatsoever on the cauldron itself. Having allied with the outer evil, his fate was sealed. Xiao Yan let out a cold smirk, his hands forming seals anew. Reincarnation Refining Demon Cauldron. 6 paths of reincarnation refining true demons. As his voice fell, surges of flames erupted from the 6 directions within the cauldron. In an instant, 6 serpentine flames, black and white, vibrant with 7 colors, transparent and colorless, emerald green, deep blue, and hazy purple, emerged from within the cauldron. Following the appearance of these flaming serpents, they surged forth with terrifying heat, aimed directly at the Holy Demon Sect Master's sacred body. This is bad. The Holy Demon Sect Master's complexion changed, hastily channeling his formidable fighting spirit to resist the dreadful flames. The hissing sound filled the air as the black fighting spirit clashed with the exotic fire, both dissipating into nothingness. Yet, the outcome left the Holy Demon Sect Master's face heavily shadowed. From the earlier collision, he sensed that his fighting spirit was subtly suppressed by the exotic flames, placing him at a disadvantage. If that were not enough, he was now trapped within this cauldron, with the surrounding energy of heaven and earth completely severed. If he could not replenish his power, it would not be long before his fighting spirit ran dry. In stark contrast, the external Xiao Yan drew upon an unending well of celestial energy. Damn it, if I cannot escape, I am doomed. The Holy Demon Sect Master wore a face of urgency, yet despite his desperate efforts, he could not shatter the cauldron. Noticing the struggles of the Holy Demon Sect Master, Xiao Yan revealed a hint of a smile, his surging fighting spirit intensifying once more. Add fire. Boom. Within the reincarnation refining demon cauldron, the flames spewed forth from the mouths of the 6 fire dragons grew even larger, gradually depleting the Holy Demon Sect Master's fighting spirit. Damn it. I refuse to believe you can withstand flames of this intensity for long. The Holy Demon Sect Master's face shifted once again. Yet, as an hour passed, the external Xiao Yan remained vibrant and invigorated. After the burning art had evolved to the heavenly rank, unless he deployed the 5-color Fire Lotus or a heavenly rank fighting technique, his consumption of fighting spirit was virtually negligible. Even if there was some depletion, the terrifying capacity of the heavenly rank techniques would easily replenish any losses. This fellow seems to be getting anxious. Sensing the escalating struggle within the reincarnation demon refining cauldron, Xiao Yan remained unfazed, instead choosing to stoke the flames further. Inside the cauldron, the 6 fire dragons abruptly ceased their fiery assault, prompting the holy demon sect master to exhale a sigh of relief. He cast a glance at his ethereal form, now significantly diminished by the flames, and felt a twinge of fear. In merely an hour, half of his fighting spirit had been consumed. He needed to devise a means of escape swiftly. As the holy demon sect master contemplated his predicament, he beheld the 6 fire dragons beginning to swirl once more. This time, however, they merged into 6 vibrant dragons of a kaleidoscope of colors, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the presence of other hues entwined within. This is... The holy demon sect master's expression shifted dramatically, and in the next moment, the 6 dragons unleashed a dazzling torrent of flames, their intensity surpassing that of before. Damn it, how can this fellow endure so long? The holy demon sect master cursed vehemently, feeling the flames intensify once more. With a crackling sound, his fighting spirit, akin to a candle, melted away rapidly, consumed by the otherworldly fire until it was rendered to nothingness. Another half-hour passed, and the holy demon sect master gazed in despair at the inferno above him. At this juncture, his fighting spirit was nearly extinguished, and the towering form of the holy demon had long been incinerated. Meanwhile, outside, Xiao Yan continued to breathe steadily, his complexion unperturbed, as he opened his mouth wide, drawing in energy from all directions like a rushing river. Such a colossal influx of energy would daunt most. Yet with the aid of the otherworldly flames and the burning technique, Xiao Yan effortlessly refined it to replenish his fighting spirit. It was nearly time. With a cold smirk, he intensified the output of his fighting spirit. Boom! The flames, accompanied by an alarming heat, obliterated the last vestige of the holy demon sect master's fighting spirit, and in the next instant, they engulfed his corporeal form. The holy demon sect master emitted a chilling scream, utterly devoid of the strength to resist. Now bereft of the protective shield of his fighting spirit, his combat prowess dwindled to that of an ordinary dozun, under Xiao Yan's otherworldly flames. His cries were short-lived before he was reduced to ashes, as the last remnants of his dark demonic energy within were consumed to nothingness by the otherworldly fire. This once mighty figure who had dominated the southwestern continent met his demise at the very moment of the holy demon sect master's fall. In a distant abyss within the holy demon sect, a pair of enormous blood-red eyes suddenly opened wide. Dead. A flicker of surprise crossed the depths of those crimson eyes. And an instant later, a thought traversed countless distances, arriving at the site of the holy demon sect master's downfall. All practitioners of the sacred demon sect cultivate techniques that he has pioneered and imparted. To transcend to the Dozong realm and beyond, one must acquire a trace of his sacred demonic essence. Thus, the 5 venerable figures of the sacred demon sect each possess a fragment of his demonic aura. Just as the sacred demon sect master's essence was on the verge of being refined by Xiao Yan, the thoughts of this demonic sage finally converged upon that essence. Immediately, all the memories of the sacred demon sect master before his demise flooded into his consciousness. This young man is remarkably youthful. A stirring expression flickered in his blood-red eyes, but as he beheld the 6 distinct types of within Xiao Yan, that astonishment evaporated, replaced by shock and murderous intent. How is it possible? How could a Dozong simultaneously harbor so many? Even a Dosheng would struggle to possess such a multitude. With this realization, the murderous intent in his crimson eyes intensified. This boy's talent is terrifying, and his ability to wield multiple simultaneously poses a significant threat in the future if he is not eliminated. Indeed, since that battle long ago, I have concealed myself here for over a millennium. The Nether Lotus Demon Sage has long perished, and while there may be those stronger than I in the southwest continent, they are unlikely to pose a threat to me. If that is the case, let me eradicate this source of calamity. With these thoughts racing through his mind, his body began to tremble, and a colossal head, towering over 100 feet, shattered the abyssal fissure. Following this, 2 equally massive hands emerged, and then he propelled himself forward. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated, causing all disciples of the sacred demon sect to look up in shock at the towering figure, surpassing even the peaks of their sect's mountain. This figure, enveloped in jet-black scales, bore a demonic aura as tangible as substance itself. Occasionally, viscous droplets of demonic essence fell to the ground, igniting the eyes of all nearby beings with a crimson hue, transforming them into demonic creatures. This enormous figure resembled the sacred demon sect master's sacred form, yet stood tenfold taller, perhaps even more. A prodigy? Slaying a prodigy brings a sense of achievement surpassing that of vanquishing a sage. The blackened visage of the demonic shadow revealed a terrifying grin as it began its march toward the distance. With each step, it traversed hundreds of miles, its form gradually diminishing in size. By the time it shrank to that of an average human, it was already less than 1,000 miles from Xiao Yan's location in the Nether Poison Marsh. At that moment, Xiao Yan had just dismissed his reincarnation refining demon cauldron and turned his gaze toward the distant seven-colored boy. Do you still desire the true scripture of tribulation? Huh, what true scripture of tribulation? I know nothing at all. Under Xiao Yan's penetrating gaze, the seven-colored boy shivered involuntarily, forcing a smile as he spoke. At this moment, if he still harbored intentions of opposing Xiao Yan, it would not merely be a question of inheritance, but rather a sign of his own folly. Having already defeated the master of the sacred demon sect, he would surely be utterly defenseless before Xiao Yan. Out of respect for your lineage as the descendant of the Nether Poison Saint, I shall spare your life today. Xiao Yan waved his hand nonchalantly and said, You may leave. Very well. The colorful youth smiled and nodded, his figure suddenly vanishing from sight. He had no desire to remain in Xiao Yan's presence a moment longer. The latter was simply too formidable. After the colorful youth disappeared, Xiao Yan shifted his gaze towards Lu Shuyan and the others in the distance. The instant Lu Shuyan met Xiao Yan's eyes, she felt her cheeks flush with heat. This youth, appearing to be of similar age, had slain the master of the sacred demon sect, a figure nearly on par with her father, a top-tier powerhouse of the southwest continent, a 7-star Dou Zun. At this thought, Lu Shuyan's heart began to race. This girl must be captivated by my irresistible charm. Observing this scene, Xiao Yan chuckled softly, preparing to tease Lu Shuyan, hoping to alleviate the side effects of the nether poison fire in the process, when an overwhelming sense of crisis suddenly surged from the depths of his soul. This sensation was the strongest he had felt since departing from the Xiao clan. A chilling shiver that compelled Xiao Yan to vanish like a streak of lightning in an instant. Just as he disappeared, a slender, pale hand pierced through the fabric of space, striking towards the direction where Xiao Yan had just been. The pale hand left no trace in the air, akin to an ordinary person's attack, yet upon seeing it, both the Flame's sovereign and Yu Mo's expressions turned ashen. Oh, it actually evaded. A soft exclamation broke the silence, and in the next moment, a strikingly handsome young man clad in white robes emerged from the void. Yet, the moment he stepped forth, the countenance of everyone present drastically changed. The weaker individuals, like the Lord of Black Seal City and Liao Du, felt a wave of unease wash over them, nearly succumbing to madness at just a glance. This was a true Dousheng powerhouse. The Flame's sovereign and Yu Mo exchanged glances, recognizing each other's thoughts. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, now several dozen miles away, also felt his expression grow gravely serious upon observing the young man in white. Here stood a genuine demon saint, a being in pristine condition, at the pinnacle of Dousheng power, an otherworldly fiend. In that instant, Xiao Yan experienced a level of tension he had never encountered since arriving in this world. A fiend comparable to a Dousheng, without resorting to the Buddha's wrath fire lotus, would likely render him utterly powerless, even if he exerted every ounce of his strength. Though the difference between a Dou Zun and a Dousheng is merely one realm, it indeed represents an insurmountable chasm. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan swiftly raised his hand, casting a 4-colored fire lotus towards his opponent. Confronting a foe of such caliber is akin to facing a hellish trial. As the fire lotus departed, Xiao Yan tirelessly endeavored to merge the once more, this time uniting 6 distinct flames. The challenge of this fusion proved immensely taxing, even for his current prowess. As the fire lotus surged towards him, the youth clad in white revealed a faint smile, extending his hand to grasp at the void. In the next moment, a terrifying surge of demonic energy coalesced into a colossal black hand, stretching over 1,000 feet, and lunged towards the fire lotus. Upon the collision, a muffled thud echoed. Yet the once formidable Buddhist fury fire lotus seemed to falter, lacking its previous might. Aside from causing the demonic hand to quiver, it emitted no residual waves. The strength of a Dousheng is indeed fearsome. To manipulate in such a manner signifies your extraordinary talent. Thus, you must be eliminated. Sensing a slight sting in his palm, the white-clad youth's expression shifted to one of surprise, quickly morphing into a chilling intent to kill. Upon witnessing the 6 in Xiao Yan's grasp gradually fusing into a fireball the size of a basin, his pupils constricted in alarm. For one so young to evoke even the slightest sense of threat, he must be eradicated. The murderous intent in the youth's eyes intensified as the ominous black hand suffused with dreadful demonic energy, descended upon Xiao Yan with ferocity. As the colossal hand loomed to strike, Xiao Yan felt the palpable threat of death. In the face of a true Dou Shang, he realized that all his usual tactics were in vain. Even with the dual presence of the literary and martial saints by his side, they would likely prove no match for this adversary. His ultimate trump card, the six-colored fire lotus, might only inflict minor damage. To pose a genuine threat to his opponent's life was nearly impossible with Xiao Yan's current abilities. What to do? It was only at this moment that Xiao Yan truly experienced a long-lost sensation of helplessness since arriving in this world. Regardless of how formidable his hidden cards may be, they appeared futile against the insurmountable barrier of a Dou Shang. In the blink of an eye, the ominous black hand lashed out towards him, its overwhelming pressure and surging demonic energy making it difficult for Xiao Yan to breathe. Should he employ the jade talisman bestowed by his grandfather? Yet that could only defend against 2 attacks at most. After those 2 strikes, he would still be unable to evade. A terrifying crisis of life and death is about to descend upon us. Yet, at this critical juncture, an ephemeral stillness envelopes the space. As a peculiar wave emanates outward, it seems as though everyone has come to a standstill, as if time itself has slowed significantly in this moment. Following this deceleration, a figure emerges from beside Xiao Yan. She is a tall and elegant woman adorned in a black robe intricately embroidered with unique patterns. Though she appears to be in her 30s, her eyes possess a depth that invites contemplation. An otherworldly demon, perhaps? This is my first encounter with a demon at the peak of its power. Gazing at the pale-faced young man in white from a distance, the woman smiles, her delicate hand reaching out to the void, summoning an enormous hand of energy that stretches over 1,000 feet in an instant. Another Dou Saint. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone but Xiao Yan gulps audibly. The Dou Saints in the entire southwest continent are exceedingly rare, often elusive, and even Dou Zun-level experts are seldom seen. Why today? Does a Dou Saint appear so nonchalantly? First a fearsome demon saint, and now a formidable saintess? What is happening in this world? The 2 formidable hands, exuding an overwhelming might, clash in the air, resulting in a resounding boom. As the 2 palms collide, a surge of energy far surpassing that of a 4-colored fire lotus explosion erupts from their encounter, and the surrounding space shatters like fragile glass. The dreadful storm renders Lu Shuyan and others pale, even causing someone of the heavenly fire sovereign-esque caliber to change countenance. In this clash, the dark, demonic hand is swiftly overwhelmed by the woman's energy hand, which dismantles it significantly. 4-star Dou Saint. The white-robed youth's expression shifts, his gaze toward the woman filled with trepidation. With his strength, he might contend with a 2- or 3-star Dou Saint. But facing a 4-star Dou Saint would undoubtedly place him at a disadvantage. If the opponent possesses any terrifying hidden cards, he might find himself in peril. Even Xiao Yan's expression subtly changes upon hearing this revelation, his gaze toward the woman brimming with astonishment. This individual before him is indeed a 4-star Dou Saint. A powerhouse of such caliber would be regarded as a significant figure even within the Xiao clan, mere steps away from the status of a supreme elder. Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life. May I inquire your esteemed name? Without overthinking, Xiao Yan bows deeply in gratitude, recognizing the importance of aligning himself with such a powerful ally. The clan's regulations prohibit him from relying on the Xiao clan's influence, but there is no rule against leveraging the support of others. Currently, Xiao Yan finds himself supported by a formidable ally, for should he encounter a Dou Saint, his demise would be inevitable. No need for courtesy, a voice, tinged with a hint of coldness, declared. Yet, upon turning to face Xiao Yan, his heart skipped a beat. Upon her forehead, a peculiar and mysterious pattern glimmered faintly, a design Xiao Yan had once glimpsed on the body of a member of the Soul Clan. The clan emblem of the Soul Tribe. This woman belongs to the Soul Clan. Xiao Yan's hopes of survival once more crumbled. It was as if he had escaped from a tiger's den only to stumble into a wolf's lair. At this moment, he was overwhelmed by an intense urge to flee. The hatred the Soul Clan harbored towards his Xiao clan was profound, far greater than that of the external evil beings. Should this woman capture him and take him to the Soul Clan, his fate would likely be far worse than mere execution. It could very well mirror the suffering endured by the captives in his possession. Disregarding Xiao Yan's changing expressions and the tumult of thoughts in his mind, the woman slowly turned to face the external evil being, a faint, chilling smile gracing her lips. For so many years, our ancestors fought valiantly, and yet here remains a complete external evil being. Upon hearing her words, the young man in white robes sneered, his aura growing increasingly sinister. You wish to eradicate us? Fear not. It won't be long before our demon emperor is unleashed, and this entire continent shall become our subservient domain. With that, his gaze returned to Xiao Yan. Hand this brat over to me, and when our demon emperor resurrects, I might intercede on your behalf. The mention of the Demon Emperor's revival elicited a subtle change in the woman's expression. However, one does not ascend to the status of a Dou saint without possessing wit. Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed, and she replied with a cold smirk, even if the Demon Emperor is revived. This Dou Qi continent is currently home to a Dou Emperor at the peak of his powers. How could a fractured Demon Emperor possibly contend with a fully realized Dou Emperor? With that, she gestured with both hands, and the energies of the world began to stir violently, followed by a terrifying accumulation of power behind her. Regardless of the Demon Emperor's revival or the resurgence of the fallen evil clan, I shall first deal with you. With a thunderous roar, as her voice fell, a surging tide of energy, infused with spatial power, transformed into formidable Dou techniques, hurtling toward the young man in white. Upon witnessing this, his expression shifted, and he hastily summoned demonic energy to defend himself. The clash of Dou saints caused the very heavens to tremble and the earth to quake. The previously formidable underworld poison marsh now appeared as fragile as a mere pit, vast expanses of marshland sent flying, as if they were but mud. Even a single casual attack could rend the ground, creating unfathomable chasms. Run now? The revered Lord of Heavenly Fire let out a low growl, hastily pulling along Umo and the others, including Xiao Yan, to distance themselves from the abyssal poison marsh. The fighting saint, a pinnacle of power in this realm, could unleash residual forces that no fighting sovereign could withstand. Even those at the levels of Fighting Zone and Fighting Emperor would likely be reduced to mere dust by a mere ripple from their clash. Only after retreating for several hundred miles did the revered Lord of Heavenly Fire perceive the subtle fluctuations in space and the terrifying storms on the distant horizon, sensing the dreadful power between the two fighting saints. Alas, the young master. The expression on the revered Lord's face shifted as he glanced into the distance, only to find Xiao Yan standing there, seemingly unscathed. Firstly, Xiao Yan's own strength surpassed theirs. Secondly, he was under the protection of that female saint, appearing almost entirely devoid of danger. Their battle was exceedingly fierce, and in mere moments, half of the abyssal poison marsh had become unrecognizable. It was a common occurrence for the fights between fighting saints to reshape the very landscape. Meanwhile, standing behind the female saint, Xiao Yan's eyes darted back and forth, pondering how he might escape the clutches of these two formidable foes. To fall into the hands of the outer demons would mean certain death, and to be captured by the Soul Clan would be even more grim. However, no matter how hard Xiao Yan racked his brain, he could not devise an effective strategy. At his current level as a fighting sovereign, he was not invincible, but at least he could ensure his survival. Since his emergence, the only peer he had encountered capable of posing a threat was Hun Miao Miao. However, against the fighting saints, all was futile. In the face of absolute power, any cunning scheme was rendered useless. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Xiao Yan felt an increasing sense of despair. The intense energy fluctuations surged like tumultuous waves at the center of their confrontation. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the white-robed youth finally found himself at a disadvantage, being struck by the black-robed woman's heavenly-grade fighting technique, resulting in a violent spout of blood as he was sent flying. Your methods are those of the Soul Clan. The white-robed youth narrowed his eyes, a vicious glint flickering within. He had not anticipated that the Soul Clan still retained a being of such caliber in the world. Today, I concede defeat. However, do not rejoice too soon. It will not be long before this continent meets its ruin. With that, he wore a sinister smile before vanishing from sight. Upon witnessing the departure of this outer demon, the black-robed woman did not pursue. The direct combat capabilities of the outer demons did not hold an advantage over the fighting saints, yet their formidable vitality posed a challenge that even ancient powers found daunting. Many formidable beings, such as the Abyssal Poison Saint and the Spring God Sect leader, among other fighting saints, could only hope to suppress them with their true forms, relying on the passage of time to gradually wear them down over millennia. Even so, there were numerous powers that, until the moment of their seals breaking, had failed to completely eradicate them. Before the otherworldly fiend before her, subduing it was not an arduous task. However, to slay it would require an immense expenditure of energy. It appeared that the vitality of these malevolent beings was inherently superior to that of ordinary creatures from the Duki continent. Nonetheless, the true intention of the woman was not to eliminate this demon saint, but rather to focus her attention on Xiao Yan. Slowly, she turned, her enchanting phoenix eyes narrowing into a smile as they fixed upon him. Under her gaze, Xiao Yan felt a shiver run down his spine. Given the enmity between the Xiao and Soul clans, who could predict what this woman might do? Do not be alarmed. I am not like other members of the Soul clan. I am an old acquaintance of your clan leader, she said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yan's previously tense demeanor eased slightly. A rush of memories flooded his mind, and he instantly recognized the woman before him as the saintess of the Soul Clan. Once a consort of Xiao Xiaobei, whom the clan leader had once spared. Considering the clan leader's connection, even if she were to kill me, perhaps it would be a swift end, Xiao Yan thought with resignation, yet he was met with a faint smile from the Soul Clan saintess. Now that you have arrived in the southwest continent, why not visit the Soul Clan as my guest? Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, his face betraying a polite smile. Senior, you are far too gracious. While I hold the Soul Clan in the highest regard, I believe it would be best to forego the visit. Given the relationship between our clans, I fear your people might be overly hospitable. Ah, so you see it as a visit, she replied with a slight smile, causing Xiao Yan much distress. Senior, I believe that is entirely unnecessary. Cunning little one, now that I am here, do you truly think you have the option to refuse? She retorted with a cold laugh, reaching out to grasp him, instantly freezing the space around Xiao Yan and sealing his duki. What do you intend to do? Are you not concerned about inciting the clan leader's wrath? Xiao Yan shouted, but she paid him no heed. What can that fellow dare to say? With that, she lifted him effortlessly and stepped into the void. It's over, the young master has been taken. The Tianhua elder stared blankly in the direction Xiao Yan had vanished, his complexion pale. Beside him, Yumo exchanged a bewildered glance with him. What shall we do next? The Tianhua elder shook his head gently. How would I know? The opponent is a Dousheng level powerhouse. Only another Dousheng can contend with them. We must go to Zhongzhou and seek aid from the Xiao clan. Yumo pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. Very well, you search for news of the young master in the southwest continent, while I will head to Zhongzhou to rally the Xiao clansmen. Agreed, the Tianhua elder replied with a nod. Thus, with great haste, Yumo departed from the southwest continent, making his way towards the central plains, while the esteemed fire sovereign meandered aimlessly with a few hapless followers in tow. At his level, it seemed he had yet to encounter any news concerning the Soul Clan. If you three young ladies have nothing pressing, you may return to your respective sects, the fire sovereign remarked, glancing at Lu Shuyan and the others. Lu Shuyan hesitated momentarily, her gaze fixated on the direction in which Xiao Yan had vanished, a flicker of anxiety crossing her features. Ultimately, with a resigned nod, she assured, rest assured, Senior. Upon my return to the Gusheng sect, I shall mobilize its resources to assist in locating that fellow. The fire sovereign regarded Lu Shuyan with surprise. You are indeed quite astute, young lady. Should you succeed in rescuing my young master, the rewards for you will be substantial. In response, Lu Shuyan merely offered a polite smile before departing the nether poison marsh with the two elderly women. Observing the chaotic scene beneath him, the fire sovereign sighed once more and shook his head in exasperation. What a predicament! How intriguing indeed. I never anticipated that the girl whom Xiaobei released back in the day has now achieved the pinnacle of a 4-star Dou Saint. Perhaps, over the years, that lad has been seeking out this Soul Clan saintess each time he left his clan. In a hidden space, unnoticed by all, a figure erupted into a cackling laughter. Chapter 326, Stirring the Minor Soul Realm. The figure stood tall and imposing, exuding an aura of grandeur. The blood-red giant axe strapped to his back, matching his height, only augmented his formidable presence. To remain undetected even by the venerable 4-star Dou Saintess of the Soul Clan speaks volumes of the terrifying strength possessed by this wielder of the Crimson Axe. When the Soul Clan was eradicated, Xiao Xiantang deliberately left a remnant to ensure the continuity of the Soul Hall, and now this little fellow, Xiao Yan, had ventured to the southwest continent under his cousin's subtle guidance. The Blood Axe man bore a glimmer of curiosity within his gaze. I truly wonder what kind of game my cousin is orchestrating behind the scenes. Could it be that the Soul Clan harbors secrets unbeknownst to others? After contemplating for a moment, he chose to dismiss such thoughts. Never mind the schemes or layouts. I shall simply follow my cousin's lead. Whoever he directs me to strike, I shall do so without hesitation. With this thought in mind, the Blood Axe man smiled faintly and soared in the direction of the Soul Clan saintess. To him, this 4-star Dou saintess remained merely a young girl. Senior, where are you taking me? Xiao Yan, grasped by the Soul Clan saintess, felt a mix of trepidation and awe as he glanced at her. Her skin, as flawless as jade, and her stunning visage bore no signs of the passage of time, even after enduring millennia of trials. Instead, she radiated an air of profound depth. In terms of appearance alone, even Xiao Yan must give a thumbs up to the clan leader. It is no wonder that you can hold the position of clan leader. Your judgment is indeed commendable. However, at this moment, a sense of unease pervades his heart. While the Soul Clan's holy maiden may harbor no malice towards him, the remnants of the Soul Clan might not share the same sentiment. Should they discover the identity of the imperial son, Xiao Yan, would they not seek to flay his skin and drink his blood? It is worth noting that since his emergence, he has already slain several members of the Soul Clan along the way, seemingly sensing his inner turmoil. The holy maiden of the Soul Clan revealed a hint of a mocking smile. What is this? I've heard from Xiao Bei that you are the personally appointed disciple of Xiao Xian. Could it be that the imperial son of the Xiao clan possesses such a meager courage? Indeed, the clan leader had divulged everything to her. That traitor. Xiao Yan silently roared in anguish, yet a faint smile graced his face as he replied, Indeed, this imperial son is just that timid. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise once again crossed the holy maiden's face. Subsequently, she chose to ignore Xiao Yan, continuing to advance through the turbulent space ahead. After a brief interval, amidst the chaotic currents of space, a thin membrane appeared before them. This seemingly delicate film was capable of effortlessly repelling the chaotic currents that could annihilate Dou Huang's. It was the membrane wall of a small world. Upon witnessing this membrane, Xiao Yan's pupils contracted slightly. The so-called small world is a space personally opened by a Dou D-level expert. Only such a realm can withstand the passage of countless years. While spaces created by Dou Sheng-level experts can also harbor life, their sturdiness and expanse are not on the same level. The realms crafted by figures such as the Yin-Yang Evil Saint and the Nether Poison Saint will inevitably decay after millennia of erosion, and after several more centuries. They will gradually dissipate into the world. Only the realms established by Dou D-level experts can endure for 10,000 years without fading. The foundation of the Soul Clan is truly formidable. Even after the obliteration of the Soul Realm, a Dou D space still exists in this southwestern continent. Observing this scene, Xiao Yan couldn't help but sigh softly. In terms of foundational strength, the Xiao clan is indeed weaker than the ancient clans and the Soul Clan. The latter two ancient races have each produced 3 Dou D-level experts, while the Xiao clan only saw its 3rd Dou D appear after Xiao Xian. As Xiao Yan pondered these matters, the holy maiden of the Soul Clan effortlessly opened the membrane wall before them and led him inside. Shortly after their entrance into the small soul realm, a domineering man carrying a blood axe appeared beyond the membrane wall. I never anticipated that the Soul Clan had such a card up their sleeve. Indeed, that fellow, the Soul Emperor, is cunning and resourceful. The blood axe man felt a tingling sensation in his hands. At this moment, nearly all remnants of the Soul Clan were trapped within this spatial realm. He could simply draw his blood axe and slash about, and the Soul Clan would be on the brink of true extinction. However, this was his cousin's grand design, and he could not disrupt it. After standing outside the spatial membrane for quite some time, the blood axe man ultimately shook his head in resignation. The vast expanse of space was grand and magnificent, though it could not compare to the Xiao realm or even the ordinary ancient race spaces. Yet its area surpassed that of the Nether Poison Saint's domain by several dozens to nearly 100 times. Such an area was already approaching that of the former Gamma Empire. Indeed, the handiwork of a Dou Emperor was unmistakable. Observing this scene, Xiao Yan sighed softly. Noticing at the core of this space a colossal and impressive palace, entirely shrouded in darkness, exuding an eerie and chilling aura. Countless Dou Zong and Dou Huang traversed within, and occasionally, a few Dou Zun could be seen. This was the Soul Palace. Xiao Yan's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, it was the Soul Palace. A hint of mockery graced the face of the Soul Clan's saintess as she stepped forward with Xiao Yan, directly entering the Soul Palace. While the headquarters of the Soul Palace was cold and dark, it was undeniably magnificent. At this moment, the palace master, Soul Wuyo, remained seated in a certain position, sipping tea, while before him was an electromagnetic stove invented by Soul Miao Miao. With a slurp, Soul Wuyo finished a cup of tea. It is said that drinking tea calms the mind. However, he was not doing so for tranquility or to indulge in elegance, but purely out of a love for tea. With another slurp, he downed a cup, just as the space before him rippled, and a figure cloaked in black emerged, carrying a young man. Soul Shui, do you seek me for something? Soul Wuyo began to speak, only to catch sight of Xiao Yan, who was being held by the Soul Clan saintess. The moment he laid eyes on Xiao Yan, the demeanor of the palace master shifted dramatically, and a terrifying killing intent erupted from his eyes. The imposing aura of a 4-star Dou Saint loomed like a mountain or sea, instilling a sense of dreadful pressure throughout the entirety of the small soul realm, causing Xiao Yan, caught at the center of this pressure, to find it difficult to breathe. With his current strength, he could walk unchallenged beneath a Dou Saint. Yet to a 4-star Dou Saint, he was akin to a fledgling chick. What a rich aura of the Xiao clan bloodline. Soul Wuyo fixed his gaze on Xiao Yan and coldly inquired, Are you the Xiao Yan of the Xiao clan? Am I not Xiao Yan? Am I to be called Hun Yan instead? Xiao Yan inwardly scoffed, freeing himself from the grasp of the Soul Clan saintess and smilingly greeting Soul Wuyo. Greetings. Humph. Soul Wuyo let out a cold snort, and the terrifying aura directly forced Xiao Yan to spit out a mouthful of blood, the overwhelming killing intent laid bare. While the Soul Shui lineage may not harbor much hatred towards the Xiao clan, Soul Wuyo was once the deputy master of the Soul Palace and a high-ranking member of the Soul Clan. Many of his friends and relatives had perished at the hands of the Xiao clan. Thus, this vice master of the Soul Palace harbors a genuine animosity towards the Xiao clan. Soul Wuyo enough? Do not forget that this young man holds great significance for us. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan being suppressed by Soul Wuyo's overwhelming aura, spitting blood, Soul Shui furrowed her brow. Her own aura rising to shield Xiao Yan from the terrifying intent to kill. After hearing her words, Soul Wuyo slowly regained his composure. His gaze towards Xiao Yan still frosty, albeit considerably calmer. This young man had better prove useful to our clan's grand plans. Otherwise, you shall be seen as a traitor. If I were truly a traitor, you lot would have perished long ago, Soul Shui retorted with a cold snort. Hearing her words, Soul Wuyo's expression darkened. Yet he refrained from rebuttal. Given Soul Shui's strength and her ties to the Xiao clan, if she intended to betray, this small realm of souls would likely be annihilated in an instant. What do you intend to do next? Soul Wuyo inquired softly. First, let us confine this young man to prevent any mishap. We shall reassess our plans after Miao Miao emerges in 3 days. Soul Shui contemplated for a moment before speaking. Very well, since you are in charge of this matter, I shall defer to your judgment. Soul Wuyo nodded, then clenched his palm. Suddenly, a small soul palace materialized atop a distant peak, and with a wave of his hand, Xiao Yan, deprived of his fighting spirit, was unceremoniously cast into this diminutive palace. This bastard is truly arrogant. Being tossed into this hall, Xiao Yan could not help but feel the urge to curse vehemently. When I become a saint, the first one I shall strike is you. With such thoughts racing through his mind, Xiao Yan attempted to exit, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier. I advise you not to attempt an escape. Venturing out now would be exceedingly perilous. Soul Shui's voice echoed from an unknown source. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan recognized the validity of her warning and obediently returned inside. From the implication of the clan leader's companion, it seems that Soul Miao Miao will emerge in a couple of days. Whether I can flee this wretched place depends on how reliable this old acquaintance is. Xiao Yan shook his head in resignation. With his fighting spirit sealed, there was little he could do, yet the situation afforded him a measure of tranquility. As night fell, gazing at the night sky of the small soul realm, devoid of the void devouring flame and the pure lotus demon fire, Xiao Yan gradually succumbed to sleep. However, during this time, tumultuous events were unfolding within the small soul realm. News of a prominent genius from the Xiao clan being imprisoned by the saintess spread like wildfire, igniting frenzy throughout the entire realm. Do not hold me back. I shall slay him. In a certain branch of the Soul Palace, the Dark Sun Sovereign exuded an aura of murderous intent. His close friend, Soul Niu, had perished at Xiao Yan's hands, and now, the young man had fallen into the clutches of the Soul Clan. The Dark Sun Sovereign was filled with exhilaration, yearning to consume Xiao Yan's flesh and drink his blood. Ah! The Dark Sun Sovereign, bellowing with fervor, charged towards the palace where Xiao Yan resided. However, an invisible force restrained him. Palace Master, what are you attempting to do? The Dark Sun Sovereign glared with displeasure at the direction of the main hall. This Xiao Yan holds significant value for our clan. You must not harm him now. Came the indifferent voice of Han Wui. Do not let me touch him. The Dark Sun Sovereign's eyes widened in disbelief. If you prevent me from acting, are you still a member of the Soul Clan? Even if the Heavenly King himself were to arrive today, I would still eliminate him. In his fury, the Dark Sun Sovereign dared to provoke even Han Wui, a 4-star Dou sage. Yet, as the master of the Soul Palace, Han Wui was far from intimidated. A cold snort echoed, and the Dark Sun Sovereign trembled, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his aura gradually diminishing. If you dare to show disrespect to this palace master again, do not blame me for lacking compassion. Han Wui's voice was calm, yet foreboding. The Dark Sun Sovereign's gaze faded into despondency. You cannot even avenge your clan's great grievances. What sort of palace master are you? And what kind of leader do you claim to be for our clan? He grumbled as he retreated to his own palace, yet his impulsiveness was quelled. He understood Han Wui's temperament. Should he act rashly, the palace master might retaliate with even greater fervor, and the consequence of such recklessness could very well be his demise. Within the Soul Palace, Han Wui shook his head in exasperation. These individuals truly do not allow me a moment's peace. As a leader, he had to consider the welfare of the entire Soul Clan, yet many secrets could not be revealed to the lower ranks. The monumental secret concerning the resurrection of the Soul Emperor was not something that could be disclosed to the masses. Even the Sacred Bone Spectre possessed only a scant understanding. The genius of the Xiao clan has been captured. Brothers, follow me, let us eliminate him, echoed the voice of a certain Soul Palace elder from another hall. Han Wui's expression stiffened, and he raised his hand once more to impose silence. After a considerable pause, the palace master, who had subdued 5 Dozun experts, consumed 3 large bowls of iced tea in frustration. It is one thing for the uninformed to act foolishly, but how can you esteemed elders lack understanding? Although Han Wui could restrain these elders, it was impossible to control the entire Soul Clan. On the following morning, as Xiao Yan gradually awoke from his pleasant dreams, he discovered a throng gathered outside the small palace. What is happening? Why are there so many people here to welcome me to the Soul Clan? Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, rising to investigate. Look, he is the genius of the Xiao clan. Bah, what genius of the Xiao clan? He is a spawn of the demon clan. The souls of the clan spat contemptuously at Xiao Yan. Throw him out. Suddenly, a rotten egg flew through the air, aimed directly at Xiao Yan, yet it was ultimately halted by an unseen barrier. The walls of this space are impenetrably sturdy. Even if Xiao Yan were to regain his strength, breaching them would remain a formidable challenge, let alone for those outside who are not even of Dozun caliber. Yet, the members of the Soul Clan appear utterly unfazed. Soon, rotten eggs and decayed vegetable leaves come hurling from all directions toward Xiao Yan. Goodness! Are the Soul Clan members truly this ferocious? Xiao Yan is taken aback by their onslaught. It seems these individuals harbor a deep-seated resentment towards him, as they relentlessly bombard him with all manner of refuse, which ultimately accumulates into a thick layer outside the spatial wall. However, their ire does not abate, as some even begin to urinate in his direction. Look at this genius of the Xiao clan, now reduced to a captive of our tribe. Hee hee. This is my first encounter with a captive from the Xiao clan. My urine is yellow, let me be the first. None of you can compare. I have a condition, and my stream is mightier. One member of the Soul Clan proudly steps forward, causing those around him to retreat in trepidation. You go first, you go first. The other men of the Soul Clan eye him with a hint of apprehension. Damn it. It seems I am under siege by these Soul Clan members. Gazing at the refuse that is nearly forming a small mountain outside, Xiao Yan marvels at the terrifying emotions of the Soul Clan. No, I am currently experiencing real-world violence. No matter how much you insult me, it cannot inflict any genuine harm. Xiao Yan dismisses the raucous crowd outside. With the wisdom gathered from both his past and present lives, he reflects that such online harassment is trivial, as long as one does not engage or dwell on it. It holds no power over one's peace of mind. To speak plainly, these individuals pose no threat to his reputation, let alone to his safety and interests. Enjoy yourselves. He muses, casting a glance at the members of the Soul Clan before retreating to a secluded corner of the palace. Silence is indeed the most effective resistance against baseless hostility. You coward, come out. Face me in a duel. Hiding inside, is this what it means to be a man? Is this the nature of a genius from the Xiao clan? The cacophony of their taunts penetrates the spatial wall and reaches Xiao Yan's ears, yet he remains indifferent. These voices are merely a fleeting display of bravado. Should he unleash a Buddha-esque fury fire lotus, these ruffians would not dare utter a sound. It is, however, a rare opportunity to temper his own resolve. A faint smile graces Xiao Yan's lips as he sits cross-legged, listening to the insults from outside. As the first day passes, the cacophony of abuse is as vast as the mountains, yet Xiao Yan remains as tranquil as still water. The second day arrives, and the number of those hurling insults diminishes significantly. How dull. This genius of the Xiao clan is nothing but a coward, too afraid to show his face. His skin is quite thick. Despite the insults, he remains unresponsive. Does anyone understand? This genius of the Xiao clan is merely a submissive man. I insult him, and he pays me no mind. I am truly amused. On the third day, the number of Soul Clan members standing outside had dwindled significantly. Yet refuse had accumulated to monumental proportions, emanating an unbearable stench intermingled with foul odors. In such an environment, fewer were inclined to remain and voice their grievances. Meanwhile, during the afternoon of the third day, a tremendous aura slowly erupted from a valley within the Lesser Soul realm. There stood a strikingly beautiful woman clad in black armor. Poised in the void, her presence exuding an intimidating power. Has she broken through to the 6-star Dozun level? A soft voice resonated, and the figure of Han Shui gradually materialized from the fabric of space. Teacher. Upon seeing Han Shui, Han Miao Miao offered a slight bow. Han Shui waved her hand dismissively, stating, "At this stage, you may venture to the Sea of Pill Demons to contend for the other half of the Ancient Formation inheritance." Upon hearing the phrase Ancient Formation, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Han Miao Miao's eyes. The journey to Sacred Artifact Mountain will be perilous. Therefore, I have procured an excellent ally for you. Han Shui glanced at her beloved disciple, a subtle smile gracing her lips. An excellent ally? Han Miao Miao paused momentarily. Indeed. This individual is named Xiao Yan. Han Shui replied with a faint smile, which elicited a look of astonishment from Han Miao Miao. Teacher, you captured that fellow? Han Miao Miao gazed at Han Shui, her bright phoenix eyes gleaming with intrigue. Indeed, Han Shui nodded lightly. her gaze fixed curiously on Hun Miao Miao. You have only crossed paths with him once. Why the excitement? I am indeed excited. That lad possesses an array of. How could I not be thrilled? At that moment, Hun Miao Miao was eager to commence refining alchemy. With the enhancement of Xiao Yan's and her inheritance of the ancient formation, she could surely concoct artifacts worthy of Dou Sheng masters. Since you are so keen on him, hurry and bring him here. He will certainly be instrumental in our future grand plans, Hun Shui suggested with a gentle laugh. Future grand plans? Are you implying? Hun Miao Miao's previously joyful expression turned serious. Indeed, that is my intent, Hun Shui confirmed with a slight nod. I understand, teacher. I shall fetch him at once. Hun Miao Miao nodded slightly, and then stepped forward, soaring towards another location in space. As her figure emerged outside the palace where Xiao Yan resided, her initially excited expression faltered slightly. Before her lay a scene of mountains of refuse, the air thick with mournful cries, and a few obstinate individuals shouting in protest. Look! The black-armored figure, it's the Saintess. The Saintess has arrived. A group of onlookers froze momentarily upon seeing Hun Miao Miao's sudden appearance in the sky, quickly giving way to expressions of exhilaration. You all may withdraw. I will handle this genius of the Xiao clan. Hun Miao Miao smiled gently, her stunning visage captivating the hearts of many men. What? The saint is about to take action to educate that genius of the Xiao clan. A group of people was extremely excited, yet they were persuaded to leave by Hun Miao Miao. After they all departed, a chain behind Hun Miao Miao began to slowly writhe, eventually transforming into a steel pipe resembling a fiery mouth. Boom! A torrent of terrifyingly high-temperature flames erupted from the pipe, incinerating the debris on the ground in an instant. This was the extraordinary fire that Hun Miao Miao possessed, the fire cloud water flame. Once the exterior of the palace was cleared, Hun Miao Miao turned her gaze towards a specific direction. Palace Master, I have arrived. Will you not open the door? As if she had been heard, the spatial wall sealing the palace suddenly dissipated. After completing this, Hun Miao Miao, her face alight with excitement, stepped into the palace. Xiao Yan, come out quickly. What do you need from me? A languid voice, tinged with drowsiness, emerged as Xiao Yan slowly walked out from a corner. A faint smile on his face upon seeing his fellow townsmen. Of course, there are significant matters to discuss. A mischievous glint sparkled in Hun Miao Miao's eyes. Chapter 328, The Transaction. What significant matters? For some reason, Xiao Yan felt a sense of danger emanating from her smile. You need not worry about the details. First, come with me to meet the teacher. Hun Miao Miao smiled slightly, and a chain behind her lunged forward like a long serpent, ensnaring Xiao Yan's body. Who is your teacher? Before Xiao Yan could finish his question, Hun Miao Miao had already pulled him into the spatial realm. When Xiao Yan felt the space before him expand once more, he found himself in a mysterious canyon alongside Hun Miao Miao. Within the canyon flowed a lengthy river of lava, its violent fire attribute energy, leaving Xiao Yan feeling quite constrained. However, his gaze was not on the river of lava, but rather on the black-clad woman beside him. This person was none other than the old paramour of Xiao Xiaobei, the saintess of the Soul Clan, Hun Shui. Senior. Xiao Yan forced a smile as he nodded at Hun Shui, then shifted his attention back to Hun Miao Miao, his eyes reflecting a hint of skepticism. Nevertheless, Hun Miao Miao appeared entirely unconcerned, instead grinning at Xiao Yan. It was understandable. Hun Shui was the ancient saintess of the Soul Clan, and for Hun Miao Miao, as the first disciple of the Soul Clan, to become Hun Shui's apprentice was not an unimaginable prospect. Indeed, Hun Shui smiled and nodded at Xiao Yan, pointing her finger downward. The surrounding energy automatically coalesced into a table and 3 chairs. Please, take a seat. Hun Shui gestured to Xiao Yan, who did not hesitate and sat down on one of the chairs. He was quite eager to uncover the intentions behind the actions of the higher-ups of the Soul Clan, who had brought him here without killing or harming him, and to discern what schemes they had in mind. If one were to say that the enmity of the Holy Maiden of Soul Snow towards Xiao Yan was not profound, he could perhaps comprehend it. Yet, how did he persuade the high-ranking officials of the Soul Hall, such as Soul Wio? If it were merely through brute force, Xiao Yan would find that unlikely. Miao Miao. Present your little contraption to enlighten His Highness the DZ. After the trio settled, Soul Snow cast a knowing glance at Soul Miao Miao. That rascal, the clan leader, even divulged my identity as the DZ to this woman. At this moment, Xiao Yan felt an impulse to drag Xiao Xiaobei out for a good beating. In response, Soul Miao Miao nonchalantly produced a rectangular box and placed it upon the energy table. What is this? Xiao Yan blinked in surprise, only to witness Soul Miao Miao toss a magic core of a thunder attribute beast into the box, causing a row of runes to illuminate. Subsequently, Soul Miao Miao placed an iron furnace atop it, and soon, Xiao Yan felt the water within the furnace heating up. An induction stove. Xiao Yan's eyes widened in astonishment, gazing at Soul Miao Miao as if she were a mythical creature. How about it? Is our Meow Meow's invention not astonishing to His Highness the DZ? Noticing Xiao Yan's wide-eyed expression, Soul Snow displayed a satisfied look. The method of converting thunder attribute energy into fire attribute energy was indeed astonishing, leaving both Xiao Yan and even Soul Wuyo in a state of bewilderment. Do you see? This is the power of the ancient forging path. Although this object before them lacks true might, it achieves a marvel that even a Dou Saint cannot replicate. Soul Snow gazed at Xiao Yan with pride, as if to say, my Meow Meow possesses the demeanor of a Dou Emperor. No, this is not truly the ancient forging path. It is evidently the principle of electromagnetic induction. Though Xiao Yan internally scoffed, he maintained an expression of shock, exclaiming, the ancient forging path is truly terrifying. Witnessing his astonished admiration, a trace of satisfaction finally graced Soul Snow's face. This was the outcome she had yearned for, and upon seeing Xiao Yan in such awe, she no longer hesitated to express her thoughts. Xiao Yan, I have heard that your standing within the Xiao clan is exceedingly high. I have a proposition, and I wonder if you might entertain it. The elder may speak. If it can ensure my survival, I shall consider it. Xiao Yan blinked at Soul Snow. Indeed, as expected of a talented individual from the Xiao clan, you possess great insight. A hint of satisfaction crossed Soul Snow's face as she spoke gently. I hope you can take Meow Meow into the Heavenly Tomb. The Heavenly Tomb? Xiao Yan blinked in confusion, his face reflecting a moment of perplexity. What purpose is there in entering the Heavenly Tomb? Your Soul clan has perished. Do you still require the Heavenly Tomb for leveling up? The Celestial Tomb is a peculiar realm established by an ancient Dou Emperor, wherein the souls of all powerful beings persist not in death, but rather transform into energy entities that continue to exist within its confines. However, the younger members of the 8 clans may enhance their strength by vanquishing these energy entities or acquiring certain legacies from their ancestors. Consequently, this site of empowerment holds significant value among the ancient 8 clans. Nevertheless, despite its immense worth, the Celestial Tomb is subject to various constraints. Primarily, it can only be opened once every 20 years, and furthermore, the quota for the Soul Clan has long since been exhausted. After all, for the ancient tribes, the Soul Clan has become a relic of the past, as we now dwell in the era of the 7 ancient clans. Moreover, the Celestial Tomb does not exclusively belong to the Xiao clan. Other ancient clans also possess their own quotas, with the formal entrance situated within the territories of these clans. Within the Celestial Tomb reside the spiritual forms of countless ancestors of the Soul Clan. Should Meow Meow enter, she would undoubtedly reap substantial benefits. In response to Xiao Yan's puzzlement, Hun Shui elucidated this matter. I see. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, glancing at Hun Meow Meow, who playfully winked at him. If that is the case, I can lend my assistance. However, I currently bear the identity of an apprentice, and all privileges within the clan have been revoked. Xiao Yan gestured with his hands towards Hun Shui and Hun Meow Meow. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's straightforward agreement, Hun Shui was momentarily taken aback, but soon her expression blossomed into a deeper, more enigmatic smile. You need not worry about these matters for the time being. Since you have consented to assist, I shall certainly provide you with rewards. Hun Shui smiled gently, adding, while I cannot directly elevate you to the level of a Dou Saint, facilitating your ascent to the pinnacle of Dou Zun should pose no challenge. At Hun Shui's words, Xiao Yan's previously disinterested gaze suddenly sparkled with interest. What method? He inquired eagerly. Hun Shui, regarding him with a faint smile, replied, the abyss of the 9 nether. Xiao Yan's expression shifted slightly at the mention of the abyss of the 9 nether. Hun Shui continued. Within the abyss lies a manifestation known as the 9 nether wind flame, a fact well known across the southwest continent. However, do you know why no one has been able to extract the 9 nether wind flame in recent years? Xiao Yan shot a curious glance at Hun Shui, mentally chastising the clan leader once more before asking, why is that? Because it is perilous within. Hun Shui's response elicited an eye roll from Xiao Yan. Yet, her next words ignited a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. The fallen being within the abyss is the 9 nether saint ancestor, a powerful Dou Emperor from ancient times. The territory where such a being perished has transformed into an intangible rule, and the current edict of the 9 nether abyss prohibits the entry of saints. Does this include semi-saints? Xiao Yan's eyes brightened with anticipation. If the semi-saint is not present, then his entry would indeed be significantly safer. Although the Dou Zun experts may have reached the pinnacle of the 9 transformations, they remain Dou Zun experts. As long as they have yet to take that final step, there is hope for engaging with them. However, there was no smile on Hun Shui's face. She merely cast a sidelong glance and continued, do not rejoice too soon. Are you aware of how the 9 nether saint ancestor met his demise? Could it also be related to the external evil spirits? Xiao Yan froze for a moment, recalling what the people from the Tianyan sect had once said. Indeed, Hun Shui nodded slightly and remarked, The Nine Nether Saint ancestor was a Dou Emperor level powerhouse, capable of slaying a demon emperor, albeit sustaining severe injuries in the process. Yet, a Dou Emperor remains a Dou Emperor. He must have truly eliminated that demon emperor level expert. So what? Xiao Yan and Hun Miao Miao turned their gazes toward Hun Shui. Even if the demon emperor was slain, the boundless demonic energy within him would be exceedingly difficult for a Dou Emperor to eradicate in one go. After so many years of evolution, that demonic energy had likely transformed into demonic creatures. Clearing her throat, Hun Shui continued, 200 years ago, the Dark Sun Celestial Lord ventured into the Nine Nether Abyss, but he emerged less than a day later. According to his recollections, the demonic creatures within that abyss are countless, including numerous Dou Zun level entities. Hun Shui's words rendered the faces of Xiao Yan and Hun Miao Miao grave. In the past, the Yin Yang evil saint had merely glanced at a corrupted Dou Emperor corpse and was subsequently tainted, illustrating just how formidable the strength of a demon emperor level expert truly is. Even if thoroughly slain, the demonic energy they contained could fill the entire Nine Nether Abyss. From this perspective, the demonic creatures within the abyss could indeed pose a considerable threat to the two of them. Disregarding their expressions, Hun Shui once more fixed her gaze upon Xiao Yan's face and said calmly, acquiring the Nine Nether Wind Flame will depend on your own capabilities. However, I have another request that I need your assistance with. Please, go ahead, Xiao Yan responded slowly. At the bottom of the Nine Nether Abyss lies an ancient sacred mountain known as the Sacred Artifact Mountain. This mountain is the core of the ancient Array Path inheritance, deeply concealed by the Nine Nether Saint ancestor within the abyss. I need you to assist Miao Miao in locating the Sacred Artifact Mountain and help her obtain the inheritance of the ancient Array Path. Hun Shui glanced at Xiao Yan. No problem. If such a thing truly exists within the Nine Nether Abyss, I will certainly do my utmost to assist. Xiao Yan smiled gently at Hun Miao Miao. Given their relationship, mutual assistance was only natural. However, the ease and familiarity with which they interacted left Hun Shui somewhat bewildered. Her precious disciple had always been indifferent to others, yet now she exhibited such enthusiasm and ease in the presence of this esteemed scion of the Xiao clan. Likewise, Xiao Yan's unwavering support for Hun Miao Miao and his apparent trust in her left her feeling perplexed. Although Hun Shui did not harbor as much hostility towards the Xiao clan as Hun Wuya and others, it was because only a handful of her kin had been affected by the events of that year. Furthermore, she understood that the conflict had been instigated by the Heavenly Emperor of the Hun clan, and thus the repercussions of defeat were to be expected. However, witnessing the seamless rapport between the saintess of the Hun clan and the genius of the Xiao clan left her somewhat bewildered. These two appeared to have only crossed paths once in battle, while she had engaged in numerous confrontations with Xiao Xiaobei, resulting in a significant level of understanding between them. After a moment of contemplation, she ultimately abandoned her curiosity. Her disciple had always been mysterious and peculiar, and Xiao Yan, as described by Xiao Xiaobei, was also an odd character. It was best to let things be. With a shake of her head, Hun Shui advised the two. The Nine Nether Abyss opens once a year, for about a month. The next opening will occur in 1 month's time, and I shall personally escort you then. Be prepared. Having said this, Hun Shui did not linger any longer and vanished from sight. Once she had disappeared, Xiao Yan and Hun Miao Miao exchanged glances and shared a smile. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yan found himself bewilderedly grasped by Hun Miao Miao's arm. What are you doing? He asked, momentarily taken aback, yet he noticed the excitement gleaming in her eyes. Come, let us go refine some weapons. Hun Miao Miao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Chapter 329. The Heavenly Soul Armor. I thought you were going to say, hey, come inside with me. Xiao Yan glanced at Hun Miao Miao's alluring features, a hint of disappointment flickering through his mind. What kind of nonsense are you thinking? Seemingly aware of his thoughts, Hun Miao Miao shot him a fierce glare before seizing his hand and propelling them in a certain direction. In a brief span of time, after traversing a distance of several dozen miles, they arrived atop a small hill. While referred to as a hill, it would be more fitting to describe it as a small mound. However, beneath this mound flowed a river of lava. Above the mound, there was a high platform forged from fine iron, with a fiery opening at its center expelling flames. Is this a technique from the ancient Array Path? Xiao Yan marveled at the flames that emerged from the lava river, taking on a wondrous form. Do not be astonished. The ancient Array Path and the ancient Artifact Path are indeed interconnected. Allow me to introduce you to my weapon refining ground. Hun Miao Miao beamed at Xiao Yan. Your weapon refining ground. Xiao Yan's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Were those weapons that came from Earth all forged by you? Indeed, weapons of that caliber, without the involvement of Earth's advanced weaponry technology, could only pose a threat to a Dou Wang at best, Hun Miao Miao replied, raising her hands in a gesture of helplessness. I apologize, though I possess some knowledge. Creating such things is beyond my capabilities. If you could indeed create such a thing, wouldn't the continent of Dou be on the brink of a worldwide war? Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yan couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, it mattered little, for I have acquired the ancient legacy of weapon crafting within a certain relic, which is perfectly suited to my abilities. Hun Miao Miao smiled subtly, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Hurry, with your assisting me, I shall undoubtedly forge the legendary sacred artifact." Sacred artifact? Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Hun Miao Miao with astonishment. You can actually forge a sacred artifact. As the term implies, these are weapons or tools meant for the use of Dousheng powerhouses, known in ancient times as sacred objects, to be wielded by such mighty beings. These artifacts must possess qualities far beyond mere durability. A superior sacred object can even enhance a Dousheng's combat prowess by 30%. Yet, since the ancient craft of weapon forging has waned, those capable of creating sacred artifacts have become rarer than a 9-star Dousheng. Moreover, the materials and conditions required for crafting such artifacts are exceedingly scarce, meaning that even the vast majority of Doushengs within the Xiao clan lack sacred artifacts. If the most powerful clan, the Xiao, lacks these relics, one can only imagine the scarcity among other factions. From Xiao Yan's knowledge, within the ancient races beyond the Xiao clan, any sacred artifact is regarded as a treasured heirloom. For instance, the first-ranked Ben Xiao on the Tianding list is an ancient sacred artifact, currently housed within the Yao clan as one of their emblems, since it is a prized possession linked to the Medicine Emperor. As for this holy maiden, she has now received the ancient legacy of formation techniques, a realm of weapon crafting far beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Hun Miao Miao rolled her eyes, then, brimming with self-satisfaction, added, "Moreover, by applying my previous scientific mindset to the weapon crafting techniques of the Douqi continent, my skills have reached a first-rate level here. No, they are at the pinnacle." Hun Miao Miao corrected herself, then turned her gaze toward Xiao Yan. Were it not for the limitations imposed by I would have already forged a sacred artifact. With that, she seized the opportunity to pat Xiao Yan on the head when he wasn't looking. "Hurry, little Yan, breathe fire." Xiao Yan was taken aback. Since his arrival in this world, aside from his mother, no one had dared to pat his head. Yet, considering that she too had traversed from Earth, he felt somewhat at ease, daring to pat the head of this young master. Just wait until I return the favor, he thought. Casting a dissatisfied glance at Hun Miao Miao, with a resigned gesture, he said, "My cultivation has been sealed by your master. What fire can I breathe?" "Your cultivation has been sealed?" Hun Miao Miao paused in surprise, then reached her delicate hand towards Xiao Yan's abdomen. Hey, don't take advantage of me." Xiao Yan retreated a few steps warily. "Rascal, I am here to help you unseal it." Hun Miao Miao's face flushed slightly, and she shot a discontented glance at Xiao Yan before placing her hand against his abdomen. A unique and potent energy, belonging to the lineage of the Holy Maiden, swiftly penetrated Xiao Yan's energy sea, gradually dissolving the seal of Soul Shuimiao. After a full half-hour, a minute crack finally appeared in the seal, prompting Soul Shuimiao to exert her strength once more, causing the fissure to widen. At this moment, Xiao Yan could sense that the once dormant energy within him had reignited. In the next instant, he summoned a torrent of energy that shattered the seal with a resounding explosion. A formidable aura of a 4-star Dou Zun erupted from his being, startling Soul Shuimiao. "How have you grown so strong?" she inquired, astonished as she gazed at Xiao Yan. Their last encounter had found him at merely a 2-star Dou Zun level, yet now, within a few short months, he had ascended to 4-star Dou Zun. Moreover, it was evident that his energy had become increasingly profound and refined. Should Soul Shuimiao face Xiao Yan in combat now, she would find herself at a distinct disadvantage. "You too are not idle. You have reached 6-star Dou Zun," Xiao Yan remarked with a slight smile, though his expression shifted slightly. As the seal was dismantled, the side effects of the netherfire resurfaced. Although Xiao Yan's current cultivation level rendered the netherfire insufficient to impair his rationality, it still compelled him to rise unbidden. "You?" Soul Shuimiao, who had been smiling, suddenly felt an unusual sensation in her hand. Looking down, her charming visage turned icy. The side effects. Xiao Yan chuckled awkwardly, only to receive a cold smirk from the holy maiden of the Soul clan. "Enough chatter. Hurry and unleash the fire," she urged, her mood a far cry from moments prior. Were it not for their shared origins, she would have already acted decisively. Under Soul Shuimiao's scrutinizing gaze, Xiao Yan felt compelled to comply, expelling a burst of colorful flames into the center of the refining platform. As the vibrant flames surged, the already elevated temperature intensified instantaneously. The newly formed flame, a fusion of 6 distinct fires, began to exude a power that could potentially threaten even a Dou Saint, provided that the latter did not resist. Gazing at the magnificent blaze radiating an ominous intensity, Soul Xuemiao experienced not fear, but exhilaration. Her exquisite eyes sparkled as she traced an intricate rune in the air with her delicate hand, ultimately directing it into the center of her chest. Upon receiving this rune, the previously tight-fitting battle armor suddenly revealed a series of nearly imperceptible cracks. Subsequently, a cacophony of snapping sounds emanated from the armor, which then disassembled into an array of peculiar components. As the armor disintegrated, beams of pristine white light streamed through its fissures. With a crack, Soul Xuemiao emerged, her skin gleaming like white jade, leaving Xiao Yan momentarily dazzled. However, she still donned a simple Earth-style women's tank top, paired with a pair of hot pants. The combination of hot pants and a camisole, accentuated by her alluring curves, rendered her even more seductive than if she were not wearing anything at all. A lingering gaze from me would surely provoke ire. With a faint blush adorning her delicate face, Hun Miao Miao cast a glance at Xiao Yan, whose eyes were wide with astonishment, and let out a cold snort. At that moment, energy radiated from her, transforming into a set of simple work attire. Instantly, the aura of a laborer obscured her sensuality. Nevertheless, her beauty and grace remained unmasked. After all, the same cleaning uniform would appear as a mere maid's outfit on an older woman, while it would evoke the image of a domestic goddess on a stunning beauty. Did you forge this battle armor yourself? Upon witnessing the enchanting sight concealed by Hun Miao Miao, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret, swiftly redirecting his gaze to the armor beside him. This suit of armor was exquisitely compact, multifaceted in its functions, and remarkably sturdy, in Xiao Yan's mind. It was akin to something only Iron Man could possess. At that moment, a nickname materialized in his thoughts, Iron Lady. Chuckling softly, Hun Miao Miao proudly regarded the armor before her, confidently explaining, "This battle armor is crafted from ancient artifact techniques combined with the Soul Clan's methods, utilizing primordial soul iron. Every component is tailor-made for me to maximize my strength. I have named it the Heavenly Soul Armor." She meticulously elaborated on the armor to Xiao Yan. The core of the armor resides in the back, employing the most advanced spatial artifact technique from ancient times. It allows for the integration of numerous auxiliary weapons into the armor's back. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan was reminded of the various weapons that surged forth during their previous battle, such as the soul lock chains and the iron wings. However, those were not the most critical aspects. Hun Miao Miao shot a playful glance at Xiao Yan, then gently tapped the back of the armor with her slender, jade-like fingers. A fist-sized object, resembling an incense burner, materialized before Xiao Yan. This item was indeed the most essential component of the entire armor, crafted from the exceedingly rare fire spirit divine iron. Its purpose was to store and even convert the energy of, ultimately transforming it into other forms of energy for combat. Upon hearing Hun Miao Miao's explanation, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as a bold idea blossomed in his mind. Are you saying that this fire spirit divine iron can store and even convert it into other energies? He gazed at Hun Miao Miao, his expression tinged with eagerness. To be precise, it can only store and guide, Hun Miao Miao replied, shaking her head. As for converting it into other energy-based attacks, that is a result of my special design through ancient array techniques. Ignoring the latter part of her statement, Xiao Yan conjured a two-colored fire lotus between his hands. Looking towards Hun Miao Miao as he inquired, can even the techniques for condensing this be stored? Soul Miao Miao cast a glance at the two-colored fire lotus in Xiao Yan's hand and nodded. Theoretically, such an item could be stored, but the energy within your fire lotus is too volatile, making it prone to imbalance. It is imperative to inscribe certain runic formations within the storage vessel to maintain the equilibrium of the fire lotus. Furthermore, over time, the potency of the fire lotus is inevitably destined to wane. Upon concluding her words, Soul Miao Miao turned her gaze back to Xiao Yan, cautioning him. I advise you not to rejoice too soon. The value of the fire spirit divine iron is exceedingly precious. Merely this fist-sized piece in my possession is worth as much as an 8th grade pill. The cost of crafting a storage device for the blossoming fire lotus will be quite substantial. At her words, Xiao Yan finally regained his composure. Realizing that a fist-sized piece of fire spirit divine iron was indeed comparable to an 8th grade pill, such a rare item might be scarce even within the entire Soul Clan. Even if he were to exhaust all the treasures he had obtained from the underworld poisoned saint, it would likely still fall short of acquiring a piece capable of storing a 5-colored fire lotus. After all, the size of his Buddha Fury fire lotus increased significantly as he progressed, and even if he attempted to compress its form, it would not shrink excessively. Contemplating this, a hint of helplessness appeared on Xiao Yan's face. If he could forge several fire lotus storage devices from this fire spirit divine iron and place a few 6-colored fire lotuses within, he would no longer fear encounters with powerful Dou saints in the future. Seemingly perceiving Xiao Yan's discontent, Soul Meow Meow suddenly smiled and said, "Do not fret. Although Fire Spirit Divine Iron is immensely valuable, there are alternatives." "What alternatives?" Xiao Yan's eyes brightened once more. "Fire Spirit Iron," Soul Meow Meow replied, spreading her hands. "Fire Spirit Divine Iron is derived from the most refined portion of Fire Spirit Iron. Thus, while Fire Spirit Iron's efficacy is far inferior to that of Fire Spirit Divine Iron, it can still be used to create a simplified version. Can it also store my Fire Lotuses?" Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with interest. "Indeed, but the storage duration will not be long. It will likely dissipate within a month. Moreover, carrying it will be considerably more cumbersome." Soul Meow Meow nodded. "A month is sufficient," Xiao Yan remarked, his gaze gleaming with excitement. Although the burning technique had now evolved to the celestial level, with his current strength, it would require considerable effort to merge a 5-colored Fire Lotus. If he aimed to condense a 6-colored Fire Lotus, it might deplete his very essence. However, with the Fire Lotus containers crafted by Soul Meow Meow, he could carry multiple Fire Lotuses with him. In such a scenario, even encounters with Dou Saints would provide him an opportunity for escape. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Yan turned to Soul Meow Meow, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Help me forge a few Fire Lotus containers." "Certainly, as I will need your assistance in refining the artifacts later." Soul Meow Meow replied with a smile, extending her hand toward Xiao Yan. "What is this for?" Xiao Yan asked, momentarily taken aback. "Oh, do you imagine that Fire Spirit Iron is as common as cabbage by the roadside? It is merely less valuable than Fire Spirit Divine Iron, not devoid of worth." Huan Meow Meow gazed at Xiao Yan with a piercing look and remarked, "Given my humble status as a saintess, it would take me several years to fulfill your requests." "So that is the case." Xiao Yan nodded, then retrieved a spatial ring and tossed it to Huan Meow Meow. Within were 3 8th-grade medicinal pills. "Is this sufficient?" "Quite enough." Huan Meow Meow nodded, then suddenly turned to Xiao Yan with a playful smile. "Shall I craft a set of such battle armor for you as well?" "Craft a set for me?" Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, but his gaze towards the battle armor soon radiated fervent desire. The exquisite craftsmanship of the armor was something he found himself envying. Even with his current prowess, it could offer him considerable assistance. Most importantly, this armor was simply stunning. For a boy born in the 21st century on Earth, mechas epitomize a man's romance. Of course, Xiao Yan swallowed lightly. 5 8th-grade medicinal pills. Huan Meow Meow extended 5 delicate fingers. 5. Why not seize them? Such wealth caused Xiao Yan a slight pang of regret. The cost of crafting such armor would equate to 3 8th-grade pills. Charging 2 as a processing fee seemed reasonable, did it not? Huan Meow Meow blinked her eyes. Like alchemists, blacksmiths are also professions that consume vast amounts of wealth, especially at the Dou Zun level where most materials cannot be purchased with mere coins, making high-grade medicinal pills a form of hard currency. Fellow townsfolk, beware of betrayal from behind. Xiao Yan grumbled as he tossed another spatial ring. The treasures he had acquired in the remnants of the underworld poison saint had been swiftly depleted by half. Young Master Xiao is truly magnanimous. Observing Xiao Yan's expression, Huan Meow Meow's smile widened further, especially at the sight of the 8 8th-grade medicinal pills nestled within the 2 spatial rings. Her joy was palpable. Xiao Yan felt compelled to offer her something to silence her delight. "Wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly." Huan Meow Meow smiled gently and stepped into the spatial realm. Seeing this, Xiao Yan had no objections. Currently, he found himself within the Soul Clan, and it was indeed unwise to reveal himself carelessly. Should a member of the Soul Clan spot him, provocations would undoubtedly ensue, and if he resorted to violence, it would surely provoke the ire of the likes of Soul Wuyo. Even with Soul Shue's protection, there would be considerable trouble. Alone in a foreign land, as a stranger. Despite having mentally prepared himself, being in such an unprotected environment made Xiao Yan acutely aware of the hardships. Without the Xiao Clan shelter, even a random Dou Sheng could easily crush him. Huan Meow Meow's words proved remarkably effective, for in but a moment she returned to the refining platform. With a casual wave of her hand, a mound of crimson fire spirit iron materialized before Xiao Yan. This, indeed, was the coveted fire spirit iron. Pointing at it, Huan Meow Meow's face lit up with excitement. "Let us commence. I shall handle the refining while you provide the flame." "Not a problem," Xiao Yan nodded slightly. Although he was not well versed in the ancient art of weaponry, merely supplying fire was a task within his capabilities. Seeing Xiao Yan acquiesce, Huan Meow Meow wasted no time. She grasped the mound of crimson fire spirit iron and tossed it into Xiao Yan's. "Feed the flames." Huan Meow Meow glanced at Xiao Yan with a surge of focus. He stepped to the furnace's mouth and raised his right hand. Boom! A torrent of vibrant flames erupted from his palm, cascading continuously into the furnace. "Excellent, quite intense." Huan Meow Meow nodded in satisfaction, skillfully controlling the fire spirit iron as it burned amidst the. Given the formidable power of Xiao Yan's Even this notably resilient material soon glowed a fiery red under its relentless heat. After the passage of a fragrant incense duration, signs of melting began to manifest in the fire spirit iron. Truly, this was the new birth from the fusion of 6 distinct flames. Huan Miao Miao regarded Xiao Yan's with a touch of envy. Had she employed her own fire cloud water flame, it might have taken an entire day and night to achieve such results. Continue, do not falter. After urging him, Huan Miao Miao fixed her gaze upon the fire spirit iron. As this terrifying heat enveloped it, an hour passed, and what was once a material that would challenge even a peak Dou Zun to destroy had completely melted into a vast pool of molten metal. It is time. Divide. Huan Miao Miao pointed with her right hand, slicing through the air, and in an instant, the molten iron was split into 2 portions. One portion launched from it, which Huan Miao Miao deftly divided into several pieces of varying sizes that fell into molds, while the other portion was further divided into 3 segments within the. After extracting 2 of the segments, Huan Miao Miao's expression turned serious as she regarded the final portion. The subsequent procedures may be somewhat intricate. You must follow my commands to manipulate the. She cast her gaze towards Xiao Yan, who remained silent but nodded in understanding. Then, she retrieved an array of materials from her spatial ring, melting them with precision. For those with lower melting points, she utilized her fire cloud water flame directly. For those with higher melting points, she instructed Xiao Yan to draw upon for their liquefaction. In just 2 short hours, dozens of metallic materials were melted and introduced into the fiery red iron broth. As these materials blended in, the color of the fire spirit iron transformed, shifting from crimson to a resplendent golden red. Once all the materials were amalgamated, the ethereal soul of Huan Miao Miao once again formed a complex seal with her hands. At the mouth of the furnace, an intricate formation gradually materialized. Following the emergence of this formation, a most peculiar force began to gently stir the golden red molten iron. To Xiaoyan's eyes, this so-called ancient weapon crafting was not significantly different from alchemy. Even the temperature of the flames required little control. In comparison to weapon crafting, alchemy appeared to be more intricate and advanced, for the precision in controlling the flame's temperature was paramount when dealing with medicinal pills, which differed fundamentally from mere materials. Thus, an entire day elapsed, during which the golden red molten iron, under Xiaoyan's continuous refinement, diminished in size by a full circle. At this moment, however, the molten iron had fully fused, rendering any previous impurities from the auxiliary materials nearly indistinguishable. It was time. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Huan Miao Miao's eyes as she deftly moved her hands, conjuring an array of extraordinary seals. In the next instant, a miraculous scene unfolded. The formation at the furnace's mouth suddenly plunged into the molten iron, and under Huan Miao Miao's control, the iron began to slowly coalesce into the shape of an octagonal bowl. As this octagonal bowl manifested, mysterious and enigmatic patterns began to materialize in the void before merging into the bowl itself. At that moment, Xiao Yan comprehended the fundamental difference between weapon crafting and alchemy. Through his spiritual exploration, he perceived the peculiar patterns threading through the interior of the bowl like human meridians. Their structure astonishingly intricate. A misstep in this process could lead to total failure, and the complexity of these patterns was such that even Xiao Yan found himself momentarily dazzled. Form. Huan Miao Miao intoned softly, her seals shifting as runes emerged within the, once inscribed at fixed positions upon the bowl. A breath of spiritual essence finally came to life within it. Chapter 331. The Octagonal Fire Lotus Bowl and the Heavenly Flame Battle Armor. With the appearance of the octagonal bowl, Huan Miao Miao exhaled gently, her jade hand pulling through the air, drawing the entirely golden red bowl from the. At that moment, the bowl still radiated an intimidating heat, yet after Huan Miao Miao casually retrieved a vial of ice spirit cold spring, it rapidly cooled down. Once the bowl had fully formed, Xiao Yan regarded the fire lotus bowl with a glimmer of curiosity. The bowl before him boasted a diameter akin to that of a basin. Although its body was circular, it bore 8 small protruding corners, each adorned with a peculiar mark. Additionally, both the exterior and interior of the bowl were embellished with various strange patterns, subtly hinting at the capability to connect with the heavens and transform structures. These runic patterns bore some resemblance to the circuits and various resistors from a past life. Xiao Yan turned his gaze towards Huan Miao Miao. One may interpret this differently. Huan Miao Miao gently nodded. The essence of the ancient artifact path lies in the integration of ancient formations into objects, subsequently employing various peculiar runes as connections, endowing them with astonishing and miraculous abilities. Indeed, the ancient artifact path is truly wondrous. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He initially believed that the ancient artifact path was akin to the path of alchemy, but he has now realized that it involves formations as well. The relationship between the two is reminiscent of the distinction between medical studies and mechanical engineering in his past life. Let us set that aside for now. You may first test the efficacy of this octagonal basin. Hun Miao Miao cast a confident glance at Xiao Yan, clearly assured of the treasure she had crafted. Very well. Xiao Yan gazed at the octagonal basin with a glimmer of anticipation. If this small item could contain the 6-colored fire lotus, its assistance to him would be immeasurable. With this thought in mind, he retracted all his and, after a brief rest of 15 minutes, slowly opened his eyes. Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, arise. Upon feeling his body reach its peak state, Xiao Yan summoned the 6 once again. The 6-colored fire lotus was unlike anything before. Its power was immense, consuming vast amounts of and soul energy. Even with Xiao Yan's current strength, merging them would be exceedingly arduous. Observing the 6 summoned by Xiao Yan, a hint of envy flickered in Hun Miao Miao's eyes as she watched him bring the 6 flames together with his hands. The 6 clashed simultaneously, producing a terrifying explosion. After all, is the most ferocious entity in the world. Even with a common master, their inherent characteristics still led to fearsome collisions. Fortunately, the ranking of these was not particularly high, posing no threat to Xiao Yan. Burning Formula. Ignoring the intense clashes between them, Xiao Yan directly summoned an immense amount of Burning Formula. With the profound and enduring nature of his current heavenly level practices, the quantity of was virtually inexhaustible. However, when the 6 were mixed together, the consumption of was staggering. Exceeding his capacity despite his advancement to the heavenly level, he remained a mere 4-star. Soon, Xiao Yan felt that the consumed in merging the 6 was surpassing his own limits. Merge for me, he commanded in a low voice, unleashing the full power of his heavenly level technique. The surrounding fire attribute energy was voraciously devoured into his body, transforming into. This terrifying suction force drew in the energy of the entire valley, causing even the surface of the surrounding magma to slowly solidify. Heavenly level technique? What on earth is this lad attempting? The commotion caused by Xiao Yan directly alerted the 4 remaining Dou Saints in the Little Soul realm. Apart from Hun Shui and Hun Wuya, both Gu Yu and another surviving Dou Saint exhibited a trace of murderous intent in their eyes. The potential of this young man was simply too formidable. If left unchecked, the Xiao clan would undoubtedly gain another superpower house. Particularly, when they directed their soul perception towards the fiery orb in Xiao Yan's hand. Even Hun Shui and Hun Wuya's expressions shifted slightly. Gu Yu and the other Dou Saints' eyelids twitched imperceptibly. What could this young man possibly intend by merging 6 different types of? A group of individuals found themselves perplexed by Xiao Yan's true intentions. Meanwhile, on the refining platform, when Hun Miao Miao gazed at the colorful fireball in Xiao Yan's grasp, a hint of trepidation flickered in her beautiful eyes. Fortunately, when she first encountered Xiao Yan, he possessed only 5 types of, and condensing a 5-colored fire lotus was still quite challenging. If she were to meet him again today, with his 6-colored fire lotus, even with her heavenly soul battle armor, a confrontation would likely lead to dire consequences. As time passed, Xiao Yan's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat trickling down his face, only to be evaporated into nothingness by the intense heat of the flames. The fusion of this 6-colored fire lotus consumed not only but also exacted a terrifying toll on his soul power. At this juncture, Xiao Yan felt as though both his body and spirit were on the verge of being completely drained. However, just as he began to feel faint, the fireball gradually ceased its rotation, and as the outer flames dissipated, a 6-colored fire lotus, slightly smaller than a basin and resplendent in color, slowly took shape. Gulp. Even Hun Miao Miao, gazing at the splendid fire lotus, swallowed hard. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan exhaled in relief. The consumption of and soul power required to fuse this fire lotus was nothing short of terrifying. Even with his current strength, he was nearly completely overdrawn. Nevertheless, the 6-colored fire lotus had finally been condensed. Next, it was time to test whether the 8-cornered basin could contain and store his Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan exchanged a cautious glance with Hun Miao Miao and carefully placed the 6-colored fire lotus into the 8-cornered basin. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. As the fire lotus gently descended into the basin, the previously tranquil vessel began to tremble under the immense pressure, with the intricate mystical patterns on its surface showing signs of impending dissolution. This is bad. The power of your fire lotus is too overwhelming. It seems the 8-cornered basin cannot withstand its might. Hun Miao Miao's expression changed dramatically. What? Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned, then turned to Hun Miao Miao with a bewildered expression. You must clarify the situation for me. What is there to clarify? This object is simply too powerful, and the circular vessel cannot withstand such immense force, Huan Miao Miao said, a hint of guilt in her tone. At this moment, I, Xiao Yan, merely wished to deliver a resounding slap to her. We must hasten to dispatch this item from here. Otherwise, should it explode, not only would we meet our demise, but a significant portion of your little soul realm would also be obliterated. Xiao Yan sighed in exasperation, rolling his eyes. Very well, I understand, Huan Miao Miao replied, nodding with trepidation, and then she led Xiao Yan towards a membrane wall with urgency. I feel faint. Please support me. The earlier effort to condense the fire lotus had nearly drained Xiao Yan of both physical and spiritual energy, leaving him with a slight dizziness and unsteady footing. Oh. Huan Miao Miao cast a guilty glance at Xiao Yan before hastily guiding him toward the wormhole. Coincidentally, today was the day that the Dark Sun Sovereign was tasked with guarding the wormhole, despite the Soul Realm's secretive location and the protective membrane left by the Dou Emperor, which rendered it impenetrable even to ordinary Dou saints. The Soul Clan still adhered to protocol by stationing guards at the two wormholes. One day, the wretches of the Xiao clan will pay dearly for their transgressions. The Dark Sun Sovereign sat at the edge of the wormhole, contemplating Xiao Yan when he suddenly noticed two figures darting in the distance. The graceful and beautiful figure was familiar to him. She was the current saintess, possessing strength rivaling his own at such a young age, a beacon of hope for her clan. The youth she was supporting, however, made the Dark Sun Sovereign's eyes nearly bulge with rage. It is you, Xiao Yan of the Xiao clan. The murderous intent surged within him, and he unleashed his formidable Dou Qi to seal off the wormhole. Immediately, he enveloped the area with an overwhelming force. Saintess, why are you standing alongside one from the Xiao clan? The Dark Sun Sovereign's gaze fixated on Huan Miao Miao, who had previously commanded his respect. But upon seeing her with Xiao Yan, his dissatisfaction grew. Dark Sun Sovereign, there is an imminent danger. You must move aside. Huan Miao Miao urged anxiously, gesturing toward the six-colored fire lotus in Xiao Yan's grasp. What danger? The moment he beheld the six-colored fire lotus, the Dark Sun Sovereign's pupils contracted. Yet more pressing than the threat of the fire lotus was the necessity of preventing Xiao Yan's escape. Could it be that the saintess intends to flee the soul realm with this Xiao clan individual? Such an act would be an egregious betrayal of her kin. Even if you are the saintess, I cannot allow this. The Dark Sun Sovereign obstructed the wormhole, clearly unwilling to let the two pass. You. A glint of cold light flashed in Huan Miao Miao's eyes, but before she could voice her thoughts, Xiao Yan suddenly interjected. I am on the verge of losing control of this fire lotus. It would suffice to discard it from here. Having spoken, he disregarded whether the Dark Sun Sovereign stood nearby and casually hurled the six-colored fire lotus towards the spatial wormhole. The moment the Dark Sun Sovereign opened his mouth, an overwhelming sense of dread surged from his heart. It felt as though a moment's hesitation would lead to certain doom. Alarmed, the Dark Sun Sovereign swiftly summoned his utmost speed, darting away from the mouth of the wormhole, covering over 100 miles before coming to a halt. What on earth is this fire lotus? Why does it exude such terrifying energy? As the Dark Sun Sovereign paused, the six-colored fire lotus had already traversed the spatial wormhole. Immediately, under the influence of spatial forces, the previously stable state of the fire lotus abruptly vanished. As it passed through the wormhole, a cataclysmic explosion erupted amidst the chaotic spatial currents. Boom. At that moment, the beings of the Soul Clan sensed a slight tremor in the little soul realm. And when they gazed up at the sky, a colossal spark resembling a swirling nebula burst forth above them. Outside, the endless chaotic spatial currents were consumed and obliterated by the fearsome explosion, with the tremendous shockwave crashing against the membrane of the little soul realm, causing the spatial barrier, meticulously arranged by a Dou Emperor, to ripple slightly. Was this commotion caused by that lad Xiao Yan? Beyond the little soul realm, a blood-axe man, concealed within a certain space, sipped his drink. Upon witnessing this spectacle, a look of astonishment crossed his cold visage. Such power could easily flay even a one-star Dou saint. No wonder he was chosen as the imperial son. This young man indeed possesses remarkable abilities. The blood-axe man gazed in surprise at the fiery tempest shaking the soul realm. Within the little soul realm, the Dark Sun Sovereign, closest to the explosion's epicenter, swallowed hard. He was merely separated from the explosion by a thin membrane. He could feel that without it, he might have been obliterated. What in the world is this? It is truly terrifying. The Dark Sun Sovereign was left with nothing but fear as he recalled Xiao Yan. At this moment, however, Xiao Yan had been brought back to the refining platform by Huan Miao Miao. How frightening. This child must not be allowed to linger. Within the Hall of Souls, the Bone Spectre Saint, having experienced the explosion beyond the little soul realm, exhibited a profound sense of trepidation in his gaze. The power of this six-colored fire lotus was sufficient to instill a sense of danger even in a Dou saint like him. While Xiao Yan's current strength was merely that of a 4-star Dou Zun, this child's talent is truly formidable. In another hall, Hun Shui gazed in astonishment at the enormous firework in the sky. Though it stemmed from a Dou Zun, she too felt a hint of threat from it. Amidst the awe of these powerful beings, Xiao Yan had already returned to the refining platform. Dear fellow, are you capable of handling this? Can you be a bit more reliable? Xiao Yan cast a dissatisfied glance at Hun Miao Miao. The effort to condense the six-colored fire lotus nearly drained him of his Dou Qi and spiritual energy. Even now, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over his mind. I did not anticipate the formidable power of your six-colored fire lotus, Hun Miao Miao replied, hands on her hips, her confidence wavering. The terrifying potency of the fire lotus had indeed left her somewhat astonished. Alas, it seems that storing the six-colored fire lotus poses considerable difficulty. After all, it can threaten even a Dou Saint. Xiao Yan shook his head in resignation, retrieving a medicinal pill to consume before sitting cross-legged to recuperate. With the current strength of the burning technique, even after exhausting all his Dou Qi, Xiao Yan's energy was fully restored in less than an hour. However, while Dou Qi could be replenished with relative ease, recovering spiritual energy proved far more challenging. It took a full day and night before Xiao Yan felt his spiritual power nearing its peak once again. Since the six-colored fire lotus could not be contained, he decided to attempt the five-colored fire lotus instead. With a gentle sigh, he summoned 5 different flames into his palm, which he began to slowly condense into the five-colored fire lotus. In comparison to the exhaustive process of the six-colored fire lotus, the five-colored fire lotus was considerably less taxing. Although it still consumed a significant portion of Xiao Yan's Dou Qi and spiritual energy, it did not leave him with an overwhelming sense of weakness. Nonetheless, even with this ease, the creation of the five-colored fire lotus meant that Xiao Yan's Dou Qi would take time to recover, especially his spiritual energy, which required half a day to regain its peak capacity. Upon its emergence, the five-colored fire lotus exhibited significantly less power than the six-colored variant. Yet it still instilled a profound sense of danger in Hun Miao Miao. While it might not pose a threat to a Dou Saint, it was certainly formidable against a half-saint. This time, there should be no issues, Xiao Yan remarked, glancing at Hun Miao Miao and gesturing towards the five-colored fire lotus in his hand. This should be fine. Hun Miao Miao offered an awkward smile, not quite polite. Let us give it a try. Xiao Yan rolled his eyes and then directed the five-colored fire lotus towards the octagonal bowl. This time, the bowl did not exhibit the earlier terrifying reaction. Instead, it began to gradually absorb the terrifying energy emanating from the fire lotus. The patterns and runes adorning its surface glimmered slightly, ultimately transforming into a peculiar force that balanced the raging energy within the lotus. It worked. Both Xiao Yan and Hun Miao Miao gazed at the scene with excitement in their eyes. Although the octagonal bowl could not contain the six-colored fire lotus, the five-colored fire lotus proved to be a significant asset. Though it could only be stored for a month, it was equivalent to having a powerful strike at their disposal. Let us continue. After calming his mind, Xiao Yan restored his fighting spirit and soul power, then once again summoned thee and merged it with the soul of Miao Miao for the purpose of alchemy. 3 days later, 2 octagonal bowls fell to the ground, subtly emanating a mysterious aura. With these 3 octagonal bowls, he now possessed an additional trump card for the future when venturing into the abyss. Satisfied, Xiao Yan gazed at the 3 bowls before him. Should all 3 five-colored fire lotuses detonate simultaneously, even a semi-saint would be at risk of perishing. Given the extraordinary capacity of these bowls to contain the fire lotuses, he aptly named them the octagonal fire lotus bowls. With a flicker of thought, Xiao Yan stored the fire lotuses in his spatial ring and turned his attention to crafting his own battle armor. However, the majority of the craftsmanship was to be overseen by Miao Miao. Although Xiao Yan's soul power was formidable, the intricacies of ancient formations and weapon crafting were beyond his immediate grasp. Fortunately, with Miao Miao, the inheritor of ancient formation techniques, he observed as she meticulously melted down pre-sorted iron pieces into the furnace. Once the iron reached a sufficient refinement, Miao Miao skillfully shaped it, employing various formations to intertwine the internal patterns and connecting runes of the armor components. This process was exceedingly convoluted, yet as a pharmacist, Xiao Yan inadvertently absorbed some knowledge. The most intricate aspect was the core component resembling a reaction furnace, which possessed the extraordinary ability to transform. During its forging, Miao Miao employed a myriad of complex formations, leaving even Xiao Yan feeling dizzy. Meanwhile, Miao Miao was visibly exhausted, beads of sweat adorning her brow, a testament to the arduous nature of crafting the core. Once all the armor components were completed, Miao Miao wiped her brow and delicately tapped her slender fingers. A peculiar wave emanated, unveiling a miraculous scene. Threads of fine energy appeared on the surface of the armor pieces, gradually binding them together autonomously. Astonishing technology. Even Xiao Yan was left astounded by the spectacle. Give it a try, Miao Miao said, waving her hand as she presented the armor to Xiao Yan. By imprinting your soul mark into the core of the armor, you will gain control over it. All right, Xiao Yan replied with a slight nod, channeling his vast soul power to refine the core in an instant. In the next moment, he felt as though an extraordinary connection had been established with the armor, one distinct from that of his spatial ring, as if it had subtly become a part of his own being. Intriguing. With a mere thought, Xiao Yan summoned the battle armor, which transformed into numerous components that gracefully flew and adhered to his body in the appropriate positions. In an instant, he found himself fully equipped with this formidable armor. The crimson metal, gleaming with a rich luster, enveloped him entirely. Even his head was safeguarded by a unique helmet. In that moment, the carefree and frivolous aura surrounding Xiao Yan vanished, replaced by an air of solemnity and decisiveness. This armor was indeed impressive. As he felt the sturdy shell encasing him, a satisfied expression emerged on Xiao Yan's face. Given the strength of this armor, even a full-force strike from a 9-star Dou Zun would struggle to deform it. However, while it could mitigate physical damage, its efficacy against spiritual and other forms of harm was markedly inferior. It is a pity that my ancient artifact is still incomplete, preventing the creation of the most formidable armor, spoke Han Miao Miao with a hint of regret. This is more than sufficient, Xiao Yan replied, glancing at the imposing crimson armor, suppressing the urge to name it the Flame Dragon armor. He declared, let us call this the Heavenly Flame armor. As you wish. Han Miao Miao replied with a gentle wave of her hand, then pointed to her own Heavenly Soul armor, saying, next, I will need your assistance in refining this Heavenly Soul armor anew. No problem, Xiao Yan smiled slightly, igniting his once more. A month swiftly passed, and when Han Miao Miao's Heavenly Soul armor was upgraded and ready once again, the figure of Han Shui reappeared in their midst. The 9 Nether Abyss has opened. Are you prepared? Chapter 332, The Fallen Celestial Phoenix and the 9 Nether Earth Demon Python. The 9 Nether Abyss has opened? Xiao Yan and Han Miao Miao exchanged glances, each recognizing the gravity reflected in the other's eyes. Despite their thorough preparations, a sense of pressure lingered. For the 9 Nether Abyss was far from the mere remnants of a fallen Dou Saint's space. It was the site of a Dou Emperor's demise. In this realm, anything associated with an emperor drove even Dou Saints to madness. Consequently, the perils that awaited within the land of a fallen Dou Emperor remained shrouded in mystery for both of them. After all, it was likely that even a Dou Saint would struggle to ensure their safety within such a domain. However, feeling pressure was one matter. Allowing fear to deter them was another. Both Xiao Yan's 9 Nether Wind Flame and Han Miao Miao's ancient artifact inheritance related to the sacred artifact mountain were of utmost importance. To shy away from facing these challenges out of fear would mean they might as well enjoy an easy life as pampered descendants of their clan. Teacher, if that is the case, let us set off early, Han Miao Miao suggested, no longer hesitating upon confirming the news of the 9 Nether Abyss's opening. Seeing this, Xiao Yan merely smiled and nodded at Han Shui. Then let us depart. Han Shui was a decisive individual. Upon seeing the two nod in agreement, he hesitated no longer. With a wave of his hand, he opened a new wormhole within the Minor Soul realm. After all, the dominion over this Minor Soul realm resided solely with Han Shui and Han Wuya. Come, you two, follow closely behind me, Han Shui instructed, casting a glance back at them before stepping into the spatial wormhole. As the two followed suit, the original wormhole gradually closed, ultimately settling into tranquility. Have they departed? Outside the Minor Soul realm, the Blood Axe Man observed the ripples emanating from the distance with astonishment before taking a step forward as well. Given his strength, there were scarcely more than a couple of individuals on the entire Douqi continent who could rival him. So with a single step, he appeared behind Xiao Yan and the others. Yet, even Han Shui remained oblivious to this occurrence. To his surprise, the audacious provocations from the members of the Han clan elicited no reaction from Xiao Yan. Compared to his potential, the composure he exhibited at such a young age was indeed more alarming. As the Blood Axe Man trailed behind Xiao Yan and the others, a flicker of cold light flashed in his eyes. However, while this lad could endure, he himself could not. Once his cousin's grand scheme came to fruition, he would eliminate those raucous fools. The 9 Nether Abyss, nestled within the depths of the countless mountains of the southwestern continent, was unlike an ordinary abyss. It was not a bottomless chasm, but rather a space carved out by a Dou Emperor. This formidable realm was established by the 9 Nether Ancestor. Only spaces created by such powerful beings could withstand the test of millennia. For many formidable individuals in the southwestern continent, the 9 Nether Abyss was not shrouded in secrecy. On the contrary, many were aware of the mysterious space it harbored. However, throughout the ages, those who ventured forth to explore it often faced dire consequences. Even a select few who managed to return did so without acquiring anything of value. It was said that the abyss was permeated with the chilling aura of the 9 Nether and the even more terrifying demonic energy, alongside countless demonic creatures that rampaged within. Aside from rumors of a nine-nether flame, the space seemingly offered no benefits. Thus, many powerful figures of the southwestern continent preferred to refer to it by another name, the demonic abyss. Of course, this was merely the perspective of the ordinary populace. For the four major sects of the southwest, and even more powerful hidden forces such as the Soul Palace, the true nature and contents of the nine-nether abyss were far from a mystery. However, due to the constraints imposed by the demonic creatures, many opportunities within remained elusive. Those fortunate enough to reap benefits from the nine-nether abyss were invariably the most exceptional individuals among the generations of Dozuns. With the opening of the nine-nether abyss this time, the gathering of people within the southwestern continent extended beyond just Xiao Yan and his companions. Upon the towering peaks, a formidable stone wall inexplicably revealed a spatial passage towering several dozen feet high. This passage, shrouded in profound darkness, emanated a chilling aura capable of causing even the most powerful of Dozone warriors to shudder. Only those who have ascended to the Dozun realm can begin to disregard such an ominous presence. And this merely represents the outer layer of the nine-nether chi. It is said that the core of the nine-nether abyss harbors an essence so potent that even high-ranking Dozun would find it unbearable. Outside this spatial passage, two factions had gathered. Notably absent were the Poison Saint sect and the Goose Saint sect. One faction donned white robes, exuding an enigmatic and arcane aura, while the other was enveloped in demonic energy, their humanoid forms bearing traits reminiscent of magical beasts. Yanshinzi. One could hardly anticipate that your emergence would coincide with the opening of the nine-nether abyss. Among the demonic group, a gaunt man with a hooked nose and a tall figure adorned with serpent scales exchanged wary glances with the middle-aged man in white. Yanshinzi, the current leader of the Tianyan sect, boasts a cultivation of 3-star Dou Sheng. If it were merely this level of prowess, the two would not be particularly intimidated, as both had attained 2-star Dou Sheng and could stand their ground together. However, what truly instilled trepidation was Yanshinzi's unparalleled mastery of divination. Since ancient times, those who play with the cunning have found it most exhausting, and Yanshinzi stands as a paragon among them. As the sect leader of Tianyan, he is a master of calculation, making it nearly impossible to guard against his schemes. Even those of superior strength could easily fall prey to his machinations. When did the fallen evil clan dare to walk so brazenly in the world? Yanshinzi, unfazed by the two, merely smirked coldly. In response to his words, the two Dosheng warriors could only scoff. Then, with an air of mystery, they stated, "The times have changed. Within a century, the Duki continent will once again bask in the radiance of the divine. At that time, we shall replace the divine and become the masters of this land." Nonsense, Yanshinzi retorted with a disdainful laugh, choosing silence thereafter, instead regarding the two with an odd smile, which inexplicably tightened their chests with unease. At that moment, before the spatial passage, a ripple surged forth as a mature and graceful woman clad in black emerged, accompanied by a pair of young men and women. Upon sighting the black-clad beauty, the two fallen evil clan Dou Sheng warriors' pupils constricted slightly. 4-star Dou Sheng. It was evident that Han Shui had not anticipated encountering such a formidable assembly upon her arrival, with Xiao Yan and Han Miao Miao at the nine-nether abyss's threshold. Tianyan sect leader, it has been a long time. With a smile, Huan Shui greeted the man in white robes. But her gaze shifted to the two fallen evil clan Dou saints nearby, her brows slightly furrowing. The fallen phoenix and the nine-nether earth demon python? In this era, has the fallen evil clan become so rampant as to brazenly emerge? As she spoke, she extended her jade hand, transforming it into a colossal energy palm that surged toward the two. By the heavens, this woman! The two fallen evil clan Dou saints were momentarily taken aback. Are we the evil clan here, or are you? Why strike without a word? Nevertheless, facing Huan Shui's onslaught, they dared not underestimate her and quickly joined forces to resist her attack. Esteemed lady, it seems we have not offended you. One of the nine-nether earth demon python's Dou saints remarked with a sullen demeanor as he looked at Huan Shui. Encountering members of the fallen evil clan, is there any need for hesitation? Just eliminate them. Huan Shui let out a cold laugh, her elegance laced with a decisive aura of murder, accentuated by her stunning visage, prompting Xiao Yan to silently commend the tribe leader's discernment. Upon hearing Huan Shui's words, the two demon saints froze momentarily, their expressions darkening. I hope you remember what you said today. When our clan truly rules the continent in the future, don't come begging us on your knees. Beg you? Huan Shui scoffed. Do not forget that there is still a Dou Emperor on this continent. No matter how powerful you degenerates become, before a Dou Emperor, you will merely scurry like rats in a gutter. The faces of the two demon saints darkened further. Given your aura, you seem to be from the Soul Clan. It appears you harbor a great enmity toward that Xian Emperor. Why, then, are you speaking on his behalf now? Indeed, The Soul Clan and the Xiao Clan are foes. Yet we are both native beings of the Duki continent, while you, Huan Xue, remained silent, though her expression brimmed with derision. Observing the domineering stance of this Soul Clan elder, Xiao Yan's mind was consumed by a singular thought. The tribe leader is truly remarkable. As he pondered, the spatial passage emitted an astonishing ripple, gradually beginning to rotate. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Huan Xue's eyes glimmered, and she turned to Xiao Yan and Han Miao Miao. The Nine Nether Abyss has officially opened. You two may enter. However, as Huan Xue spoke to them, the two demon saints in the distance revealed cruel smiles upon seeing Xiao Yan and Han Miao Miao. One a 4-star Dou Zun, the other a 6-star Dou Zun. Do they dare to venture into the Nine Nether Abyss with such meager strength? Under normal circumstances, there might have been a glimmer of hope. But now they audaciously provoke us, the divine chosen clan. You mourn, Phoenix Demon, the Nine Nether Earth Demon Python's demon saint said, casting a cold smile at the two young ones trailing behind him. Once we enter the Nine Nether Abyss, we shall eliminate these two. Remember, do not let them die too easily. Yes, Sage. The two young men nodded slightly, their auras already remarkably close to the pinnacle of Dou Zun. However, this was merely a fade, for their true ages likely bore significant numbers. Regardless, their prowess was undeniable. Two pinnacle Dou Zun confronting two youngsters who were not even high-level Dou Zun should be an exceedingly effortless task. Soul Snow remained silent, merely sneering, while Yan Shenxi, witnessing this scene, smiled faintly. By Yanxi, you were meant to contend with these two alone, yet unexpectedly, two allies have appeared. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to a handsome young man behind him. Allies. Although the young man was strikingly handsome, it was apparent to any discerning eye that he was no ordinary person. As anticipated, his next words left everyone present momentarily taken aback. Rest assured, Master. These are merely the descendants of two fallen evil clans. I can suppress them with a mere flick of my hand. Is it commonplace for the youth to boast so boldly? Soul Snow and the two demon saints were somewhat bewildered. The young man's aura seemed to reflect that of an 8-star Dou Zun, while the two Dou Zun from the fallen evil clans had already reached the 9-star level. Disregarding the stunned gazes of the crowd, the handsome young man turned his attention to Xiao Yan and Soul Miao Miao. You two need only follow closely behind me. As long as you cling tightly to the protagonist's leg, not only will you be free from peril, but you may also gain immense opportunities in the end. He even winked at Soul Miao Miao as he spoke. This beauty, while I have yet to establish a harem, I hope you seize the opportunity to secure a position as the main consort. Soul Miao Miao appeared bewildered, glancing at Soul Snow simultaneously. By Nian, cease your words. Do not speak further. Yan Shenxi admonished, a hint of unease flickering across his face. The once impassive faces of the two demon saints now bore an unmistakable rigidity. Master, I have foretold since my youth that I am the destined one. Anyone opposing me shall not fare well. The young man named by Nian gently shook his head. Addressing Yan Shenxi, I will suppress an era, vanquish the fallen evil clans, and eradicate all remnants of extra-mundane demons. This is the duty of a protagonist. Be quiet. You must stop. Yan Shenxi's eyes widened in exasperation. Bai Nian attempted to continue, but was abruptly seized by Yan Shenxi and thrown into a spatial passage. My apologies. Esteemed guests. After casting Bai Nian inside, Yan Shenxi turned to Xiao Yan and the others with an embarrassed expression. Do not be alarmed, my young friends. Although my disciple may possess some eccentricities, his prowess will undoubtedly prove advantageous to you both. As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Xiao Yan, revealing an intriguing glint in his eyes. In light of this, I extend my gratitude to you, esteemed elder. Xiao Yan exchanged a glance with Han Miao Miao, and without further hesitation, they advanced together into the spatial tunnel leading to the abyss of 9 hells. Simultaneously, two young men from the fallen evil clan arrived at the scene. Their eyes locked, and an air of lethal intent enveloped them. Chapter 333. The initial trial of the octagonal fire lotus bowl with a subtle hum of spatial fluctuations, a formidable force of attraction emanated from the passage. Xiao Yan and Han Miao Miao exchanged a knowing look, opting not to resist, but instead clasped each other's hands, surrendering to the potent pull that drew them into the vortex of space. The sensation was delightful. A cool, smooth touch emanated from their palms, prompting Xiao Yan to squeeze a little tighter. Do you wish to relinquish my hand? Perceiving Xiao Yan's ulterior motives, Han Miao Miao turned her head, smiling sweetly at him, her phoenix eyes shimmering with a hint of danger. Certainly not. Do not mistake me for such a person. Xiao Yan chuckled, yet was met with Han Miao Miao's indifference, a testament to the thick skin she had developed during their previous encounters. Indeed, not only was she resilient, but also rather flirtatious. As the terrifying spatial force gradually guided them deeper into the tunnel, a peculiar sensation coursed through them, and in the next moment, Xiao Yan and Hun Miao Miao found themselves expelled from a certain location. So, this is the abyss of 9 hells. Xiao Yan surveyed the surroundings, pondering why this realm earned its ominous title. The sky above was nearly imperceptible, shrouded in darkness, while the earth exuded an oppressive gloom. The only elements present were the chilling winds infused with the essence of the 9 hells and the familiar black demonic aura that Xiao Yan had grown accustomed to. Fortunately, the energy in this place was remarkably abundant, albeit tainted with numerous impurities that made absorption difficult. As long as there is energy, we can manage. Xiao Yan's greatest fear was the absence of sufficient energy. Should a battle ensue, every ounce would need to be used judiciously. Once his internal fighting spirit was depleted, aside from consuming medicinal pills to replenish it, he would be left with little recourse. Lost in thought, Xiao Yan summoned his to begin refining the chaotic energy surrounding them. After a time filled with crackling sounds, they successfully purified the energy into a form suitable for absorption. Though the efficiency paled in comparison to that of the outside world, it was certainly better than having none at all. Xiao Yan smiled faintly, preparing to take Hun Miao Miao's hand in search of the 9 Netherwind Flame or the sacred artifact mountain, when a terrifying wave of energy suddenly surged from behind them. Seeking death, Xiao Yan's gaze turned icy as his transformed into a long spear, which he hurled fiercely behind him. A thunderous roar erupted, followed by a deep, guttural growl resonating through the air. Turning to look, Xiao Yan and Hun Miao Miao beheld a peculiar, pitch-black beast standing at a distance, lowly growling. The creature towered nearly 100 feet high, its body covered in scales, with surging demonic energy coursing through its armor, yet emanating a chilling aura of 9 nether energy from beneath its scales. Is this the demon birth from the 9 nether abyss? Xiao Yan and Hun Miao Miao exchanged glances. This creature appeared to be a fusion of demonic energy and 9 nether essence, radiating an aura that seemed to reach the level of a Dou Zone. Truly, the 9 nether abyss is formidable. We have scarcely arrived and already encountered a demon comparable to a Dou Zone. Xiao Yan sighed softly, reflecting on the vast chasm between the Dou Saint and Dou Emperor relics. Let us proceed. Although this creature is powerful, it poses no real threat to us. Gently shaking his head, he grasped Hun Miao Miao's hand to continue onward. Xiao Yan. Hun Miao Miao suddenly spoke. What is it? Xiao Yan turned back. It's nothing. I merely wanted to ask if you've had your fill of touching. Hun Miao Miao smiled gently, appearing sweet and adorable. Yet Xiao Yan noticed that a cannon had inexplicably extended from behind her armor. Within the cannon, a terrifying energy was gradually accumulating. What do you mean by touching enough? Do you take me for someone of low stature? Xiao Yan shot her a displeased glance, hastily releasing her hand. Humph. Hun Miao Miao, seemingly accustomed to his thick skin, huffed coldly before redirecting the cannon towards the beast's head. Boom. A slender yet potent beam of energy erupted from the cannon, striking the beast's head at an alarming speed. In the next moment, the creature's head exploded in midair, the fiery clouds and water flames within the energy burning away the demonic essence into nothingness. Let us go. Hun Miao Miao nodded in satisfaction, then gestured subtly to Xiao Yan. This woman is truly formidable, Xiao Yan mused quietly. Just as he prepared to depart, he sensed a series of disturbances in the distant sky, followed by a wave of demonic presences surging towards them. This is not good. Why are there so many demons? Their expressions shifted slightly as they beheld the sky, teeming with demonic creatures, resembling a swarm of locusts, with even the weakest among them rivaling a Dou Huang in strength. Damn it, with so many demons, even a Dou Saint would have to flee. Xiao Yan murmured softly, then swiftly took hold of Hun Miao Miao and activated the fastest movement technique to depart. After their exit, several demonic creatures among the thousands, possessing strength comparable to that of a Dou Zone, scanned the ground with their blood-red eyes for a considerable time. Upon realizing the absence of life, they let out a few low growls, and subsequently, countless demons surged towards the carcass of the slain creature, feasting upon it. Indeed, the 9 nether abyss is fraught with peril. Had we been ensnared by those demons, escaping with our current strength would have posed a significant challenge. Moments later, Xiao Yan and Hun Miao Miao appeared 1,000 miles away. Within the confines of the 9 nether abyss, spatial traversal is rendered impossible. Aside from relying on movement techniques to fly, there exist few alternatives. Fortunately, both of their speeds were remarkably swift, allowing them to bypass ordinary demons before they even had the chance to notice. Indeed, quite formidable. Hun Miao Miao nodded slightly. Let us find a suitable location to prepare. We arrived in haste, and the 3 fire lotuses are yet to be fully prepared. Xiao Yan gestured toward a cave nestled in the foothills ahead. Agreed. Hun Miao Miao replied with a slight nod. Her heavenly soul battle armor had recently undergone an upgrade, and there were many adjustments yet to be made. Soon, they arrived at the cave, where a creature of comparable strength to a Dou Zone resided. However, before it could emit a roar, Xiao Yan incinerated it into oblivion using his exotic fire. After a brief observation, Xiao Yan discerned that these demons primarily summoned their kin through sound, and upon their demise, they would be swiftly consumed by their brethren. After casually clearing the cave, Xiao Yan and Hun Miao Miao entered a brief preparation phase. He retrieved 3 octagonal fire lotus bowls from his spatial ring, and as he opened one, a small 5-colored fire lotus began to rotate within. Albeit its power had diminished to that of a 3-colored fire lotus. This earliest crafted fire lotus had been stored within the bowl for nearly a month, and its energy had dwindled significantly. There are indeed certain limitations, Xiao Yan lamented, shaking his head, before closing his eyes to commence the work of condensing the fire lotus. The energy within the 9 nether abyss is cold and chaotic. Even with the aid of the absorption speed was less than 1/10 of that in the outside world. Moreover, the consumption of Dou Qi and soul power required to create a 5-colored fire lotus is nothing short of monumental. It took Xiao Yan 3 full days to condense the 3 fire lotuses. When the last 5-colored fire lotus was finally materialized, the original 5-colored fire lotus had nearly dissipated entirely. The remaining energy was likely insufficient to pose a threat, even to a Dou Huang. Disperse, Xiao Yan commanded, extending his hand to retrieve the fire lotus, flicking it with his finger as it transformed into a stream of light and slowly faded away. He then placed the newly crafted 5-colored fire lotus into the octagonal fire lotus bowl. At this point, the 3 fire lotuses were fully prepared. With these 3 fire lotuses, even facing a half-saint would seem manageable. How have you prepared? Xiao Yan glanced at the soul, Miao Miao, beside him. I am not as complicated as you. I merely need to make some adjustments. Miao Miao, with her graceful figure encased in black battle armor, exuded a cold, sophisticated aura reminiscent of technology, while simultaneously showcasing the unique sensual curves of femininity. That's good. We can head out now. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, ready to escort Miao Miao outside, when suddenly his expression shifted. Someone is approaching. Xiao Yan paused momentarily, as a cannon barrel rose behind the crimson armor he wore. Now, he too had become a wielder of battle armor, eager to test the potency of the cannon that utilized his unique fire as ammunition. Upon hearing this, Miao Miao silently raised her own cannon. Just then, a figure clad in white gradually came into view. Bai Nian. Both were momentarily taken aback. The handsome youth before them could only be Bai Nian from the Tianyan sect, though he now appeared quite disheveled and weary. It's you too? Bai Nian was slightly startled, a hint of a smile gracing his face. I finally found you. My master instructed me to look after you. Since we have encountered each other in such a place, it seems we are indeed fated. You may follow me. I shall protect you. Xiao Yan and Miao Miao exchanged glances, each discerning the thoughts reflected in the other's eyes. Ugh, an average-looking man. Though inwardly they had countless grievances towards this disciple of the Tianyan sect, their faces bore polite smiles. Thank you, Brother Bai. You are quite admirable. Xiao Yan's courteous words were well received by Bai Nian, who waved his hand dismissively, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. There is no need for formality. Since you have encountered me, the protagonist, I naturally must safeguard you. While speaking, Bai Nian glanced at Miao Miao's exquisite visage and cleared his throat, saying, My lady, have you truly considered joining my harem? Joining now would grant you the status of the main consort. Is this person insane? Miao Miao's expression stiffened. Then she turned to Xiao Yan, a mischievous glint sparkling in her beautiful eyes. I'm truly sorry, young Master Bai. I am already a married woman. As she spoke, Miao Miao took Xiao Yan's hand. Bai Nian's face froze. So, you are indeed a married woman. It seems you do not fit the protagonist's wife archetype. Brother Bai. Xiao Yan suddenly paused, fixing his gaze on Bai Nian and uttering a phrase. Odd changes, even remain unchanged? Bai Nian was momentarily taken aback, looking at Xiao Yan and asking, What did you say? Odd changes, even remain unchanged? Bai Nian grew anxious. Xiao Yan, could it be you do not understand human speech? It appears you are not a transmigrator. Xiao Yan exchanged glances with Miao Miao. Since you are not a time traveler, you must truly be a lunatic. Even time travelers do not proclaim themselves as protagonists. At this moment, Xiao Yan's impression of the enigmatic and profound Tianyan sect crumbled abruptly. Brother Bai, why do you appear here in such a disheveled state? Have you perhaps encountered a high-level demonic creature? Just then, Hun Miao Miao unexpectedly posed a rather tricky question. Bai Nian's expression stiffened, and he began to stammer. At that moment, 2 immense waves of spiritual energy enveloped the entire mountain and even the surrounding area within 100 miles. Oh no, those 2 fellows have caught up. Bai Nian's face changed slightly, while Xiao Yan and Hun Miao Miao exchanged a knowing smile upon sensing the 2 presences. It was truly unexpected to encounter these 2 here. These 2 energies naturally belong to the fallen heavenly phoenix and the 9 nether earth demon python. Bai Nian, you can't escape this time. Today, we shall slay you here. A thunderous roar echoed across the skies, and in the next instant, a terrifying attack descended from above, shattering the small hill into pieces. A fierce wind swept through, scattering the debris like sand. Once the dust settled, the figures of Bai Nian and Xiao Yan emerged, exposed to the heavens. Before them stood two colossal beasts. One was a gigantic python nearly 1,000 feet long, its jet-black scales harmonizing perfectly with the surrounding demonic energies and the essence of the Nine Nether. Its blood-red eyes, larger than houses, glared at Xiao Yan and the others with a terrifying murderous intent. I never imagined that these two would be with you. Another voice boomed, belonging to a massive avian creature resembling a phoenix. Its wings spanned nearly 1,000 feet, and each flap stirred the very sands. Is this the fallen heavenly phoenix? Xiao Yan gazed at the enormous phoenix, saturated with demonic energy, his eyes reflecting intrigue. He had encountered the true heavenly phoenix, Feng Qinger, but this was his first glimpse of the fallen heavenly phoenix. From the information he had gathered during the ancient battle, some members of the Heavenly Phoenix clan and the Nine Nether Earth Demon Python clan had allied with the external evil spirits, giving rise to two major branches of the fallen evil clan, the fallen Heavenly Phoenix and the Nine Nether Earth Demon Python. As for whether any members of the ancient Void Dragon clan had also allied with the external evil spirits, that remained unknown to Xiao Yan. He had not heard any such accounts. Now that the three of you are here, it saves us the trouble of searching everywhere. The Nine Nether Earth Demon Python roared, then unleashed a massive black energy beam. Die! The colossal beam, infused with formidable energy, surged towards the trio, only to be intercepted by a white energy barrier. You two, stay behind me and be cautious. Do not let these two fixate on you. Before them stood Bai Nian, who, with a mere wave of his hand, summoned intricate formations that materialized between heaven and earth. Ancient formations? Observing this spectacle, Xiao Yan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the Tianyan sect harbored a legacy of ancient formations. Yet, it was not entirely surprising, given that the Tianyan sect excelled in deduction and calculation, making it exceptionally suited for the emergence of ancient formations. Moreover, he found himself somewhat admiring the actions of this Tianyan sect disciple. Though this individual exhibited peculiar eccentricities, one could not deny his earnest commitment to his promises. You were not our match earlier. Since you insist on protecting these two, be prepared to meet your demise here. As Bai Nian unleashed his powers, the two fallen evil tribe members displayed not anger, but rather a sense of exhilaration. Given Bai Nian's prowess, had he chosen to flee, they would have found themselves utterly powerless against him. Alas, this individual seemed to lack rationality, persisting in aiding the two behind him. Do not force the protagonist to resort to hidden cards, Bai Nian bellowed, as he deftly transformed hand seals, causing various formations to spring forth, unleashing a myriad of powers. For a time, he maneuvered adeptly against the two formidable foes of the fallen evil tribe. Though slightly at a disadvantage, he showed no signs of defeat. This fellow, despite his eccentricity, undeniably possessed formidable strength. Xiao Yan and Han Miao Miao exchanged glances, recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. The two adversaries from the fallen evil tribe hailed from powerful lineages, their bloodlines secrets impeccable, and their strength surpassing Bai Nian, yet they found themselves unable to subdue him. After several hundred exchanges, the two strongholds of the fallen evil tribe, growing increasingly impatient, resolved to employ secret techniques. Utilize the secret technique. The Nine Nether Earth Demon Python snorted, unleashing a stream of vital blood. As this blood coalesced, its serpent tail traced an ominous rune in the air, which subsequently merged into the vital essence. The blood gradually formed a runic shape, ultimately transforming into a luminous stream that descended into the python's brow. In the next moment, the demonic energy that permeated the Nine Nether abyss surged toward it with overwhelming force. Rapidly, the aura of the Nine Nether Earth Demon Python escalated, surpassing the tranquil threshold of the 9-star Dou Zun, continuing to climb until it reached the formidable levels of a 3 or even 4-turn Dou Zun. At this tier, while not quite a half-saint, its power was sufficient to utterly overpower Bai Nian. Die! The Nine Nether Earth Demon Python growled, its colossal tail, imbued with terrifying might, struck fiercely at Bai Nian, shattering the layers of formations he had meticulously established. Bai Nian's complexion paled, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. His expression grim. Damn it, the abundance of demonic energy in the Nine Nether abyss amplifies their strength too greatly. We stand no chance. You too, we must retreat swiftly. Why should we retreat? With a faint smile, Xiao Yan cast a puzzled glance at him regarding his words. These two individuals were exceedingly formidable. Even the protagonist would need to enhance his strength further to contend with them. Were we not courting death by remaining here? Bai Nian shot a discontented look at Xiao Yan, questioning whether he wished to embrace doom by confronting those he could not defeat. However, Xiao Yan merely shook his head with a smile and replied, "Since Brother Bai cannot match these two, let us, as a couple, lend our strength." While speaking, he gazed affectionately at Hun Miao Miao. "My dear, I did not anticipate that our prepared fire lotus would be put to use so soon. Huh. If you continue to take advantage of me, I shall not be so gracious," Hun Miao Miao retorted coldly, then turned to Xiao Yan, saying, "Do not obliterate these two. I still have use for their intact corpses." "Are you implying?" Xiao Yan asked, momentarily taken aback. "Have you forgotten the method of refining the celestial demon puppet?" Hun Miao Miao blinked. Xiao Yan's eyes brightened with realization, and in the next moment, he retrieved 3 octagonal fire lotus bowls from his spatial ring. "Brother Xiao, if we do not flee soon, we shall perish here." The protagonist exhibited a sense of responsibility, still concerned for the safety of Xiao Yan and his companion at such a critical juncture. "Brother Bai, I understand you are the destined one, but even one so fated requires the aid of comrades." Xiao Yan shook his head gently, casting a serious gaze at Bai Nian, before he opened 2 octagonal fire lotus bowls amidst Bai Nian's frozen expression. "Brother Bai, retreat." Xiao Yan struck the 2 octagonal fire lotus bowls with great force, and, in the next instant, pulled Bai Nian and Hun Miao Miao to retreat swiftly. Simultaneously, 2 fire lotuses, each the size of a basin, surged forth from the octagonal bowls. Chapter 334. The Corpse of the Nine Nether Saint Ancestor. Buzz. The 2 fire lotuses, each as large as basins and radiating brilliant light, hurtled towards the 2 high-ranking demonic beasts of the fallen evil clan. Compared to their terrifying forms, stretching hundreds to nearly 1,000 feet, these 2 fire lotuses seemed like mere specks of luminescence, even less significant than fireflies. Yet, despite their dazzling appearance, they harbored deadly intent. The 2 fallen creatures observed the fire lotuses, their eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Do these trivial objects pose a threat to us? Though they acknowledged the considerable energy contained within the fire lotuses, neither believed that a mere 4-star Dozun could present any substantial danger. With such thoughts in mind, they charged directly forward, dismissing the small fire lotus as inconsequential, eager to see what merit these 3 diminutive humans possessed. Thus, the 2 seemingly insignificant fire lotuses collided with the colossal beasts, each nearly 1,000 feet long. In that instant, the world fell silent, and the next moment, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout half of the 9 nether abyss. Boom! Before their eyes, a magnificent burst of radiant light erupted from the heads of the 2 demonic beasts, so intense that even a Dozun would struggle to keep their eyes open. Following this, an endless torrent of heat surged forth. A colossal firestorm, towering over 1,000 feet, suddenly swept outward from the site of the explosion. At this moment, even the space left behind by the Dou Emperor was rent with long fissures stretching for 1,000 feet. The ground was bombarded by a terrifying gale, stirring up dust and stones. Everyone could clearly see that within a radius of 1,000 feet, the earth was being violently stripped away at a visibly rapid pace. Enormous rifts spread like the aftermath of an earthquake, emanating from the depths of the ground. What on earth is this little creature? Bai Nian, who had flown nearly 100 miles away with Xiao Yan, gazed in bewilderment at the sites of the fire lotus explosions. Those exquisitely crafted fire lotuses resembled pieces of art, yet the power they unleashed could likely startle even a half-saint. After a brief moment, the firestorm, accompanied by a terrifying wave of heat and shock, continued to radiate outward. In an instant, several relatively weaker magical creatures caught in the heat wave were incinerated before they could even struggle against it. Moments later, Bai Nian and Hun Miao Miao, situated nearly 100 miles away, felt a wave of heat rushing toward them. Fortunately, by the time it reached them, though formidable, it posed little threat. As the firestorm gradually subsided, the fissures that had appeared within the Dou Emperor's space began to slowly mend. With the disappearance of the firestorm, a heart-stirring scene gradually unfolded before Xiao Yan. The once massive head of the fallen heavenly phoenix had vanished entirely, leaving behind only a smoldering demonic core in its place. From its neck to its chest, all flesh had been incinerated, leaving behind a charred skeleton, while the remaining feathers had long since turned to ash, leaving only a charred mass of flesh. Oddly enough, a pair of chicken-like claws still retained some remnants of skin and meat. A demonic beast comparable to a 9-star Dozun had perished beneath the wrath of the Buddha's furious fire lotus. A roar erupted from the other side as the Jiuyou Earth Demon Python writhed violently, shortly thereafter turning its body and fleeing into the distance. Moments ago, this Jiuyou Earth Python had employed a secret technique, narrowly escaping with a fragment of its being thanks to its abundant demonic energy. Although its head was still mostly obliterated and its body was a gruesome mess, it was ultimately in better shape than the fallen heavenly phoenix. which had been completely decapitated by the Fire Lotus explosion before it could even cast its secret technique. Bai Nian glanced at the seemingly unperturbed Xiao Yan beside her and quietly swallowed. This young man was far from the weakling she had imagined. On the contrary, his strength might surpass her own. It is inconceivable that anyone in this world could surpass the protagonist in genius. Bai Nian shook his head in disbelief. Yet the reality before him compelled acceptance. Alas, it is truly regrettable that the corpse of the fallen phoenix has been so severely damaged. Upon witnessing the nearly obliterated remains of the fallen phoenix, Han Miao Miao could only shake her head in resignation. There was little to be done. Although the Fire Lotus possessed immense power, it was notoriously difficult to control. Xiao Yan shrugged helplessly. Nevertheless, considering that it was a fallen behemoth comparable to a 9-star Dou Zun, even its skeletal remains could be forged into weapons. Not to mention the magic core that still remained. With a faint sigh, Han Miao Miao was taken aback as the magic core, having recovered from the heat, trembled slightly and began to flee into the distance. I knew it. This creature's beast soul has not been obliterated. Watching the magic core dart away, Han Miao Miao felt a surge of joy. You two handle the 9 Nether Earth Python. I shall take care of the fallen phoenix. With that, she disregarded Xiao Yan's displeasure and soared toward the fallen phoenix. This woman chooses the simplest tasks for herself. Xiao Yan muttered, then turned to Bai Nian beside him. Protagonist brother, since I have gravely injured the 9 Nether Earth Python, why don't we join forces to slay it? Xiao Yan's gaze shifted to Bai Nian. What did you just say? Bai Nian's eyes flickered. Let us join forces to slay the 9 Nether Earth Python. Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. I meant the previous statement. Bai Nian, breathing rapidly, gazed at Xiao Yan. Protagonist brother. Xiao Yan intended to speak further, but was startled as this fellow suddenly grasped his hand. What are you doing? Xiao Yan eyed him warily, suspecting this rogue might have ulterior motives. Young brother Xiao, no? Brother Xiao? Tears glimmered in Bai Nian's eyes. For half my life, I have been seen as an outcast, yet only you, brother Xiao, possess the insight to recognize my true identity. To encounter a kindred spirit like you, I could die without regret. Hee. Xiao Yan chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had merely been jesting, yet this lad took it to heart. I believe we should first slay the 9 Nether Earth Python before discussing the Child of Destiny. Xiao Yan spoke sternly while observing the python that had begun to retreat into the distance. There is no need. It is merely a small snake. Such matters are best left for the protagonist to handle. Bai Nian wrapped his arm around Xiao Yan, and in the next moment, the formation beneath their feet shimmered, transporting them 1,000 feet away. Protagonist brother, leave its entire corpse intact. Xiao Yan followed suit, lightning flashing beneath his feet. After a while, the two returned, dragging the immense corpse of the 9 Nether Earth Python behind them. Brother Xiao, I owe you my gratitude for your vigilant presence. Otherwise, this fellow's soul might have indeed escaped, Bai Nian remarked, glancing at Xiao Yan, her eyes filled with satisfaction. This individual is truly easy to manipulate. Xiao Yan felt a twinge of guilt as he observed the remnants of the attack from the 9 Nether Earth Serpent on the protagonist, realizing that his mere call had nearly cost this individual half of his life. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that they had ultimately vanquished both adversaries. The two demon saints beyond the abyss of 9 Nether could hardly have anticipated that their most elite Dou Zun would be so effortlessly dispatched by Xiao Yan and his companions. With the emergence of the 5-colored Fire Lotus, even a semi-holy being would tremble in fear, let alone 2 9-star Dou Zuns. At that moment, a streak of light appeared in the distance, and the figure of Han Miao Miao materialized before the two. In her left hand, she held a purple magic core the size of a lead ball, while a phoenix apparition struggled and spiraled in her right hand. With a cold snort, Han Miao Miao summoned the unique techniques of the Soul Clan, transforming them into delicate chains that ensnared the soul of the fallen celestial phoenix. It was only now that Xiao Yan recalled that the Soul Clan excelled in techniques specifically designed to combat souls, while his own Xiao Clan had, through the acquisition of numerous treasures from the Soul Clan, inadvertently adopted some of their traits. The most iconic of which was the cultural legacy of the Soul Clan, encapsulated in the phrase Jia Jia Jia, which conveyed the ancient vicissitudes of the two clans. Well done, Han Miao Miao remarked, nodding in approval at the massive carcass of the 9 Nether Earth Serpent beneath Xiao Yan's feet. Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Bai Nian coughed forcefully twice. Is your throat unwell? Han Miao Miao inquired, casting a glance at Bai Nian. Cough, cough. Bai Nian coughed again. The defeat of this 9 Nether Earth Serpent is primarily attributed to the efforts of our protagonist here, Xiao Yan interjected. Is that so? Han Miao Miao expressed surprise, her gaze shifting to Bai Nian with awe. Brother Bai is indeed formidable. Having a companion like you is truly a stroke of fortune. A satisfied smile spread across Bai Nian's face as he humbly replied, Oh, it was merely a trivial serpent. I helped take it down out of convenience. Why would you take my politeness to heart? Hun Miao Miao's smile faltered momentarily before her attention returned to the 9 Nether Earth Serpent at Xiao Yan's feet. The quality of this specimen is quite acceptable. Although somewhat incomplete, it should suffice for me to forge a battle puppet on par with a peak Dozun. As she spoke, she waved her delicate hand and effortlessly stored the enormous beast's carcass. Do you possess a spatial sacred artifact? Xiao Yan asked, taken aback by Hun Miao Miao's ease in collecting the massive body. Of course, I am one who has inherited the ancient path of artifacts. Is it difficult to possess a spatial sacred artifact? Hun Miao Miao replied with a haughty snort. The spatial sacred artifact is a treasure of higher caliber than the spatial ring, possessing an interior space that far exceeds that of the latter. Unfortunately, the techniques for its refinement have long been lost, rendering it a rarity even among the Xiao clan. It is quite surprising that Hun Miao Miao possesses one. Now that we have dealt with these two individuals, it is time to attend to more pressing matters. Hun Miao Miao smiled gently and turned to Xiao Yan, inquiring whether they should first seek the 9 Nether Wind Flame or head to the sacred artifact mountain. Xiao Yan, upon hearing her words, did not respond immediately. Instead, he shifted his gaze towards Bai Nian. Brother protagonist, I recall that your Tianyin sect typically refrains from meddling in worldly affairs. Why then has the matter of the 9 Nether Abyss compelled even the formidable forces of your sect to intervene? Xiao Yan pondered, sensing that there was nothing within the abyss that could possibly attract the attention of the Tianyin sect. However, as soon as this topic arose, Bai Nian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Because we must save the world. A moment of silence enveloped Xiao Yan and Hun Miao Miao. It was hard to fathom such youthful exuberance. Seemingly aware of their skepticism, Bai Nian unexpectedly dismissed their doubts, exhibiting an air of superiority as though they had never encountered the world as profundities. Though you both hail from illustrious lineages and carry the weight of your ancestors, you remain sheltered descendants who do not grasp the true significance of the Tianyin sect's existence. Bai Nian chuckled nonchalantly, embodying an enigmatic persona. But what is the true significance of the Tianyin sect? A glimmer of curiosity sparked in Xiao Yan's eyes. This sect was shrouded in mystery. Even the records within the Xiao clan were exceedingly scarce. Nonetheless, Xiao Yan was aware that this sect had existed since ancient times, its history predating that of the current 8 ancient clans. To save the world, Bai Nian reiterated, which left Xiao Yan somewhat exasperated. How exactly do we save the world? Xiao Yan could not contain his inquiry. Ah, that cannot be disclosed, Bai Nian replied with a mysterious smile, his expression imbued with an inscrutable depth. If you wish to uncover this secret, you must follow me. Where to? Xiao Yan asked, momentarily taken aback yet intrigued. Sensing that the secrets behind the Tianyin sect were intrinsically linked to the invasion of the Douqi continent by the outer demons in ancient times, a complexity not even recorded in the texts of the Xiao clan. Wherever the 9 Nether Wind Flame resides, that is where we shall go, Bai Nian replied with a subtle smile, remaining as enigmatic as ever. It appeared they would first seek the 9 Nether Wind Flame. Xiao Yan exchanged glances with Hun Miao Miao before slowly stating, as it happens, I too am in search of the 9 Nether Wind Flame. In that case, let us journey together. You two are indeed the indispensable talents of the protagonist group. Bai Nian was not at all surprised by Xiao Yan and Hun Miao Miao's decision. I have never disliked middle school syndrome so much before. Both Xiao Yan and Hun Miao Miao simultaneously thought. Soon, the two followed Bai Nian in search of the whereabouts of the 9 Nether Wind Flame. Throughout this journey, they discovered that Bai Nian seemed remarkably acquainted with the 9 Nether Abyss. You appear to know the location of the 9 Nether Wind Flame? Xiao Yan inquired, casting a glance at Bai Nian. I do not, Bai Nian replied, shaking her head, before continuing, but I am aware of the location where the 9 Nether ancestor fell. Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, his gaze now tinged with a hint of seriousness. Along their path, Xiao Yan distinctly sensed that the nearby demonic creatures had grown significantly stronger. Fortunately, among these creatures, the most formidable were merely at the level of a 5-star Dozun. The three either evaded or swiftly eliminated their foes, creating no significant commotion. However, as they delved deeper, the chilling aura of the 9 Nether became increasingly potent, and the wind in the heavens intensified abruptly. The fierce gales were infused with a terrifying 9 Nether aura, growing ever more powerful. At this juncture, even a Dozun would struggle to endure without employing Dou Qi to shield themselves, and those below Dozun would scarcely last a few breaths. Just then, a colossal mountain range appeared before the trio. Upon seeing this mountain, both Xiao Yan and Hun Miao Miao as pupils constricted. This was no ordinary mountain. It was evidently the petrified body of a serpent-like demonic beast. Yet, the size of this stone mountain was far greater than any serpent-like beast's corpse Xiao Yan had encountered before. Before them lay the remains of a serpent-like demonic beast, stretching an astounding 100,000 zhang in length. This is the corpse of the 9 Nether ancestor. Xiao Yan exclaimed, his voice laced with astonishment. Who else's body could possibly be so immense? Bai Nian appeared unfazed by Xiao Yan's astonishment, as if she had anticipated this revelation. Is this truly the body of a Dou Emperor? Gazing upon the infinitely extending, formidable corpse, Xiao Yan felt a surge of admiration. He recalled that in the original text, Dou Emperors could refine the heavens as their own body. Their true form could shake the entire continent. Yet, witnessing the corporeal remains of a Dou Emperor left him utterly awestruck. In comparison, the purple sky demonic python, the 9-nether earthming python, and even the 7-colored demon saint he had previously encountered seemed no more than insignificant earthworms. A Dou Emperor, gazing at the remains before him. A flicker of longing appeared in Xiao Yan's eyes. This was the epitome of strength, capable of shaping the world with a mere wave of their hand, wielding dominion over the life and death of the entire continent. If this is the corpse of the 9-nether ancestor, then the one beside it must be the 9-nether wind flame, right? Just as Xiao Yan was lost in thought, Hun Miao Miao's voice suddenly broke the silence. The 9-nether wind flame? Xiao Yan's spirit stirred slightly as his gaze wandered into the distance. There, at the tail of the colossal mountain range, a vast circle was formed, within which the winds of the 9-nether surged with greater intensity. Even from afar, Xiao Yan could sense a chill creeping in. At the center of the swirling tempest, an inferno, wild as a dragon in flight, flickered ominously. The flames were entirely black, exuding an aura that was utterly terrifying. Although it was merely a fire, it carried an essence that could freeze one's very soul. As the 9-nether fire swirled, a peculiar sound of wind echoed softly around it. Merely hearing this sound, Xiao Yan and his companions felt a twinge of agitation within their hearts. Indeed, it was the 9-nether fire. Gazing at the flames, which spiraled like a whirlwind, a flicker of fervor ignited in Xiao Yan's eyes. The 9-nether fire ranked 10th on the list of extraordinary flames, birthed in the abyss of extreme darkness, where the chilling winds never ceased. Taking form in the most ferocious winds, this fire emanated a strange sound, and when it reached the ears, it incited an unusual restlessness, capable of stirring emotional turbulence. At this level of extraordinary flames, the conditions for their birth were exceedingly harsh. Even within the Xiao clan's valley of extraordinary flames, there was only one flame displayed as an exhibit. In the present world, the only other 9-nether fire that Xiao Yan was aware of resided within the medicinal clan. Extraordinary flames are the crystallization of the Earth's immense power. Beyond the 10th rank, each subsequent tier brings about a staggering leap in potency, just like the void-devouring flame. Although it is merely a flame, its strength rivals that of a 9-star Dou Saint. Should I consume the 9-nether fire, my extraordinary flame could undergo a significant transformation. At that point, only the top 5 extraordinary flames would be capable of truly suppressing it. With such thoughts occupying his mind, Xiao Yan intended to soar towards the 9-nether fire. However, at that moment, Bai Nian quietly grasped his arm. Do you have a matter to attend to, protagonist? Xiao Yan glanced at Bai Nian beside him. Do you not wish to witness how my Tianyan sect intends to save the world? Bai Nian's expression was solemn, reminiscent of a grand ceremony about to take place. How will you save it? Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, then curiosity piqued within him. He was eager to discern whether this individual was truly eccentric or if the Tianyan sect genuinely bore such a remarkable mission. In comparison, delaying the refinement of the 9-nether fire could be manageable for the time being. Heh, I can tell from your expressions that you too are eager to witness my folly, Bai Nian scoffed, then turned his gaze toward the 9-nether ancestor, his countenance imbued with solemnity and reverence. Remember, what you are about to witness will be the most astonishing scene of your lives. And this is the legendary journey you will witness alongside the protagonist, Xiao Yan, soul. In a moment of silence between the two, Bai Nian had already extracted a small black jade tablet from his spatial ring, his gaze fixed upon the colossal corpse of the 9-nether saint ancestor. You shall witness history, he proclaimed. Upon uttering these words, he began to weave a series of intricate hand seals. As these seals shifted, the black jade tablet suspended in the air began to emit a faint glow, until, at last, a mysterious and ethereal wave of energy materialized within it. At the instant this aura emerged, both Xiao Yan and Huan Miao Miao, as well as Bai Nian, felt an intangible pressure that resonated with the very essence of life. Alongside this pressure, there was an insatiable yearning for this extraordinary power, as if grasping it would elevate one to the status of divinity. Could this be? Xiao Yan's eyes widened, an expression of incredulity dawning upon his face. You actually comprehend source energy. This time, it was Bai Nian who appeared somewhat taken aback. The secrets of source energy were beyond the reach of even the most ordinary Dou Saints. Impossible. How could there still be remnants of source energy on the Dou Qi continent? A look of disbelief crossed Xiao Yan's visage. According to the original narrative, The entire Dou continent had long since depleted its source energy, save for the ancient lair of the ancient Emperor Tuoshi. The continent should not possess any source energy. Nothing is impossible. Observing Xiao Yan's astonished demeanor, Bai Nian felt a sense of satisfaction in having elicited such a reaction from this supporting character. As I stated, by following the true protagonist, you shall witness one of the most astonishing scenes of your lifetime. With that, he altered the hand seals once more, culminating in a radiant beam that penetrated the black jade talisman. Upon this illumination, the black jade tablet trembled slightly before fissures began to manifest upon its surface. As these cracks multiplied, the talisman ultimately shattered with a resounding explosion. From the remnants of the talisman surged a milky white stream of energy, its essence sending shivers down one's spine. This stream could only be identified as source energy. Yet, amidst Xiao Yan's astonishment, the stream autonomously surged towards the corpse of the Nine Nether Saint ancestor. Is this? Xiao Yan's pupils constricted once more. Throughout his rebirth, he had always been the one to astonish others, yet now he found himself truly awestruck. Are you attempting to resurrect the Nine Nether Saint ancestor? He gazed incredulously at Bai Nian, wondering if the power of the Tianyin sect extended to such extraordinary lengths as resurrecting a Dou Emperor. Resurrection is not quite the aim. Rather, we are merely fulfilling a task assigned to our Tianyin sect. Bai Nian relished the expression on Xiao Yan's face. The white stream quickly descended into the massive serpent-like beast's corpse, and as this luminous essence flowed in, the once stone-like colossal serpent began to radiate a brilliant light, even its scales shimmering with a unique luster. At first glance, it seemed as if the colossal serpent was on the verge of awakening. Behind the continent of Dou, there were countless secrets yet to be unveiled. Xiao Yan's gaze was fixed intently on the immense serpent's body. The secrets of the Xiao clan and the interpretations of the original text were merely fragments of this vast land. It was only at this moment that he realized the Dou continent was far more intricate than he had previously imagined. With the infusion of white light, the life force emanating from the gigantic serpent grew increasingly robust, exhibiting signs of vitality. However, in the blink of an eye, that vitality vanished, and the serpent's body reverted to its stone form. Though it still appeared vividly lifelike, the essence of life had dissipated. What is happening? Has the resurrection failed? Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, while Bai Nian's expression changed dramatically. It was impossible. This could not be. Bai Nian wore a face of disbelief, even frantically tugging at her hair. At that moment, a terrifying aura manifested at the serpent's head, rapidly enveloping the entire Jiuyou abyss. In an instant, both Xiao Yan and the mindless beasts of the abyss felt an existential tremor. This was the aura of a Dou Emperor. Upon sensing this dreadful presence, astonishment once again graced Xiao Yan's features. He had encountered such an aura before in Shaoxian, signifying that the ancestor of Jiuyou had indeed returned. As this aura spread, the enormous serpent erupted with light once more. Moments later, a colossal illusion of the serpent, stretching for 100,000 zhong, appeared in the sky, seemingly endless. Jiuyou ancestor. Gazing at this boundless apparition, Xiao Yan swallowed hard. Shortly after its appearance, the illusion contracted, ultimately transforming into a luminous orb of about 10 feet in size. When the orb dissipated, all that remained was a spectral figure of an elder clad in black, standing amidst the heavens and earth. Are you from the Tianyin sect? The black-clad elder stepped forth to stand before Bai Nian, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. However, as his gaze swept over Xiao Yan, a flicker of surprise flickered in his eyes. Indeed, esteemed ancestor of Jiuyou, I have been sent by the current sect master of the Tianyin sect to awaken you from your slumber. Despite being shaken by the elder's presence, Bai Nian maintained an air of dignified composure, embodying the qualities befitting a protagonist. After years of slumber, he had finally been awakened. The Jiuyou ancestor paid no heed to Bai Nian's demeanor, muttering to himself, "Has it been 30,000 years? At last, it is my turn." Xiao Yan and Han Miao Miao exchanged glances but remained silent, standing obediently to the side. When a Dou Emperor speaks, one must refrain from interjecting. Yet, while Xiao Yan chose not to engage with the Jiuyou ancestor, the ancestor himself turned his gaze toward Xiao Yan. Little one, you possess the aura of the burning art. Chapter 336, The True Flame Emperor and the Ancient, Tragic Past. The burning art. He actually knows of the burning art. Xiao Yan's pupils constricted, and his heart surged at that moment. What thoughts could this Dou Emperor have regarding the burning art? Esteemed elder, I am indeed practicing the burning art, but I did not expect you to be aware of it, Xiao Yan said respectfully. Faced with this Dou Emperor, he dared not feign ignorance. He was well aware that he could not play tricks on such a powerful being. Aside from the burning art of the true Flame Emperor, there exists no other technique in the vast world capable of evolving through the consumption of the Nine Nether Saint ancestor remarked with a slight smile at Xiao Yan. Practicing the burning art is not only a perilous path, but also entails bearing the consequences tied to the true Flame Emperor. I wonder if you, young one, can withstand the weight of the true Flame Emperor's karma. The true Flame Emperor? A hint of confusion flickered in Xiao Yan's gaze. To date, he only knew of two practitioners of the burning art. One was the ancient Tuo, ancient emperor deep within the lava sea of the Jianan Academy, and the other was himself. Yet this true Flame Emperor was also a practitioner of the burning art. From what the Nine Nether Saint ancestor had just stated, he had perished 30,000 years ago, suggesting that the true Flame Emperor existed even prior to the Tuo, ancient emperor. Xiao Yan's heart stirred. Yet he heard the Nine Nether Saint ancestor speak again. The true Flame Emperor was the pioneer of the burning art, and he was also the leader of the Dou continent in ancient times. The pioneer of the burning art, the leader of the Dou continent? Xiao Yan's pupils constricted further, his expression revealing disbelief. Esteemed elder, Xiao Yan glanced at the Nine Nether Saint ancestor, his eyes alight with intense curiosity. May I inquire if you could elaborate on the secrets of the Dou continent from those years? Xiao Yan swallowed hard. By rights, he should not have the privilege of receiving enlightenment from the Nine Nether Saint ancestor. However, the secrets of the Dou continent weighed heavily on his heart, igniting a burning desire for knowledge within him. Shall I tell you? The Nine Nether Saint ancestor regarded Xiao Yan, causing his heart to tighten. Very well. Since you practice the burning art and have reached this level, you will inevitably bear a portion of the true Flame Emperor's karma in the future. At that time, even if you wish to evade it, you will find it impossible. Thus, I shall share some insights with you before I ascend. The Nine Nether Saint ancestor smiled faintly, leaving Bai Nian beside him in a state of astonishment. What is happening? I am the main character. By rights, a Dou Emperor should be imparting secrets to me. He initially intended to correct the Nine Nether Saint ancestor's perceived oversight, but, upon considering the elder's esteemed identity, chose to swallow his words. The Nine Nether Saint ancestor paid no heed to Bai Nian. Instead, he began to recount an ancient tale to Xiao Yan. In a time long past, there existed a vast and boundless realm known as the Great Thousand World. This immense world, aside from its infinite expanse, was teeming with countless beings and dimensions, serving as the nexus for numerous lower realms. The relationship between the Great Thousand World and these lower realms was akin to that of the upper and lower realms. Thus, the Great Thousand World became a focal point for the convergence of myriad lower realms, where many formidable cultivators, having reached the pinnacle of their power, ascended from the lower realms in pursuit of higher realms of existence. These countless lower realms varied in strength and size. Among them, the Dou continent of ancient times stood out for its vast territory and abundant energy, ranking among the top 3 lower realms. Consequently, during the dawn of creation, the Dou continent emerged as one of the most powerful lower realms. Among the superlative beings that ascended from the lower realms in the early days of the Great Thousand World, the cultivators from the Dou continent formed a particularly formidable faction. However, despite their might, the Dou continent was ultimately no match for the ancient races native to the Great Thousand World. It was not until 50,000 years ago that a powerful figure known as Xiao Yan ascended, stepping into the most formidable realm of the heavenly sovereign within the Great Thousand World. This individual would later be known as the Xiao Yan Emperor. Upon entering the heavenly sovereign realm, he directly refined the essence of the Dou continent's dimension. Given the Dou continent's status as one of the top 3 super lower realms, the Xiao Yan Emperor, upon acquiring this essence, leveraged its power to ascend to the sacred heavenly sovereign level. After several centuries, he ultimately reached the pinnacle of the sacred heavenly sovereign realm, establishing the Xiao Yan immortal body among the 10 primordial, becoming one of the top 10 figures in the Great Thousand World. Following this, under the protection of the Xiao Yan Emperor, the Dou continent witnessed the birth of a heavenly sovereign approximately every century, with its lineage once ranking among the top 5 powers in the entire Great Thousand World. Furthermore, the Xiao Yan Emperor left descendants within the Great Thousand World, later known as the Fire Spirit clan. During that era, should anyone from the Great Thousand World encounter a powerful being ascending from the Dou continent, they would invariably offer their respect. Yet, such glory was short-lived. Within less than a millennium of the Dou continent's rise, the Great Thousand World faced an unprecedented calamity, the invasion of the Outer Evil clan. This was a cataclysmic war, the scale of which was unfathomable. With no one knowing the true number of lives lost, it was only recognized that nearly half of the land in the Great Thousand World fell to ruin. The foremost power of the Great Thousand World sacrificed their lives to seal the evil deity. In this battle, many powerful beings from the Dou continent perished, with none being more formidable than the Xiao Yan Emperor himself. In this battle, the illustrious Emperor Xiao Yan faced off against 3 formidable demon emperors alone. His primordial body was shattered, yet he ultimately succeeded in slaying one, gravely wounding another, and sealing the last. Aside from Emperor Xiao Yan, more than half of the other heavenly sovereigns from the Duki continent perished. However, this was merely the beginning. Following the conclusion of the grandest conflict, the malevolent extraterrestrial factions did not relent. Instead, they set their sights on the countless lower realms, particularly the Duki continent, where a demon emperor had been sealed, making it a prime target for these nefarious beings. At that time, the entire Duki continent was besieged by an overwhelming number of these extraterrestrial foes, their sheer numbers instilling terror, with even more than a dozen demon emperors among them. Subsequently, a protracted struggle ensued between the powerful defenders of the Duki continent and the extraterrestrial beings, lasting over 10,000 years. The continent itself was left in ruins, its territory now reduced to less than a third of its former expanse. Throughout this tumultuous period, numerous formidable extraterrestrial warriors continued to launch relentless assaults upon the Duki continent. In the end, the remaining heavenly sovereigns, after much deliberation, united to erect a colossal formation that cloaked the Duki continent from the prying eyes of the extraterrestrial malevolence. The price for this protective measure was the lives of several heavenly sovereigns and Dou Emperors. The first to pay this ultimate sacrifice was the pioneer of the Xiao Yan sect, the heavenly sovereign Xiao Yan. Renowned as a grandmaster of spiritual formations throughout the vast world, the sovereign ultimately transformed his life into a grand array, enshrouding the entire Duki continent. This act ensured that the continent would evade detection by the extraterrestrial foes, yet correspondingly, the warriors of the Duki continent were forever deprived of their passage to the greater world. In the subsequent 20,000 years, the battles between the Dou Emperors and the extraterrestrial demon emperors unfolded relentlessly. The final demon emperor was slain approximately 10,000 years ago, coinciding with the emergence of the ancient emperor Tuashi. From that point onward, all demon emperors were vanquished and subdued, while the Dou Emperors gradually faded from the realm, their last remnants of vitality extinguished. As the venerable Xiao Saint ancestor recounted this tragic history, both Xiao Yan and Hun Miao Miao wore expressions of numbness. The ancient Duki continent bore such a poignant history, a detail that had been entirely omitted in the original text. Xiao Yan found himself in a state of utter bewilderment, finally understanding the concept that there are always beings beyond human comprehension and realms beyond the known. Only Bai Nian, upon observing their expressions, revealed a hint of smugness. It seemed that, indeed, they were but supporting characters, while he, as the protagonist, remained unfazed. In this moment, he had entirely forgotten the astonishment that had graced his features when his teacher had revealed this secret to him just 7 days prior. Upon witnessing the two individuals, Bai Nian could not help but clear his throat and solemnly declare, "The mission of the Xiao Yan sect is to awaken the remnants of a Dou Emperor's soul every 10,000 years. Only the remnants of a Dou Emperor's soul can mend the deceptive array that envelopes the Dou Qi continent." At this moment, Xiao Yan finally comprehended why the Dou Qi continent had completely severed its ties with the so-called vast world following the ancient war. However, he pondered, as far as I know, a heavenly sovereign, or rather a Dou Emperor, ought to possess sufficient source energy or something akin to the power of the plane's origin to attain such a realm. With a flicker of curiosity in his gaze, he turned to the Xiao Saint ancestor. The origin of the Dou Qi continent had long been refined by the Xinyan Emperor, and the pathway to the vast world had been obscured. Thus, where would the source energy come from after the Dou Qi continent was sealed? This sparked a semblance of understanding. In response to Xiao Yan's bewilderment, the Xiao Saint ancestor smiled gently and elucidated, within that vast world, there exists a form of energy known as spiritual power, which is significantly more potent than Dou Qi. Therefore, in that realm, reaching the heavenly sovereign level does not necessarily require the refinement of the plane's origin or source energy. Of course, possessing source energy or the plane's origin would undoubtedly simplify the ascension to the heavenly sovereign realm and fortify one's foundation. After all, this is the primal force of a plane, and in some excessively weak planes, the plane's origin may not even manifest. However, due to the relatively low energy rank of Dou Qi, it would be nearly impossible for the Dou Qi continent to reach the Dou Emperor level without source energy. Even if one were to achieve that level, the energy within would gradually dissipate, ultimately reverting to the peak of the 9-star Dou Saint. Understanding dawned upon Xiao Yan. As a glimmer of realization crossed his eyes, it was no wonder that many powerful beings had remained just a step away from becoming Dou Emperors over the past 10 millennia, yet could not break through. The Xiao Saint ancestor appeared quite patient with Xiao Yan, continuing his explanation. In those days, the Xinyan Emperor single-handedly contended with 3 heavenly demon emperors. Although he was an extraordinarily rare talent, he ultimately sustained grave injuries. Besides his original law body, Even the plane's origin connected to his life was shattered. Before his demise, the Xinyan Emperor utilized the spiritual power he had accumulated over millennia to seal one of the heavenly demon emperors, yet the source energy was limited, with most returned to the Dou continent. Given the rank of the Dou continent's plane origin, this source energy was sufficient to forge 9 Dou Emperor powerhouses. At this revelation, both Xiao Yan and Bai Nian were left astounded. The plane's origin of the Dou continent could actually nurture 9 Dou Emperor powerhouses simultaneously? In addition to this source energy, among the few heavenly sovereigns who returned from the vast world, 3 had refined other plane origins. While not as formidable as that of the Dou continent, the residual source energy was certainly ample to cultivate at least 1 Dou Emperor. According to the words of the Elder, the primordial energy once left in the Dou continent was sufficient to forge 12 formidable warriors into Dou Emperors. However, why is it that the present Dou continent is devoid of both primordial energy and Dou Emperors? Xiao Yan harbors another question. These primordial energies were indeed capable of nurturing 12 Dou Emperors, yet currently, only the ancient Dou Emperor Tuaxi and the Emperor Xiao Xian remain alive. Moreover, Xiao Xian's ascension to the throne seems to possess its own intricacies, perhaps linked to Tuaxi. After a moment of contemplation, the 9 Nether Saint Ancestor spoke. Among the earliest batch of celestial sovereigns, aside from one who returned to the Great Thousand World, the others have perished in battle. Subsequently, some attained the status of emperor through primordial energy and continued their struggle against the malevolent races from beyond, while others departed the Dou continent before the formation of the heaven-deceiving array. They may have sought new opportunities for survival, or perhaps they fled in the face of adversity. Thus, the quantity of primordial energy has significantly dwindled. Following the emergence of the heaven-deceiving array, the continent became isolated from the outside world, marking the period of conflict between the remaining Dou Emperors and the extraterrestrial malevolent races. I previously mentioned that the power of Dou pales in comparison to that of spiritual energy. Hence, our actual combat prowess cannot rival those at the celestial sovereign level. Despite the advantage of the Dou continent's realm, the extermination of a demon emperor still demands an excruciating price, with numerous Dou Emperor warriors falling in the process. As the 9 Nether Saint Ancestor spoke, a trace of melancholy flickered across his visage. Alas, many have perished. Chapter 337. The Saint Ancestor mends the heavens' gaps. The Dou Emperors of the Divine Beast Triad and the ancient 8 clans have all met their demise. The sigh that accompanied this lamentation echoes the blood-soaked history of the Dou continent spanning thousands of years. Divine Beast 5 clans? It seems that only 3 major beast factions remain in the current beast world, Xiao Yan remarked, slightly taken aback. No, in ancient times, the Dou continent bore 5 Dou Emperor-level beasts. The 9 Nether Saint Ancestor gently shook his head. Aside from myself, there were the Tai Su Dragon Emperor, the Tian Huang Demon Emperor, the Jiukai Demon Emperor, and the Dragon Elephant Sovereign. As the 9 Nether Saint Ancestor spoke, his gaze towards Xiao Yan bore a hint of astonishment. You carry a trace of the aura from the Jiukai Demon Emperor's lineage? Xiao Yan, momentarily stunned, responded with a serious expression, realizing the significance of this matter for Kai Lin. Indeed, it is the Jiukai Demon Emperor. The 9 Nether Saint Ancestor nodded slightly. Among the many powerful beings who ascended to the Great Thousand World, the Tai Su Dragon Emperor and the Jiukai Demon Emperor were among the first to attain the celestial sovereign level. Speaking of which, my rise to Emperor was greatly aided by the guidance of the Jiukai Demon Emperor. This elder has bestowed upon me immense grace. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan gleaned insights into the lineage of the Beast Clan, or rather, the Divine Beast Clan. Does the legacy of the Jiukai Demon Emperor still exist? Xiao Yan posed the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. It should still be there, right? The 9 Nether Saint Ancestor paused momentarily, then gently shook his head and replied, even if it still exists, it no longer belongs to the Dou continent. As one of the earliest formidable beings to ascend to the rank of Heavenly Sovereign, the 9-colored Demon Emperor, much like the true Flame Emperor of yore, perished during the initial Great War. As he spoke, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in the 9 Nether Saint Ancestor's eyes. In her prime, the 9-colored Demon Emperor was a paragon of unparalleled elegance, and among the vast world, only the goddess Luo, who had attained the status of a saint sovereign, could rival her in power. Yet, when it came to beauty, the 9-colored Demon Emperor was no less than the goddess Luo. It seemed that the Saint Ancestor was lost in memories of that extraordinary woman. Was the 9-colored Demon Emperor a woman? Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, one of the 2 beloved companions of the true Flame Emperor was none other than the 9-colored Demon Emperor, a peerless powerhouse who stood merely a step away from becoming a saint sovereign. The 9 Nether Saint Ancestor smiled softly, his expression tinged with a hint of yearning. Xiao Yan quickly gleaned much information from the Saint Ancestor's smile. However, such matters were of little consequence now. What truly mattered was that the legacy of the nine-colored Demon Emperor was no longer within the Dou continent. Although the heritage of the nine-colored Demon Emperor had departed from the Dou continent, many powerful warriors from the nine-colored lineage remained. Among them was the daughter of the nine-colored Demon Emperor and the true Flame Emperor, a formidable being at the pinnacle of Dou Saint. The nine Nether Saint ancestors seemed to perceive Xiao Yan's concerns and, with a gentle smile, revealed a piece of information. Sure enough, Xiao Yan's eyes brightened with intrigue. During the protracted struggle that lasted for over 10,000 years, both the nine-colored and seven-colored lineages were nearly extinguished, leading to a pronounced decline of the former. The nine Nether Saint ancestor shook his head softly and remarked, after the demise of the majority of the nine-colored lineage, they sealed themselves within a place known as the Nine Nether Yellow Springs under my command. I have also placed restrictions there, allowing only the strong of the nine-colored lineage to access this opportunity. Oh, so that was the reason for the remnants of the sky-devouring Python clan within the Nine Nether Yellow Springs. Another mystery in Xiao Yan's heart was unraveled. Yet, he felt no astonishment. Such events were chronicled in the original narrative. Were the ancient 8 clans Dou Emperors now all gone? Xiao Yan inquired once more. Most likely. The nine Nether Saint ancestor responded. Among the 8 clans, the Stone clan has only produced 2 Dou Emperors, and the first among them was the earliest to fall. With a hint of regret, the nine Nether Saint ancestor continued. The Stone Emperor was once a heavenly sovereign who returned to the Dou continent, but tragically, he encountered an assault by the otherworldly demon clan while seeking reinforcements in the vast world. Ultimately, the Stone Emperor fell amidst bloodshed. Although he succeeded in slaying 2 demon emperors, he was left with naught but bones. The brief words of the nine Nether ancestor encapsulated the tragic life of a hero. Following the demise of the Stone Emperor, the Stone clan teetered on the brink of extinction. Fortunately, the emergence of the second Stone Emperor preserved the lineage of the Stone clan's blood. However, the reign of the second Stone Emperor lasted less than a millennium before he perished in a great battle. The fates of the other clans' Dou Emperors were largely similar. While successors continued to ascend to emperorship, the total essence remained unchanged. Each ancient clan could only birth a single Dou Emperor. Should this Dou Emperor fall and their essence be seized, the clan would find it nearly impossible to produce another Dou Emperor. In contrast, the Dou Emperors of the human race did not share the fate of our divine beast lineage, where all but the celestial phoenix Demon Emperor perished in battle. The last 6 Dou Emperors among the ancient 8 clans vanished under peculiar circumstances. A hint of perplexity flickered in the gaze of the nine Nether ancestor. My corporeal form had long since perished 30,000 years ago, and even my essence was diminished by half during the struggle against the Demon Emperors. Thus, it is impossible for a Dou Emperor-level powerhouse to arise here again. However, nearly 10,000 years ago, a little fellow named Huang Quan from the Nine Nether Dread Python clan arrived, revealing an exceedingly strange occurrence. He informed me that approximately a millennium before the appearance of the ancient Emperor Tuashi, the remaining 6 Dou Emperors of the ancient 8 clans, aside from the already fallen Stone Emperor and the long-vanished Third Soul Emperor, had seemingly disappeared from existence simultaneously. This phenomenon led to a subsequent decline in the bloodlines of the ancient 8 clans. The nine Nether ancestor then dropped a bombshell that sent shivers down Xiao Yan's spine. The simultaneous disappearance of 6 Dou Emperor powerhouses raised an unsettling question. If they did not vanish by their own volition, what formidable force could compel 6 Dou Emperors to vanish concurrently? Unbeknownst to him, a chill surged from Xiao Yan's tailbone to his crown, leaving him with goosebumps. Following this, the ancient Emperor Tuashi emerged and vanquished the last of the Demon Emperors, ushering the Dou continent into an era devoid of Dou Emperors. In those early years, Huang Quan and his companions often referred to that period as the era of Emperor Fall. What a ridiculous term, Xiao Yan inwardly scoffed. Huang Quan the demon saint once visited here. Xiao Yan queried with curiosity. Indeed, the nine Nether ancestor responded with a faint smile. That lad's aptitude is rather mediocre. Achieving the pinnacle of Dou Zun is commendable. Should he break through to Dou Sheng, it would indeed be a great fortune. As he spoke, he gestured toward his stone statue form, adding, had I not bestowed upon him the remnants of my blood essence after my demise, how could he possibly have become a Dou Sheng powerhouse? Surely, by the time you had heard of this young man, he had already ascended to the esteemed rank of a high-level Dou Saint. A flicker of curiosity crossed the countenance of the nine Nether Saint ancestor, who was eager to discern the extent of the growth of that audacious youth who once boasted before him. A pinnacle Dou Saint, merely a breath away from the imperial realm. Xiao Yan nodded, leaving the nine Nether Saint ancestor momentarily taken aback. It was truly unexpected that this young lad had achieved such heights. Given his innate talent, one could only wonder at the tremendous sacrifices endured along the way. In the past, he had merely heard whispers of his descendants betraying their kin to the extraterritorial evil races. Upon encountering the Yellow Spring Demon Sage, he had infused his own blood essence into the latter, granting him the power to vanquish the treacherous 9 Nether-Earth serpents. Little did he anticipate that the Yellow Spring Demon Sage would not only completely refine the blood essence, but also break through his own limitations. Had I been able to leave a trace of source energy back then, perhaps that young lad could have ascended to become the last Demon Emperor of the continent. The 9 Nether Saint ancestor shook his head with a touch of melancholy, lamenting that even the remnants of his source energy could not be bestowed upon his descendants. Young lad, he regarded Xiao Yan with a glance. The only legacy I can offer you is this 9 Nether Wind Flame. Within the depths of the 9 Nether Abyss lies a mountain of sacred artifacts. Whether you can procure treasures from it depends solely on your own prowess. Remember to bring forth the children of the 9-colored lineage to inherit their ancestral legacy from the 9 Nether-Earth serpents. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Hun Miao Miao. People of the Hun clan, exercise caution regarding your ancestors, particularly the first Soul Emperor. He is an exceedingly formidable figure. The first Soul Emperor is still alive? Xiao Yan and Hun Miao Miao exchanged glances, astonished by the revelation. Finally, the 9 Nether Saint ancestor turned his attention to Bai Nian. Thank you for your efforts. Is that all? Do you not intend to impart any further secrets or bestow some fortuitous opportunities upon the protagonist? Bai Nian was momentarily taken aback. Yet, in the next instant, the ethereal form of the 9 Nether Saint ancestor transformed into a blinding white light, piercing through the spatial confines of the 9 Nether Abyss, ascending towards the heavens. After 30,000 years, it is now my turn. Today, I, Yu Huang, shall renew the legacy of Dou Qi continent with my very soul. With those words, the figure of the 9 Nether Saint ancestor completely dissolved into white light, soaring towards the skies of Dou Qi continent. As this faint white glow emerged, all souls of formidable strength, having attained the pinnacle of heavenly realms or even the imperial domain, raised their heads in unison. Within the Xiao clan, Xiao Xian, clad in a blue robe, fixated his gaze on the white light, ultimately bowing in reverence towards that direction. Predecessor, your noble spirit. Chapter 338, The Endless Blood of Heroes. Gazing upon the ascending white luminary, admiration flickered in Xiao Xian's eyes, soon replaced by an unwavering determination. The extraterritorial evil races, indeed? If you wish to stir up a tempest in the Duki continent, you must first consider whether I grant my consent. As he spoke, the figure of Xiao Yan emerged vividly in his mind. The crux of the Millennium Plan lies within you, my young friend. Xiao Xian murmured to himself, his eyes narrowing slightly. Tuashi, ancient emperor, what are your true intentions? His gaze transcended the air of the Xiao clan. Traversing the boundless fertile lands of the central state, reaching deep into the magma beneath a certain part of the northwestern continent. Within a secret realm of the Juyo Dimming Python clan, a subtle ripple suddenly emanated, followed by the ethereal silhouette of a tall, indifferent man materializing from within. Ancestor, has your time finally come? Rest assured, all previous sacrifices and efforts shall not be in vain. As he spoke, he directed his gaze towards the southwestern continent. Muttering to himself, calculating the time, it should be nearly upon us. Jinglian, the next phase shall depend upon you. In a secluded corner of the northwestern continent, the land, which had lain still for 2 years, trembled once more, and a colossal head broke through the surface. This aura belonged to the Juyo Saint ancestor. After all these years, has the remnant soul of the Juyo Saint ancestor finally emerged? The giant turtle gently shook its head, emitting a mournful sigh. Tianyan Supreme, Longxiang Supreme, Juyo Saint ancestor. These were once extraordinary emperor-level powerhouses, yet now they all seem to have become mere sustenance for the grand array through their remnants. A sliver of crimson sun sank, casting a lingering glow that stained the horizon red. The giant turtle sighed once more, reflecting on the countless heroic blood that has flowed down the mighty river. Meanwhile, other peak powerhouses across the continent sensed a slight shift in the heavens and earth. Yet due to their ignorance of ancient events, they paid it little heed. In the ancient clan, the patriarch Gu Yuan furrowed his brow upon sensing this ripple. But after a second wave revealed no substantial impact on the Gu clan, he dismissed it. It was rumored that the young man from the Xiao clan was quite lecherous. Marrying his daughter off to such a fellow seemed a great injustice to her. Gu Yuan sighed softly. He had received numerous reports regarding Xiao Yan in recent days and felt considerable dissatisfaction towards the yet-to-be-met son-in-law. However, he had no choice. Had he been the one to become the Dou Emperor, the Xiao clan would have been the one seeking to marry into their family. Yet for the sake of the clan's grand strategy, Gu Yuan found no justifiable reason to refuse this union. A millennium ago, both the Xiao clan and the Gu clan boasted only one 9-star Dou Saint. Yet now, The Xiao clan possessed at least 3 powerhouses of comparable strength to himself. From both a bloodline and an interest perspective, the Gu clan could not turn down this marriage, especially considering Xiao Xian's words that had stirred Gu Yuan's heart. Do you not wish for your daughter to ascend as an emperor? Merely uttering this phrase ignited a tempest of emotions within Gu Yuan. Given that the last Dou Emperor of the ancient clan emerged in a relatively late era, the bloodline's potency has yet to wane significantly. Nonetheless, the ancient clan, having lost its Dou Emperor, will inevitably face the day of bloodline depletion once more. Should sooner rise to become the new Dou Emperor, the ancient clan would experience a resurgence. Though Gu Yuan remained uncertain of Xiao Xian's audacity, considering the latter's ascension to emperor, he felt compelled to heed the counsel of this formidable individual. As Gu Yuan pondered the future of his daughter and clan, a figure clad in white within the ancient clan's celestial tomb lifted his gaze towards the heavens. Could this fluctuation be the legendary transformation that mends the heavens? The man, possessing striking features and delicate, slanted eyes, stirred a tremor of recognition among the countless remnants of Dou saints nearby. This was none other than the former leader of the Soul clan, the Soul Emperor. Despite his defeat at Xiao Xian's hands, none could deny that he was one of the most formidable warlords of the post-Emperor Fall era. It appeared that he was now the third Dou Emperor to achieve this transformative state. A faint smile graced the Soul Emperor's lips as he calculated the passage of time. The reincarnated soul of the second-generation Soul Emperor should be stirring from its slumber. In due course, that fellow Xiao Xian would undoubtedly devise a scheme to lure him out and seize the reincarnated essence. A cold smirk flickered in the Soul Emperor's eyes. Xiao Xian, this time, do not let me overturn the tables on you. With that, the Soul Emperor's gaze returned to the distant horizon. In the void above, the 9 Nether Saint ancestor soared ever higher, ultimately arriving before a battered membrane wall. This wall, riddled with countless wounds, was once the crystalline barrier that safeguarded the entire Douqi continent. However, during an ancient battle, it had been perforated by innumerable demon emperors, leaving behind numerous gaping holes. You have arrived. A gentle laughter echoed from beyond the membrane wall, causing the 9 Nether Saint ancestor to tremble slightly. Beyond the wall, an immense formation, vast and all-encompassing, began to emanate a faint glow, gradually illuminating the surroundings. As the soft light dissipated, a colossal figure with the head of an elephant and the body of a man materialized before the 9 Nether Saint ancestor. The dragon elephant. As the 9 Nether Saint ancestor beheld this figure, his eyes glistened with a hint of moisture. Among the 5 ancient divine beast clans, the Taishu ancient dragon clan had concealed itself within the ancient dragon island. Even among his own lineage of the 9 Nether Earth Serpent and the ancient Phoenix, there were traitors who had allied with the malevolent forces from beyond. The 9-colored lineage was in utter decline. Yet, compared to the ancient dragon elephant clan, they paled in comparison. During the ancient battle, the dragon elephant clan had perished collectively. The seemingly cumbersome and unassuming clan has epitomized true heroism at the cost of their entire lineage. The voice of the dragon elephant supreme carries a hint of ease and joy. After 10 millennia, someone has finally come to take up the mantle. I can finally rest well. As he spoke, he handed a skull as white as jade to the ancestor of Jiuyu. This artifact serves as the core of the Qitian formation, the skull of the heavenly transformation supreme. With this formation core entrusted to you, the coming millennia will be your responsibility to protect. The ethereal figure of the dragon elephant supreme gradually faded. I can finally accompany my kin again. Dragon elephant. The ancestor of Jiuyu let out a low roar, his eyes reddening. To have achieved this for the Douqi continent, I, the dragon elephant, have no regrets. And the dragon elephant clan stands proud. Jiuyu, from now on, this realm shall be entrusted to you. The dragon elephant supreme chuckled softly before completely vanishing from the world. The once unparalleled powerhouse, who towered above all, has fallen entirely. His soul merging into the Qitian Grand Formation, leaving not even a trace of his true spirit behind. Gazing at the direction in which the dragon elephant supreme had disappeared, the ancestor of Jiuyu remained silent for a long while, until he finally turned his gaze to the skull in his hand, revealing a heavy yet resolute expression. Fear not, for the continent shall be temporarily entrusted to me. We shall surely await the day of victory. With that, he merged his source energy with his being, ultimately transforming into a streak of flowing light that fused into the white skull. As the remnants of the ancestor of Jiuyu and the remaining source energy integrated into the skull, the colossal skull erupted with an unparalleled brilliance. For a moment, the beings of the Douqi continent sensed that the sun in the sky seemed to shine even brighter than usual. After the radiant light burst forth for a brief moment, it gradually settled. Although the glow was no longer blinding, the skull appeared even more translucent, resembling a flawless gem. Within this skull lay the souls of 3 Dou D powerhouses. With the integration of the ancestor of Jiuyu, beams of light flickered briefly in the sky, casting the shadow of a formation that could overshadow the entire Duqi continent. In the end, the white skull transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the formation. And at that moment, the might of this formation became even more formidable, albeit unseen. Deep beneath the Canaan Academy, endless streams of molten lava flowed like an ocean. And at the very center of this magma, an ancient cave stood resolute through the ages. Within this cave, tall stone pillars bore vibrant flames. And amidst this embrace of extraordinary fire, an ordinary-looking elder sat cross-legged. The elder's hair displayed multiple colors, each hue resembling flames rising, creating an incredibly peculiar sight. However, those eyes, as profound as the starry sky, seemed to possess the authority of the heavens and the earth. Has the saint ancestor of the 9 Nether transformed to mend the heavens? The elder cast his gaze upwards, a hint of coldness lingering in his eyes. The cursed celestial demon of the alien evil clan. Alas, my time is limited, and in this dire circumstance, I must take a gamble, hoping that within a century, a supreme being of sacred caliber might once again emerge from the continent of Dou Qi. The elder snorted coldly, directing his gaze downwards. Beneath this endless sea of magma lies an expansive formation, vast in its own right. Though not as grand as the heavenly deception array, the power it emanates is even more terrifying. Within that formation, a colossal figure, stretching 1,000,000 zhang in length, lies in slumber. Are you saying that the saint ancestor of the 9 Nether was the first master of the 9 Nether Golden Fire? In the depths of the 9 Nether abyss, Xiao Yan looked at Bai Nian, bewildered. Chapter 339. The relationship between and the Dou Emperor. Indeed, Bai Nian glanced at Xiao Yan, his eyes revealing a knowing expression as if to say, you wouldn't understand. If it were not so, why would both the 9 Nether Wind Flame and the 9 Nether Golden Fire bear the name of 9 Nether? These phenomena can only manifest in places where the aura of the 9 Nether is most concentrated. Indeed, the 9 Nether Golden Fire can only be born within the body of the 9 Nether Saint Ancestor. You do make a valid point. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, his gaze towards Bai Nian imbued with newfound significance. These secrets were not even recorded in the ancient texts of the Xiao clan, yet Bai Nian possesses such extensive knowledge. It is true, in terms of historical depth, the history of the Tianyin sect predates that of the ancient 8 clans. After all, the Tianyin sect existed before the invasion of the alien evil clan, while the ancient 8 clans only appeared on the continent of Dou Qi after it had been sealed. Contemplating this, the light in Xiao Yan's eyes intensified. Bai Nian's seemingly naive nature surprisingly held a wealth of useful information. At this moment, Xiao Yan was filled with admiration for me. Observing Xiao Yan's gaze, Bai Nian felt an unexpected surge of joy. This individual named Xiao Yan is indeed a genius. Though not quite on par with myself, he surpasses the average person significantly and possesses considerable stature. To be admired by such a person is truly gratifying. So, why can the 9 Nether Golden Fire only be born within the body of the 9 Nether Saint Ancestor? Xiao Yan couldn't help but ask. Because within the 9 Nether Golden Fire lies a trace of primal energy, which originates from the 9 Nether Saint Ancestor. Observing Xiao Yan's admiration, Bai Nian unreservedly divulged this secret. There is a trace of primal energy within the 9 Nether Golden Fire. Xiao Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. Was it not said that the primal energy of the world had completely vanished? Ever since your Tianyin sect emerged, has the primal energy of the earth and sky begun to reappear? Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's astonished expression, Bai Nian felt an undeniable thrill in her heart and slowly elucidated. Among the list of, starting from the 8th ranked Ba Huang Pemie Yin to the 2nd ranked Su Wu Tan Yin, there exists but a singular entity in the entirety of heaven and earth. Do you ponder the reason behind this? It is due to the fact that these have been nurtured for many years by the essence within the bodies of Dou Emperors. Over time, that strand of essence merges with the, transforming into its distinctive form, which is why the power of these is so formidable. Bai Nian's revelation left both Xiao Yan and Hun Miao Miao wide-eyed with astonishment. If this were indeed the case, would not refining all 8 of these present a path towards becoming a Dou Emperor? Xiao Yan uttered in disbelief. In theory, such a possibility does exist, Bai Nian replied, rolling her eyes in exasperation. However, the essence within those Dou Emperors has long since transformed into the form of. Even if a Dou Emperor wished to revert it back to its original essence, it would be an exceedingly arduous task, one that a Dou Saint would find utterly impossible. Furthermore, the top 8 possess cataclysmic power. Even a high-ranking Dou Saint would find it remarkable to refine just one, let alone accommodate 8 simultaneously. Are you aware of the Jinglian Yaosheng? He was once at the pinnacle of Dou Saints. And even such a formidable being would be repelled by a single Jinglian Yaohua after sustaining injuries. not to mention the challenge of refining multiple. Thus it became clear to Xiao Yan why Xiao Xian and Hun Tiandi had not relied on to ascend to Dou Emperor. It was needless to elaborate on Hun Tiandi, but even Xiao Xian, despite possessing the Tianhua Sen Xian Bian, likely utilized ranked beyond the 8th position. Even should he possess one of the top 8, it would be a challenge to accommodate more than one. However, now that Xiao Xian has attained the Emperor realm, it should not be too difficult for him to simultaneously contain 3 types of, which 8 Dou Emperors correspond to these. Xiao Yan inquired, his eyes shimmering with curiosity, as he seemed to hold Bai Nian's vast knowledge in high regard, much to his delight. The Hong Lian Yihua was birthed by the first-generation Dou Emperor of the Yin clan, the Jiuyu Jin Zuhua by the Jiuyu Saint ancestor, the Ba Huang Pumye Yin by the first-generation Dou Emperor of the Stone clan, the Shengling Jiyan by the medicinal emperor who painstakingly nurtured it, and the Jin Di Fentian Yin by the ancient clan's first-generation Dou Emperor, Gung Jin Da Di. Bai Nian recited effortlessly, before mysteriously inquiring, "Do you know who cultivated the Jinglian Yaohua? Jinglian Yao Di? There should be no such person in the history of Douqi continent." Xiao Yan jested lightly. It was the Zhen Yin Da Di. The Jinglian Yaohua was cultivated by the Zhen Yin Da Di. Bai Nian's words rendered Xiao Yan once more silent. The revelation that the Jinglian Yaohua was indeed nurtured by the Zhen Yin Da Di piqued Xiao Yan's curiosity regarding the origins of the Jinglian Yaohua. Despite its simplicity, the revered Emperor Jinyan is no ordinary Dou Emperor. He stands as a pinnacle among the celestial sovereigns, ranking among the top 10 unparalleled powerhouses even within the higher realms of the Great Thousand World. Such a formidable figure could effortlessly slay a typical Dou Emperor. And it is astonishing to learn that the pure Lotus Demon Fire was cultivated by him. Indeed, while the top 3 and the 8th ranked are nurtured by Dou Emperors, there exists a significant disparity in their potency. Bai Nian nodded lightly. Then, with an air of mystery, addressed Xiao Yan and his companion. "Do you know who crafted the first ranked? Is it the ancient emperor, Tuashi?" Xiao Yan blurted out. "How do you know that?" Bai Nian's eyes widened in surprise. "It was merely a guess," Xiao Yan replied with a chuckle, rubbing his nose. "To think you guessed it right. How dull." Bai Nian remarked with a hint of sarcasm, then seemingly determined to reclaim her prestige, emphasized, "You merely know that this was crafted by Emperor Tuashi. Yet you are unaware that the first-ranked Imperial Flame is, in fact, the true embodiment of Emperor Tuashi." "Actually, I was aware." Xiao Yan contemplated, but chose not to interrupt her narrative. He realized that to do so might hinder his future inquiries. It was only after Bai Nian had fervently recounted the grand deeds of Emperor Tuashi that Xiao Yan subtly interjected, "What about the void-devouring flame?" "The void-devouring flame?" Bai Nian's expression faltered slightly. "I don't know," she admitted, helplessly raising her hands. She had thought she could mislead Xiao Yan. But he had once again brought up an inconvenient topic. "How is it that even you are unaware of which Dou Emperor nurtured the void-devouring flame?" Xiao Yan's curiosity intensified regarding the identity of this flame, which seemed closely linked to the ancient Devouring Spirit clan. It was said that the Devouring Spirit clan was annihilated by the Soul clan in ancient times, and the void-devouring flame was born during that era. "Do you know the details?" he inquired, glancing at the soul attendant behind him. "I don't know," the soul attendant, Hun Miao Miao, replied, shaking her head in a daze. Appearing somewhat simple-minded, the revelations of today left her bewildered, as her years of traversing this world had suddenly become overwhelming. Very well. Xiao Yan decided to abandon this line of questioning for the moment, directing his attention instead to the fierce wind swirling at the tail of the Nine Nether Saint ancestor. There, a terrifying Nine Nether whirlwind was spiraling with a formidable tearing force, and amidst it, a black flame danced in tandem. Was the Nine Nether Wind flame also cultivated by the Nine Nether Saint ancestor? Xiao Yan inquired with curiosity. Indeed, it is not so. Compared to the Nine Nether Golden Ancestor Fire, the Nine Nether Wind flame, while rare, is not unique in the Douqi continent. However, the Nine Nether Saint ancestor is the most proficient in the power of the Nine Nether realm. Given his formidable strength, cultivating a Nine Nether Wind flame is not a daunting task. Bai Nian explained softly. Understanding this, Xiao Yan nodded thoughtfully and then turned to Bai Nian, saying, "I find myself at a crucial juncture in my cultivation, and it is precisely at this moment that I require the Nine Nether Wind flame. I wonder if the protagonist could bear to part with it for the sake of a brother." Such words. "You flatter me." Bai Nian's face brightened with a smile at Xiao Yan's praise. The path of cultivation is governed by the heavenly Tao. Although it possesses tremendous power, it remains an external entity. If you truly desire it, my dear Xiao, feel free to take it. Ah, the simplicity of foolishness has its merits. Xiao Yan sighed softly and performed a slight fist salute to Bai Nian. "In that case, I sincerely thank you for your generosity." These two fools, Hun Miao Miao, observing from the side, couldn't help but feel exasperated at how Xiao Yan was genuinely indulging this charade. I shall take my leave first. Xiao Yan said with a gentle smile to Hun Miao Miao. Once I have refined the 9 Netherwind Flame, I will accompany you to the sacred artifact mountain to seek the legacy of the ancient formation. Very well, Hun Miao Miao nodded slightly. But her expression soon shifted as she remarked, however, the 9 Nether Abyss will only be open for a month. Will you truly be able to refine thee in such a brief period? At her words, Xiao Yan paused, his expression changing slightly. Just then, the protagonist spoke again. No matter, you may proceed to refine the 9 Netherwind Flame. Rest assured, I shall find a way to lead you out when the time comes. Even if we cannot escape, it would only mean being trapped here for a year. And what is a year to us? At that moment, he regained his composure, exuding an aura of calm confidence. Though he may have been putting on a facade, he indeed possessed considerable strength. After exchanging glances with Hun Miao Miao, Xiao Yan nodded and turned towards the direction of the 9 Netherwind Flame. As he ventured deeper, the gusts of the 9 nether winds intensified. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's strength had truly ascended to the ranks of the powerful. Soon, he arrived beside the swirling vortex of the 9 nether winds. Chapter 340. The 9 Netherwind Flame Tempering Body and Mind. The fierce gusts of the 9 Netherwind brought with them a chilling aura capable of freezing gold and stone, causing even Xiao Yan's well-trained body to shiver slightly. It is worth noting that his physique had been tempered by 6, and now his physical prowess alone could rival that of a 5-star Dozun. Yet, even in such a state, the terrifying 9 Netherwinds still made his skin prickle with pain. However, the more intense the sensation, the brighter the light in Xiao Yan's eyes became. The 9 Netherwind Flame differs from other. Its essence is dispersed throughout each flame, dancing with the winds. This means that to absorb the 9 Netherwind Flame, one cannot simply swallow it as before. There exists but a singular method to refine the 9 Netherwind Flame, to merge one's corporeal form within it, allowing the body to endure the tempestuous onslaught of the flame, gradually assimilating the essence of the 9 Netherwind Flame into one's being, ultimately transmuting it into fighting spirit. Hence, the difficulty of refining the 9 Netherwind Flame is surpassed only by the top 8 exotic fires, even proving more formidable than the previously renowned 3,000 yen flames. Moreover, the perils inherent in the process of refining the 9 Netherwind Flame are monumental. Not only does the physical body face the terrifying winds and flames, risking obliteration upon faltering, but the very soul may also suffer grievous injuries from the dreadful melodies entwined within the flame. Consequently, there exists another adage regarding the 9 Netherwind Flame, that below the rank of Dou Shang, one should not entertain the notion of refining this exotic fire. A failure would result in utter annihilation, potentially leading to the complete dissolution of the soul. However, should one succeed in the refinement of the 9 Netherwind Flame, the rewards are immense. The body would be tempered into something formidable amidst the harrowing winds and flames, and the soul would become extraordinarily resilient. For Xiao Yan, retreat is no longer an option. Having traversed a tumultuous journey, he has come to comprehend the terrifying and loathsome nature of the alien evil clan, particularly given that the cultivation technique he practices, the burning art, is a legacy of the true Flame Emperor. If he fails to strengthen himself, when the alien evil clan resurfaces, it will not only be he who suffers, but also his family and friends, who would be unable to escape calamity. Given the dreadfulness of the alien evil clan, it is likely that one day they will once again discover the Dou Qi continent. At that time, even with the presence of a Dou Emperor like Xiao Yan, it would be a futile endeavor. In ancient times, numerous Dou Emperor powerhouses perished due to the fall of the alien evil clan. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Xiao Yan's gaze hardened, becoming icy and resolute. It is said that refining the 9 Netherwind Flame is an excruciating ordeal. Let it serve as the true whetstone on my path to becoming a formidable warrior. With a cold snort, Xiao Yan cast aside the upper half of his robe. Throughout his journey, largely due to his background, he has navigated challenges with relative ease, encountering danger only during the fusion of the Yin-Yang Holy Flame and the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire. Now, however, the 9 Netherwind Flame presents a daunting transition, a pivotal juncture from an ordinary strongman to a peak powerhouse. As the black robe slipped from his grasp, his torso, resembling a sculpted masterpiece, was gradually revealed to the air. His evenly toned muscles appeared to be forged from steel, with a lean waist devoid of any excess fat, exuding an aura of explosive power. His shoulders, slightly broader than those of an average man, lent his silhouette an air of majesty without appearing overly robust. His physique was admirable. From a distance, Hun Miao Miao, having glimpsed Xiao Yan's upper body, displayed a flicker of intrigue in her beautiful eyes, her lips curling into a breathtaking smile. The defined contours of his back were adorned with 7 vividly colored flame tattoos. The Azure Lion's head, birthed from the Blue Lion Demon Flame, The black and white twin dragons formed from the yin-yang dual flames, the emerald green lotus born of the earth heart fire. The multicolored serpent derived from the spirit fire of beasts, the translucent fire python crafted from the fallen heart flame, along with the azure rippled sea heart flame and the purplish-gray nether poison fire. These 7 flames are not merely resplendent on the surface. They epitomize Xiao Yan's journey of growth and accomplishments. Having cultivated to this point, although he possesses only 7 flame tattoos, he is remarkably close to the perfected realm as depicted by the red refining flame demon body. After all, even the initiator of the red refining flame demon body achieved a physical prowess comparable to a 5-star Dou Zone using merely 2 types of and 9 higher grade beast fires. In contrast, Xiao Yan has already tempered his body with 6 kinds of. One wonders what level my physical form will attain after refining with the 9 nether wind flame. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Xiao Yan's eyes as he took a decisive step forward, entering the fearsome 9 nether whirlwind. As his foot crossed the threshold, the surrounding chill and gale intensified tenfold. In an instant, the biting wind left his skin stinging painfully. This was merely the 9 nether wind. The true 9 nether wind flame lay within. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan resolutely advanced towards the direction of the 9 nether wind flame. The terrifying gale perpetually assaulted him with a frenzied force, as if his body were being relentlessly battered by a Dou Zone expert, Dou Qi. Red refining flame demon body. Activate. Xiao Yan uttered with a cold snort, and at that moment, the 7 flame tattoos on his back ignited one after another, causing his stature to surge by 3 inches. His physique expanded slightly, and as he unleashed the full power of his red refining flame demon body, the once menacing 9 nether wind seemed to soften considerably. This is the might of the red refining flame demon body. As the pressure began to wane, Xiao Yan's movements became much more composed. He charged forward, covering a distance of over 100 zhong, and after surpassing that mark, the dreadful pressure re-emerged ominously. Here, the fearsome 9 nether wind could instantly transform a Dou Zone expert into an ice sculpture, only to disintegrate into frost. The 9 nether wind flame lay before him. Gazing at the swirling black vortex ablaze with fire, Xiao Yan's expression grew increasingly grave. Though the diameter of the 9 nether wind flame appeared to be less than 10 zhong, the force it unleashed caused Xiao Yan to shudder slightly. Besides the chilling yet scorching temperature emanating from the flames, the swirling fire also produced a terrifying howl of wind. This dreadful howl seemed to carry a disconcerting magical power, instilling a sense of chaotic agitation in the heart. Such an unfounded restlessness, if heard by an ordinary person, would lead them to madness in no time. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's soul had already ascended to the pinnacle of the spiritual realm, rendering him impervious to the fearsome, demonic sound. With a mere adjustment, he minimized its impact. Having reached this juncture, retreat was not an option. Gazing at the 9 nether wind flames that incessantly emitted demonic sounds, determination flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes as he boldly stepped into the fiery vortex. Boom! As his body crossed the threshold of the fiery whirlpool, he was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming sensation, a chilling cold intertwined with searing heat. In that moment, Xiao Yan felt as though he had plunged into an icy river, only to be instantaneously submerged in molten lava. The discomfort was unbearable. His body trembled slightly, as it had been long since he had experienced such a harrowing clash of ice and fire. Beyond the terrifying alternation of extremes, there was an even more dreadful sensation, a piercing agony that felt as if blades were being driven into his flesh. The perilous nature of this place surpassed the external world tenfold. Even a Dou Zone expert could meet their demise within moments in this treacherous environment. If this were all there was, the 9 nether wind flames would hardly be capable of affecting me. Xiao Yan scoffed, continuing to advance. The true essence of the flames resided at the very center of the vortex. Only by enduring and refining the flames at that core could one claim to have truly mastered the 9 nether wind flames. As he drew nearer, the power emanating from the 9 nether wind flames intensified, causing fissures to appear upon Xiao Yan's skin, through which the flames seeped into his flesh, inducing a painful twitch within his body. Just a 9 nether wind flame, and yet I doubt I cannot refine you. If I cannot conquer you, what hope is there of slaying the foreign evil clans? Xiao Yan grunted disdainfully, taking several more steps until his foot finally landed at the vortex's center. Boom! The moment his foot touched this place, the surrounding powers of wind and fire surged forth with terrifying ferocity. Jagged gusts tore at Xiao Yan's skin, leaving gashes in their wake, as icy coldness and searing flames penetrated his flesh through these wounds. Sizzle! In an instant, the scent of charred flesh filled the air. And even more alarmingly, at the heart of the fiery vortex, a dreadful howling akin to a demonic sound stirred a sense of irritation within Xiao Yan's mind. At this moment, he fully grasped the terrifying nature of the 9 nether wind flames. It was no wonder that the difficulty of refining them surpassed that of the 3,000 yen flames. Such formidable power meant that few below the Dosheng could tame it. Even if a fortunate soul were to arise, it would likely require a state akin to that of Yao Lao before his breakthrough to semi-holy. Considering Xiao Yan's current strength, it was indeed a formidable challenge. However, this was merely a reflection of his current limitations, and such deficiencies could be remedied through alternative means. Yin-Yang sacred flames, seizing the essence of heaven and earth, absorbing the energies of the cosmos. Xiao Yan valiantly endured the excruciating pain that threatened to overwhelm him, opening his mouth to swallow. And the sacred Yin-Yang flame manifested at the crown of his head. Two small dragons, one black and one white, spiraled together, as the energies of heaven and earth, previously isolated by the 9 nether wind flame, gradually flowed into them. The spirit fire of 10,000 beasts, infused with the vitality of magical beasts, aids me in refining my body. Xiao Yan shouted once more, as the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts emanated various vital energies, slowly nourishing his physique. As a manifestation of the combined essence of countless high-level magical beast fires, it naturally carried an abundance of vitality. Fallen Heart Flame, Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire. With a movement of his mind, the Fallen Heart Flame and the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire instantaneously coalesced into the Glazed Lotus Heart Fire, refining the energies absorbed from the sacred Yin-Yang flame. Subsequently, the Sea Heart Flame and the Nether Poison Fire formed a thin membrane enveloping his body, somewhat mitigating the terrifying power of the 9 nether wind flame. After executing these measures, the threat posed by the 9 nether wind flame was no longer as formidable within a short span of time. However, the agonizing sensation brought forth by that dreadful wind and fire remained unyielding. At this moment, Xiao Yan felt as if he had plunged into purgatory, with flames burning his very being every second. Despite the protection of to refine the 9 nether wind flame, he had to allow it to actively enter his body. Thus, streams of wind and fire tore through his flesh like blades, penetrating into his bones. The pain, heart-wrenching agony surged continuously, causing blood to seep from his gums. And this was merely the beginning. As time progressed, his flesh and bones ultimately could not withstand the terrifying onslaught of the wind and fire. Even with the assistance of the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts to mend him, it could not keep pace with such overwhelming destructive force. Even more alarmingly, his soul was incessantly tormented by demonic sounds. The dreadful wind and fire could inflict damage upon the soul itself. After a day, Xiao Yan's body was battered and broken, resembling stone on the verge of erosion. It was at this moment that a new vitality suddenly surged within him. Spring God Technique. Heavenly level combat skill, Withered Tree Blossoms in Spring. This secret art and combat skill, derived from the Spring God Sect, finally came into play. In an instant, a torrent of vibrant life surged through Xiao Yan's body, and as this vitality erupted, his previously desiccated flesh and bones were rejuvenated with newfound vigor. Within moments, Xiao Yan's body restored itself to 60 or even 80% of its former state. Although the effects of the withered tree blossoms in spring were astonishing, the consumption of fighting energy was indeed formidable. Feeling the significant depletion of his fighting energy, Xiao Yan could not help but let out a bitter laugh. Thus, with the assistance of the 6 and the legacy of the Spring God Sect, he and the 9 Netherwind Flame found themselves in a brief stalemate. When the auxiliary effects of the Yin-Yang Sacred Flame and the could no longer fully compensate for the terrifying consumption, Xiao Yan was compelled to extract a vibrant 8th grade elixir from his spatial ring and swallow it. In that moment, both forces began to descend into a prolonged equilibrium. Yet the price of this balance was that Xiao Yan endured a torment more excruciating than 1,000 cuts each day. As time trickled by, whether a month had passed or longer, the energy from the 3rd 8th grade elixir Xiao Yan consumed was nearly depleted, and the horrific agony had finally diminished significantly. If one were to peer inward at that moment, they would discover tendrils of black whirlwind flames entwined within Xiao Yan's bones, flesh, and even his meridians. To the unknowing observer, it might appear as though he were afflicted with rheumatism. Xiao Yan exhaled deeply, casting a sidelong glance at the black flames. A hint of a cold smile gracing his lips. It was time for me to strike back. Chapter 341, Mid-Level 6-Star Dozun. As the words fell from his lips, an involuntary force of attraction erupted from within Xiao Yan's body. With a resounding whoosh, under the influence of this formidable pull, a trace of the primordial fire seed from the 9 Netherwind Flame surged more swiftly into Xiao Yan's being. The intense pain resurfaced. Yet the damage inflicted upon Xiao Yan's physical form was rapidly diminishing. This was not only due to his burgeoning resistance to the 9 Netherwind Flame, but, more importantly, because his body was growing increasingly robust through this arduous refinement. If Xiao Yan's physical strength had once been comparable to that of a 5-star Dozun, He now possessed a resilience nearly rivaling that of a 7-star Dou Zun. More crucially, this refinement process had yet to reach its true conclusion. Though the pain was unbearable, it was finally yielding substantial rewards. Gazing at the swirling black flames surrounding him, Xiao Yan felt a stirring within his spirit, and the Dou Qi of the transformed into a terrifying vortex, gradually commencing to absorb the surrounding black flames. With a hum, strands of black flames coursed through Xiao Yan's flesh, bones, and even his meridians, bringing with them sensations akin to being cut by blades. Ultimately, they were drawn into the vortex of the Dou Qi. Once these strands of black flames mingled with the now heavenly grade Dou Qi, they were swiftly enveloped, carried along by the primordial fire seeds as they traversed through Xiao Yan's meridians. The primordial fire seed struggled desperately during this process, yet against the current Dou Qi, it possessed almost no power to resist. As if sensing the danger emanating from within Xiao Yan, the originally swirling 9 netherwind flame momentarily hesitated, only to spin with even greater ferocity, seemingly attempting to escape Xiao Yan's grasp. The pain intensified as the speed of the 9 netherwind flame escalated. A contorted expression of anguish resurfaced on Xiao Yan's visage, as if he had donned a mask of suffering. Amidst such terrifying flames and winds, his once slowly ceasing physical form surged once more. Concurrently, as the 9 netherwind flames accelerated, the dreadful demonic sound intensified significantly. Even with Xiao Yan's soul power at the pinnacle of the spirit realm, he felt a wave of agitation. With a heart as clear as ice, he remained unperturbed by the impending doom. While enduring the agony of his corporeal body, Xiao Yan slowly recited a method capable of calming the soul. Fortunately, his soul power had already reached the apex of the spirit realm, and coupled with the efficacy of this method, his spirit remained largely unaffected. Within his body, strands of the 9 netherwind flame seeds began to be gradually refined by the fighting spirit of the burning technique. The situation fell into a brief stalemate, while time continued its relentless march. Beyond the 9 nether abyss, the entrance that had been ajar began to slowly close, yet no one emerged from its depths. This development rendered Huan Yue's countenance somewhat grim, and even the 2 demonic saints of the fallen evil clan displayed a hint of peculiarity. What could be the matter? They were merely 2 mid-tier Dou Zun. Why hadn't they returned? The expressions of the 2 demonic saints turned sour, and Huan Yue's demeanor grew increasingly grave. In terms of importance to the fallen evil clan, Han Yue was far more significant than the 2 Dou Zun. She bore the hopes of her clan's future. Moreover, Xiao Yan's status was equally formidable. Master of Tianyan sect, your disciple has yet to emerge. Why do you appear so untroubled? Han Yue cast a glance at the Tianyan sect master, who remained calmly reclined against a cliff, seemingly in a state of slumber. Rest assured, all is well. The Tianyan sect master replied with a smile, shaking his head. The opportunities within the 9 nether abyss were not something they could consume in just a month. If the saintess is unharmed, it would be prudent for her to take a moment's respite. It appeared this individual possessed far greater knowledge than I, which was understandable. The Tianyan sect had always been enigmatic. Although their outward strength was inscrutable, their history surpassed even the ancient 8 clans. Seeing the Tianyan sect master remain so composed, the 2 demonic saints grew anxious. Within the southwestern continent, the Tianyan sect was the bane of the fallen evil clan. Long ago, during the ancient war, the Tianyan Supreme had personally orchestrated the demise of several demon emperors, their deaths transforming into the Qitian Great Formation, shrouding the Dou Qi continent in obscurity. When it came to cunning, no one could outmaneuver the Tianyan sect. These 2 must retrieve the demonic energy sealed within the sacred artifact mountain. The eyes of the 2 demonic saints gleamed with urgency, unaware that their subordinates had already become materials for Huan Yue's crafting. Saintess, once these 2 youngsters emerge, shall we send them to the fallen realm of the pure Lotus Demon Saint? The child of the gods paid no heed to the thoughts of the 2 demon saints. With a casual wave of his hand, he shrouded the outside world and began to speak slowly to Huan Shui. The place where the pure Lotus Demon Saint fell? Huan Shui paused for a moment. Indeed, it was necessary for this young man named Xiao Yan to be informed of the secrets surrounding the pure Lotus Demon Saint. The child of the gods smiled subtly. This matter had been a scheme of the Heavenly Evolution sect for thousands of years, and now, in his generation, the opportunity had finally arrived. Yet, for some unknown reason, Xiao Xian's sudden ascension to the throne had caused some deviation in this plan. Nevertheless, the ultimate outcome would be inconsequential. What secret? A curious smile appeared on Huan Shui's face. The pure Lotus Demon Saint is not of this world. The child of the gods smiled gently, causing astonishment to grace Huan Shui's features. The pure Lotus Demon Saint was not from the Duki continent. If that were the case, they would have to see how things unfolded. After a brief moment of composure, Huan Shui took a deep breath, nodded, and spoke. Meanwhile, the several saints in the outside world were each engrossed in their own thoughts, while in the depths of the Nine Nether Abyss, Xiao Yan's actions were nearing their conclusion. As this tug-of-war continued gradually, the Nine Netherwind flame began to weaken, and the original fire seeds were slowly refined into Xiao Yan's own extraordinary fire through the refinement of the burning formula. From the perspectives of Han Miao Miao and Bai Nian, the once fearsome black flame vortex had thinned considerably, with even the central original fire seeds having disappeared by more than half. Within Xiao Yan's Qi Si, a gently swirling black flame was growing ever more robust. As of now, the refining effect of the Nine Netherwind flame on me had approached insignificance. At this moment, the original wind flame brushing against Xiao Yan felt as gentle as a spring breeze, posing no threat whatsoever. Thus, he declared, "Then come to me." Xiao Yan chuckled, no longer resembling the desperate figure he had been a month ago amidst the Nine Netherwind flame. The harrowing month had wrought upon him an astonishing transformation. He opened his mouth wide and directly drew in the remaining black fire seeds. With a brief struggle, the Nine Netherwind flame made a futile attempt to resist. Yet as Xiao Yan's suction grew stronger, the residual fire seeds were ultimately inhaled into his body. As these fire seeds entered, the burning formula's qi within Xiao Yan surged forth in an instant. The black flames seemed to yearn for escape, but were directly enveloped by the equally swirling burning formula qi. A day later, these remaining fire seeds were thoroughly fused into the original fire seeds by Xiao Yan. Outside, a nearly imperceptible wisp of black flame continued to rotate slowly within the Nine Nether vortex. With the ethereal essence of the Nine Nether and the tempestuous winds laid down by the Nine Nether ancestor, it is conceivable that, after a millennium, or even 10,000 years, this place may once again give birth to a Nine Nether flame. Xiao Yan smiled faintly before once more closing his eyes. The next step was to integrate the Nine Nether flame into his own source of. The days spent merging them were undeniably prolonged. However, neither Xiao Yan nor Han Miao Miao exhibited any signs of impatience, and even Bai Nian beside them remained composed. Time trickled away steadily as Xiao Yan sat motionless within the whirlpool. Yet, amidst the passage of time, his aura grew ever more robust, subtly emanating a sensation that sent shivers through both Han Miao Miao and Bai Nian. This fellow's method of ascension is truly enviable, Han Miao Miao thought, pouting in dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Bai Nian was even more discontent. Who, after all, is the true protagonist here? A month later, Xiao Yan, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, gradually opened them. Boom. As his eyes fluttered open, a radiant column of flames, imbued with terrifying heat, erupted forth. Wherever the flames traversed, they left behind a pitch-black mark even within the confines of the Dou Emperor space. In the distance, a creature at the threshold of the Dou Zun realm shivered, caught unawares, before it was incinerated by the two fiery columns. At last, the fusion was a success. Deep within Xiao Yan's eyes, vibrant flames danced. The at this moment was no longer merely a spectrum of colors. It was a confluence of black, azure, blue, and a multitude of hues, collectively radiating an aura of formidable might. With Xiao Yan's eyes now wide open, his aura surged with the speed of a rocket. From the pinnacle of a 4-star Dou Zun to the 5-star Dou Zun, then to the peak of a 5-star Dou Zun, and finally reaching the mid-level of a 6-star Dou Zun, his aura only ceased its ascent at that point. Chapter 342. What Xiao Clan's young emperor? Merely a pawn of this holy maiden. How infuriating. I have toiled for so long to advance merely 1 star, while this guy has achieved 6-star Dou Zun simply by devouring it. Han Miao Miao couldn't help but puff out her cheeks as she gazed at Xiao Yan's retreating figure. Now, even without resorting to that formidable Fire Lotus Dou technique, she felt uncertain about her chances of victory in a one-on-one match against him. Meanwhile, Bai Nian's lips twitched slightly upon witnessing Xiao Yan's terrifying rate of progression. How vexing. Such a remarkable growth speed should only be reserved for the protagonist, shouldn't it? Yet, how is it that Xiao Yan is becoming more and more akin to the main character? As this thought crossed her mind, Bai Nian felt a twinge in her heart. Is this the power of a 6-star Dou Zun? Feeling the torrent of overwhelming Dou Qi surging within him, Xiao Yan allowed a satisfied smile to grace his lips. After devouring the Nine Netherwind flame, his burning technique had yet to evolve to the intermediate level of the heavenly stage. At this stage, it seemed exceedingly challenging to ascend to a higher tier. Nevertheless, Xiao Yan felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He slowly raised his slender palm, and a brilliant flame surged forth from his hand, causing the surrounding space to exhibit slight distortions. The flame, now fused with 7 types of, possessed a power that could rival the Red Lotus Karma flame, and perhaps even the Nine Nether Golden Ancestor flame. Feeling the terrifying heat emanating from in his palm, a faint smile crept onto Xiao Yan's lips. This could truly be said to possess the ability to scorch mountains and boil seas. Even a Dou Saint would struggle to withstand its formidable might. This fire had begun to subtly resemble the embryonic form of the imperial flame. After all, the ancient emperor who transformed into the imperial flame was also born from the fusion of various. In addition to these advancements, Xiao Yan's physical strength had seen a remarkable increase. With his current power, he could contend with an 8-star Dou Zun, coupled with Dou Qi and various combat techniques. Xiao Yan was confident that even without employing the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, he could slay the two individuals who had previously entered the Nine Nether Abyss. Although his soul power had not shown significant growth during this ordeal, it had become more refined and solid, which would greatly benefit his future ascension to the heavenly realm. The gains from this journey were indeed substantial. As Xiao Yan smiled faintly, reveling in the overwhelming power within him, a terrifying flame abruptly erupted from his lower abdomen. Damn it, I forgot about this. Xiao Yan's face flushed, and his breathing became labored. He had experienced this side effect when refining the nether poison flame. At that time, he intended to offer a seed of to the Gu Saint Sect's Saintess, Lu Shuyan, but was unexpectedly thrust into a series of relentless battles. Moreover, the nether poison flame, being of a lower rank, had not impacted him significantly, and after the fierce fights, he had already shed most of its sinister fire. However, the Nine Nether Wind flame he had refined this time, while not enough to drive him to madness, possessed a far more formidable side effect than the nether poison flame. What a discomfort! Xiao Yan glanced around and finally spotted a graceful figure clad in black mechanized armor. At that moment, even the enchanting beauty of Hun Miao Miao could not distract him. Even the sight of the alluringly contoured armor alone could stir his heart. With a flash of lightning beneath his feet, Xiao Yan swiftly appeared before Hun Miao Miao. Miao Miao, he gasped, his face flushed as he gazed at her, startling her in the process. What are you doing? Quickly put on some clothes. Hun Miao Miao's cheeks flushed crimson as she cast a glance at Xiao Yan, raising her hand to extend a barrel from which energy began to slowly coalesce. Put on your clothes, or I swear I'll make you regret it. Huan Miao Miao coldly huffed. It turned out that Xiao Yan's garments had long been reduced to nothingness by the Nine Nether Wind flame, leaving him blushing profusely, his head feeling as heavy as a boulder. In the distance, Bai Nian felt a pang of distress upon witnessing this scene, wondering why this fellow outshone her even in such matters. My cultivation technique has side effects. Xiao Yan's eyes darted as he conjured a pair of shorts from energy, then fixed his fiery gaze upon Huan Miao Miao. My dear compatriot, would you be willing to elevate our revolutionary friendship to new heights? I refuse. Huan Miao Miao retorted sharply, ready to say more, but Xiao Yan had already closed the distance. You scoundrel, if you come any closer, I swear I'll retaliate. Huan Miao Miao felt Xiao Yan's large hand encircling her waist, the warmth radiating from his palm palpable even through the layers of armor. Go ahead and retaliate. If I must perish today, so be it. Xiao Yan, the rogue, shook his head and, taking advantage of Huan Miao Miao's surprise, leaned in closer. Xiao Yan, you cad, MMPH. Huan Miao Miao had not finished her condemnation when an inexplicable sensation caused her mind to momentarily cloud. The doctoral scholar who had never experienced love in either life now felt her body soften, the fiery intent in her palm extinguished. As an experienced individual, Xiao Yan instinctively knew what to do next. He wrapped one arm around Huan Miao Miao's slender waist and sought out a nearby cave to retreat into. Main character. I need to enter seclusion for a while. Please protect me. Upon entering the cave, Xiao Yan did not forget to convey his request telepathically to Bai Nian. What? You expect me to guard you while you engage in such antics? Bai Nian seethed with anger, but found himself unable to refuse. No problem. The moment he uttered those words, he regretted them. I don't want to be a fool, yet he calls me the main character. Bai Nian sighed softly and settled down at the foot of the mountain. Just wait while I take off my mecha. No need. You look absolutely stunning in that outfit. Inside the cave, the sounds of their voices intertwined intermittently before fading into silence. Why on earth did he use soul power to shield this? Bai Nian suddenly found himself unable to hear anything, his frustration mounting, while visions of Xiao Yan's head, as large as a boulder, flickered through his mind. So enormous. Truly immense. This person is the epitome of a top-tier supporting character. Even I, as the main character, cannot catch up in the blink of an eye. Bai Nian shook his head in resignation. Thus, the main character lingered at the foot of the mountain for nearly 3 days, until the soul shield cast by Xiao Yan gradually dissipated. What the heck? What has this guy been up to for 3 days? Bai Nian's irritation deepened. Meanwhile, within the cave, Xiao Yan had donned his crimson battle armor. You scoundrel! Beside him, Hun Miao Miao cast a fleeting glance, then summoned a water orb to cleanse her battle armor. For 3 consecutive days, this fellow had hardly paused. Even a beast would not endure such relentless exertion. Were it not for her considerable cultivation, she might have already succumbed. One could certainly question whether her prowess had indeed augmented. Xiao Yan cast a discontented look at Hun Miao Miao. Upon hearing this, she hesitated slightly, donning her black armor with deliberate grace, and nodded gently. You mischievous rascal. One can only wonder what nefarious thoughts are swirling within that mind of yours. Xiao Yan remained silent, merely offering a sly grin. The effects of their first dual cultivation session, with Hun Miao Miao having attained the rank of 6-star Dozuan, were indeed remarkable. His own cultivation level even surged to the late 6-star stage, while Hun Miao Miao progressed to the mid-6-star realm. When I ascend to sainthood in the future, I shall take you back to the Xiao clan. Though you hail from the Soul clan, I believe they will embrace you. Xiao Yan resumed his sweet talking, but this tactic, once infallible, bore no fruit before Hun Miao Miao now. Oh, spare me. Hun Miao Miao gently shook her head, saying, do you imagine I am like those women on this continent? That I would become your wife or concubine simply because we have shared intimacy? Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. Your ease of conquest does not stem from your prowess as the esteemed disciple of the Xiao clan. Rather, it is simply that this holy maiden is curious to experience such pleasures. Hun Miao Miao extended her jade hand, delicately lifting Xiao Yan's chin. I must admit, the experience is indeed delightful. No wonder you are a compatriot from Earth. Your way of thinking is refreshingly distinct. Xiao Yan, brimming with unspoken thoughts, could only counter with a question. So what does our relationship amount to now, friends or lovers? How naive. Hun Miao Miao huffed lightly, her tone laced with playful mockery. Do you wish for this holy maiden to be your lover? With that, her tone suddenly took on a hint of the bizarre. The so-called son of the Xiao clan is merely a plaything of this holy maiden. Oh, how peculiar you are, holy maiden. Xiao Yan internally scoffed, yet chose not to voice his thoughts. Perhaps it was for the best that she opted not to join, sparing him the potential of her indoctrinating his harem with her teachings. In that case, he would surely find himself on the receiving end of a beating. You too. Once they emerged, Bai Nian, who had been waiting nearby, cast a curious glance, eager to speak, but was met with a sharp glare from Hun Miao Miao. Let us proceed. Our next destination is the Sacred Artifact Mountain. Xiao Yan glanced at Bai Nian and continued to flatter. Brother Bai, you are the fabled son of destiny. Surely you are aware of the location of Sacred Artifact Mountain? Of course. Upon hearing the phrase son of destiny, Bai Nian proudly straightened his chest. Just follow my lead. You too. After uttering these words, a sudden wave of fatigue washed over him. Sigh, being the protagonist can indeed be quite exhausting at times. Soon, the trio embarked on their journey once more, encountering numerous magical creatures along the way. However, with their formidable strength, most of these creatures were obliterated before they could even emit a sound. Yet, as they drew closer to the Sacred Artifact Mountain, Xiao Yan noticed that the magical beasts around them were growing increasingly powerful, with groups of Dou Zun-level creatures frequently appearing. This made the three of them more cautious, as failing to eradicate these foes swiftly could lead to considerable trouble. As half a day gradually passed, after Xiao Yan swiftly dispatched and incinerated a Dou Zun-level beast into nothingness, a towering peak slowly came into view before them. Chapter 343, Slaying Half-Saint-Level Beasts. Is this the Sacred Artifact Mountain? Gazing at the majestic peak that soared 10,000 feet into the sky, a hint of awe flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes. This colossal mountain stood proudly upon the earth, emanating a faint golden glow, rendering it seemingly sacred and inviolable even amidst the chilling darkness of the Nine Nether Abyss. It resembled the descriptions from ancient texts, and without a doubt, this was indeed the Sacred Artifact Mountain. Hun Miao Miao nodded slightly. No need to ponder further. This is the Sacred Artifact Mountain. At this moment, Bai Nian stepped forward to assume the role of a guide, or rather, the protagonist's duty. The Sacred Artifact Mountain is an unparalleled treasure crafted by the true Flame Emperor's disciple, the supreme alchemist of the vast world. Even throughout the entire history of the Douqi continent, it ranks among the top 3 super treasures. Unparalleled treasure? Xiao Yan and Hun Miao Miao exchanged knowing glances, their eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge directed at Bai Nian. Hee, you two are ultimately mere side characters. Under the gaze of the two, a satisfied smile finally emerged on Bai Nian's face. In the ancient era of the vast world, the art of crafting was divided into numerous levels: spiritual artifacts, divine instruments, and sacred treasures, each level exhibiting an immense disparity. A quality sacred treasure can even grant a Dou Saint the ability to battle beyond their rank, while an unparalleled treasure is the weapon that only a legendary supreme alchemist is deemed worthy to possess. In other words, the Sacred Artifact Mountain before them was once the weapon of a supreme alchemist, and if its power could be harnessed to its fullest extent, it could even allow a 9-star Dou Saint to temporarily contend with the Dou Emperor. Bai Nian's words left Xiao Yan and Hun Miao Miao momentarily astonished. Even within the upper echelons of the ancient crafting inheritance that Hun Miao Miao possessed, there were only methods for forging ordinary sacred treasures. Witnessing their wide-eyed expressions, Bai Nian's smile only grew broader. Within the hallowed confines of the sacred artifact mountain, there lie 99 ordinary sacred objects and 999 divine artifacts, all forged by the legendary alchemist of the heavens. Should you be fortunate enough to acquire even one of these treasures, it would significantly enhance your combat prowess. 99 sacred objects? At this revelation, Xiao Yan could not help but swallow hard. Since the decline of the ancient path of artifact forging, sacred objects have become exceedingly rare on the continent, and those skilled artisans capable of crafting such items have nearly vanished. Even someone of Xiao Yan's stature recognizes only the sole practitioner, Han Miao Miao, as a craftsman of sacred artifacts, and that only with the aid of his unique flame. The mere existence of 99 sacred objects atop this mountain is staggering. One might surmise that even the totality of sacred objects from the ancient 8 clans would not surpass this number. However, do not rejoice prematurely. These sacred artifacts have long since fused with the mountain itself. Although they can temporarily depart from the sacred artifact mountain, their spirits are intrinsically tied to it. Should these artifacts leave the mountain, their power would be drastically diminished, and conversely, the mountain would be unable to unleash its full might without them. Bai Nian's words extinguished Xiao Yan's longing for the sacred objects. After all, such treasures are typically reserved for the most venerable elders within the Xiao clan. Nevertheless, there is no cause for despair. If you were to inherit the ancient array path, crafting a sacred object would not pose an insurmountable challenge. Indeed, if fortune smiles upon you and you capture the attention of the alchemist of the heavens, the entire sacred artifact mountain could be yours. Bai Nian's words rekindled a spark in Xiao Yan's eyes. Of course, such occurrences are seldom destined for individuals like yourselves. Treasures left behind by such formidable beings are rightfully meant for me, the protagonist. With arms wide open as though embracing the universe, Bai Nian's exuberance was palpable. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan and Han Miao Miao had already maneuvered past him, continuing on their path. Hey, why are you leaving? Is this how you show disrespect to the protagonist? Bai Nian called after them, but Xiao Yan and Han Miao Miao paid him little heed. At that moment, a massive stone at the foot of the sacred artifact mountain began to tremble violently. As the stone quaked, the expressions of Xiao Yan and Han Miao Miao shifted slightly. The immense boulder revealed itself to be an extraordinarily large demonic creature. Damn, there's such a formidable beast guarding the sacred artifact mountain. Han Miao Miao's expression darkened considerably. Once fully upright, the creature towered nearly 1,000 feet tall, emanating an aura that far exceeded that of an ordinary Dou zone-level beast. Even the 2 fallen demon beasts they had encountered previously were significantly weaker in comparison. Upon rising, the creature did not detect the presence of Xiao Yan and his companion. Instead, it turned its gaze toward the sacred artifact mountain behind it. With a fearsome roar, the beast raised its colossal fist and brought it crashing down upon the mountain. What does this creature intend to do? As the expression on Han Miao Miao's face shifted dramatically, she realized that if the inheritance of the sacred artifact mountain were to be destroyed, there would be no place for her to express her sorrow. However, the formidable fist of the towering demon was thwarted by the golden radiance emanating from the surface of the sacred artifact mountain. With a resounding boom that reverberated through the heavens and the earth, the demon was forced to stagger back, emitting a reluctant roar as it relentlessly continued its assault on the sacred artifact mountain. The subsequent thunderous impacts echoed like muffled thunder, causing the very ground beneath the feet of the onlookers to tremble. Yet, no matter how fiercely the demon struck, the sacred artifact mountain remained utterly unyielding. After delivering hundreds of blows without leaving a single crack, the demon let out a final, frustrated roar before crouching down and gradually succumbing to slumber. Upon entering this state of repose, it transformed into a colossal boulder, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from any ordinary rock, concealing its true nature as a fearsome beast beneath. What a close call. Had we approached the sacred artifact mountain without noticing this beast, the 3 of us would have been in grave danger, Han Miao Miao sighed softly. While it is often said that a protagonist should face challenges head-on, she could not deny the overwhelming strength of this creature. Thus, they ought to rely on their wits. Bai Nian, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Indeed, we must be cunning." Although she recognized his earnestness, the mention of cunning elicited a faint smile from Han Miao Miao. The demon's power had evidently reached the semi-saint level. At that moment, Xiao Yan spoke up slowly. Indeed, Bai Nian and Han Miao Miao's expressions grew considerably more solemn. Despite the fact that the 3 of them were recognized as exceptional fighters among the Dou Zun, the chasm between a semi-saint and a Dou Zun was staggering. It was akin to a 9-turn gap, a mere 9 small steps, yet each step held a terrifying disparity. If I were to employ the 6-colored fire lotus, I might be able to catch it off guard and strike it down. However, doing so would leave me in a weakened state, Xiao Yan said, gently shaking his head. Even though his cultivation had reached the 6-star Dou Zun level, merging with the 6-colored fire lotus would still drain his vitality. As for the 7-colored fire lotus, regrettably, although he possessed one of the unique fires, he was unable to merge with it, a rather awkward predicament. In that case, I shall have to rely on the octagonal fire lotus bowl once more. Upon hearing this, Hun Miao Miao shook her head in resignation, then smiled brightly. I never anticipated that the octagonal fire lotus bowl would prove so invaluable right after its refinement. Without it, merely facing those 2 extraterrestrial evil beasts would have been enough to embroil me and Xiao Yan in a fierce struggle. And this semi-saint level demon would have been nearly impossible to contend with without the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Given the circumstances, let us act swiftly. Time is of the essence. Xiao Yan flashed a warm smile at Hun Miao Miao, reassuring her, rest assured. I will do everything in my power to assist you in ascending the sacred artifact mountain. Humph, you men are all talk, she retorted playfully. Soul Miao Miao cast a fleeting glance at him, yet as she turned away, a subtle smile graced her delicate features. Hee. Even if you were a female doctor in your past life, possessing the ideologies of Earth, you remain, after all, an inexperienced maiden in matters of love, caught in the hands of this emperor. A mischievous grin appeared on Xiao Yan's face, before he turned to focus intently on merging the Buddha's Fury Lotus. With his current cultivation and spiritual strength, condensing the 5-color fire lotus was no longer a daunting task. However, attempting to merge 2 at once proved to be beyond his capabilities. Thus, it took him a full 2 days to successfully refine 3 fire lotuses. Once these 3 were securely stored within the octagonal fire lotus bowl, Xiao Yan devoted another night to restoring himself to peak condition. Before setting off with Soul Miao Miao and Bai Nian towards the direction of the monstrous creature. Dear protagonist, your strength will be required soon, Xiao Yan remarked. Glancing at Bai Nian, exorcising demons and upholding righteousness is indeed the protagonist's duty. One must admit, despite the protagonist's somewhat juvenile demeanor when it comes to action, he truly steps up. Xiao Yan sighed softly, and in the next moment, conjured a 2-color fire lotus, hurling it toward the enormous beast. Boom. The 2-color fire lotus detonated upon contact with the monster, unleashing a fiery tempest that spanned dozens of feet in diameter. Roar. The thunderous explosion roused the creature from its slumber, instantly snapping it into a battle-ready state, scanning its surroundings. Although the 2-color fire lotus inflicted minimal damage, the commotion was undeniably significant. As its blood-red eyes spotted the silhouettes of Xiao Yan and his companions, a terrifying roar erupted from its maw. Yet, before it could complete its roar, Xiao Yan waved his hand. In the next instant, 3 crimson octagonal bowls materialized in the air. With a flourish of his hand, 3 vibrant fire lotuses surged forth from the octagonal fire lotus bowls, each directed towards the monster's mouth, chest, and groin. Roar. The creature let out a furious bellow, intent on charging towards Xiao Yan and the others, only to be met with the sight of 3 fire lotuses soaring in its direction. Initially displaying a look of disdain in its blood-red eyes, it soon transformed into one of sheer horror. Boom. At that moment, all 3 5-color fire lotuses struck the beast simultaneously. 3 earth-shattering explosions resonated in an instant, followed by an eruption of terrifying firestorms that engulfed the heavens and earth. The fearsome flames painted the sky in a kaleidoscope of colors, causing the surrounding Dou Emperor space to tremble ominously. Time passed, and as the flames subsided, the once formidable monster re-emerged before Xiao Yan. However, it was now bereft of much of its head, a significant portion of its chest obliterated, and its lower half was in a wretched state, with its legs hanging limply to the side. Gulp. Gazing at the scene before him, Bai Nian swallowed gently, feeling an immense pressure from the formidable strength of this creature. 3 vibrant fire lotuses hurled towards it. Even a true semi-saint would be obliterated if caught off guard. Despite its colossal size, the creature had not been able to mount any defense. As Xiao Yan pondered this, the once mangled form of the creature began to stir once more. It was not dead. The expressions of Xiao Yan and his companions shifted dramatically. The creature's vitality was astonishingly formidable, explaining why many ancient powerhouses, despite being stronger than the extraterrestrial malevolent beings, ultimately paid the price of their lives to seal them away. If one such creature exhibited such tenacity, what terror could be expected from the true malevolent beings of the outer realms? As these thoughts raced through his mind, the creature's body writhed and gradually began to heal. Amidst the swirling black, demonic energy, its previously fragmented head and broken body slowly mended. Yet, despite the restoration, its aura had finally diminished from the level of a semi-saint. With this decline, the creature's size also shrank slightly. Now, let us each demonstrate our abilities. Xiao Yan sighed, raising his hands in resignation, though no tension marred his countenance. At this moment, the creature's power was only slightly greater than that of the 9 Nether Earth Demon Python after employing its secret technique. Given the combined strength of the three of them, vanquishing it did not seem an insurmountable task. Let us move, Xiao Yan snorted, unleashing the raging fire from within. Chapter 344, Heavenly Level Combat Technique, Fire Dance Whirlwind. Damn! Hun Miao Miao let out a cold snort as hundreds of soul-binding chains erupted from behind her, each transforming into lengths of 100 feet as they pierced toward the creature. The inheritance of the ancient weaponry was of utmost importance to her. Whoever was to be slain would be her target. Meanwhile, Bai Yin in the distance communicated with the energies of heaven and earth, conjuring formations that sporadically unleashed beams of light or transformed into cages to hinder the creature. Notably, the three possessed soul powers that had reached the spirit realm, which was quite normal, as in ancient times. Formidable beings who could engage in multiple professions typically boasted exceptional soul strength. Whether they were alchemists, weaponsmiths, or spirit formation masters, the demand for soul power was considerable. Buzz. The soul-binding chains of Hun Miao Miao extended to over 1,000 feet, piercing into the creature's limbs. However, with a mighty struggle, the creature nearly dragged her body along with it. Unfazed, Hun Miao Miao summoned forth fire and water from her palms, creating a formidable counterforce, transforming into an iron-willed warrior as she grappled with the creature. However formidable her mech may be, she ultimately remains merely a 6-star Dozun. Although among the 6-star Dozuns, she faces no rival aside from Xiao Yan. Confronting this creature, comparable to a 4 or 5-star Dozun, proves to be quite a challenge. Roar! The beast let out another deafening roar, and the chains, impervious even to a 9-star Dozun, began to exhibit slight distortions. At that moment, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, carrying with it an overwhelming force that struck directly against the monster's chest. Boom! The white pillar of light erupted with a resounding noise, rendering its chest a mere blur. Behold the might of our protagonist, as she witnessed the creature being harmed. A faint smile crept across Bai Yin's face. However, before she could revel in her triumph, she observed the wound on the creature rapidly healing itself. The dark energy that had been blasted away, with only a fraction truly obliterated, swiftly returned to the beast's form. What a shock! How could its vitality be so resilient? Bai Yin stared in disbelief, her eyes wide with incredulity. Just then, a vibrant, multicolored flame burst forth, following the white beam and striking the beast. Not far away, Xiao Yan stood, 5 fire spirits swirling before him, as the 5 Li wheel fire formation hovered in front, unleashing columns of terrifyingly high-temperature flame. Sizzle! When the exotic fire collided with the monster, no explosion occurred. Instead, the sound of burning matter filled the air. Tendrils of dark energy were swiftly consumed by the searing heat of the exotic flames, dissolving into nothingness. Success! A glimmer of joy appeared on Hun Miao Miao's face. Indeed, the exotic fire had a restraining effect on the dark energy. Before Xiao Yan's fiery assault, the creature would soon weaken significantly. Thinking of this, excitement flickered across her features as she gathered fiery energy in her hands, unleashing 2 slender beams of exotic fire. Yet, in comparison to Xiao Yan's multicolored blaze, the damage inflicted by the pure fire cloud water flame was pitiably small. After all, the fire cloud water flame ranked only 16th on the exotic fire list. And although it had some effect against such a formidable foe, it was far from substantial. Darn it, those two are stealing the spotlight again. Bai Yin's face soured at the sight. Those insufferable supporting characters always overshadowed the protagonist. Just mere exotic fire. One day, I shall procure one for myself. Bai Yin muttered softly to herself, her hands swiftly forming seals, leaving behind traces in the air. Gradually, threads began to emerge across a 100-mile radius, ultimately coalescing into a vast formation. At that precise moment, the beast let out a furious roar and began to struggle desperately. The luminous column of exotic fire emanating from Xiao Yan instilled a genuine sense of mortality within him. As he drew upon the swirling demonic energy between his arms, a formidable force erupted forth. Bang! The soul-binding chains, unable to withstand the terrifying pull, began to snap one by one like the strings of a lute. When the final chain shattered, the demonic creature abruptly pivoted, its fists unleashing a gale that momentarily rent the very fabric of space as they hurtled toward Hun Miao Miao. A sense of dread washed over her as she beheld the impending strike. Despite the protective barrier of the heavenly soul armor surrounding her, the sheer ferocity of a blow comparable to a full-force strike from a 4th transformation Dozun would inevitably inflict grievous harm, if not obliterate her corporeal form entirely. Bloodline power. Xian's soul spirit armor. Hun Miao Miao's aura surged dramatically, bolstered by the divine bloodline power of her clan, elevating her presence to the pinnacle of the 7 stars. Yet, even with such formidable strength, she remained perilously vulnerable before the impending onslaught. Boom! The colossal fist, cloaked in terrifying demonic energy, swiftly shattered the layers of defenses she had meticulously arranged, continuing its relentless trajectory toward Hun Miao Miao. This strike threatened to inflict severe injury. Her countenance tightened with trepidation as she gazed upon the menacing fist. At that moment, a figure clad in crimson armor materialized with an eerie swiftness before her, none other than the fiery dragon knight, Xiao Yan. "Be careful," he exclaimed, encircling Hun Miao Miao's waist with one arm and shielding her with his back. Instantly, the dreadful fist collided forcefully against Xiao Yan's back. With a resounding thud, the overwhelming force penetrated his armor, causing Xiao Yan's complexion to pale as he coughed up blood. In an instant, both he and Hun Miao Miao were propelled like cannonballs, only coming to a halt after crashing through 3 mountain peaks. "Xiao Yan," Hun Miao Miao called out, her beautiful eyes glistening with a hint of crimson. "Are you all right?" The magnitude of the prior impact, even mitigated by Xiao Yan's intervention, left her feeling somewhat unwell, underscoring the ferocity of that blow. "I'm fine," Xiao Yan replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, he felt the internal organs within him had suffered slight ruptures. Thankfully, after refining the 9 nether wind flame, his physical strength had reached an extraordinary level, and combined with the defense of the heavenly flame armor, he had managed to withstand the creature's punch. Hun Miao Miao chose to remain silent, though her gaze toward Xiao Yan softened considerably. "Ha ha ha, I knew women like you would fall for this." Observing the gentle shift in Hun Miao Miao's expression, a sly satisfaction welled up within Xiao Yan. He promptly resumed his efforts to utilize the heavenly tier Dou technique, withered wood and spring, to mend his injuries. Compared to the agony and damage endured during the 9 nether wind flame body tempering, these minor injuries are insignificant. At this moment, however, Bai Nian's formation has been fully completed. A colossal array, with a diameter stretching 1,000 feet, suddenly illuminated the heavens and the earth, and the ground's formation erupted with countless beams of light connecting to the sky. In an instant, a cage formed from concentrated light swiftly ensnared the demonic creature within its grasp. Roar! Sensing an impending threat, the demon let out a fierce roar and began to frantically tear at the beams of light. Yet, unlike the chains of Soul Miao Miao, these beams possessed an uncanny elasticity, ensnaring the creature in a relentless struggle. "Xiao Yan, act swiftly. My formation cannot contain it for long," Bai Nian urged, his voice urgent. With each thrash of the creature, he required a vast amount of fighting spirit to sustain the array. "Understood." Xiao Yan nodded fervently, his feet flashing with lightning as he reappeared before the monstrous being. This time, he summoned all 7 types of, unleashing a dazzling beam of light that radiated with a fierce heat capable of warping the very fabric of Dou Emperor's space, directly upon the demon. With his current, even a Dou Saint would find it unbearable to be scorched, let alone a gravely wounded semi-saint level demon. Under the terrifying heat of the demonic energy enveloping the creature began to dissipate as swiftly as ice melting in boiling water. The demon struggled violently, crashing against the confines of the array. Yet to no avail. The only result was a paler complexion for Bai Nian, with no substantial effect on the creature's confinement. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan exerted even greater effort, pouring forth flames. Roar! Feeling its strength wane, the demon emitted a fierce, defiant roar, revealing a sinister glint in its blood-red eyes. Its body began to swell ominously, black demonic energy radiating with strange fluctuations. "This creature intends to self-destruct." Xiao Yan's expression shifted, instinctively retreating, yet his flames did not falter, continuing to burn incessantly towards the demon. With one final, reluctant roar, the demon's body erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! A tremendous blast, rivaling the power of the 5-color fire lotus, erupted from the demon, shattering the cage formation laid by Bai Nian. The terrifying demonic energy rampaged across an area of 1,000 feet, sending shockwaves through the very fabric of space. Uffed! Bai Nian, at a distance, coughed up blood, his face ashen. However, upon witnessing the demon's self-destruction, a hint of relief washed over him. A portion of the demonic energy struck Xiao Yan, but was consumed by a radiant layer of flames, rendered to nothingness. Once the malevolent energy fully dissipated, a palm-sized token began to hover gently at the site of the demon's explosion. This token is, as he gazed at the black token, a flicker of excitement illuminated Xiao Yan's eyes. With a flash of lightning beneath his feet, he swiftly grasped the token in his hand. With a wave of his extraordinary flame, he incinerated the dark energy clinging to the token, and only then did his gaze settle upon its surface. Inscribed upon it were 3 unfamiliar characters, yet, despite their peculiarity, Xiao Yan could decipher their meaning. Could this token be the key to entering the sacred artifact mountain? An impulse surged within him, and just as he prepared to summon Hun Miao Miao and Bai Nian to venture into the mountain, his expression shifted slightly. Within the range of his spiritual perception, he was taken aback to find that a terrifying number of demonic creatures had inexplicably materialized around him. Howls and roars echoed from all directions, and in the next instant, countless demons emerged from the shadowy corners. Such a multitude of demons? As they surveyed the swarm surrounding them, both Hun Miao Miao and Bai Nian's faces paled considerably. Among these creatures, nearly 100 were comparable to the Dou Zun level, while those at the Dou Zone level were so numerous they could not be counted. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, even they felt an immense pressure. What was more alarming was that the demons seemed to have grown stronger after absorbing the energy from the explosion of the half-saint demon. The aura of these outer domain evil beings is truly bizarre, Bai Nian murmured. Just as she was about to speak further, Xiao Yan slowly interjected. Stay back. Allow me to handle these demons. Let you handle it? Hun Miao Miao was momentarily taken aback, then replied, do not be reckless. We can always retreat. Bai Nian nodded in agreement. With so many demons, even I, as the protagonist, would find it exceedingly troublesome to deal with them, let alone you. Protagonist, are you really that lacking in confidence? Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, but shook his head and replied, it's fine. I have learned a celestial grade fighting technique that is quite suitable for this moment. If it proves ineffective, we can always flee. What courage. You must indeed be a remarkable supporting character. No, I shall now appoint you as the second male lead, Bai Nian remarked, nodding at Xiao Yan. Hun Miao Miao suddenly fell silent, merely offering Xiao Yan a nod. Just be careful. Such concern for me. Xiao Yan teased with a mischievous grin. Hun Miao Miao's cheeks flushed slightly. Yet she chose not to respond further. Once the two had retreated to a safe distance, Xiao Yan surveyed the frenzied demons surging towards him, a smile creeping onto his face. The celestial grade fighting technique he had learned back in his clan for group battles would indeed come in handy today. With a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Xiao Yan unleashed a dazzling, brilliant flame that erupted from his being, transforming the world into a sea of fire in an instant. Celestial grade fighting technique, Fire Dance Whirlwind. With a low chant, Xiao Yan summoned the raging sea of flames to begin its mesmerizing rotation. 9 netherwind flames whirl into motion. As his mind focused, the fiery expanse merged with the essence of the 9 netherwind flames, initiating its spin. The inferno's velocity intensified, ultimately transforming into a colossal vortex of fire, spanning several hundred feet in diameter. Within this fiery maelstrom, the overwhelming heat provoked unsettling roars from the demonic creatures, as the multitude of fiends charged toward Xiao Yan. A formidable, invisible whirlwind of flames had already enveloped the center of the terrifying vortex. A creature, comparable in power to a high-ranking Dou Zun, unleashed a tremendous surge of demonic energy in an assault against Xiao Yan. However, during its advance, the high-velocity flames of the vortex diminished its strength significantly. Even when the attack reached Xiao Yan, it was thwarted by the swirling flames, leaving only a meager remnant of force that barely grazed his crimson armor. The extraordinary flames within the vortex, fueled by the winds, grew increasingly formidable. Each fiery tendril, infused with the characteristics of the 9 netherwind flames, sliced through the air with the sharpness of blades, incinerating portions of the fiend's demonic energy. The infernal whirlwind continued its rapid rotation, producing a cacophony of crackling as it scorched the demons. Under such overwhelming pressure, the eyes of these creatures betrayed a flicker of trepidation and fear, prompting some to retreat towards the periphery. Yet, having summoned such a powerful technique, Xiao Yan would not allow their escape. With deft hand seals, he urged forth a torrent of Dou Qi, relentlessly propelling the fiery vortex. As its rotation quickened, a formidable pull emanated from Xiao Yan's core, ensnaring the majority of the demons, significantly slowing their movements. Even those weaker entities, lacking the strength of a Dou Zun, began to be drawn helplessly towards the center of the vortex. At this juncture, such creatures were utterly insignificant before the might of Xiao Yan's extraordinary flames. With each gust of the otherworldly fire, their demonic energy was swiftly annihilated. Many fiends emitted frantic roars, yet Xiao Yan remained undeterred, increasing the wind speed of the fiery whirlwind, reaching the rotational velocity reminiscent of the 9 netherwind flames. Consequently, several weaker demons, initially lingering at the vortex's periphery, were uncontrollably sucked into the infernal spiral. The vibrant, otherworldly flames spun rapidly, leaving dark traces in the air, and upon contact with the demons, erupted with a ferocious roar of combustion. Many formidable creatures, inferior even to the Dou Zone, were reduced to mere wisps of black smoke after being swept by a fiery vortex. Even those beasts comparable to the Dou zone let out agonizing roars as they were engulfed by several fiery whirlwinds, ultimately reduced to nothingness. At this moment, the Dou zone level creatures realized the peril within this swirling inferno and began a frantic escape. But alas, the terrifying pull of the flames rendered their movement sluggish. With each fiery vortex that swept through, these creatures' strength rapidly waned. Many did not have the chance to flee the inferno and were turned to ash by the dreadful flames. In the end, only 5 exceptionally powerful beings managed to escape the fiery maelstrom, yet upon their exit, their once mighty demonic aura diminished significantly. With a fearful roar, several of these creatures fixed their gaze upon Xiao Yan, preparing to flee for their lives. However, at that moment, 5 massive pillars of white light surged forth with lightning speed, piercing through the bodies of the 5 creatures. The beasts, already drained of much of their demonic energy by Xiao Yan, had no time to react before being obliterated into nothingness by the white beams. The remaining creatures, mostly of lesser strength, had already fled at the first sign of danger. Though these beings possessed little intelligence, they were guided by instinctual survival mechanisms, enabling them to sense impending threats. Once all the creatures within the fiery vortex were vanquished, Xiao Yan took a moment to catch his breath. With a mere thought, the speed of the fiery vortex gradually slowed, dissipating into the atmosphere as searing heat. At this juncture, a slight sense of weakness enveloped Xiao Yan. The execution of this heavenly-grade combat technique had consumed a significant portion of his Dou Qi, though fortunately, his soul power remained largely intact. Otherwise, the expenditure would have rivaled that of the 5-colored fire lotus. This was also due to the continuous effort required to utilize Dou Qi to deplete the beast's demonic energy. In truth, were it not for the evolution of his burning technique to the heavenly tier, he would have been unable to eliminate even half of the creatures, risking his own transformation into mere fodder. At this moment, the terrifying prowess of the heavenly grade techniques was fully revealed. Though his burning technique, after devouring the 9 netherwind flame, was still a tad shy of the mid-heavenly tier, it was nonetheless on par with typical mid-heavenly techniques. Brother Xiao, one must ensure to eradicate the roots when dealing with such threats, Bai Nian admonished seriously as Xiao Yan approached. There was no choice. If he did not deliver this caution, the protagonist would soon find himself overshadowed by the second male lead. Bai Nian believed himself incapable of exterminating such a multitude of magical beasts in one fell swoop. Even the 5 creatures he had just vanquished had consumed a considerable portion of his fighting spirit to achieve a decisive kill. After all, the vitality of these beasts was remarkably resilient. Defeating a Dou Zun level beast was far easier than overcoming a Dou Zun level adversary. Yet completely annihilating a Dou Zun grade magical creature proved to be more challenging than slaying 5 Dou Zun fighters. In response to Bai Nian's self-praise, Hun Miao Miao could not suppress a cold chuckle. However, Xiao Yan felt no dissatisfaction. Indeed, while some might perceive it as teammates snatching kills, a broader perspective reveals an alternative interpretation. This was evidently a case of allies assisting one another in delivering the final blow. Bai Nian's words resonated, and Xiao Yan's singular remark made Bai Nian feel as though he were floating in the air, utterly elated. Just look at this awareness. I almost wish to share the mantle of protagonist with you. In that moment, Bai Nian perceived Xiao Yan as a kindred spirit worthy of life and death loyalty. Xiao Yan merely smiled inwardly at Bai Nian's subtle expressions. Individuals like Bai Nian were quite easy to deceive. A slight lowering of one's stance and a few flattering words could lead him to consider one a confidant, willing to charge into danger without hesitation. In the past, within the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan might not have regarded this fellow with much significance. However, now that he was venturing forth alone, unsupported by his family, self-reliance had become paramount. At this juncture, the experiences from his previous life proved invaluable. As expected, Bai Nian gently patted Xiao Yan on the shoulder, his face brimming with emotion as he declared, "Brother Xiao is truly my confidant." He then thumped his chest heavily, adding with a serious tone, "Once we enter the sacred artifact mountain, you must stay close behind me. Although the mountain abounds with opportunities, it is fraught with peril. There are countless traps, and even a Dou Sheng level warrior could face dire consequences if ensnared." Is it truly that formidable? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan could not help but swallow nervously. It appeared that the sacred artifact mountain lacked a true master, implying that it was merely an unclaimed entity. Even so, could it possess the power to slay a Dou Sheng? Indeed, at Xiao Yan's incredulity, Bai Nian smiled slightly and began to elaborate. The sacred artifact mountain ranked among the top 3 extraordinary sacred relics on the ancient Duqi continent. At its zenith, under the stewardship of the supreme alchemist, it had suppressed and slain at least 3 demon emperors. 3 demon emperors. Hearing this, both Xiao Yan and Hun Miao Miao were momentarily taken aback. A single demon emperor was equivalent to a Dou Emperor level warrior. Do not be astonished, Bai Nian continued. This extraordinary sacred object is among the most precious treasures even in the vast world, sought after by many, including the Supreme Alchemist himself. Furthermore, the Supreme Alchemist is a celestial grade transcendent. Utilizing such an extraordinary sacred object to slay a Demon Emperor or a Dou Emperor level warrior is not a daunting feat. Bai Nian smiled faintly, realizing that there are indeed realms beyond realms and beings beyond beings. Xiao Yan returned the smile, then took out the black token in his hand, stating, "In that case, let us enter." With that, he raised the black token, and as it came into view, a thin layer of golden light above the sacred artifact mountain slowly parted, revealing an opening measuring 10 feet square. "Let us proceed," Xiao Yan said with a subtle smile, only to notice that Hun Miao Miao suddenly stared at him with a rigid expression. "Miao Miao, what is wrong?" Xiao Yan glanced at her, sensing that something was amiss. "Is that token in your hand the entrance token for the sacred artifact mountain?" Hun Miao Miao fixed her gaze on the token in Xiao Yan's hand. "Of course. Otherwise, how could it have opened this golden light?" Xiao Yan replied, somewhat taken aback. "But if that is the case, then what is this token in my hand?" Hun Miao Miao paused slightly, producing a similar token from her possession, the only difference being that this one was entirely golden. "How do you have a token as well?" Xiao Yan looked at her in bewilderment. "This is a legacy I obtained from the upper realm of the ancient artifact path," Hun Miao Miao said, casting a complicated glance at Xiao Yan before gently tapping her token against the sacred artifact mountain. With a hum, another passage of the same 10-foot diameter appeared. Gazing at the newly formed passage, Xiao Yan suddenly felt a chill rising from behind him. What was the truth behind these two tokens? Had something transpired within the sacred artifact mountain? Forget about which token is genuine. Let's just enter. At that moment, the protagonist, feeling somewhat impatient, stepped boldly into the sacred artifact mountain. Chapter 346. The authenticity of the artifact spirit's goodness. How decisive the protagonist is. Watching Bai Nian's resolute figure, Xiao Yan and Hun Miao Miao exchanged a glance, both momentarily stunned. However, upon seeing that no mishap occurred after Bai Nian entered, they quickly shared another glance and hurriedly followed. Damn it! Why do these two have such tokens while I, the protagonist, do not? Bai Nian felt particularly vexed, but recalled the responsibilities that came with being the main character as he observed Xiao Yan's curious gaze at the various items on the sacred artifact mountain. "Xiao, come here. I have something to show you." Bai Nian swiftly forgot the earlier incident, embodying the magnanimity that a protagonist should possess. "Look at this ruler. It's called the Seven Apertures Exquisite Ruler. I encountered this immensely powerful sacred object in the sect's illustrations. Utilizing this sacred object can enhance one's soul power by 30%, though it is only effective for those below the great perfection of the celestial realm." Bai Nian pointed to a 7-section luminous ruler embedded in the distant mountains. "Can it truly enhance soul power by 30%? Xiao Yan gently swallowed, realizing that this was beneficial for those beneath the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. In other words, it was sufficient for many formidable beings to ascend to that height. Yet, among the Xiao clan, only a select few could achieve such a state, making this measuring tool a coveted treasure that would incite envy even among the esteemed elders of the clan. Do not be overly excited. It is merely a replica, sufficient only to elevate one to the peak of the spirit realm at most, beyond which its efficacy wanes." Bai Nian quickly clarified upon witnessing Xiao Yan's eagerness to charge forward. "Capable of reaching the peak of the spirit realm? This is even more suitable for me," Xiao Yan exclaimed, his desire to advance palpable in his words. Hold on, Bai Nian interjected, grasping Xiao Yan's hand and casting him a stern glance. "Have you forgotten what I told you upon our entry?" At this, Xiao Yan regained a semblance of composure. The dangers within the sacred artifact mountain were such that even formidable Dou saints could fall victim to them. If he acted recklessly, he too might meet a grim fate. The sacred objects within the sacred artifact mountain possess a semblance of spirit. If you are truly fated to connect with them, they will choose you willingly," Bai Nian explained as he guided Xiao Yan and Hun Miao Miao along a narrow path. "Brother Bai, you seem quite familiar with this sacred artifact mountain," Xiao Yan remarked with a smile. "Indeed," Bai Nian replied with a grin. "When the Supreme Alchemist was forging this sacred artifact mountain, he required the imprinting of some grand formations, and our ancestor, the Supreme of Heavenly Evolution, provided substantial assistance. In gratitude, the Supreme Alchemist even forged a quasi-peerless sacred object for our ancestor." A proud expression graced Bai Nian's face, and upon hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but exhale a soft sigh. Many believed that the ancient 8 clans represented the pinnacle of the Duki continent, oblivious to the fact that in ancient times, many beings far stronger than Dou Emperors roamed the land. The legacies they left behind, if preserved to this day, would likely possess an essence more formidable than that of the ancient 8 clans. After all, the strength of the ancient 8 clans was largely derived from their bloodline power. Should that power fade entirely, having just 2 or 3 Dou saints within the clan would be an extraordinary feat, as Xiao Yan pondered these thoughts. A brilliant white light suddenly flashed from the mountainside in the distance, hurtling toward them with astonishing speed. What is that? Xiao Yan's expression shifted as he noted that the speed of the white light rivaled his own flowing shadow technique. In the blink of an eye, the white light surged into Bai Nian's embrace, and when it dissipated, a compass radiating with ethereal light appeared in his hands. The Heavenly Formation Compass. It is indeed the Heavenly Formation Compass, Bai Nian exclaimed, initially taken aback before trembling with excitement. What is the Celestial Array Compass? Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. Observing Bai Nian's fervent excitement, it appeared that this compass was indeed a most precious artifact. The Celestial Array Compass is a revered treasure coveted by all array masters in the vast world. With this compass in hand, the efficiency of deploying formations increases several-fold, while their potency is significantly enhanced. Furthermore, this compass possesses the extraordinary capability to store a highly advanced formation. Bai Nian let out a series of peculiar, gleeful cackles. Indeed, I am the protagonist. Such a magnificent opportunity can only be bestowed upon the legendary child of destiny. This treasure must not be discovered by my master. Should he find out, consumed by jealousy, it could lead to a distortion of his heart and would be a grievous sin on my part. Bai Nian gently shook his head and turned to Xiao Yan with a smile. Brother, you will keep this secret from me, won't you? Of course not. Xiao Yan replied with a slight smile. I truly did not misjudge you. Bai Nian's spirit soared. In the next moment, he seized Xiao Yan's hand and continued their ascent up the mountain. However, having acquired the Celestial Array Compass, he now exuded even greater confidence in his identity as the child of destiny. Throughout their journey, he passionately articulated grand visions and eloquently expressed his thoughts, nearly convincing both Xiao Yan and Han Miao that he was indeed the destined one. It was undeniable that his fortune was exceedingly favorable. He had scarcely arrived before obtaining a sacred artifact, while both Xiao Yan and Han Miao, heirs of 2 significant clans, possessed not a single one. This artifact is known as the Qian Kuan Bamboo, rumored to possess the ability to transform and obscure the heavens. Each leaf can morph into a courtyard. Its primary function is to serve as a protective measure for sects, rather than excelling in combat. It is utilized by some superpowers in the vast world as accommodations for their high-ranking members. Have you seen that sword over there? It is called the 9 Heavens Thunder Sword, which seals an immensely terrifying power of thunder. It is among the most formidable sacred artifacts of this mountain. This sacred item, even in the hands of a 9-star Dou Saint, would provide considerable assistance, but we can merely observe it. Once approached, the fearsome sword aura of the thunder would be insufferable even for an ordinary Dou Saint. Bai Nian pointed to a resplendent golden sword in the distance. The sword radiated a dazzling brilliance, with bolts of lightning coursing through it, exuding an overwhelming might. Even a 9-star Dou Saint would find it a significant boon. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan gained a clearer understanding of the immense value of the treasures atop the sacred mountain. And over there, that is the true 7 Apertures Exquisite. The one at the foot of the mountain is merely a replica. This one is a coveted treasure that even formidable heavenly realm experts would vie for. Bai Nian indicated that emanated a rainbow of colors. And this here is the dragon skin drum, crafted from the hide of a divine dragon beast. However, whoever wields it will find themselves in dire straits, as they will attract the attention of the dragon clan, and even a heavenly sovereign would face dire consequences. This is the Hongguang Axe, this is the Shurichin, and this is the Supreme Shield. Bai Nian introduced these treasures to Xiao Yan as if reciting a treasured collection. Each sacred artifact possesses invaluable worth, yet they can only be admired, not possessed. However, despite their immense value, there exists but one true treasure atop the sacred artifact mountain. What is this treasure? Xiao Yan's mind stirred. Naturally, it is the spirit of the sacred artifact mountain. Whoever gains its recognition can claim the entire mountain, and consequently, all the treasures within will belong to them. Han Miao interjected from the side. I have an aversion to women. Bai Nian shot a displeased glance at Han Miao, but ultimately chose to endure, considering she was the beloved of his good brother. Indeed, while these sacred artifacts are extraordinarily powerful, they are merely tools wielded by the Dousheng masters. In contrast, the sacred artifact mountain is a peerless treasure that has suppressed and annihilated 3 demon emperors. Even when combined, the value of everything on the sacred artifact mountain pales in comparison to that of the mountain itself. In an effort to maintain his dignity, Bai Nian added, however, where might the spirit of the sacred artifact mountain reside? Han Miao inquired curiously, for she sought to obtain the ancient artifact Dao's legacy, which could only be acquired from the spirit, as per the information she had previously gathered. Bai Nian remained silent. Brother Bai, where's the spirit? Xiao Yan pressed again. The protagonist paused slightly before replying, follow me. With that, he led the two onward until they arrived at a small courtyard, where he finally came to a halt. This is the dwelling of the spirit, Bai Nian indicated, pointing to the elegant environment surrounded by a grove of bamboo, each stalk having its unique character. Among the several bamboo shoots, 3 were sacred artifacts of distinct functions, while the rest were premier divine tools. Bai Nian elaborated. This place was once inhabited by the supreme alchemist of the heavenly realm. Observe that fish pond. It is itself a sacred artifact, even more precious than the 9 heavens thunder sword. Bai Nian's words left Xiao Yan marveling at the supreme alchemist's craftsmanship. Spirit, where are you? Hun Miao Miao began to call out. Woman, such reckless shouting is futile, Bai Nian remarked haughtily, casting a glance at Hun Miao Miao. One must use a secret incantation to summon the spirit. What secret incantation? Hun Miao Miao asked, momentarily taken aback. Just watch closely, Bai Nian scoffed, taking a deep breath before bellowing. Hi. The sound echoed throughout the courtyard, leaving Xiao Yan and Hun Miao Miao somewhat bewildered. Was Bai Nian truly insane? Or was the supreme alchemist a lunatic? Hi. At that moment, 2 echoes resonated from within the courtyard, and upon hearing them, Bai Nian's expression shifted dramatically. In the distance, atop a tea table, 2 luminous orbs coalesced into the form of diminutive monkeys. Upon beholding these identical little creatures, a flicker of alarm crossed Bai Nian's countenance. Which of you is the spirit of the artifact? Chapter 347, The Remnant of the Demon Emperor. According to the records of the Tianyan sect, there exists but a singular spirit for the sacred artifact of Sacred Mountain, and by all accounts, the golden-furred monkey before him is indeed the one described. Yet, perplexingly, there are now 2. More critically, these 2 spirits are eerily identical. I am the real one. Both golden-haired monkeys clamored in unison. After uttering this declaration, they exchanged glances and bared their teeth at one another. He is the fake. With that, they plunged into a fierce scuffle. I shall vanquish you, you counterfeit. You are the counterfeit. I have fought alongside my master countless battles, far surpassing your imitation. The 2 monkeys wrestled incessantly upon the table. Are you 2 truly engaging in a farce of who is the authentic Monkey King? Observing their antics, Xiao Yan could not help but shake his head in bemusement. At that moment, he noticed that no matter how they tussled, they remained firmly tethered to the small table, as though an unseen barrier confined them within its bounds. Cease this at once. Stop fighting, Bai Nian suddenly bellowed, causing Xiao Yan to glance skyward, only to find no rain falling. At her outburst, the 2 monkeys hesitated, instinctively separating, then turned to Bai Nian in unison. Who are you to raise your voice at us? Listen well, Bai Nian retorted with a sardonic smile, her voice imbued with an air of mystery. I am the child of destiny, endowed with the fortune of the Duki continent for a millennium, poised to suppress an era and rescue the Duki continent from peril. I am Bai Nian, the true disciple of the Tianyan sect. A disciple of the Tianyan sect? The monkey's eyes widened in shock, as if gripped by fear. Oh, now you understand the gravity of your situation. A smirk played on Bai Nian's lips as she continued, submit to me, and you may yet regain the former glory of your unparalleled sacred artifact. Otherwise, prepare to be shrouded in obscurity. With that, she opened her arms wide. Come, embrace the destiny of the great child of fate. How could a disciple of the Tianyan sect be so foolish? Alas, how regrettable that the once heroic Tianyan Zun has left behind such an unworthy descendant. Before Bai Nian could fully comprehend the situation, the 2 monkeys exchanged a glance, their animosity dissipating, replaced with a semblance of regret. You, Bai Nian's expression stiffened, disbelief etched across her face. You truly are blind and ignorant. Is ignorant used in this context? Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at Bai Nian's lower regions before helplessly turning his gaze towards the 2 little monkeys. What must you do to prove that you are not a sham? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's inquiry, the little monkeys' eyes sparkled with brightness, and they exclaimed in unison, the token. The token? Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened slightly. After exchanging a look with Hun Miao Miao, he accepted the golden token from her hand, subsequently producing his own black token. The 2 tokens were nearly identical, save for their differing colors. Are these the tokens you speak of? Xiao Yan raised the 2 tokens in his hand. That is indeed the token. At the sight of the tokens, both little monkeys leapt up as if attempting to snatch the token from Xiao Yan's grasp. However, their bodies did not ascend very high, colliding instead with an invisible membrane. Ugh! The little monkeys let out frustrated howls, their eyes fixed unwaveringly on Xiao Yan's token. Which of these tokens can be utilized? Xiao Yan posed the question once again. The golden one. The black one. Their voices rang out in synchrony, causing Xiao Yan to feel a surge of exasperation. Do not heed his words. He is but a remnant of the Demon Emperor. If you were to hand him the black token, the entire sacred artifact mountain would begin to transform into demonic artifacts, and even that individual would be trapped here. At that moment, one of the little monkeys suddenly spoke up. A remnant of the Demon Emperor? Upon hearing this, a chill surged simultaneously through the hearts of the three. Could it be that even this unparalleled sacred object had been tainted by the remnants of the Demon Emperor? The other little monkey, upon hearing this statement, immediately turned with bloodshot eyes, lunging at its adversary. You scoundrel! It was bad enough that you infiltrated my body with your demonic thoughts. But now you dare to slander me? I shall slay you. As it spoke, it fixed a fierce gaze upon Xiao Yan, urging, do not trust this fellow. The golden token must not be given to him. He is the true remnant of the Demon Emperor. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan felt utterly disheartened. At that moment, he finally comprehended the anguish Tang Sung had experienced during the episode of the Genuine and False Monkey King. Main character, do you know which token is truly authentic? Xiao Yan glanced at Bai Nian. I believe the golden one is the true token. Just look at the black one, so dark and murky. It might have been tainted by demonic energy. According to the narrative, the golden tokens often lean towards the righteous side. After uttering these words, Xiao Yan resolved not to solicit Bai Nian's opinion any further. The individual had already succumbed to madness. He then turned his gaze towards Han Miao Miao. After a moment of contemplation, she too directed her attention towards the golden token. Although subjective judgment may not apply, this golden token was obtained from the ancient heritage of artifact crafting, a lineage that surely would not disseminate erroneous relics. Huan Miao Miao slightly shook her head, acknowledging the soundness of this reasoning. At this moment, Xiao Yan also found himself leaning towards the golden token. However, the choice between these two tokens pertained to the very lives of three individuals. A wrong selection could lead to their doom. Given the terrifying remnants of the demon sovereign combined with the suppression of the unparalleled sacred artifact mountain, regardless of their extraordinary abilities, they would be entombed here. This was a weapon that had once subdued three demon sovereigns. Even in its current state of being unclaimed, it could effortlessly extinguish a Dou Saint. You must contemplate this carefully. A wrong choice with this token could seal our fates here, Xiao Yan cautioned, casting a glance at Huan Miao Miao. You, a grown man, expect me, a woman, to make this choice? Huan Miao Miao shot him a glare. Given that our lives are at stake, and since both of you have opted for the golden token, I cannot deem the black token to be favorable. Thus it stands to reason that I should select the black token. Wait a moment, I just conceived an idea. Huan Miao Miao's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. What idea? Xiao Yan inquired, a hint of surprise on his face. Strange fire. Huan Miao Miao replied nonchalantly. Strange fire? Xiao Yan paused momentarily, then his eyes brightened with understanding. Let me give it a try. With her lips pursed, Huan Miao Miao approached the stone table, a cannon-like apparatus extending from her palm. What is this? Has the art of crafting advanced to such an extent? The two little monkeys gazed at Huan Miao Miao's apparatus with curiosity. Boom. Before they could react, a searing flame erupted from the cannon, engulfing the two little monkeys. Oh no, it's strange fire. They squealed in surprise, darting in all directions. However, the space atop the stone table was limited, and despite their frantic evasion, they could not escape the grasp of the fiery torrent. Delightful, truly delightful. The temperature of this strange fire is just perfect. To their astonishment, upon being struck by the flames, neither little monkey emitted a cry of anguish. Instead, they revealed expressions of utter contentment. Huan Miao Miao, you should try as well, Xiao Yan suggested. Very well, she nodded slightly, stepping forward to face the two little monkeys. Human, do not disturb my hot spring, the little monkeys replied lazily, smiles spreading across their faces. Is the temperature satisfactory? Allow me to stoke the fire for you, Xiao Yan said with a subtle smile. In the next moment, vibrant flames erupted from his fingertips, advancing towards the two little monkeys. A howl. As the brilliant flames descended upon them, the two little monkeys let out a cry of despair, scattering in a frenzied attempt to escape. Yet the stone table was of such limited size. Where could they possibly flee? Do not burn us. Please, do not set us ablaze, the little monkeys pleaded. But Xiao Yan remained unmoved, continuing to unleash flames that sent the two small creatures leaping about in distress. Although his extraordinary fire could undoubtedly rank among the top 10 in the realm of mystical flames, Xiao Yan harbored doubts that it could truly harm the spirit of a peerless sacred object. If by some chance he did incinerate them, it would matter not. The treasures atop sacred artifact mountain would then belong to him, Xiao Yan. Indeed, after being scorched by the resplendent flames for what felt like a full incense stick's time, the little monkeys' bodies were rendered of vivid crimson. Yet, paradoxically, their resistance to the flames seemed to diminish. Eventually, their expressions shifted to one of languid indifference. Oh, the temperature of this mystical fire is simply exquisite. It has been ages since I encountered such splendid flames. How unfortunate. Does it mean that fire has become ineffective? Observing the two lethargic monkeys, Xiao Yan found himself at a loss for words. It appeared that his method was failing. He cast a helpless glance at Hun Miao Miao. What should we do now? Hun Miao Miao regarded the two monkeys with a hint of reluctance. Perhaps we should return. Return? At this, both Xiao Yan and Bai Nian exchanged bewildered glances. Indeed, Hun Miao Miao nodded gently. After all, this realm is now devoid of source energy. No matter how hard we train, we cannot reach the level of a Dou Emperor. She then turned her gaze to Xiao Yan and remarked, "We are all of divine bloodlines. If we continue to cultivate diligently, we shall eventually ascend to the rank of high-tier Dou Saint. Yet, becoming a high-tier Dou Saint does not guarantee one can attain the level of a Dou Emperor, making the pursuit of ancient artifact lineage seem trivial. Regardless, we can become a pinnacle faction on this continent. If we were to lose our lives in pursuit of ancient artifact lineage, it would be rather unworthy. Your reasoning appears quite sound." At that moment, Xiao Yan regarded Hun Miao Miao with newfound admiration, realizing how wise this compatriot truly was. No wonder her education surpassed his own. Sometimes, retreating in the face of adversity could indeed be a form of progress. Hun Miao Miao smiled faintly. Regardless, we can still become a prominent faction on this continent. Bai Nian, listening from the sidelines, could hardly contain his frustration. Do you hear yourselves? Have you considered the main character's feelings? When the day comes for this protagonist to ascend to the throne, I shall surely suppress all of you privileged heirs. Bai Nian had already devised a plan. He intended to carve his own path and shatter the confines of the Dou-Qi continent. Indeed, Xiao Yan nodded slightly and turned to Hun Miao Miao once more, saying, "Allow me one final attempt. If it bears no fruit, we shall retreat." As his words hung in the air, before Bai Nian could respond, the two monkeys atop the table grew frantic. "You cannot leave. If you go, what will become of me? Laozi has been sealed in this place for thousands of years. You arrive, and without any effort, you simply depart? I have never encountered a younger generation as unambitious as you." Ignoring the shrill cries of the two little monkeys, Xiao Yan instead intensified the flames of his, and then, under the watchful eyes of the two monkeys, he cast two tokens into the fire. Boom. With its terrifying heat, quickly turned the tokens a bright red. However, even so, there was no further reaction. Unperturbed by this, Xiao Yan continued to scorch them with the. 3 days passed, and just as the tokens began to soften slightly, one of the little monkeys suddenly spoke. "It's futile. You should quickly bring me the golden token. Once I eliminate the remnants of the Demon Emperor, I will gift you a supreme holy artifact as a token of gratitude." "What if what I desire is the entire mountain of sacred artifacts?" Xiao Yan replied with a faint smile upon hearing the little monkey's words. "If you can rescue me, I shall naturally acknowledge you as my master." The little monkey wore a serene smile, but Xiao Yan chose not to respond. Instead, he intensified the flames in his hands. "Stop. I command you to cease. Do you hear me?" As Xiao Yan continued to increase the flames, the peaceful smile on the little monkey's face vanished, replaced by a grotesque grimace. The other little monkey, however, suddenly closed its eyes and fell into a deep slumber. At that moment, a wisp of black mist began to emerge from the golden token, which had softened from the heat. Upon seeing this black mist, Xiao Yan's heart already grasped the unfolding truth. I truly did not expect this. As the black mist appeared within the golden token, the little monkey's previous ferocity gradually faded, ultimately transforming into a chilling grin. I have plotted for so many years, and yet I was still discovered by that individual. Chapter 348, The Curse of the Demon Emperor. Once these words were uttered, the little monkey's beautiful golden fur rapidly transformed into a deep crimson hue. Its bright eyes turned a ghastly red, and menacing fangs protruded from its mouth. In an instant, the once adorable little monkey morphed into a demon with a terrifying visage. Upon witnessing this demon, covered in red fur, Xiao Yan's expression shifted dramatically. As expected, he soon felt an itch coursing through his body, with the hairs on his skin instantly turning red and rapidly lengthening. Even his eyes began to bleed with a crimson hue. "Xiao Yan, what is happening?" A terrified voice emerged from behind him. He turned to see the stunningly beautiful Hun Miao Miao, whose face was slowly sprouting red fur, seemingly transforming into a female monkey. "This is the remnant of the Demon Emperor's curse from the cursed demon race. This is bad. Everyone, quickly close your eyes." Bai Nian's voice was intermittent, his mouth now adorned with a pair of sharp fangs. "The Demon Emperor of the enigmatic curse clan?" Xiao Yan paused momentarily, yet he complied with Bai Nian's instructions and quickly shut his eyes. Upon closing them, the wild growth of his crimson hair abruptly halted, its pace slowing to an almost glacial crawl. Despite this, their bodies continued to undergo transformation, albeit at a drastically reduced rate. "Damn it. It's you people from the Heavenly Evolution sect again. Your fortune-telling has brought immense trouble to our clan." The crimson-haired demon's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as it emitted a bizarre cry. Hearing this sound, the crimson hair that had previously ceased its growth began to sprout once more. "Cover your ears," Bai Nian shouted with all his might, momentarily suppressing the eerie and terrifying sound, then called out to Xiao Yan, "You possess a highly ranked within you. By enveloping your body with it, you can alleviate this dreadful omen." After speaking, he covered his ears and closed his eyes, retreating into a shell like a timid turtle. Is truly effective? Xiao Yan's mind stirred as he summoned it to envelop his body. With this protection, the crimson hair ceased its growth and even began to recede gradually. Xiao Yan could distinctly sense a strange force within him being slowly driven away by the. However, this power was so elusive that even the struggle to expel it. "Once you're ready, cast that black token inside to awaken the true spirit of the artifact." Bai Nian, still covering his ears and with his eyes closed, shouted again. "The black token?" Xiao Yan's expression shifted as he retrieved the black token from his hand. The moment he produced it, the small, monkey-sized crimson-haired demon displayed a flicker of fear. "Young man, reconsider your choice." The crimson-haired demon fixated intently on the black token in Xiao Yan's grasp. "If you throw in the golden token and release me, I can guarantee your ascendance as the new leader of the fallen evil clan, wielding the power of a 9-star Dou Saint. When our clan re-enters the Dou Qi continent, I could even facilitate your ascension to the rank of Demon Emperor." The crimson-haired demon painted a grand vision, yet even if these promises held truth, Xiao Yan remained indifferent. "A 9-star Dou Saint? Is that truly remarkable? I, as the son of the imperial lineage through blood, have great hopes of achieving that. Becoming a Demon Emperor? I hardly believe you, you deceitful crimson-haired creature." Moreover, having cultivated the burning art, Xiao Yan awaited the inheritance of the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi, a genuine Dou Emperor legacy of immense value, and it appeared to surpass the strength of an ordinary Dou Emperor significantly. Thus, amidst the frenzied expression of the red-haired demon, Xiao Yan grasped the black token in his hand and hurled it towards the slumbering little monkey. "No." As he watched the black token soar into the luminous barrier atop the stone table, a ghastly despair contorted the demon's visage. Yet, despite his wild desperation, the black token ultimately landed upon the sleeping monkey. Buzz. A miraculous scene unfolded as the moment the black token made contact with the monkey, it began to swiftly dissolve into a radiant golden liquid. In the next instant, the golden liquid flowed into the monkey's body. With this infusion, a blinding golden light erupted from the monkey, and the entire sacred artifact mountain began to tremble gently. Boom. Artifacts, long dormant within the earth for countless ages, began to soar into the air, each erupting with brilliant luminosity, as if heralding the arrival of a grand celebration. Following them, streams of golden light surged forth from the very ground of Sacred Artifact Mountain. In an instant, the entire mountain radiated a dazzling golden glow, resonating with the artifacts above in the sky, each releasing its own brilliance. In that fleeting moment, the sky was ablaze with glorious hues, illuminating the dark abyss of the Nine Nether with brilliant light. Is this the true power of an unparalleled sacred artifact? Witnessing such a terrifying spectacle, even Xiao Yan's face was etched with astonishment. Truly, this was a treasure that could incite envy and madness even among the mightiest Dou Emperors. Its power was indeed formidable. The resplendent radiance persisted for a quarter of an hour before gradually subsiding, and the artifacts began to return to their original places. Yet, to the discerning eye, it was evident that Sacred Artifact Mountain had transformed remarkably. Its surface now emanated a faint phosphorescence, and more importantly, a mysterious vitality had taken root, emanating from the little monkey that had now risen to its feet. The little monkey, with its adorable face and lively eyes, glanced at Xiao Yan and his companions, offering a faint smile of gratitude. "Thank you all. Had it not been for your cleverness, this Sacred Artifact Mountain would likely have been tainted by that fellow." "No need for thanks. This is merely what the protagonist team ought to do," Bai Nian replied, puffing out his chest with pride. At that moment, the red fur adorning their bodies had completely vanished under the radiance of the sacred light. The little monkey cast a strange look at Bai Nian before shaking its head helplessly. The legendary figure of the heavenly transformation. How could such a descendant emerge? Bai Nian's face stiffened slightly. "What do you mean, you wretched monkey? Speak clearly. Don't hold me back. I shall skin you alive," Bai Nian shouted, pulling at Xiao Yan's arm. "We are not holding you back," came the reply. As Xiao Yan was about to speak, he noticed the little monkey gently snap its fingers. In the next moment, the celestial array disc in Bai Nian's hand radiated a brilliant golden light, subsequently unleashing a formation that suppressed Bai Nian. "You are too verbose," the little monkey remarked with an irritated glance at Bai Nian, before briefly resting its gaze on Xiao Yan, nodding slightly, and saying, "You are not bad." Xiao Yan chuckled, intending to exchange pleasantries to charm a sacred artifact, but saw the little monkey wave its hand dismissively. "First, allow me to deal with this fellow," it declared, striding towards the red-haired demon. 40,000 years. You have imprisoned me for 40,000 years. How much longer do you intend to keep me confined?" The red-haired demon's face twisted in a grimace as the little monkey approached, yet a flicker of fear was discernible beneath its fury. "Indeed, for the past 40,000 years. I have been muddled by you for over 20,000 years." A cold smile appeared on the little monkey's face as it regarded the red-haired demon. Suddenly, its golden light intensified. "Today, let us settle this 4-decade-long grudge." With that, it swiftly appeared before the red-haired demon. 40,000 years, and you still remember." The little monkey howled, seizing the demon's arm and tearing it off. The red-haired demon let out a shriek as its arm was ripped away. It began to disintegrate under the terrifying golden light, as if its demonic essence were meeting a divine flame. This only invigorated the little monkey, which tore into the demon's body with even greater fervor. 40,000 years, your demonic thoughts have lingered within me for over 20,000 years. You, of all beings, wish to taint this sacred artifact? The more it spoke, the more exhilarated it became, swiftly tearing the red-haired demon's body into fragments. The demon screamed in agony, yet its body began to slowly heal. However, the golden light surrounding the little monkey exacerbated its injuries. Gradually, the red-haired demon's form was diminished to a mere shadow, on the brink of complete annihilation. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" the red-haired demon cried in despair. After 4 decades of scheming, why must it all come to naught today? As he spoke, his gaze suddenly turned viciously toward Xiao Yan. "It is all your fault. Human, it is because of you. I curse you, Demon Emperor, with the last remnants of my demonic essence, that both your flesh and soul shall perish under the curse's power." Upon uttering these words, the little monkey crushed his head beneath its foot, reducing it to dust, ultimately dissolving it completely in golden light. After 40,000 years, this fiend was finally dead. The little monkey let out a sigh of relief and turned its gaze toward Xiao Yan. Just as it was about to commend him, its expression suddenly shifted. At the same moment, Xiao Yan's countenance also changed dramatically. At the very moment the crimson-haired demon met its demise, the golden token in Xiao Yan's grasp stirred abruptly, transforming into a stream of black, demonic energy that surged into his body. A sense of dread washed over him as he swiftly summoned his for protection. However, to his horror, this demonic energy eluded the flames, instead corrupting them as it passed. How could this be? Panic gripped Xiao Yan's heart. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, the dark energy plunged directly into his sea of qi. In the next instant, his morphed, resembling a drop of ink in water, instantly turning pitch black. Roar! In mere moments, Xiao Yan was once again enveloped in crimson fur, his eyes blazing a fierce crimson, and his fangs protruding ominously as he gazed upon all living beings with a murderous intent. "Meow meow run!" Xiao Yan bellowed in a final cry, for he realized that not only was his body tainted, but even his soul was rapidly succumbing to demonic transformation. This formidable power was on par with the demonic energy that once corrupted the overwhelming even the, leaving Xiao Yan utterly powerless to resist. "Xiao Yan!" Meow Meow gasped in horror, her face drained of color. Beside her, Bai Nian's expression shifted dramatically. "The curse of the Demon Emperor," he could not help but exclaim. Just as the two were engulfed in panic, the golden little monkey let out a cold snort, its entire form radiating a brilliant golden light, reigniting the once still sacred artifact mountain in a resplendent glow. "Even if you are the source of the Demon Emperor, you are now merely a masterless entity. Your very thoughts extinguished by my true self. How could a mere fragment of demonic essence hope to overturn fate?" With this declaration, the monkey swiftly waved its tiny hand through the air. In the next moment, a glimmering golden chain shot forth from the myriad sacred artifacts, ensnaring Xiao Yan. "Roar!" Xiao Yan howled, his voice laced with madness and malice. At this juncture, he was nearly entirely consumed by demonic transformation. "Subdue him," the little monkey huffed, and 99 sacred artifacts erupted with terrifying golden light, casting their radiance upon Xiao Yan. In that instant, the crimson fur began to show signs of retreat. "Source of the sacred artifact mountain, manifest!" The little monkey roared once more, and a crystalline glow suddenly surged from beneath Xiao Yan's feet, penetrating into his being. In that moment, his previously tainted soul began to gradually purify. After a brief interval, a glimmer of clarity returned to his gaze. "Activate the binding locking demon formation." The little monkey bellowed again, as 99 sacred artifacts unleashed beams of golden light, coalescing into a golden formation that entered Xiao Yan's body. As this golden light enveloped him, the demonic traits that had overtaken Xiao Yan began to recede, and after the passage of a fragrant stick of incense, he gradually returned to his normal state. "Thank you, Venerable Spirit, for your assistance." Feeling his consciousness and body returning to normal, Xiao Yan let out a slight sigh of relief. However, the very next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. At this moment, he could no longer sense even a trace of Dou Qi within him, as if an invisible seal had been placed upon it. Even the powers of his soul and physical form had been significantly diminished. Do not be too hasty in your gratitude. The golden little monkey waved away the sacred artifacts. A hint of fatigue etched upon his face. You must understand, just moments ago, you were tainted by a fragment of the Demon Emperor's dark essence. This revelation caused Bai Nian's complexion to shift slightly. The essence of the Demon Emperor was something perilously close to the source of the Dou Emperor. Indeed. The little monkey replied, a look of helplessness crossing his features. Cursed by the Demon Emperor's dark essence, unless a Dou Emperor intervenes. Even a peak 9-star Dou Saint would find it exceedingly difficult to rid oneself of this darkness. Upon hearing the little monkey's words, Hun Miao Miao and Bai Nian both exhaled in relief. So that is the case, it can be managed. While Bai Nian was unaware of Xiao Yan's true identity within the Xiao clan, she recognized that he was indeed one of their own, and, given his remarkable talents, he must be a highly regarded contender within the clan. Coincidentally, the last remaining Dou Emperor of this realm resided within the Xiao clan. On the other hand, Hun Miao Miao felt even more at ease, as she was well aware of Xiao Yan's true identity. Given Xiao Xian's regard for him, it was unlikely he would be neglected. Why are you all so unfazed? The little monkey cast a puzzled glance at the trio, noticing that Hun Miao Miao and Bai Nian remained composed, while Xiao Yan displayed a complex expression. Regardless, none of them exhibited even a trace of fear. Something was amiss. These three were not right. As the little monkey pondered this, Xiao Yan slowly inquired, Venerable One, aside from these two methods, is there another way? Another way? The little monkey regarded Xiao Yan, nodding lightly. Indeed, there is one more method. It involves using one of the top 3 from the to gradually refine this dark essence. The top 3 from the? Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. Precisely, the little monkey affirmed with a nod. If that is the case, does it mean I must return to the Xiao clan? Xiao Yan felt a bit speechless. The reason he had posed these questions to the little monkey was to avoid returning to the Xiao clan to resolve these issues, especially since he had effectively lost all privileges as the clan's prince. To put it bluntly, even if he wished to return to the Xiao realm, he would have to do so in the manner of a visitor. Should he simply return to the Xiao clan now, it would not only signify a failure in his trials, but even if he sought Xiao Xian's intervention, the elder might not necessarily be inclined to assist him. If one were to seek assistance from Xiao Xiaobei, it is uncertain whether he could genuinely provide a solution, and it might also lead to a sense of disdain from the other party. Is there an alternative? Xiao Yan inquired, his spirit unwilling to concede. There is indeed another method. The little monkey hesitated briefly before continuing. In ancient times, within the vast expanse of the world, there existed a wondrous flower known for its exceptional prowess in sealing and unsealing, referred to as the mandala flower. If this flower were to reach its utmost evolution, it could even seal a celestial sovereign. Such immense power was once possessed solely by the legendary progenitor of the mandala. Nevertheless, even so, the seal of the mandala flower should be capable of temporarily restraining that demonic essence for a time. I recall that many years ago, a celestial sovereign brought back 2 seeds of the mandala flower for cultivation, yet in the passage of time, it remains unknown whether those 2 mandala flowers still thrive. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed a faint smile gracing Bai Nian's face. The ancient mandala flower, it seems, still endures, residing within the mandala manor. Upon hearing Bai Nian's words, Xiao Yan's eyes brightened slightly. Was the mandala manor not the estate of Lu Shuyan's maternal family? To think that a mandala flower still flourished within, no wonder it was called the mandala manor. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he involuntarily recalled the whimsical young girl. Just as he felt a sigh of relief, the little monkey spoke once more. Do not rejoice too soon. Although the mandala flower possesses such miraculous effects, this particular specimen on the continent of Duqi is merely a mundane one. Without the nurturing of spiritual energy, the mandala flower cannot evolve to its second stage. Should it fail to advance, its sealing ability will last at most 3 years. After that, the demonic essence will inevitably break free. Hearing the little monkey's words, Xiao Yan's heart tightened. In other words, he must reach the Dou Sheng level within 3 years, or he would be doomed to a fate akin to that of the Yin Yang evil saint. Contemplating this, he felt a surge of anxiety regarding his path of cultivation. Furthermore, this seal is ultimately an external force. The curse of the demon clan is among the most ominous of the outer evil races, capable of influencing even celestial sovereigns. When one breaks through to Dou Sheng, their entire being undergoes a metamorphosis, and at that moment, the demonic essence will surely exploit the opportunity to breach the seal. At that juncture, you will find yourself ensnared in a genuine life and death crisis. The little monkey's statement caused Xiao Yan's expression to shift once again. Failing to become a Dou Sheng means he cannot return to the Xiao clan, yet to advance to Dou Sheng, he must confront the onslaught of this demonic essence. What a calamity this is. This is truly the final recourse. Noticing the pallor of Xiao Yan's face, the little monkey shrugged helplessly and offered a final reminder. The fighting energy within you has been thoroughly tainted by the demonic aura. Until you locate the mandala flower or another remedy, it is imperative that you do not break this seal. Furthermore, there exists some demonic energy within both your soul and your physical form. Although it has not been completely corrupted like your fighting energy, it is advisable to refrain from utilizing these powers indiscriminately, particularly concerning your body. Should you wield strength exceeding that of a Dou Zun, the seal will inevitably be breached. While this may not pose a direct threat to your life, I assume you would not wish to transform into a grotesque creature, would you? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression shifted once more. It meant he could not even unleash the power of a Dou Zun. Forcing the use of such powers would condemn him to become that accursed red-haired monster. What exactly are these damned red-haired creatures? Xiao Yan muttered in annoyance. Once I ascend to the status of Dou Di, I shall eradicate all those red-haired beasts. They are the cursed demon clan. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the little monkey grew notably serious and began to explain. The cursed demon clan is an exceptionally formidable faction even among the alien evil tribes, ranking as one of the 32 great clans of the Outer Realm. The clan leader is a terrifying entity whose strength rivals that of a sacred heavenly sovereign, known as the Heavenly Demon Emperor within the alien evil tribes. During the Great War of Yore, the great Emperor Xiao Yan single-handedly faced 3 adversaries, slaying one Heavenly Demon Emperor and driving another away. The remaining one was the cursed Heavenly Demon Emperor of the Cursed Demon Clan. This Heavenly Demon Emperor wields an incredibly fearsome curse technique, capable of gradually transforming ordinary heavenly sovereigns into monstrous beings cloaked in red fur, and upon death, their corpses become red-haired zombies, wreaking catastrophic havoc. Although his combat prowess does not rank highly among the Heavenly Demon Emperors, the terror instilled by his curse technique struck fear into countless beings at the time. However, upon encountering Emperor Xiao Yan, he was ultimately sealed within the Douqi continent by the remnants of Xiao Yan's life force. Subsequently, as the alien evil tribes began their invasion of the Douqi continent, the cursed clan spearheaded the assault due to the cursed Heavenly Demon Emperor's confinement here. At that time, 3 demon emperors from the cursed demon clan invaded the Douqi continent, and the one I subdued is a profound demon emperor. It is precisely because of him that he has been able to corrupt me with his lingering demonic thoughts after countless ages. As the little monkey spoke, his teeth were bared in anger, clearly harboring a deep-seated hatred for this demon emperor. Through the spirit's explanation, Xiao Yan finally comprehended how the Yin-Yang evil saint had been possessed by that dreadful, ominous force. It was likely that the 3rd-generation Soul Emperor had perished in battle against the demon emperor of the cursed clan, ultimately succumbing to the red-haired affliction. Given the terrifying power capable of infecting even a Dou Di, it would indeed not be a daunting task to corrupt the Yin-Yang evil saint. What is the significance of that token? Soul Miao Miao suddenly inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing this, the little monkey's face contorted into a grimace of anger. My master, the Supreme Alchemist, once returned to the Douqi continent after a fierce battle with the Dark Demon Emperor, ultimately sealing him beneath the sacred artifact mountain. However, while this battle did subdue the Demon Emperor, my master was gravely weakened and could no longer wield me. At that time, the Douqi continent was still rife with numerous demon emperors. Even my master, with his celestial cultivation, could not withstand the relentless onslaught and ultimately perished amidst the chaos of the world. Without my master's control, subduing a dark demon emperor became an insurmountable challenge for me. In the endless years that followed, this fiend eventually tainted the sacred artifact mountain with his malevolent essence. To prevent the mountain's corruption, I exerted all my strength to expel both my power and his, and thereafter, my consciousness became entwined with his, drifting through the endless years in a haze, unable to discern reality from illusion. The little monkey slowly spoke. After that, I lost track of events. The origins of these 2 tokens remained a mystery until today. At this point, he cast a somewhat regretful glance toward Xiao Yan. You are indeed a commendable candidate. Had it not been for the taint of the demonic source, you might have had the chance to become the next master of the sacred artifact mountain. Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a wry smile, directing his gaze towards Soul Miao Miao. I've heard that the sacred artifact mountain harbors the latter part of the ancient artifact path's legacy. Might it be possible for my girlfriend to learn from it? Esteemed senior? Hearing this, Soul Miao Miao's cheeks flushed, and she shot a fierce glare at Xiao Yan, indignantly retorting, Who is your girlfriend? Yet inexplicably, she felt a surge of joy within her heart. The little monkey's eyes swept over Soul Meow Meow, revealing a hint of surprise. Did you craft that armor yourself? Indeed. As soon as the topic of crafting was broached, pride illuminated Soul Meow Meow's lovely face. The little monkey shook its head in regret. Such a pity. Had you possessed a fire attribute physique, you would have been the ideal successor to the sacred artifact mountain. After saying this, it appeared lost in thought before lightly pointing with a finger. Suddenly, a colossal stone tablet emerged from the nearby pond, radiating a soft, golden glow. My master has passed. It would indeed be a shame if his path of crafting were to go unpassed. Chapter 350. Touching the threshold of the celestial realm. After uttering this, it gestured towards the golden stone tablet, stating softly, "You need only infuse your divine consciousness into the tablet to partake in the legacy of the ancient artifact path." At this, Soul Meow Meow and Bai Nian displayed expressions of excitement and eagerness, while Xiao Yan merely nodded nonchalantly. Having immersed himself in alchemy for an extended period, his interest in crafting was not as fervent as theirs. He understood the wisdom of not overextending oneself. However, he did not refuse. The ancient path of artifacts contained numerous essences that could indeed be absorbed. As the saying goes, when one path is mastered, all paths are mastered. Various great paths are interconnected. Go ahead, you have been of significant assistance to me. Consider this knowledge as my repayment to you. The little monkey smiled faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, Hun Meow Meow no longer hesitated, transforming into a shadow and stepping outside the pool, clad in black battle armor that accentuated her curvaceous form. She quickly seated herself. In the next moment, her soul energy emanated from her body, gently touching the stone tablet. Buzz, as her soul energy made contact. The golden stone tablet rippled like water, and Hun Meow Meow became motionless, as if entranced in slumber, with only her long eyelashes fluttering and her chest rising and falling slightly, signifying her emotional turbulence. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Nian paused momentarily before appearing outside the golden stone tablet. Although there was a disparity between the ancient path of artifacts and the ancient path of formations, in essence, their similarities were more pronounced. After all, the ancient path of artifacts was merely another application of the ancient path of formations. Gaining the inheritance of the ancient path of artifacts would greatly enhance his mastery of formations. Soon, the protagonist's eyes gently closed, embarking on the inheritance. Upon observing this, Xiao Yan no longer hesitated, stepping forward to stand outside the golden stone tablet. Although his available soul energy was rather limited, accepting an inheritance had never been a daunting task. Thus, he allowed his soul energy to fluctuate slightly, gently making contact with the golden stone tablet. Buzz. As a golden ripple emerged, Xiao Yan's consciousness seemed to be drawn into a vortex, and the next moment, he gradually entered a completely new realm. Before him lay an exceedingly desolate desert, dominated by a solitary volcano that towered high, seemingly having endured eons of silence. At the mouth of the volcano, a magnificent figure clad in white robes stood, black flames surging from his hands, igniting at the volcano's opening, releasing an extraordinarily terrifying heat. Gazing at this extraordinary flame, Xiao Yan's expression shifted slightly. It was evident that this flame was not among those listed on the current extraordinary flame rankings. However, the power subtly emanating from it instilled a profound sense of oppression within him. This sensation was something he had not encountered even with the void-devouring flame and the pure lotus demonic fire. This flame must surely originate from some incredibly powerful fire within the vast world. As he beheld the flame, a fervent desire and envy flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes. If he could devour such a flame, the burning art might leap from the low tier of heavenly rank directly to its pinnacle, and his cultivation could potentially surge straight to the Dou Sheng level in one fell swoop. Certainly, Xiao Yan was acutely aware that the consequence of devouring this flame would likely result in nothing less than its transformation into ashes. This was, after all, the innate flame of a celestial-grade supreme being, possessing the formidable power to incinerate the heavens. As these thoughts raced through his mind, the surrounding scene abruptly accelerated. With a mere wave of his hand, the man summoned an array of extraordinary materials that soared from every direction, cascading into the flames where they slowly melted and coalesced. Simultaneously, a wealth of information began to flow into Xiao Yan's consciousness. This knowledge encompassed the properties of these materials, optimal methods for refining them, and the most effective combinations for fusion, all flooding into his mind. Fortunately, despite his limited soul power, he was still capable of absorbing this information. However, as the materials fused, the white-robed man's hands moved gracefully, and mystical formations began to manifest throughout the realm. Following the emergence of these formations, a torrent of information regarding them also infiltrated Xiao Yan's mind. Compared to the information on the materials, the volume of data concerning the formations was exponentially greater. perhaps 100 or even 1,000 times more. In the past, he might have absorbed this effortlessly, but with his current soul power, he felt piercing pain. The white-robed man moved with fluidity, swiftly crafting a 7-colored long ruler that emanated a misty aura. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Yan recognized it as the exquisite 7-colored ruler they had encountered before. Once the crafting of this remarkable artifact was complete, the overwhelming influx of information finally ceased, granting Xiao Yan's soul a brief respite. Time passed, and when Xiao Yan sensed his spirit had somewhat relaxed, the white-robed man ignited the flames once more, commencing the creation of the next sacred artifact, the Nine Heavens Thunder Sword, the Celestial Array Disc, the Supreme Lock. One after another, sacred artifacts emerged, each accompanied by a comprehensive array of crafting information, material requirements, formation structures, and insightful commentary, all integrating into Xiao Yan's very essence. With each successive infusion, the agony within his soul intensified. Yet, he steadfastly maintained his focus, determined to absorb this vital knowledge. In the midst of this experience, he felt an uncanny ability to draw formations begin to awaken within him, communicating Spirit Array, Guiding Spirit Array, Exquisite Divine Array, Nine Heavens Thunder Grand Array, 5 Will Leaving Fire Grand Array. These intricate formations echoed in his mind, pushing his soul into an overload of activity. Analyzing such a vast expanse of information with his current capabilities was nearly unbearable. Intense pain surged from his very essence, yet Xiao Yan gritted his teeth, enduring it. This anguish rivaled, if not surpassed, the torment he experienced while refining the 9 nether wind flame. Yet, amidst this suffering, the shared principles of the formations ignited within him a profound joy, as if he were glimpsing the secrets of the cosmos. The array and talismans are, in essence, traces of the laws of heaven and earth, manifestations of profound truths. In light of such insights, Xiao Yan experienced a subtle epiphany. At that very moment, the power of his soul began to exhibit a faint tendency towards transformation, as if he had grasped but the tip of the iceberg of the laws governing the universe. Meanwhile, outside, the golden little monkey gazed in astonishment at the trio before him. Each member of this group began to emanate an aura of unity with the cosmos. How could this be? Had these 3 individuals already approached the threshold of the heavenly realm? The monkey's disbelief was palpable. Chapter 351, Selection of Sacred Artifacts. To gain even a fleeting understanding of the laws of heaven and earth from a single acceptance of the ancient array's legacy is a phenomenon exceedingly rare, even in the vast world of antiquity. For many, the soul's heavenly realm represents an insurmountable barrier. Even some formidable Dou saints have never reached this level. Those who attain the heavenly realm at the Dou Zun stage are, in ancient times, considered truly exceptional talents. Yet, such prodigies often find themselves stagnating at the pinnacle of Dou Zun for decades, or even centuries, before progressing further. The eldest among these 3 appears to be merely in his early 30s. Could it be that these young individuals possess the demeanor of Dou Emperors? The little monkey regarded them with incredulity. As for the soul, Meow Meow, her advancement through the ancient artifact legacy was comprehensible. She had immersed herself in the ancient arts for many years and possessed profound foundations and insights. Now, under the direct impartation of the Supreme Alchemist, it was only natural for her soul to grasp the mysteries of the heavenly realm. Nevertheless, such talent is still astonishingly remarkable. Ban Yin's ability to comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth is also understandable, given his lineage from the Tianyin sect and his profound mastery of the ancient arrays. The interconnectedness of the ancient array and artifact paths is evident, as the Supreme Alchemist and the Supreme of Tianyin shared a deep friendship. Without the array, the artifact path could not flourish. However, Xiao Yan's capabilities are even more formidable. He is primarily an alchemist. Aside from his powerful soul and exceptional fire-controlling skills, he possesses little foundation in the realm of artifact crafting. Yet, from merely one acceptance of the ancient artifact legacy, he has already glimpsed the threshold of the heavenly realm. This individual's talent is truly terrifying. The little monkey could not help but swallow hard. The aptitude displayed by Xiao Yan surpasses even that of his former master, the Supreme Alchemist. Could it be that this individual harbors the potential to become a supreme of the sacred tier? The little monkey's eyes widened in astonishment. A supreme of the sacred tier would be among the most elite beings in the entire vast world. Upon contemplating this, he cast a more fervent gaze toward Xiao Yan. With such a formidable talent, there exists a prospect for him to become the next master of the refining mountain. Alas, it remains uncertain whether he still has a chance to rid himself of the taint of the demon's source. As these thoughts occupied his mind, his expression subtly shifted. He observed Xiao Yan's aura becoming increasingly enigmatic, while his soul power surged uncontrollably. Simultaneously, the seal that enveloped him appeared perilously close to shattering. and the center of his brow had darkened once more. This is not good. The little monkey's countenance changed slightly, and he pointed a finger towards Xiao Yan, unleashing a beam of golden light. Awaken, he commanded softly, as the golden light entered Xiao Yan's body. Within his consciousness, Xiao Yan gradually began to perceive a thread of the profound mysteries of the universe, feeling as though his soul was slowly merging with the heavens, on the verge of entering a new realm. For one possessing the knowledge of a top-tier alchemist, this sensation was certainly not unfamiliar. It was an opportunity to touch the celestial realm. This realization filled Xiao Yan with immense joy. To reach the celestial realm meant that his soul would achieve true strength. Thereafter, his soul power could resonate with the cosmos, unleashing terrifying tides of energy, a feat characteristic of the formidable Dou Saint. However, just as he prepared to advance further, a wave of excruciating pain surged within him. Ignoring it, he continued to immerse himself in the intricate sensations. Yet at that moment, a series of dark crimson auras reappeared in his vision. It was the demon source, that wretched entity once more. Xiao Yan's expression shifted slightly. It seemed he had exerted himself too vigorously, provoking the stirrings of the demon source. Just as this malevolent force prepared to assault him, a sudden beam of golden light infiltrated his soul. Awaken! The gentle command resonated within Xiao Yan's mind, and all the miraculous creations conjured by the supreme alchemist of heaven dissolved into nothingness in an instant. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself back in the bamboo grove courtyard, flanked by Bai Nian and Hun Miao Miao, who remained in slumber, their faces adorned with peculiar smiles, as if they too had garnered great rewards. Yet, in contrast to their elation, Xiao Yan harbored a sense of dissatisfaction. Had he been able to fully comprehend the mysteries moments ago, he would have truly taken a step into the celestial realm. Within 3 years, his soul power would undoubtedly have ascended to that level. Now, however, due to the interference of the demon source, he had been abruptly interrupted, losing this invaluable opportunity. It remained uncertain how long it would take for him to genuinely step into the celestial realm. Seemingly aware of Xiao Yan's discontent, the little monkey could only shake his head in resignation. Your most pressing task now is to utilize the mandala flower to effectively seal the demon source. Only by sealing the demon source with the mandala flower can your strength temporarily be restored, allowing you to overcome this obstacle, at least until you challenge the Dou Saint. Although the power of my sacred mountain is of a commendable level, it ultimately remains a masterless entity, rendered ineffectual in its current state. I have come to this realization. Upon hearing the little monkey's remarks, Xiao Yan could only nod in resignation. It was truly unexpected that he, the young master of the Xiao clan, would find himself in such a predicament. Fortunately, he maintained a commendable disposition, upon recognizing that his strength could not be wielded to any significant extent for the time being. He sought a quiet place to sit cross-legged and reflect upon the legacy of the heavenly alchemist. As a celestial-grade supreme being, the strength of the heavenly alchemist eclipsed that of all Dou Emperors throughout the annals of the Duki continent. Historically, there were no more than 3 individuals who surpassed him, and only the true Flame Emperor possessed the capability to utterly dominate him. Therefore, the legacy of this supreme being is even more precious than the Xiao clan's most treasured celestial-grade martial techniques. After all, the so-called high-level celestial techniques are merely creations of peak Dou Saints or ordinary Dou Emperors. As Xiao Yan closed his eyes once more, the small courtyard fell into silence again, with only the golden-furred monkey observing Xiao Yan and the others with contemplation. Are all the youth of this era in the Duki continent this extraordinary? The monkey couldn't help but glance over the trio. Indeed, according to the calculations of the Heavenly Evolution Supreme from years past, the Duki continent, and even the vast world, should be entering a so-called golden age, wherein heroes will emerge as abundantly as fish crossing a river. Across the myriad worlds and all its associated realms, numerous heroic figures will arise, radiating brilliance that rivals or even surpasses that of ancient times. A flicker of excitement appeared in the monkey's gaze. It remains uncertain whether any of these young individuals can truly become a supreme powerhouse capable of saving the Duki continent and the vast world. Time flows swiftly, and, in the blink of an eye, the tranquil period of seclusion and cultivation has passed without notice. The soul, previously in deep meditation, slowly opened her eyes at this moment. Buzz. The instant her eyes fluttered open, a profound aura resonating with the essence of unity between heaven and man emanated from her spiritual center. Faintly, the realm seemed to merge with her will. Hee. The soul let out a tinkling laugh, then turned her gaze towards Xiao Yan behind her. Before she could speak, Bai Nian also opened her eyes. The protagonist stood up slowly, hands clasped behind his back, presenting a figure that bore the weight of the world, his entire being subtly resonating with the cosmos. I am on the verge of entering the heavenly realm. Bai Nian spread her arms wide, as if to embrace the universe itself. I thought you were aiming for the earthly immortals. Xiao Yan mused internally, slightly mocking. The protagonist truly lived up to his title. Ever the showman. In no more than 5 years, I shall ascend to the heavenly realm. Bai Nian turned his body, wearing an enigmatic expression, as if he had transcended the ordinary. In no more than 3 years, I should be able to ascend to the celestial realm. Observing the protagonist's demeanor, Hun Miao Miao couldn't help but nod in agreement. What? Bai Nian's body stiffened, disbelief etched across his face. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could anyone in this world be more talented than this protagonist? He gazed at Hun Miao Miao with skepticism. Hun Miao Miao responded with a faint smile, her soul power surging forth. Although it still resided within the realm of spirit, there was a faint hint of celestial might within her spiritual energy. Bai Nian's expression darkened instantly. How infuriating this woman is. A wave of discontent washed over Bai Nian. Yet, the situation had not come to a close. At that moment, the little monkey on the stone table began to speak slowly. In truth, Xiao Yan was also on the verge of entering the celestial realm. But he was currently afflicted by demonic energy, so for his safety, I had to intervene forcefully. Upon hearing this, the protagonist's face paled, staring blankly at Xiao Yan and Hun Miao Miao. No. Bai Nian let out a mournful cry, collapsing to his knees. This question is truly too difficult. Xiao Yan silently voiced his thoughts, and witnessing the protagonist's humiliation, his previously sour mood about not entering the celestial realm improved significantly. Well, since you three have helped me so much, I cannot let you leave empty-handed. Take a sacred artifact with you when you depart. Just as Bai Nian lamented, the little monkey suddenly spoke up. At his words, Xiao Yan and Hun Miao Miao's eyes brightened. Elder, if the sacred artifact mountain were to be missing a few sacred objects, would it not diminish its power? Xiao Yan couldn't help but interject. He had previously heard Bai Nian speak of the characteristics of the sacred artifact mountain. It matters not. A few missing sacred objects will not significantly affect me. The little monkey waved his hand with a smile. Moreover, few individuals in the Duki continent can truly unleash my full power now. Chapter 352. The Eternal Fire Measuring Ruler? Upon hearing the little monkey's words, everyone fell into a brief silence. This statement seemed to surpass even the protagonist's arrogance. However, the speaker possessed the credentials to boast, after all. The sacred artifact mountain was the ultimate sacred object of a celestial supreme being, and no less than 3 demon emperors had perished beneath its might. Elder, can the current Dou powerhouses still harness the full capabilities of the sacred artifact mountain? Xiao Yan suddenly pondered a question. Dou powerhouses? The little monkey paused slightly, and then shook his head gently. To perfectly unleash the full power of the sacred artifact mountain, there is no one other than my master. However, those above the celestial grade can indeed harness about 30 to 40% of the mountain's might. As for the Dou powerhouses in the current Duki continent, they could only exhibit a fraction of the sacred artifact mountain's strength. Ultimately, to fully harness the powers of the sacred artifact mountain, it is most effective to utilize spiritual energy as the energy source, as the energy level of fighting spirit remains somewhat inferior. Furthermore, the cultivation of a fighting emperor is merely equivalent to that of a nascent heavenly sovereign, rendering them a considerably weak presence even among spiritual ranks. Upon hearing the little monkey's words, Xiao Yan and his companions couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. A fighting emperor, among heavenly sovereigns, is indeed the weakest existence. Sensing their surprise, the little monkey chuckled softly and shook his head, saying, there is no need for such astonishment. After all, a fighting emperor does not possess spiritual energy. Their soul and body merely reach the threshold of a nascent heavenly sovereign. Without the nourishment of spiritual energy, even the physical form must be somewhat diminished. Strictly speaking, a fighting emperor can only be considered to have 1 foot barely within the realm of heavenly sovereigns. The little monkey continued with a smile. However, even so, if a fighting emperor is willing to pay the necessary price to activate the sacred artifact mountain, they could indeed slay another fighting emperor. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan and the others could not suppress their gulp of disbelief. The notion that a fighting emperor, if willing to make sacrifices, could wield the sacred artifact mountain to vanquish another fighting emperor truly speaks to the extraordinary nature of such a legendary treasure. Enough of this idle chatter. You should hasten to select a sacred artifact that appeals to you, the little monkey said, lightly waving his hand, causing 99 sacred artifacts to glow with brilliance and hover before the trio. I want this one. I want this one, Bai Nian exclaimed excitedly, pointing at 9 resplendent golden flags. These heavenly array flags are the perfect complement to the heavenly array disc in my possession. If I could acquire both treasures simultaneously, once my soul attains the heavenly realm, I could contend with a fighting saint. At Bai Nian's proclamation, Xiao Yan and Hun Miao Miao exchanged glances. The ancient array path, undeniably a fiercely combat-ready branch, indeed allows a fighting sovereign to challenge a fighting saint. Although the requirements are exceedingly stringent, necessitating soul power of the heavenly realm and 2 sacred artifacts as assistance, there exists an unfathomable chasm between fighting sovereigns and fighting saints. You cannot, the little monkey remarked, shaking his head slightly. You already possess the heavenly array disc, which is a formidable sacred artifact in its own right. What? Bai Nian was momentarily taken aback. I obtained this heavenly array disc through my own efforts. How can you deny me the right to acquire another sacred artifact? Obtained through your own efforts? The little monkey scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Bai Nian, and lightly pointed at the heavenly array disc in his hand. Instantly, the hazy brilliance emanating from the disc abruptly extinguished. Call out to it, and see if it responds. The little monkey sneered. This heavenly array disc is indeed fated to you, but more accurately, it is fated to your heavenly evolution sect. Were it not for my subconscious influence, do you truly believe you would have acquired it? Bai Nian was left utterly speechless. At this moment, Hun Miao Miao's gaze was already fixated on a stone platform the size of a palm. Elder, may I have this? She inquired, pointing to the stone platform. Upon hearing her words, the little monkey was momentarily taken aback, a faint smile gracing his face. You have quite an eye, young lady. This refining platform was frequently used by the master before he ascended to the rank of Grand Master of Refining. It is indeed a precious artifact, even for a celestial supreme. May I truly obtain it? Hun Miao Miao's heart raced suddenly. A treasure worthy of a celestial supreme equated to a weapon comparable to that of a Dou Emperor. Certainly, the little monkey replied with a slight smile, gesturing towards the stone platform. In an instant, the platform transformed into a streak of light, flying into Hun Miao Miao's hands. Although Xiao Yan's talent may be slightly superior, I can see that your passion for the art of refining is genuine. Thus, I entrust you with this heavenly refining stone platform. I hope you can revive the ancient art of weaponry. After uttering these words, the little monkey turned his gaze towards Xiao Yan. And you, what do you desire? Xiao Yan fell into silence. Each of these sacred artifacts possessed considerable power. Should he acquire even one, he would be nearly invincible among those beneath the saint level, even without employing the fire lotus. But what should he choose? The 7 Apertures Linglong ruler? Initially, he believed that the 7 Apertures Linglong ruler was the best option. However, when his eyes fell upon another broad ruler, they suddenly narrowed. This large ruler resembled a coffin lid in size, its pitch-black surface emanating an inexplicable sense of ancient heaviness. Elder, may I examine that ruler? Xiao Yan asked, pointing to the imposing ruler. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the Xuanzhong ruler held by Yao Lao. Yet this large ruler was adorned with numerous peculiar patterns, and even its thick sides were inscribed with strange runes. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's request, the little monkey was momentarily taken aback, his gaze towards Xiao Yan growing more complex. You little rascal, not only have you mastered the burning technique, but you can also recognize this ancient fire ruler at a glance. Could it be that you are destined to be the next true Yan Emperor? Ancient fire ruler? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's previously calm pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinholes. Elder said this large ruler is called the ancient fire ruler? Indeed, but it is merely a replica. The true ancient fire ruler vanished along with the true Yan Emperor in the annals of time. However, in the days of the Douqi continent, the ancient fire ruler was ranked as the foremost sacred artifact among all the factions, having claimed the lives of no less than 10 demon emperors. The little monkey spoke with a certain pride, declaring that although this item was merely a replica, it could still be considered a masterpiece among sacred artifacts, capable of being wielded, albeit with difficulty, even by a powerful Dou Emperor. For the little monkey, this was a matter of great pride. However, at that moment, Xiao Yan found himself in a state of bewilderment. The ancient flame measuring ruler was an unparalleled sacred artifact of the true Flame Emperor, ranking as the foremost sacred treasure of the ancient Douqi continent. Yet, in the original narrative, the ancient Emperor Tuo, she had also imparted to him a supreme fighting technique known as the ancient flame measuring ruler, with which he ultimately defeated the Soul Emperor. This raised a pressing question. What was the relationship between the true Flame Emperor and the ancient Emperor Tuoshi? Moreover, what connection did the Xianzhong ruler have with the ancient flame measuring ruler? Just then, the imposing ruler, radiating a hazy, precious light, descended before Xiao Yan. Its towering length reached his chin, and when accounting for the handle, it exceeded his own height. Give it a try. This ancient flame measuring ruler, beyond its exceptional hardness, can unleash the terrifying power of your flame. With your current flame intensity, should you harness the ancient flame measuring ruler, its might would be even more formidable. For those lacking flame affinity, it would merely serve as a robust weapon. However, for one such as you, endowed with flames, it ranks just beneath the most extraordinary sacred treasures. The burning art, created by the true Flame Emperor, might imply that when the ancient Emperor Tuoshi acquired it, He also received other legacies from the true Flame Emperor. Perhaps the Xianzhong ruler was merely a coincidence. Xiao Yan swallowed hard. Dismissing these thoughts of the ancient Emperor Tuashi, given his current strength, it was premature to dwell on such matters. The most pressing concern was to venture forth and acquire the mandala flower, and subsequently devise a method to dispel the demonic source. Of course, there was also the ancient flame measuring ruler before him. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan hesitated no longer. He extended his hand and grasped the ancient flame measuring ruler. The moment it fell into his grasp, he felt as though he was holding a mountain. The weight of the ruler seemed to be in excess of 10,000 pounds, if not more. Fortunately, even with a significant portion of his physical strength sealed, he still possessed power akin to that of a Dou Zong, making this weight manageable. With a firm effort, he lifted the ruler. As he did so, the flames within him, which had previously calmed, surged with newfound vigor, as if rejoicing. What a marvelous ancient flame measuring ruler! A look of astonishment crossed Xiao Yan's face as he summoned his soul power, directing the flames within him to flow into the ancient flame measuring ruler. As the flames surged forth, the peculiar patterns and runes upon the black ruler erupted into resplendent brilliance. In the next moment, brilliant flames ignited upon the immense black. With vigor, Xiao Yan wielded thee and swept it towards the distance. Boom! The surging coalesced into an extraordinarily sharp arc of fire, hurtling towards the horizon and even slightly tearing the fabric of space along its path. This strike could severely wound even an expert. More crucially, Xiao Yan was merely demonstrating smite at this juncture. Truly an exceptional treasure. Gazing at the obsidian in his grasp, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Xiao Yan's eyes. Chapter 353. You probably won't have a chance. This ancient, indeed a replica of the true Flame Emperor's weapon from years past, possessed terrifying power even as a mere imitation. Especially under the augmentation of, every casual strike from Xiao Yan could exhibit strength beyond his current level. One could only imagine the terrifying capabilities he would attain upon fully restoring his strength. Gently caressing the black, Xiao Yan's face brimmed with affection. This weapon was truly extraordinary. He pondered whether he could, in the future, leverage this sacred artifact to battle semi-saints or even experts. A wave of exhilaration surged within him. Well, unless something extraordinary occurs. You may return for now, the little monkey remarked, observing the excitement of the three with a faint smile. Do not disturb me, for I have endured the remnants of that demon emperor for millennia, and at last, I can live freely. However, the Nine Nether Abyss only opens once a year, and it is currently sealed. Soul Meow Meow suddenly interjected. Actually, one could also exit the Nine Nether Abyss from the rear of the Nine Nether Ancestor. Bai Nian began to speak, only to see the little monkey gently wave his hand. Fear not, for a part of me resides within the Nine Nether Abyss. In the past, the Nine Nether Sacred Python utilized my power to slay the Demon Emperor. Subsequently, due to the lingering essence of another Demon Emperor, I concealed myself within this abyss. Therefore, if you wish to depart, I can easily facilitate your exit. After speaking, the little monkey pointed lightly towards the sky, causing an impenetrable space to reveal a wormhole. Hurry and leave. The little monkey waved his hand in apparent disdain, particularly towards Bai Nian, which left the protagonist feeling quite displeased. This little spirit does not recognize the worth of others. A mere flick of my tail, and you become arrogant. He chuckled inwardly. Just wait until I become the supreme being of the vast world. Then you'll find it hard to reach my heights. Bai Nian silently mused, though he dared not voice his thoughts. Senior. Bai Nian's face radiated with a flattering smile. You haven't yet unsealed the array plate I possess. The little monkey cast a fleeting glance at Bai Nian, then gently pointed at the celestial formation disc in his hand, which, having faded, now regained its brilliance. Your heavenly evolution sect has made significant contributions to the Douchi continent. Merely taking this celestial formation disc back would be a disservice to the friendship between the heavenly evolution supreme and your master, he mused. After a moment's contemplation, the little monkey decided to gift Bai Nian the 9 small flags as well. Thank you, esteemed senior. Thank you, esteemed senior, Bai Nian exclaimed, his face lighting up with sheer delight as the 9 flags fell into his hands. With the celestial formation disc and the 9 flags now in my possession, once my soul's power ascends to the heavens, I shall reign supreme over my peers. He cackled. Once my strength is restored, I will surely shout before the protagonist. Who dares to claim invincibility? Who would boast of being undefeated? Xiao Yan silently scoffed, then followed closely behind Bai Nian as they stepped into the spatial passageway. Should you endure this tribulation and achieve sanctity, you may return to the abyss of the 9 Nether and bring me with you. At that moment, as Xiao Yan entered the spatial passage, the little monkey's voice echoed in his ear, causing his body to momentarily stiffen. As long as I can sense the existence of the ancient fire metric, I shall be able to summon you back. The little monkey's voice resounded once more. What's wrong? Sensing Xiao Yan's slight rigidity, Hun Miao Miao inquired with concern. It's nothing. I was merely pondering how long it would take to obtain the mandala flower, Xiao Yan replied with a smile, glancing back at the little monkey, who was winking at him. I will endure this tribulation. I am determined, he resolved fervently in his heart. If he could acquire a peerless sacred artifact like the sacred tool mountain along with the legacy of the Tua, Shi ancient emperor, he would undoubtedly become a formidable presence even in the vast realms of the great thousand world. With such thoughts in mind, his form gradually emerged from the spatial tunnel into the outside world. At this moment, 3 months had passed since the trio had entered the abyss of the Nine Nether. In the external world, the master of the heavenly evolution sect, Yan Shinzi, was calmly meditating, while Hun Shui appeared increasingly anxious. After all, the abyss of the Nine Nether was a realm forged by Dou Emperor powerhouses. Should any perilous traps remain, even a Dou Saint might falter, let alone several budding Dou Zun. Yet, he was not alone in his anxiety. 2 Dou Saints from the fallen evil clan wore equally troubled expressions. The 2 juniors who had entered were the pride of their clan, poised to become Dou Saints themselves, and nurturing such talents was no simple task. Moreover, lurking within the hidden space, a blood-colored giant wielding a massive axe was even more distressed. Good heavens, this kid can't possibly die in there, can he? If he perishes, how will I explain it to my cousin? The blood axe man could not help but murmur as he gazed at the now vanished abyss of the Nine Nether. Before these ordinary Dou Saints, and even the mid-tier Dou Saint, Soul Snow, the Dou Emperor's realm sought concealment, and even they could not discern a hint of its presence. However, for the blood axe man, who was but a step away from becoming a 9-star Dou Saint, this Dou Emperor's realm bore a vague outline. If that boy does not emerge in 3 days, I shall cleave into it with my axe. I refuse to believe that a Dou Emperor's realm, bereft of the control of a powerful Dou Emperor, could still remain so solid, the blood axe man muttered. Master, do you think those 3 youngsters might have encountered some misfortune within? Soul Snow cast a concerned glance at the divine child of fate. In terms of combat prowess, the adversaries were indeed no match for her, yet when it came to the art of deduction, they surpassed her tenfold. Fear not, they shall emerge shortly. The divine child of fate replied, eyes closed, an ethereal white aura subtly enveloping him, maintaining an air of calm. As if in confirmation of his words, a spatial tunnel suddenly appeared at the original entrance of the abyss of the Nine Nether. Moments later, 2 men and a woman flew forth from it, none other than Xiao Yan, Soul Miao Miao, and Bai Nian. You have returned. Upon seeing the trio emerge, Soul Snow let out a slight sigh of relief, though her gaze shifted slightly when it fell upon Xiao Yan. What transpired? Why is there not a trace of Dou Qi within you? Well, Xiao Yan was about to offer an explanation, as he might require Soul Snow's assistance in locating the mandala flower at Manta Manor, when suddenly, the distant voices of 2 fallen demon saints pierced the air. What has happened to our men? The 2 fallen demon saints fixed their eyes fiercely upon Xiao Yan and the others, a hint of murderous intent flickering within them. They're dead. Those 2 fools believed they could challenge the protagonist with their secret techniques, and they were naturally vanquished by our heroic group. Bai Nian interjected before Xiao Yan could speak. Nonsense. They were both 9-star Dou Zuns. How could they possibly fall to you? One of the 9 nether earth demon pythons bellowed in disbelief. What are you barking about? Bai Nian shot a glance at the duo, and then turned to Soul Miao Miao. Sister, show them the corpses of that little bird and the little snake. Soul Miao Miao shot Bai Nian a look, thinking him quite the pretender, yet upon seeing the 2 fallen demon saints, a cold smile crept upon her lips. With a slight motion of her finger, 2 massive corpses appeared in the sky. One was the fallen sky phoenix, half of its body obliterated, and the other was the 9 nether earth demon python, missing half its head. There was no doubt. These 2 creatures were utterly deceased. Witnessing the brutal slaughter of their kin, both fallen demon saints let out a furious roar. As the 2 individuals waved their hands, a surge of energy erupted, seemingly intent on striking down the 3 adversaries. However, with a mere flick of his palm, the divine sun effortlessly conjured 2 colossal formations that successfully countered the dual assaults. At that moment, Soul Snow also began to make her move. With a sweeping gesture, the fabric of space folded upon itself in layers, resembling a 1,000-layered pastry. While a terrifying energy accumulated to a degree that caused even the 2 fallen evil saints to blanch in fear. Such formidable power. Only through their combined efforts could the 2 battle saints withstand this onslaught. They cast a resentful glance toward Xiao Yan and his companions, vowing, "You shall pay for the death of our kin. There will come a day when your entire lineage will be annihilated. The revival of the deity is not far off." With that, the 2 figures shimmered and vanished from sight. Not far from the deity's resurrection? Xiao Yan's brow furrowed slightly. What did they mean by deity? Were they referring to a being of the level of the Demon Emperor, or perhaps the cursed heavenly Demon Emperor sealed by the true Flame Emperor? Or did they speak of the malevolent races from beyond the Dou continent? After traversing the depths of the Nine Nether Abyss, Xiao Yan's understanding of the terrifying foreign malevolence deepened. This was a faction capable of plunging the entire vast world into a bloody conflict, one that the Dou continent could hardly contend with. Thus, even if Xiao Xian were to ascend to the throne, he might not be able to thwart all threats. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan felt a weight settle heavily upon his heart. Damn that wretched human boy for slaying our most distinguished descendant. What could possibly justify this? In the endless tumult of spatial chaos, the Nine Nether Earth demon python seethed with perplexity and rage. Despite the evident inferiority of these three humans compared to his kin, the demise of his descendant was nothing short of tragic. Upon our return, these three humans shall be designated as primary targets for observation. When the opportunity arises, they must be eradicated, the fallen heavenly phoenix added. Return? Huh. You may not have the chance, a faint voice interjected. What manner of being are you? The expressions of the two fallen evil saints shifted dramatically. Given their prowess, even a 3- or 4-star battle saint could not have stealthily followed them. Yet, the owner of the voice had trailed them all the way, suggesting that he possessed at least the peak power of a 4-star battle saint. Who dares to speak? The laughter resonated once more. How audacious for your insignificant fallen evil clan to proclaim the annihilation of my race and to plot against our imperial scion. As the laughter faded, a towering figure emerged from the chaotic currents of space. With his appearance, the once turbulent spatial maelstrom transformed into a remarkably gentle flow, as if on the brink of stillness. Gazing upon this scene, the expressions of the two fallen demon saints once again transformed into one of sheer terror. Upon witnessing the blood-red giant axe behind the figure, their countenances paled in an involuntary response. The blood-red axe belonged to a high-ranking fighting saint. You are the Blood Axe Xiao Chen. The mere mention of this name sent tremors through the two combat saints. Xiao Chen's name had shone brightly during the Xiao Soul War a millennium ago. Although he was not as formidable as his cousin Xiao Xian, he was nonetheless a terrifying presence. With the cultivation of a 5-star fighting saint, he had battled against 6-star fighting saints without facing defeat. His axe stained with the blood of countless saints. And this was a tale from 1,000 years past. Now, after the passage of time, one could only imagine the extent of his terrifying prowess. The two soon realized just how formidable Xiao Chen had become, for he merely cast a glance at them before reaching for the blood-red giant axe upon his back. Not good run, cried the fallen celestial phoenix, transforming into its true form and soaring into the distance, engulfed in crimson flames, employing its utmost speed to flee. I can't run as fast as him. The Nine Nether Demon Python's expression shifted. It matters not. Neither of you will escape, Xiao Chen remarked, a cold smile gracing his lips. He then swung the giant axe through the air twice. These seemingly mundane gestures triggered an immediate upheaval in the previously calm space-time turbulence. Boom. 2 blood-red axe beams, each stretching thousands of feet, tore through the chaotic currents of time and space, leaving a dark mark in their wake. In the next moment, they appeared before the two figures. As the axe beams manifested behind them, the fallen demon saints sensed a deathly fear they had not experienced in years. Yet, before they could utter a plea for mercy, the blood-red beams pierced through their bodies. Is he an 8-star fighting saint or a 9-star fighting saint? This was the last thought lingering in the minds of the fallen demon saints. In an eerie twist, the bodies of the colossal beasts, each over 1,000 feet long, split apart, cleaving into 2 halves, their severed flesh and bones as smooth as polished glass. Their souls had long been annihilated by the horrifying power carried within those red beams. Thus, 2 once mighty fighting saints were effortlessly erased from existence. 9-star fighting saint, so terrifying. A mere chick and a tiny snake dare to proclaim the destruction of my Xiao clan. How utterly laughable. Xiao Chen scoffed, his hand reaching into the void, causing the corpses of the beasts to erupt into a cloud of blood mist, leaving only 2 intact demon cores, exuding a sinister aura. Though tainted by the corrupting forces of foreign evil clans, the flesh of a being at the saint level remains potent. A touch of the pure lotus demon fire should suffice for purification. Xiao Chun grasped the 2 demon cores in his hands, spinning them like walnuts before sweeping his sleeve, allowing the immense mass of flesh to settle within. First, he decided to check on that young lad, Xiao Yan. A slight furrow formed on his brow. In that fleeting moment, he had detected a trace of the Demon Emperor's essence within him, a matter that even he found challenging to address. If left to confront this essence on his own, the young man would be facing a perilous fate. It would be prudent to consult cousin Xiao Xian on this matter. With a resigned shake of his head, Xiao Chun produced a jade talisman and sent it to Xiao Xian. What? Allow him to break through on his own? Cousin, this is the essence of the Demon Emperor. Even an ordinary Dou Saint would face life-threatening danger upon encountering it. To expect him to conquer this essence during his breakthrough to Dou Saint is asking too much, is it not? You need not concern yourself with this. Simply inform him when he reaches the half-saint stage. Xiao Qian's voice resonated from the Jade Talisman. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qian ceased his hesitation, placing complete trust in Xiao Qian's words. Thus, the next step was to journey to the Mandala Mountain Villa in search of the Mandala Flower, beyond the Nine Nether Abyss. After hearing Xiao Yan's explanation, Han Shui offered a slight smile. Indeed, it may well require the intervention of a senior at that time. Xiao Yan chuckled awkwardly, finding it rather peculiar for the Xiao clan to seek assistance from the Han clan. However, considering his current prowess, if the Mandala Mountain Villa were willing to lend him the Mandala Flower, it would be favorable. Otherwise, he would have no means to compel them. Even with the support of the Heavenly Fire Sovereign and UMO, the master of the Mandala Mountain Villa was a half-saint. Unless Han Shui intervened, he truly lacked capable allies at this moment. Very well. Han Shui nodded slightly. After all, my clan still requires you to escort Miao Miao into the heavenly tomb. With a wave of his hand, a spatial passage appeared before Xiao Yan. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed at once. With that, he led Xiao Yan and Han Miao Miao into the portal. After their departure, Yin Shenxi's gaze suddenly turned toward his principal disciple. Chapter 355. Who is the killer? Disciple. The Lord of Tianyan sect fixed his gaze upon Bai Nian, an unsettling glint in his eyes. Master, is there something amiss? A sense of foreboding washed over Bai Nian as he observed his master's expression. Did you not acquire any treasures within the sacred artifact mountain? The Lord of Tianyan sect smiled slyly at Bai Nian. Treasures? What treasures? Bai Nian looked bewildered, before suddenly recalling something, his face lighting up with realization. Ah, I did indeed obtain numerous ancient array inheritances from the sacred artifact mountain. I shall demonstrate them for you upon my return. What else? The divine child of transformation smiled faintly. What else could there be besides this? A look of confusion appeared on Bai Nian's face. Heh, the divine child of transformation scoffed. After all these years as master and disciple, do not feign ignorance before me. Quickly present the sacred artifact in your possession for my safekeeping. When you ascend to the status of a saint, I shall return it to you. Bai Nian also let out a cold laugh. Master, after all this time, do you think I am unaware of your true nature? If I were to entrust this treasure to you, it would be lost to me forever. How could that be? The divine child of transformation wore a sincere smile. Your current strength renders it too perilous to keep such treasures. I merely wish to safeguard them temporarily. Hand it over without delay. No. Bai Nian shook his head vigorously. Will you give it or not? No. Then do not blame me for taking it by force. With a cold laugh, the divine child of transformation prepared to act, only to sense a massive formation descending upon him from the heavens. Indeed. The array you have unleashed possesses nearly the might of a half-saint. It seems the treasures you acquired in the sacred artifact mountain are truly formidable. Rather than being taken aback, the divine child of transformation's face was alight with excitement. The more you demonstrate your strength, the more pleased I become. Hee. With a wave of his hand, even more terrifying formations materialized in layers. Regardless of how powerful the sacred artifact in Bai Nian's possession was, he was ultimately merely a battle sovereign, far from being the match for the divine child of transformation. The high mountain echoed with Bai Nian's anguished cry. Old thief, our paths cannot coexist. In the southernmost region of the southwest continent, a space concealed within the mountains was now roiling with demonic energy like an ocean. This expanse was far larger than the Nine Nether space opened by the Nine Nether ancestor. Within it, various beasts and humans tainted by demonic energy possessed blood-red eyes, eerily reminiscent of the foreign evil spirits. Their emitted aura was overwhelmingly powerful. At the center of this space stood a tall, middle-aged man adorned with dragon scales, his presence terrifying. If a true master were to arrive here, they would discover that this man's cultivation had reached the level of 9-star battle saint. Yet, despite his formidable strength, he gazed with a hint of reverence at the mysterious coffin behind him. The reason was simple. Within this coffin lay a slumbering demon emperor. A true demon emperor. A living demon emperor. Who knows how many years would pass before the demon emperor awakens from the coffin? The middle-aged man sighed softly. Having allied with the foreign evil race meant they were irrevocably bound to them. Should the foreign evil race fail to dominate the continent in the future, these traitors would lose everything they had worked for. Yet, given the circumstances at that time, they had no choice. As long as the ancient Emperor Tuashi remains on the Dou Qi continent, the slumbering demon emperors dare not resurrect. Contemplating this, the middle-aged man felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Had the last Dou Emperor of the Dou Qi continent not been Tuashi, the continent would likely have succumbed to the malevolent forces from beyond long ago. After all, There are more than one demon emperor lying in slumber within the Dou continent, yet as long as Tuashi draws breath, they remain in hiding. His formidable combat prowess is matched only by his possession of the most potent flame that counters the demon emperors. In his ascent to power, Tuashi had slain a peak demon emperor and gravely wounded another. Thus, as long as he remains in this realm, the demon emperors dare not risk their own demise. However, Tuashi is yet to depart, and now a new Dou Emperor has emerged from the Xiao clan. A hint of distress crossed the middle-aged man's brow. Initially, he had allied with the malevolent forces from beyond due to their ability to facilitate rapid advancement and their formidable vitality. Yet, as one ascends to greater heights, the drawbacks of joining these forces become apparent. Had he not been tainted by demonic energy, he might have claimed the last remnant of primal energy for himself. Yet now, tainted as he is, he has forfeited his right to it. Should the malevolent forces be defeated in this war, he too would face obliteration. Unfortunately, there is no turning back now. Moreover, having witnessed the death of the revered Tai Su Dragon Emperor, he could scarcely fathom that the Dou continent could endure for so long, let alone gain some advantage in this protracted conflict. Had it not been for the depletion of primal energy, the Dou continent might well have achieved a minor victory by now. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, the dragon-scaled man felt a profound sense of helplessness. Just then, the mysterious coffin before him began to tremble slightly. "Master, I awaken." The dragon-scaled man's pupils constricted. Logically, the demon emperor should not be stirring at this hour. "Zhou Yu is dead." A voice imbued with ancient malice resonated from within the coffin, followed by an overwhelming surge of fury. After scheming for tens of thousands of years, to be thwarted by an artifact spirit, what utter incompetence. Upon hearing this, the dragon-scaled man quivered slightly. Zhou Yu, a demon emperor of the ancient cursed demon clan, was of a higher rank than his master. Yet, this esteemed demon emperor, after tens of thousands of years of plotting, had ultimately achieved nothing, and more grievously, had lost to an artifact spirit. This realization filled him with a sudden dread for the future of the malevolent forces from beyond. Should their legendary Tian Xieshan fail to resurrect successfully, this protracted war might very well see the malevolent forces face defeat. As I pondered these thoughts, a visage imbued with demonic energy silently emerged above the enigmatic coffin. "Dragon Demon, dispatch someone to investigate who is sabotaging the sacred artifact mountain plan. Once identified, we must eliminate them." "Yes, master." Dragon Demon felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, preparing to send someone for inquiry, when a hurried figure, a demon saint, flew towards him. "Lord Dragon Demon, calamity has struck. All our men sent to the abyss of 9 Nether have perished." As he spoke, he clutched several shattered life jade tokens. "All dead." Dragon Demon's eyes widened. "Even those 2 demon saints?" "Indeed, my lord." The combat saint raised the life jade token in his hand. Who could possibly possess the capability to slay 2 demon saints, denying them even the chance to send a message? Dragon Demon's expression darkened. Those 2 demon saints had been equipped with sound transmission jade talismans. Even in the face of insurmountable danger, they should have been able to send a cry for help or leave behind information about their assailant. The fact that they had no opportunity to transmit anything indicated that their killer must possess at least the cultivation of a 7-star combat saint. Who could it be? Throughout the entire southwest continent, aside from that old charlatan of the Celestial Evolution sect and the ancient monster of the Gu Saint sect, no one else could accomplish such a feat yet. If these 2 were indeed responsible, did they intend to wage war against my clan? A look of disbelief crossed Dragon Demon's face. While it was true that both the Celestial Evolution sect and the Gu Saint sect harbored high-level combat saints in hiding, even combined, their strength paled in comparison to the fallen evil clan, which drew power from the Demon Emperor, rivaling some of the more formidable ancient clans. He could not fathom that these 2 factions would dare to confront him directly. Investigate. Uncover what transpired near the abyss of 9 Nether. Dragon Demon's voice was laced with fury. 2 demon saints represented an invaluable asset for the fallen evil clan, and their silent demise was utterly unacceptable. Mandala Manor, situated in the heart of the southwest continent, lay less than 100,000 miles from the mightiest Gu Saint sect, a distance not considered great for top-tier powerhouses. As one of the 4 major sects of the southwest, Mandala Manor was, in fact, quite formidable. Not only did the manor's master share an extraordinarily unique relationship with the current leader of the Gu Saint sect, but it also boasted more than 3 combat sovereigns among its ranks. Presently, 2 additional external combat sovereigns had also joined their ranks. Alas, 3 months have passed without a trace of the young master. Could it be that he has truly encountered some misfortune? Sitting in a corner of Mandala Manor, UMO sighed heavily, while the revered Tian Huo wore a grim expression. His recent attempt to solicit aid from the Xiao clan had been in vain. As he had not even set foot through their doors, receiving only a curt response from an elder, the young master is currently undergoing trials, and his life and death are his own responsibility. The clan cannot offer any assistance at this time. Upon this realization, the expressions of the two individuals grew increasingly somber. Xiao Yan was a formidable ally they had supported from the very beginning, setting aside his immense value. The grace of his revival and restoration of strength was enough to compel them to repay him with their lives. Just as their brows furrowed in concern, an ethereal space wormhole unfolded above the Mantu Mountain Manor. Shortly thereafter, a resplendent and beautiful woman appeared in the sky, accompanied by a pair of armored youths. Upon recognizing the familiar face of the young man clad in red armor, the previously vigilant Tianhua, Xinjiang, and Yumo could not suppress their elation. It was the young master. Chapter 356. I can resolve this. Is this the Mantu Mountain Manor? Xiao Yan mused, gazing down at the expansive estate that occupied the formidable mountain peak. Despite the strangeness of the manor's architecture, nothing could compare to the awe-inspiring sight of the colossal flower that thrived in a certain area of the estate. There, a plant towering 1,000 feet stood majestically, its white petals each exceeding 100 feet in length, adorned with mysterious golden patterns that spread across them, creating a truly breathtaking spectacle. Xiao Yan recalled that within the records of the Xiao clan, there were mentions of the mandala flower, deemed an ancient treasure second only to the Bodhi tree in terms of its class on the Douqi continent. The number of plants that could rival it on the continent was exceedingly few. In the southern wilderness, trees reaching dozens or even hundreds of feet were commonplace. Yet such a magnificent plant remained a stunning rarity. With the aid of this mandala flower, I could temporarily seal the demonic source. As Xiao Yan contemplated the enormous mandala flower, excitement flickered in his eyes. However, as his gaze swept over the roots and stems of the flower, a slight frown creased his brow. There was an unsettling hint of demonic energy emanating from the mandala flower. Could it be that this flower had also succumbed to corruption? While he pondered this troubling thought, powerful auras surged forth from the depths of the Mantu Mountain Manor. The sudden appearance of a spatial wormhole in the sky signaled the arrival of formidable experts at the manor, yet the identity of these experts remained a mystery. Young master, just as the talents of the Mantu Mountain Manor soared into the air, a resounding voice echoed through the heavens, startling all who heard it. Tianhua Xuanzhang and Yumo approached, their faces alight with excitement. Young master, it is a relief to see you safe. You cannot fathom the extent of our worries during your absence. With one on either side, Tianhua Xuanzhang and Yumo clung to Xiao Yan's arms, nearly overcome with tears of joy. Ahem. Xiao Yan could not help but cough lightly. Your concern is deeply touching, but could you perhaps release me? There are so many eyes upon us. It would not be appropriate. Hee. The two individuals could not help but chuckle before releasing Xiao Yan's arm and positioning themselves behind him, exuding an air reminiscent of the legendary duo. Esteemed guests, is this the Xiao Yan you seek? At that moment, a soft woman's voice resonated, and in the next instant, a gracefully alluring lady, accompanied by a throng from the Mandala Mountain Manor, appeared as if gliding through the air. This assembly of nearly 100 individuals, all possessing the strength of Dou Zong, was led by two whose presence bore the aura of Dou Zun. As for the elegant woman, her aura reached the pinnacle of Dou Zun, rivaling even that of the revered Saint Demon sect leader. He, the master of Mandala Mountain, this is my young master. The Heavenly Fire Elder responded with excitement to the lady's inquiry, introducing Xiao Yan's identity. Young master, you are unaware, but Miss Lu Shuyan has been immensely helpful in locating you. The Heavenly Fire Elder raised his eyebrows at Xiao Yan, reflecting on his and Yumo's initial lukewarm feelings towards Lu Shuyan. After all, given Xiao Yan's stature, what type of woman could he not attract? A mere young lady from a small sect hardly seemed impressive. If the Xiao clan's prince desired companionship, the queue would stretch from central continent to the northwestern lands. However, after entering Mandala Mountain Manor, Lu Shuyan's actions had significantly altered their perceptions of her. She had devoted considerable effort to ensuring Xiao Yan's safety, which made her deserving of his attention. Standing beside the master of Mandala Mountain, Lu Shuyan's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing Xiao Yan, her cheeks flushing in response to the Heavenly Fire Elder's praises. Yet, when she noticed the presence of a stunning woman beside Xiao Yan, who appeared her equal or perhaps even superior, her expression immediately soured, particularly as Xiao Yan coughed incessantly, seemingly signaling the Heavenly Fire Elder to cease his compliments. It appeared he feared that the beautiful woman would discover the nature of their relationship. How could Xiao Yan not be apprehensive? This Hunyuan Miao Miao was unlike his other companions. She had traversed from Earth just as he had, rendering the intricacies of Dou Qi continent utterly inconsequential to her. Acknowledging his other relationships was already a considerable concession. Should he dare to exhibit affection towards another woman in her presence, the Soul Clan Saintess would likely unleash her wrath upon him. Hunyuan Miao Miao's mood was similarly tumultuous. She could perceive that this man had a unique connection with the young lady. Yet, she was aware that Xiao Yan had other women in his life. Relax. As long as I am not his wife or concubine, it is as if I am placing a green hat on all of his wives and concubines, she reassured herself. While these thoughts swirled in the minds of the three, the master of Mandala Mountain trembled upon seeing Hunyuan Shui, his face alight with excitement. Master, is that truly you? He exclaimed, gazing at Hunyuan Shui with fervor. It is I, Soul Snow nodded with a smile, gazing at the master of Mandala Mountain with a sense of nostalgia, saying, I never anticipated that the little Dou Huang girl I casually pointed out back then has now become the master of Mandala Mountain, her strength having ascended to the high ranks of Dou Zun. Upon hearing this, the master of Mandala Mountain wore a look of profound wistfulness. I could not have imagined that the elder sister who once guided me so casually was, in fact, a formidable Dou Sheng. Back then, when she was merely a novice Dou Huang, she had once been saved by Soul Snow and received a few casual pointers. At that time, I believed her to be a Dou Zong, or perhaps even a Dou Zun, but upon our reunion, I discerned that the aura emanating from Soul Snow had already reached the level of Dou Sheng. As these words fell, astonishment spread across the faces of those present. A Dou Sheng represents the pinnacle of strength in this realm. Many individuals go through life without ever encountering one. Yet, here stood a woman who was indeed a Dou Sheng. Let us dispense with unnecessary pleasantries. Soul Snow clearly wished to avoid idle chatter. She pointed to Xiao Yan and said, My friend's descendant is currently afflicted by a peculiar force and requires the mandala flower from your esteemed Mandala Mountain. Might you, as the master, extend this courtesy? Upon hearing Soul Snow's request, the master of Mandala Mountain was momentarily taken aback, then a wry smile crept across her face. Esteemed mentor, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you. The mandala flower today is no longer what it once was. Now, it primarily serves as a symbol within Mandala Mountain. If you seek its aid, it may not be as straightforward as it once was. At these words, Soul Xian's brow furrowed slightly, preparing to speak, when suddenly Xiao Yan interjected, Elder, you mentioned that the mandala flower is facing issues. Could this be due to the influence of demonic energy? Demonic energy? You seem to know the cause of the mandala flower's predicament? The master of Mandala Mountain was momentarily taken aback. If it indeed concerns demonic energy, I believe I may be able to offer assistance. A smile graced Xiao Yan's lips.